Lin Xuan crossed over to a world where everyone could change jobs and became an ordinary profession, a necromancer. At the beginning, he awakened an SSS-level talent, life resonance. Not only does it permanently increase the upper limit of life when casting spells, but it also allows skeleton soldiers to deal a percentage of true damage with their attacks. Lin Xuan, are you sure you want to put all your attributes into mental power and go for the fragile mage route? You might not even be able to stand, facing the doubts. Lin Xuan said nothing and simply summoned quietly. Until he wielded Frostmourne and transformed into the Lich King. What kind of necromancer is this? The unique lightning skeleton can produce arc splash damage and can also paralyze enemies. The deceased boss can be contracted as a pet, and the pet can go fight dungeons. For all contracted summoned creatures, you can share skills. There's also an infinite health bar. Based on the length of the health bar, damage can be amplified by thousands or even tens of thousands. Once you transform into the Lich King, every creature you kill can be converted into undead. You even have a frost domain to amass an army of undead. When necessary, you can instantly summon hundreds of millions of undead. Lin Xuan, rebuilding human civilization, it is our duty. Chapter 1 SSS level, Super God Talent Blue Star, Summer Country. Jiangcheng, Binjiang No. 1 High School, Job Change Ceremony. Lin Xuan stood dazed in the square. The memories in his mind swirled together like in a soy milk machine. This feeling was like carsickness, impossible to alleviate. Just then, blue lights burst forth from a distance, and an ethereal voice rang out. Zhang Fan, rare profession, Wind Rider. Wow, the noisy applause and congratulatory sounds around him crashed into his mind. Seemingly familiar with the name Zhang Fan, his memories stopped churning in his mind. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xuan let out a long breath, and his whole being relaxed. Once he got a clear look at his surroundings, he helplessly slapped his forehead. No, what am I doing here? Is this still the real world? At this point, Lin Xuan had already understood that he had crossed over. The problem is, this is actually a dangerous world where a game merges with reality, monsters run rampant, everyone can change jobs, and people evolve by fighting monsters. Others cross into ancient times, harem worlds, or immortal cultivation worlds, but why does the style change so drastically for me? After a brief surprise, Lin Xuan, who had read many web novels by Tomato, quickly adjusted. Because he realized he had now become the template of a novel's protagonist. Chapter 2 Magic Barrier, Target Trials Secret Realm Lu Ruoyan, Hidden Profession, or a Master. As the voice fell, the entire awakening square erupted in excitement. Or a Master, a support-type hidden profession. It's been 200 years since a hidden profession appeared at Binjiang No. 1 High School. Unfortunately, this profession is very costly in the early stages, and without a large organization support. It's not as good as the amplification effect of the rare profession shaman. The appearance of the hidden profession caused a lot of discussion among the surrounding students. Just then, the central awakening crystal ball burst forth 2 more dazzling beams of light. Zhai Bing, rare profession, wanderer. Kai Kuan, rare profession, shadow dancer. 2 consecutive rare professions instantly pushed today's awakening ceremony to a climax. Up until now, the school had awakened 3 rare professions and 1 hidden profession. Compared to previous years, this was already a very good result. Below the stage, Lin Xuan and Zhang Fan were chatting. Zhang Fan glanced over and shook his head. Xuan, it seems you were right not to agree to Lu Ruoyan. Following Zhang Fan's gaze, Lin Xuan could see Lu Ruoyan chatting and laughing with Zhai Bing, who had just awakened as a rare profession wanderer. Lin Xuan took a couple of glances, but his heart showed no signs of disturbance. Chapter 3 Rapid Leveling, Rabbit Fur Ring. Newbie Trial Secret Realm. It opens once a year and lasts for 5 days. 1 day for entrance, 3 days closed, 1 day for exit. The internal space is vast. It is said to be more than twice the size of Poyang Lake, the largest freshwater lake in Summer Country before the Great Catastrophe. Such a large space is enough for the hundreds of thousands of graduating seniors in Jiangcheng to explore freely every year. However, despite the vastness of the secret realm, there are only 3 types of monsters. They are big-eared rabbits, iron pig pigs, and demon claw frogs. Their levels are fixed within the range of 1 to 10. It is said that this setup was created by the strongest practitioner of Summer Country, the sword master Li Jiangbai, from a certain dungeon. It was specifically designed to train new practitioners. Practitioners already possess the great power to transform dimensional spaces, yet monsters still run rampant in Blue Star. This world is still too dangerous. Next time I encounter such a secret realm, I'll just camp outside and go in later. Lin Xuan stood at the center of an altar, sighing. He casually raised his wooden staff. Magic barrier released successfully, life limit 15, summon undead released successfully, life limit 10, 2 broken skeleton soldiers appeared, holding bone knives, instantly startling other practitioners. Once they saw it was a summoned creature, everyone let out a sigh of relief.
Chapter 4, Is He Not Afraid of Death? Hearing the shouts, Lin Xuan hadn't reacted yet when a dark shadow fell from the sky. Then, with a thud, Lin Xuan was instantly knocked to the ground. The surrounding skeleton soldiers, seeing this, rushed forward with their bone knives. Successfully killed the boss-level Big Ear Rabbit, gained 1000 experience. 2 skill points, 1 free attribute. After 2 breaths, a prompt sound rang out. Lin Xuan stood up, looking somewhat helpless. Just when he said he was going to kill the boss, he was almost dead himself. Lin Xuan looked at the wild monster's corpse behind him and brushed off the dust from his body. This was a giant rabbit monster, 2 meters tall, looking quite fierce. He just didn't know how much damage that last hit had done to him. Classmate, are you okay? Lin Xuan was just about to open the panel when he saw 5 or 6 people running over from not far away. The leader was a big-breasted girl in a fighting outfit, full of vigor. Didn't I just remind you to stay away? Why didn't you dodge? What if you got hurt? Although it was almost dead, posing little threat, her reaction was way too slow. If it weren't for the boss's low health. These skeleton soldiers. The girl looked at him with a face full of blame, her tone fiery. Chapter 5, 2 Major Bosses. Clearing the secret realm with the experience of withstanding a hit from a level 5 boss, Lin Xuan was very confident in his own strength. He set off with 20 skeleton soldiers in tow. Monsters above level 5 already had some power. This was mainly because they also had skills, just like players. Inside the novice trial secret realm, the level 5 monster was called Iron Skin Pig, possessing the skill charge HMPH. While reminiscing about the monster encyclopedia, Lin Xuan heard 2 grunts. Turning his head, he saw the black-skinned, tusked Iron Skin Pig charging at him. The skeleton soldiers, seeing this, instantly raised their bone knives and surrounded it. 7, 10, 15. Even though the Iron Skin Pig activated its skill and knocked 2 skeleton soldiers away. With only 600 health, it was still killed in just 2 or 3 seconds under the skeleton soldiers' relentless attacks. Successfully killed the Iron Skin Pig. Gained 50 experience. The kill prompt sounded, but Lin Xuan remained unfazed. He continued deeper into the secret realm. Along the way, ordinary Iron Skin Pigs and elite Iron Skin Pigs were continuously defeated. Unknowingly, his level had already broken past level 7. His clothes and shoes had also been replaced with green excellent gear, and he even looted a blue rare bracelet. During this time, Lin Xuan also saw quite a few tents. Professionals were gathered together, barbecuing and chatting. Chapter 6, Undead Contract, Lightning Power with prompts constantly ringing in his ears. Lin Xuan didn't rush to check. Seeing many professionals gathering behind him, he quickly stored the boss corpse and dropped items, then directly chose to exit the secret realm. Accompanied by a wave of dizziness, Lin Xuan's vision went black. Moments later, he stumbled into the Jiangcheng dungeon lobby. This was the entrance to the novice trial secret realm. Since it was during the closure period, the people who were originally set up stalls here had already left. Seeing no one around, Lin Xuan didn't linger and headed straight home. At this time, dawn was just breaking. A night of secret realm adventure had already made him feel a bit tired. Lin Xuan quickly washed up and ate some dry rations. Lying on the bed, although he was very sleepy, he still waved his hand to open the panel, preparing to tally his gains before sleeping. Ignoring the dense reward prompts, Lin Xuan first looked at his skill points. Killing the 2 bosses rewarded him with 4 skill points in total. The skill Summon Undead was now a level 2 skill. Upgrading to level 3 required 3 skill points. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan clicked to upgrade. Next, he turned his attention to his backpack. There was no need to look at the materials. Only those with life professions could use them. After waking up, he could go to the professional hall and sell them at the trading post. Chapter 7, Level Rankings Open. Cousin Xu Yunyun on June 3rd, Jiangcheng. Approaching noon, many people gathered around the central crystal in the dungeon lobby, waiting for the new player level rankings to be released. Look, even the Vice City Lord's wife is here. Who's that young man beside her? You don't even recognize him. That's Xu Fu. The second place from last year's martial arts exam in Jiangcheng. So it's him. The rare profession ghost swordsman, Xu Fu. I heard he joined a top 10 guild at Magic City University. Why is he back during the summer break? Guild tasks. Many guilds are scouting for this year's good talents, and the Vice City Lord's daughter awakened a hidden profession this year. Amid the noise, the time had already reached noon. The 10-meter-high central crystal suddenly burst forth with dazzling blue light. Then, lines of small text spread from the center of the crystal screen to the sides. 49th, Level 8 Rare Profession, Dark Gunner, Zhao. 50th, Level 8 Rare Profession, Shadow Dancer, Cai Kun. 51st, Level 8 Rare Profession, Flowing Wind Knight. This year's competition is more intense than before. In previous years, around the 50th place were all Level 7. I wonder how many rare professions and above there are this year. Last year, I remember there were 91. Chapter 8, Speedrunning Goblin Castle, first on the 5 rankings. Yun. Is that your cousin Lin Xuan that you often talk about? After Lin Xuan's figure disappeared at the dungeon entrance, a pure-looking girl in a JK uniform beside Xu Yunyun tugged at her and asked, "How is it? Is he very handsome?" "Now you know I wasn't lying to you, right?" Xu Yunyun said proudly. "Who told you before that you didn't even have a photo?" "I had no choice. My cousin is a bit quiet, and he doesn't want me to take pictures of him." "Quiet? I don't think so. Just now, when he saw us, he smiled and greeted us right away." "Wang Yuan, what do you mean?" "Let me tell you, my cousin has high standards." "TCH, your cousin is lucky." The top student from Binjiang No. 1 high school broke up with the school beauty and angrily applied for the martial arts exam. "What breakup? My cousin hasn't agreed to be anyone's girlfriend, okay?" "Wait, my cousin signed up for the martial arts exam. You didn't know?" Meanwhile, inside the Goblin Castle dungeon, Lin Xuan stood at the starting point, waiting for his skills to refresh. Although it's called a castle, with the intelligence of goblins, it was just a circle of high stone walls surrounding a few mounds of dirt. As the skill Summon Undead upgraded to level 3, the number of summoned skeleton soldiers doubled again. Chapter 9 Who is it? Targeting the top of the newcomer rankings. Jiangcheng, Dungeon Hall. Although it's called a hall, it actually resembles a closed football field, capable of accommodating 100,000 people. At the center of the hall is a 10-meter-high diamond-shaped crystal. The various faces of the diamond constantly flicker with different rankings, tasks, and other information. Surrounding the dungeon hall are dozens of entrances resembling entry passages, which are the entrances to various dungeons. At this moment, at the entrance of the Goblin Castle dungeon, Xu Yunyun is talking with her brother Xu Shan. "Brother, aren't you really going to tell Mom about my cousin?" Xu Yunyun looked worriedly at the tall man beside her. "You can't say anything." The tall man Xu Shan shook his head slightly. A Xuan has always been smart. Enrolling in the martial arts exam must be for his own reasons. Let's wait until after the college entrance examination to bring this up. If we talk about it now, I'm afraid it will make Mom anxious all day long. And Xuan whispered to his sister, but before he could finish, a man in a yellow leather jacket sneered in front of them. Smart, Xuan. If your cousin was smart, he wouldn't have chosen the martial arts exam. I'm only considering giving him a chance, because I see that an ordinary profession has made it to the top 50 in the level rankings. Chapter 10 10 Consecutive Draws. Double purple arrivals. At 8 in the morning, Lin Xuan got up and washed up. Dressed lightly, he arrived at a breakfast shop near his community. Boss. 1 steamer of buns, 1 bowl of tofu pudding with less sugar, and 2 tea eggs. At this time, the breakfast shop was starting to get less crowded. Lin Xuan casually found an empty seat and waved to open his personal panel. Name, Lin Xuan. Profession, Necromancer. Level, LV9, 86 Health, 19,275 Mana, 225 Constitution, 26 Spirit, 35 Strength, 16 Agility, 17 Skills, Summon Undead. LV4, Mana Barrier. LV2, Undead Contract. LV1 Talent, Life Resonance. SSS, Skill Points, 4 Magic Card, Lightning Power. Epic, Constitution Attribute Normal. Spirit Attribute Normal. Equipment, Goblin Bone Staff. Epic. In just 3 days, he was about to reach level 10, which was a decent speed. Lin Xuan was very satisfied with his leveling progress. In previous years at this time, the highest level in 3 days was only around 9.5. However, this year the competition seemed to be more intense. When he returned from the dungeon hall last night, there were already 5 professionals who had reached level 10 on the newcomer rankings. Chapter 11 Secret Realm Scroll. New Skill Corpse Explosion. Equipment, Goblin Magic Ring. Quality, Epic. Effect, Magic Attack 20, Mana 50, Spirit 5. Attribute, Binds a skill. Reduces cooldown by 20. Equipment requirement, Level 5 or above. Magic Profession. Unfortunately, it can only reduce the cooldown of a single skill. A 20% cooldown reduction can sell for 100,000 gold coins in the trading hall just based on this attribute. Unfortunately, it only targets a single skill. Luckily, the professional's ring, bracelet, and wristband can each wear 2. Lin Xuan put on the ring, thus adding the ring that increases mana recovery. Lin Xuan's novice stage rings could be considered graduated. At least he wouldn't need to change them before level 50. Thinking this way, Lin Xuan didn't dawdle for the remaining time. He checked the attributes of the 2 magic cards. There are many types of magic cards, including skills, equipment, attributes, items, pets, and mysteries, all sorts. The Dragon's Spittle and Lucky Revolver magic cards are both item types. The effect of Dragon's Spittle is simple. Once equipped, it grants a skill that does not occupy a skill slot. After activating the skill, for 2 hours, it can avoid the active attack of magical beasts within 10 levels higher. The skill can only be activated once a day, but can be used up to 100 times. Chapter 12 Pushing Through the Secret Realm, Contracting the Undead. Seeing who was coming, Lin Xuan temporarily put away the scroll. The woman in red before him was none other than the hot-tempered girl he met in the novice secret realm. Her name was Shen Hongying, a student from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. As for the other person next to the woman in red, Lin Xuan was momentarily stunned. The woman had an exquisite face and a very cool demeanor. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to shimmer with silver. Her eyes were rare silver white, seemingly containing vast coldness. She wore a light blue waist-cinched robe with golden edges. A pair of slender jade legs peeked out from under the robe. The whole person exuded a cold aura that repelled others. Such a cool image and dress immediately brought to mind an ice elemental mage. In fact, she indeed was. Lu Qinghan, hidden profession, frost sorceress. Perhaps Lu Qinghan did not recognize him, but Lin Xuan recognized her. Lu Qinghan was very famous among high school students. This was not only because she was the daughter of the deputy city lord, but also because she had the highest spirit power among the graduates in Jiangcheng this year. Lin Xuan's spirit power was tested at 108 before awakening, breaking the historical record of Binjiang No. 1 High School. Chapter 13 Quickly defeating the boss, Silly Cow. Upon seeing the boss, the two women quickly moved forward. Shen Hongying carefully observed the stone bull demon and said cautiously, "Be careful. The stone bull demon has 3 to 5 times the health of magical beasts of the same level. Many people choose to tame a stone bull demon as a pet after reaching level 30. In fact, the term blood cow is said to have originated from it." "No worries, the higher the health, the better," Lin Xuan grinned and summoned the skeletons again. He then opened his panel, focusing on the skill, Contract Undead. "Go!" Lin Xuan shouted. 128 skeleton soldiers charged forward. The stone bull demon was indeed a pet that many liked to tame. Not only did it have high health and great strength, but it also possessed a bit of intelligence. Facing the large number of skeleton soldiers, it stomped its foot and activated the skill War Trample. In an instant, not only did all the skeleton soldiers fall into a brief state of dizziness, but even Lin Xuan and the two women behind him also entered an abnormal state. Fortunately, the three were at a considerable distance, and the dizziness did not last long. But when they regained their senses, the relatively fragile disadvantage of the skeleton soldiers also became apparent. More than 100 skeleton soldiers were nearly slaughtered by half. Fortunately, the boss's skill also had a cooldown, and the skeleton soldiers did not feel fear. Chapter 14 Private Deal with the School Beauty. Reuniting with old friends in the secret realm. Two girls in the back barely had the chance to use their skills a few times, but they weren't idle. They followed behind to collect materials and equipment. The small monsters in the dungeon do not drop experience or items, but the secret realm does. Additionally, the drop rate in the secret realm is extremely high. By the end of this journey, there were actually 137 white items, 21 green excellent items, 6 blue rare items, 5 red extraordinary items, and 2 purple epic items. In terms of magic cards, there was 1 blue card and 2 green cards. Under normal team circumstances, these items would be auctioned off. However, the scrolls belonged to Lin Xuan, and the two of them had agreed beforehand that they wouldn't take anything. If something suitable were to drop, they would buy it. Shen Hongying immediately set her sights on a pair of purple gloves. "Lin Xuan, these purple epic gloves are perfect for me. I'll offer 190,000 gold coins, what do you think?" "I want the blue card and the purple bow," Lu Qinghan said. "But I don't have enough money to bid on them. I can make a private deal with you." A private deal? Are you sure you want to use it to compensate me?" By the lakeside, Lin Xuan and Lu Qinghan stood facing each other. At a distance of half a meter, Lin Xuan could even smell the fragrance on Lu Qinghan. Chapter 15 First on the ranking, the college entrance examination begins. Everything was uneventful. While traveling with two beautiful girls was nice, Lin Xuan's main focus was still on future planning. Don't be fooled by his current ability to easily take down monsters of the same level. His health cap is comparable to a boss. If he encounters a monster that is too much higher in level, he could still be in danger. For example, that player who controls a 3-headed long-tusked mammoth. If he had bad intentions, Lin Xuan would definitely not be able to defeat him. Control breaking, positioning, area control, and large-scale AoE damage, these are capabilities that high-level players must possess. The college entrance examination should be no problem. Relying solely on skeleton soldiers, I can dominate the examination hall. The important thing is which university to attend after the exam. Different cities have vastly different resources. In a small main city like Jiang City, the only beginner dungeon is the Goblin Castle. Larger main cities may have as many as 5 beginner dungeons. More dungeons mean more types of equipment, allowing new players to develop more quickly and diversely. Currently, the largest and most famous in Xia country are the 3 Cs and 2 cities, 5 super main cities. The 3 Cs are Jinghai, Jianghai, and Nanhai. The two cities are Shanhua City and Xiangchuan City. Each of these 5 super main cities has its own characteristics. The two cities are located inland, with various species of monsters found in forests, lakes, and volcanic basins. Chapter 16, Rules, Ruins of Giant City. In the Dungeon Hall. During the college entrance examination period, this hall, which can accommodate over 100,000 people, was divided into 4 areas, the accurate area, and 3 exam waiting areas. The exam waiting areas are arranged at the front, where candidates enter after drawing lots. The 3 exam halls correspond to different martial arts examination secret realms, the Ruins of Giant City, the Forest of Glen, and Shilly Slope. These 3 secret realms are present in cities nationwide. After entering the exam hall secret realm, candidates must stay for a full 10 hours. The exam starts at 9 o'clock. It is now 8 in the morning. Lin Xuan first queued to enter the preparation area. The queue is not only for checking whether candidates have prohibited items, but also for testing each candidate's card slots. The testing room consists of rows of sealed rooms resembling telephone booths. Lin Xuan queued to enter. The interior was somewhat dim, barely visible. There were a male and a female tester. In the middle was a pillar over a meter high, with a crystal ball the size of a human head resting on top. Classmate, please place your hands on the crystal ball and reveal your card slots. The crystal ball will show the number of magic cards not obtained by personal means in the slots. If a non-zero number appears, please remove the magic cards voluntarily. After listening to the tester's statement, Lin Xuan nodded silently and waved his hand to reveal his magic card wheel. Chapter 17, Entering the Exam Hall. Jiang City's 3 major guilds. Seeing that the suited man was quite tactful this time, Lin Xuan decided to ignore him. After all, it was normal. The 2 professions, the roamer and the necromancer, have win rate records in the professional arena. It's a 70-30 split, with the necromancer at 70. Of course, the win rate is based on late-game data. At this moment, the number of skeletons summoned by the necromancer is enormous, and the roamer, wielding dual pistols, cannot compete. In the early stages, the win rates were reversed. However, Lin Xuan had summoned 32 skeletons outside the city yesterday, indicating that his skill level had reached 5. Marking the necromancer's official transition past the early game. The roamer naturally no longer had the qualifications to provoke the necromancer. Time passed slowly. And soon it was 9 o'clock in the morning. Ding ding ding. The bell for the start of the exam rang out in the dungeon hall. Below the waiting areas of the 3 exam halls, a huge hexagram magic circle lit up simultaneously. At this moment, a crisp broadcast echoed throughout the hall. On June 7th, 525 of the new era, the Unified Higher Education Examination for practitioners in Xia Country is about to begin. All candidates, please prepare. After entering the exam hall, each time a monster is killed, candidates will earn corresponding battle points and performance points. Chapter 18, Talented Individuals, National Team appears. 9 magic cards. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. If it weren't for being in the testing room, and if there weren't significant figures present who had seen their share of spectacles, they might have stood up in shock. How is that possible? Doesn't that mean he has awakened a talent? Some shook their heads in disbelief. This is talent. Since the Great Catastrophe began over 500 years ago, Jiang City has only had 59 talented individuals, including those who were lucky enough to obtain talent cards through other means later on, and even those who had talent but have since died. Today, there are fewer than 10 practitioners from Jiang City who have survived and possess talent. It has been 50 years since Jiang City last had a talented individual appear. Everyone had almost forgotten that practitioners could have talent. Unexpectedly, there was a hidden surprise this year. No wonder, no wonder. I asked the little girl at home last night if she had confidence in teaming up with 2 hidden professions to take the top spot in the college entrance examination. She replied that she couldn't do it, there are even more powerful people in Jiang City. So it turns out to be this Lin Xuan, someone exclaimed. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned. The person speaking is not an ordinary individual, their identity is the president of the Practitioner Association in Jiangcheng. Chapter 19, Entering the Core Zone. Reactions from all sides. Jiangcheng, Wenchang Square. The college entrance examination is a national event. It not only has monitoring perspectives, but also broadcasting perspectives. Wenchang Square is the only square in the northern part of the city where the college entrance examination live broadcast can be viewed. Unlike the thousands of projection screens in the monitoring room, there are only 2 split screens here. One displays the martial arts examination score rankings, and the other shows random scenes from the college entrance examination. At this moment, Lin Xuan's aunt and her family are watching the live broadcast in a corner of the square. Mom, they are switching to my cousin's screen. Is it Lin Xuan now? Quick! Help Mom see if he is injured. This kid, really, the old Lin family only has him left. Why is he thinking about participating in the martial arts exam? And you too, knowing he signed up for the martial arts exam, why didn't you tell me sooner? Otherwise, we would have had to take out our savings to buy him some suitable gear before the exam. The speaker is a middle-aged woman with some grey hair and a bandage around her eyes. Her words are filled with concern for Lin Xuan. Mom, we were just worried about your recovery after the surgery. Besides, my cousin is no simple character. He was first on the new student leaderboard before the exam. Even now, he is ranked 51st, which is 2 spots higher than my brother last year. He has no pressure at all in the examination room, he is just eating and resting. Chapter 20, Boss Mutation, Undead Catastrophe. Current points, 993 ranking, 13 first place, Lu Qinghan, 1157 second place, Luo Feng, 1150 third place, Shen Hongying, 1150 fourth place, Chen. There is still 1 hour until the martial arts examination ends. Lin Xuan glanced at the rankings. He has already made it into the top 20. If he clears this area, he should be able to take first place. He looked ahead. There, large groups of monsters were gathering. In the very center, a 10-meter-tall giant boss with flames erupting from its shoulders could be seen. A level 20 boss, the lava giant. This guarding boss is indeed difficult. Looking at the boss's appearance, Lin Xuan chuckled lightly. The lava giant has a strong desire to attack and thick health. More importantly, it can unleash wide-ranging fire skills. This skill carries a continuous burning abnormal state, which will affect practitioner skill releases. However, there is no pressure for me, the thicker the health, the better. Lin Xuan rubbed the head of the silly cow beside him, feeling no worries at all. The silly cow is now level 12. For some reason, its size has stopped at 1.6 meters, but its strength has improved significantly, having unlocked a skill, War Trample. Chapter 21, Both Sides Battle, rankings rapidly rising. 10 minutes. 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The time until the martial arts examination ends is getting closer. Both those inside and outside the venue are getting tense. At this stage, the rankings are almost equivalent to most people's college entrance examination results. The only variable is the top 20. These individuals are top-tier practitioners and teams in the novice stage. They will reserve blue and red potions to make a final push into the core zone for the top spot. At this moment, in Jiangcheng, at the southern Riverside Square, the written exam ended at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Many candidates are watching the live broadcast here. Among them are a few of Lin Xuan's classmates, who are closely following his ranking. Look, Lin Xuan's ranking has dropped to 21st. Oh no, his points haven't increased for a while, he is not injured, is he? While some here are worried, in the south of the city, Lin Xuan's cousin and brother also noticed something unusual. Seeing this situation, both siblings felt uneasy. The woman beside them, covered with a bandage, asked with a smile, "How's it going?" Is Xiao Zhuan's score still stable? Is he going to make it into the top 10? Hearing her mother's question, Xu Yunyun bit her lip. Just as she was about to say something, she was waved off by Xu Shan. Chapter 22, Breaking Records, Talent Characteristics. Look, what is that? In the square, the crowd was buzzing. Suddenly, when the screen switched, it fell silent. Everyone looked up and saw that the enormous screen was completely black. As the camera zoomed in, it revealed countless skeleton soldiers. Moreover, facing these skeleton soldiers, there were also innumerable monsters. These skeleton soldiers were summoned by a necromancer. The number of summons is terrifying. That's Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan from Riverside No. 1 High School. He is fighting against the beast horde. At this moment, the entire Jiangcheng is in shock over Lin Xuan. In the novice stage, how could he summon so many? Lin Xuan's battle awareness is so strong, even in such a chaotic battlefield, he can find the best position to unleash corpse explosion. These skeleton soldiers also have considerable attack power, managing to hold on for so long under the boss's attack. Lin Xuan is simply more domineering than those generals in war. Discussions were ongoing in the square. However, the next second, as dozens of skeleton soldiers self-destructed simultaneously, the monsters were left with low health one after another. Following that, scenes of other skeleton soldiers dealing the finishing blows appeared. All the spectators present widened their eyes and gasped. Chapter 23, Predicted College Entrance Examination Top Scorer. Spark Badge. Ding ding ding. June 7th, 7 p.m. As the bell rang, the college entrance examination officially ended. The scoreboards in the square also came to a stop. First place, Lin Xuan, 3,360 points. Second place, Lu Qinghan, 1,660 points. Third place, Luo Feng. The screen turned off. Many people stood in the square for a long time without leaving. Over 3,000 points. This not only broke Jiangcheng's record, but also seems to have successfully broken the national highest record. In the dungeon hall, as the magic circle lit up, students who participated in the martial arts examination began to appear one after another. After Lin Xuan stepped out, he instantly pulled up the hood of his mage robe and left the hall directly. He certainly knew that the college entrance examination had live broadcasts and scoreboards. And he was aware that last year's National College Entrance Examination had the highest martial arts examination combat score of only 1,500 points. Now that over 3,000 points have appeared, it will definitely attract more people to inquire. Lin Xuan is not someone who likes trouble. However, as he thought this, things did not unfold that way. Just as he exited the dungeon hall, Lin Xuan saw Lu Qinghan and Shen Hongying. Next to them, there was a tall middle-aged man. Lin Xuan initially intended to walk around, but was instantly noticed by Shen Hongying, who pulled him over. Chapter 24, Skill Resurrection of the Undead, Family S-Class Talent. Lin Xuan was somewhat stunned upon hearing this. But he quickly adjusted. After all, considering his various performances in the martial arts examination, how could he possibly hide it from everyone present? The silver-haired man saw Lin Xuan's reaction and immediately confirmed his guess. He smiled and explained, "There's no need to be surprised. Regarding your talent, we only made some inferences based on your performance. Your talent should have two effects, right? One is to increase defense, and the other can deal a percentage of damage based on the target's lost health." Upon hearing the silver-haired man's explanation, Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. The effects of talent, if not mentioned by the practitioner, cannot be known by others. Just now, he almost thought that this world had some means to check others' talents. However, these people were indeed powerful. Ordinary people might attribute it to his good luck in obtaining enough skill points to level up the summon undead skill to level 5. But for these battle-hardened and sharp-eyed individuals, they could infer a general idea just from the footage. Understanding this, Lin Xuan nodded in affirmation. Seeing him nod, The three prominent figures from Jiangcheng, who had been silent, all brightened up. Chapter 25, Exam Results Announced, University Representatives June 8. Today was the first day after the college entrance examination. However, the excitement in Jiangcheng was even greater than before the exam. Because now, the efficiency of practitioners was far higher than that of ordinary people before the Great Cataclysm. Counting scores was much simpler. Naturally, the time for announcing results was much quicker as well. This meant that today was the day results would be announced. But compared to previous years, this year, the people of Jiangcheng were even more eager to see the news about Lin Xuan. Currently, the major cities had difficulty directly communicating information, and only the number 9 could obtain the results from other places. With live broadcasts of the college entrance examination scores, everyone knew that Lin Xuan was the prodigy from Jiangcheng. The top scorer from Jiangcheng was definitely him. So, while everyone was excited, they were also looking forward to whether he could take the national top scorer. The national top scorer, Jiangcheng hasn't produced one in over 500 years. It's still too early to talk about the national top scorer. A few days ago, I was following other rookie practitioners in different places. And this year there are also many talented individuals. Haha, no matter how many talents there are, can they compare to Lin Xuan? Over 300 points in the martial arts examination combat score, even Li Jiangbai, the current number 1 in Xiagua, couldn't he achieve that back then? Stop arguing. The final college entrance examination results are out. June 5, 25, Jiangcheng College Entrance Examination Gold List, Chapter 26, Crisis, Puppeteer facing the inquiries from several admissions teachers. Lin Xuan fell silent for a moment. The enrollment conditions they offered were quite generous. Although Beijing North University only offered cash rewards. Being the number 1 university in the country represented numerous resources. The dungeons, secret realms, and even the exploration of forbidden zones controlled by the school were absolutely ahead of other universities. However, Lin Xuan now had his talent in hand and had no high demands for resources. Moreover, he actually had some doubts about these universities. Before the Great Cataclysm, the main purpose of universities was to cultivate talents for scientific research. But now, practitioners only needed a skill book to learn a skill. What was the purpose of universities spending a lot of money to recruit talented martial arts examinees? Was it for national warfare? But national warfare wasn't at the point where college students would participate, right? Lin Xuan thought silently, and he also made a decision in his heart. Thank you for your kindness, teachers. I choose Mingzhu University. Mingzhu University is located in Jianghaishi, near the Forbidden Zone of Divine Grace Cemetery. This was something Lin Xuan had considered before. Mingzhu University, nice, it's very suitable for necromancers. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's response, the other admissions teachers showed a hint of regret. Chapter 27, Blink, Resurrection of the Undead after Chairman Shen Wanha's narration. Lin Xuan finally understood that the dangers in this world were not only from the endless beasts outside, but also from dark organizations like the Black Church and the Ancient God Society. After the silver-haired man conducted another examination, he suggested to Lin Xuan, do you have any matters left in Jiangcheng? I heard you chose to go to Mingzhu University. I suggest you can report to Jianghaishi in advance. I don't have anything urgent. My original plan was to leave for Jianghaishi in a week. A week is fine. The silver-haired man paused and continued, before you leave, I will send someone to protect you, in case the puppeteer targets you. Here, take this. The silver-haired man took out a business card. When you arrive in Jianghaishi, you can contact this person. He is the head of the Spark Guild stationed in Jianghaishi. Try to meet him, show your Spark badge. And if you encounter any trouble in Jianghaishi in the future, you can find him. Okay. This was a guild benefit, so Lin Xuan naturally did not refuse. In the remaining time, Lin Xuan and the two exchanged a few more details. After confirming that there was nothing else, he returned to the supermarket, bought 2 packs of cola, and went back home. Chapter 28, Teaming Up. Entering the Shili Slope dungeon, at the door were 2 girls, Lu Qinghan and Shen Hongying. Ha ha! Didn't he expect we could find you here? Lin Xuan was still standing at the door, curious. Shen Hongying had already pulled Lu Qinghan into the house. Oh, you, a big man, are quite tidy. Shen Hongying looked around curiously, even glancing at the trash can. Lin Xuan, seeing this, helplessly rubbed his forehead. What does she take him for? What are you doing here? Lin Xuan took 2 bottles of drinks from the refrigerator and placed them on the table, asking. To see you off. Shen Hongying said boldly, taking one and drinking it without hesitation. Lin Xuan also gave her courage a thumbs up. However, did they actually know he was leaving Jiangcheng today? That makes sense. Lin Xuan suddenly realized. Shen Wanhe, the chairman Shen, is Shen Hongying's father. However, their timing was just right. The dungeon difficulty levels are normal, hard, nightmare, hell, and apocalyptic. The normal and hard modes of the level 20 dungeon allow solo play. The other difficulties require 5 people, so Lin Xuan took the opportunity to invite the 2. Sure. Actually, we were planning to team up with you to run the dungeon today. Shen Hongying took off her shoes, crossed her legs on the sofa, and nodded repeatedly upon hearing the suggestion. Chapter 29, Speedrunning. Normal difficulty. Shili Slope. The appearance of the Shili Slope dungeon is very similar to the Novice Secret Realm. Hills, rivers, and dense forests. However, compared to the spacious and freely accessible Novice Trial Secret Realm, Shili Slope is just a main road that runs all the way through. The space is not large. Someone once measured it. If there were no magical creatures, it would take about 50 minutes to walk through. It is just slightly larger than the small country of Monaco before the Great Cataclysm. The path is simple, and the space is limited. The magical creatures inside are also simple. The first half is peach demons, and the second half is willow ghosts. Upon seeing Lin Xuan and his 5 companions appear, the peach demons screamed and waved their branches to strike at them. Frostbolt, Sword Slash, Earth Split Charge, Divine Protection. One skill after another was unleashed. Although it was their first time cooperating, they were all top tier among novice adventurers. Their skills combined smoothly. An ordinary difficulty dungeon posed no challenge to them. Lin Xuan commanded the skeletons, summoned the clumsy bull, and also summoned the frost giant from Wukao. After Wukao ended, he had contracted the corpse of the frost giant. After the contract, Lin Xuan named it Stone Xiao Xiao. In recent days, the frost giant's level had also reached level 15. As for the clumsy bull, it had reached level 20 and unlocked its second skill, Earth Shatter. Chapter 30, a 50 billion item deep within the dungeon. Lin Xuan and his companions looked at the scattered items emitting an orange peel glow, completely stunned. Above the epic level are the 2 higher tiers, legend and myth. However, there is a saying circulating in the adventurer community, no orange below level 30, no gold below level 50. Of course, this doesn't mean it's impossible to appear. But the widespread knowledge of this saying reflects just how low the drop rate for legendary and mythical items is. Lin Xuan, take a look at what item it is. Hearing the urging voice, Lin Xuan snapped back to his senses, bent down, and picked up the item. He found that the dropped orange item was actually a magic card. It was an orange legendary magic card. Lin Xuan held it in his hand and showed it to everyone. The scene instantly fell silent. An orange magic card. If it were equipment, that would be fine. Shili Slope is a level 20 dungeon. Even if it's an orange legendary equipment, it would only be level 20. No matter how amazing its attributes, it wouldn't be usable for long before needing replacement. But magic cards are different. They are universal for all levels. However, What shocked everyone even more was that Lin Xuan glanced at the magic card's information, paused, and said, "This is a talent card." What? How is that possible? Chapter 31, top of the 5 rankings again, leaving Ashili Slope completion leaderboard, first place, 013527 Captain, Zhun Bujian members, Qianshan Zhu, Luo Hongying, Na Xiu. Zui Li Qiaodeng, second place, 020356 Captain, Xiao Ruo Fufeng members, Zhu Julu Ming, Qing Qingzi Jin, Bu Bu Wow, Zhun Bujian is really impressive. Finishing half an hour faster. Yeah, he is so fast, but why do I feel like he is from our Jiang city? You really dare to think? We already have a genius like Lin Xuan in Jiang city, how could there be another Zhun Bujian? Zhun Bujian is indeed not from Jiang city, recently. The neighboring Jiangnan city has been holding the finals of the College League, and many new adventurers have passed through Jiang city. Remember the Goblin Castle dungeon record? At that time, there was a person wearing silver light armor, suspected to be a sword emperor, who appeared in Jiang city. And just now, I saw her figure at the College League live broadcast site, which is the Jiangnan City Dungeon Hall. Such a coincidental time and place. She is very likely to be Zhun Bujian. Bro, are you serious? Zhun Bujian is obviously a male nickname, right? What male? Can names even have gender? Then you tell me, is Qing Qingzi Jin a male or a female? Chapter 32, Potential Dragon List, planning while Lin Xuan set off for Jianghai City. The Summer Kingdom also began to buzz with excitement. First, the College League, where Beijing North University successfully defended its championship title. This achievement has genuinely become this year's most outstanding recruitment brochure. Of course, while many adventurers were excited, they also paid attention to another matter. The Potential Dragon List. This was originally a list circulated only among upper echelons, but for some reason, it has been made public this year. What is the Potential Dragon List? Stunned, huh? I told you to browse the internet more, but you insisted on studying every day. The Potential Dragon List is released by a mysterious organization codenamed Penguin. They compiled a potential ranking list based on collected information about novice adventurers nationwide, considering their profession, talent, skills, and achievements. The Penguin organization is very mysterious. And their information is very accurate, much of it is even unheard of by most adventurers. For example, the Cheng family in Jiangnan City, Cheng Pu. Many people know he transitioned to the rare profession of Dragon Knight this year, but the Potential Dragon List indicates he has also awakened an S-class talent. Is that true? Does the Penguin even know about talents? Then Cheng Pu must rank first on the Potential Dragon List, right? Chapter 33, Mingzhu University. Teaching model. The distribution of urban areas in Jianghai City consists of outer and inner cities. Each has 9 rings. Mingzhu University is located at the junction of the inner and outer rings, belonging to the old city wall area. Since the outer city is an expanded section, many roads remain rugged and uneven. Lin Xuan was riding a mount summoned by a somewhat socially anxious senior sister, a little brown deer. As for the socially anxious senior sister Guo Miao Miao, she was also riding a deer, but hers was pink. Little Tu and Little Fen are not combat mounts. I will lead them around the monster zones. So the time to reach the campus might be a bit long. If you're tired, junior brother, you can rest on Little Tu. He is very obedient and runs fast and steadily, so you don't have to worry about falling off. It's fine. I'm not tired for now, Lin Xuan replied with a smile. Although he hadn't known Guo Miao Miao for long, he could roughly guess that Guo Miao Miao got into Mingzhu University through the academic exam, which means she is a non-combatant. Lin Xuan understood. Adventurers can indeed grant extraordinary abilities, but not everyone enjoys fighting. Throughout the journey, Guo Miao Miao didn't say much, but she was quite responsible. Briefly explaining the basic information about Mingzhu University to Lin Xuan. Chapter 34, Credits, Heaven and Earth Rankings. Yes. Mingzhu University divides its students' credits into two lists, the Heaven ranking and the Earth ranking. Guo Miao explained crisply. Not long after, she brought Lin Xuan to a square. In the center of the square, 3 stone tablets stood side by side. Radiance flowed around the tablets, and they were adorned with names. These were the 3 major rankings of Mingzhu. From left to right, they were the Earth ranking, the Sky ranking, and the Trial Tower ranking. Trial Tower, Lin Xuan murmured. Before coming here, he had seen quite a bit of information about the Trial Tower while checking out Mingzhu University. The Trial Tower was a monster trial ground created by Mingzhu University, and it was the core of the educational model. The first level consisted of level 10 monsters. And for each subsequent level, the monsters' level increased by 5. Students entered and began their challenges from the first level. Only by clearing each level could they exit the tower. Inside the tower, they could gain experience, and upon exiting, they could settle and receive items. It could be said that each level was a small secret realm. However, unlike secret realms, death inside the trial tower did not result in the death of one's true self. This was a large-scale trial ground for honing the strength of practitioners. I know about the trial tower, but what are the Sky ranking and Earth ranking? Lin Xuan asked. Chapter 35, Underestimating the Effects of Life Water. Noticing the gazes of those people, Lin Xuan frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. However, Guo Miao should be able to handle it. She just needed to take out her school badge to instantly turn the situation around. I didn't bring my school badge today, Guo Miao said somewhat dejectedly. Upon hearing this, the female practitioner looked a bit stunned. Before she could say anything, the male practitioner beside her laughed. Ha, didn't he bring it? I can say the same thing. I'm a student of Mingzhu University, but I don't have, no. I didn't bring my badge. I thought I actually encountered a student from Mingzhu University, but it turns out to be a little scammer. I'm not a scammer, Guo Miao said, her face filled with anger, almost crying. Lin Xuan felt a desire to teach the two a lesson and coldly said, Dude. That's a bit too much, isn't it? Oh, there's a flower protector. The male practitioner looked Lin Xuan up and down, and suddenly felt a surge of anger. Damn, you're quite handsome. He placed one hand on his hip and raised the other, pointing at Lin Xuan. You little pretty boy, watch your words next time. Standing in front of you is a rare profession, the Wandering Warrior, ranked 9 to 7th in the college entrance examination of Anqing. A prospective student of Mingzhu University. Chapter 36, Luxurious Dormitory Building. Heading to the Divine Grace Cemetery, the registration process was done quickly. Li Ming was the head of the admissions office, and under his guidance, Lin Xuan only needed to sign his name and receive a badge from Mingzhu University to complete his enrollment. Afterward, Li Ming led Lin Xuan to the dormitory area. The badge was very important at Mingzhu, as it recorded your credits in real time. Of course, it could also be used for credit transactions and information transfers. You can explore its specific functions more, but remember, the badge relies on magical energy. You must always pay attention to its magical value. The charging method is also quite simple, Li Ming explained as they walked. Upon arriving at a parking lot, he drove Lin Xuan to the bottom of a small villa building. The structure of Mingzhu University's internal and external courtyards was very simple. The cafeteria, activity area, dungeon area, dormitory buildings, and other locations were built in a clockwise manner around the stone tablets. This is your dormitory building at Mingzhu University. Of course, if you enter the inner courtyard in the future, you can choose a different dormitory building. After the two got out of the car, Lin Xuan stared blankly at the 3-story villa Li Ming was pointing at. A 3-story villa for students to live in. This is too luxurious. It should be noted that in Jiangcheng, living space was very important. Only individuals at the level of City Lord or Deputy City Lord were qualified to live in villa buildings. Chapter 37, Lightning Power Upgrade. New skill Soulfire. The Divine Grey Cemetery is located on the coast in the southeastern part of Jiangkai City. It is perpetually shrouded in grey mist. And the sky is also a dull grey. The distance from Mingzhu University to the Divine Grey Cemetery is quite long. Lin Xuan found a mount team near the school. This was a team of horse-type monsters. The monster was called the Crimson Flame Horse, and there were 7 in the team, organized by 2 young practitioners. It was Lin Xuan's first time riding. Looking down at the monster with flames coming from its nostrils, he felt a sense of novelty. If I contract a crawling monster, wouldn't that be equivalent to having a mount before level 50? After summoning the undead to level 2, he increased his contract slots by 2. One of them was contracted to the Frost Giant. Both the Silly Cow and the Frost Giant were in human form, which was not suitable as mounts. Now there was still 1 contract slot left. Practitioners unlock the pet function at level 30, the equipment function at level 40, and the mount function at level 50. Pets generally cannot be used as mounts. Forcing a ride could even lead to the pet committing suicide. Contracted beasts are different. I can command them completely. Lin Xuan thought of a movie he had seen in his past life starring Nicholas, titled The Death Knight. In the ending part, there was a fiery horse. Chapter 38, Power Surge, sweeping the Divine Grey Cemetery. Lin Xuan did not expect to see Liu Ruyan here. What surprised him even more was that the 2 men beside her were not the wanderer from Binjiang No. 1 High School. From their conversation and Liu Ruyan's demeanor, they were likely not ordinary people. What's wrong, Ruyan? Nothing, it's fine. Liu Ruyan's gaze flickered, not daring to look directly at Lin Xuan. She never expected that after awakening her profession, the Lin Xuan she looked down upon would actually rise to become the national champion. Now, staying in Jiangcheng made her feel like a clown. Beside Liu Ruyan were 2 young men with considerable presence. They also noticed Lin Xuan. Seeing Lin Xuan ignore the 3 of them and walk straight into the hotel, their brows furrowed slightly. They naturally could tell that Liu Ruyan's unusual behavior was likely due to him. Ruyan, do you know that person from earlier? Ah, I don't know him. But it seems he's from the same high school. Oh, that's fine. I thought that kid had troubled you. Let us go, Ruyan. I've been at the camp for 3 days, and I'm somewhat familiar with the surroundings. There's a barbecue place at the street corner. Lin Xuan brushed past the 3, feeling no ripple in his heart. As a hidden profession, Liu Ruyan could naturally enter Mingzhu University. Chapter 39, Skeletal Dragon. Silver Moon Guild. Time flew by quickly. Lin Xuan had good luck. By around 3 in the afternoon, he was only 1 death-type boss away from completing the Summon Undead limit-breaking quest. Unfortunately, he had not encountered the skeletal dragon. At this moment, Lin Xuan was resting in the skeleton zone. At this rate, it seems unlikely that I'll reach level 50 before school starts. Today I gained quite a bit of experience. But it was shared with the Silly Cow and the Frost Giant. I'm still at level 21. At this pace, if I hadn't secured the top position in 10 dungeons, I wouldn't be able to automatically gain experience every day. Forget about level 50, even reaching level 45 would be difficult. Lin Xuan was a bit silent. I should go back and ask if there are any places in the God's Grace graveyard with a lot of monsters. Otherwise, at my speed, I need to hurry to the camp, which feels like a waste of time. Or maybe I should just casually contract a skeletal warhorse as a mount. Newbie players usually enter the God's Grace graveyard in groups, riding the mounts provided by the group to venture deeper. When night approaches, the higher-level players in the group return and ride back to the camp. Lin Xuan glanced at the time. If I don't encounter any suitable contract beasts on the way back, I'll join a group tomorrow and give it a try. Chapter 40, Stealing the Boss. First time gaining gold. Qin Hui is a small-minded person. At least that's what he thinks of himself, and he takes pride in it. Ever since he was young, Qin Hui discovered that he enjoyed the thrill of stealing. He relished this feeling a lot. After switching to the thief profession last year, he amplified this thrill recklessly. Stealing bosses, pilfering materials from other players, stealing the boss from the national champion, it's really exciting, haha. Qin Hui watched the movements ahead, his body trembling uncontrollably. Stealth, speed, magic card skills, and critical strike effects activated. Qin Hui stealthily approached the battlefield. At this moment, Lin Xuan was completely unaware of everything. The battle between hundreds of skeletons and the skeletal dragon seemed perilous, but it was actually a sure win. Although the skeletal dragon could easily kill a dozen skeleton soldiers with a single swipe of its tail, Lin Xuan didn't even have time to let the skeleton soldiers self-destruct. But he felt no panic at all. This situation seems a bit abnormal. Is the damage this high? Level suppression. I hope the skeletal dragon's level doesn't exceed 30. Once a monster's level exceeds or falls below 5 levels of the player, the experience gain decreases by 20% for each level. And the items dropped will also significantly decrease. In other words, I'm currently at level 21. Chapter 41, Skeletal Dragon Pet Egg, Mythical Magic Card. Level 30 Lord Level Boss. Oval-shaped item. A skeletal dragon pet egg. Lin Xuan quickly placed the item into his backpack, and clicked to view the details. Item, pet egg. Description, skeletal dragon pet egg, can be hatched by players after reaching level 30. It really is a pet egg, what a pity. Players must reach level 30 to unlock the pet function. Lin Xuan is currently level 21, feeling quite itchy. No, I already have a skeletal dragon now. Lin Xuan looked up. Next to him stood a massive skeletal dragon that was 30 meters tall. My lord! A loud explosion echoed, nearly startling Lin Xuan into using his teleportation. When he came to his senses, he realized it was the skeletal dragon speaking. Pets and contract beasts have 5 qualities: ordinary, rare, mutated, precious, and divine beast. It is said that pets of precious quality and above can communicate mentally with their owners. Could it be? Lin Xuan locked eyes with the skeletal dragon, whose eye sockets glowed with a ghostly green light. Contract beast, skeletal dragon, quality, precious skeletal dragon, level 10. Upon checking the skeletal dragon's attributes, it indeed reached the precious quality. Although it's not a divine beast, Lin Xuan was still very satisfied. Chapter 42, Returning to the camp, testing the mythical item. Approaching the edge of the God's Grace graveyard. The danger level is relatively low. However, once a contracted monster dies, it cannot be resurrected. Therefore, after leveling the skeletal dragon nearby to level 10, with the assistance of the skeleton soldiers, Lin Xuan finally started heading to the camp. On the way back, Lin Xuan didn't let the skeletal dragon run. At 50 meters long, even walking made the ground tremble. As they neared the camp, he could see many players returning in the same direction. Most of them had mounts. But compared to Lin Xuan's 30-meter-tall skeletal dragon, some people felt a pang of envy. A skeletal dragon mount. How did he get that? The probability of encountering such a thing is already low. And the probability of it dropping as a mount is even lower. This guy's luck is truly unbelievable. Something's off. Is the skeletal dragon mount really this big? Passers-by were discussing animatedly. Furthermore, some players chased after him, shouting, "Hey, buddy, where did you get that skeletal dragon? Teach me. Big brother. Is that skeletal dragon mount for sale? Big brother, let me ride it." The one chasing from behind was a player carrying a large hammer and wearing a cross necklace. Chapter 43, Magic Card Level Maxed. Preparing before school starts. The stall owner's surname is Liu. Due to the large amount of money involved, the two went through the normal process and arrived at the trading hall. This place is managed by the player association, ensuring transaction safety. The stall owner took out the magic card, and after Lin Xuan received it, he transferred the money to the man. The sound of coins clinking filled the air. The stall owner happily opened his phone. After confirming that the gold had arrived, he looked at Lin Xuan. Buddy, do you want to buy anything else? Although I'm just a small merchant, I know quite a few friends. Magic cards, equipment, materials, items, gems, whatever you want, just tell me. Even if I don't have it here, I can get it from my friends. The two were now sitting in a small booth within the trading hall, which had a magic array that ensured the privacy of player transactions. Lin Xuan thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have any equipment that reduces skill cooldowns? Or magic cards suitable for necromancers?" Equipment that reduces skill cooldowns is a bit tricky. As a newbie, you should know that in the early stages, most professions have a significant drawback due to long skill cooldowns. Currently, I don't have any, but I know someone who has a pair of shoes that reduce cooldowns. If you need them, I can contact him for you. Chapter 44. Approaching school, the Bone Cage. On August 29th, the weather was clear. The typhoon had just passed. Even on such a sunny day, Jianghai City felt a bit damp, especially in the outer districts. Because it was an expanded area, many places lacked magic arrays. And many roads were not constructed. The originally rugged road was even more filled with numerous puddles. Splash! By the lush mountain path, a spray of water was kicked up. Two players in splendid gear were riding on the backs of shadow cats, racing towards Mingzhu University. Haha, Qinghan, I told you the cat demon mount is great to ride. Fast and steady. The speaker was Shen Hongying, dressed in combat attire, her face full of vigor. Since the end of the college entrance examination, she had been leveling up in Jiangcheng for over 2 months. At this moment, she had already reached level 50. Beneath her was the level 50 mount. A shadow cat demon. How much do you really like cats? You chose a cat for your level 30 pet, and another cat for your level 50 mount. Lu Qinghan, riding alongside her, pursed her lips. Her level had also reached 50. Of course, under the persuasion of her good friend, she reluctantly tamed a cat demon as well. Cats are great. They are agile, gentle in temperament, and you can pet them while riding. They are the best choice for mounts. Chapter 45, the first person of Xia country. Meeting gift. The Xinghua Guild. It was the guild Lin Xuan was invited to join after his college entrance examination. According to the silver-haired player who recruited him, the president of the Xinghua Guild was none other than Xia country's strongest player, Li Jiangbai. The vice president was the world's strongest player, Einstein. With these two around, Xinghua was virtually the strongest guild globally. However, the Xinghua Guild's philosophy was the flame of civilization, enduring and unceasing, aimed at nurturing the seeds of civilization. The guild did not participate in the power struggles between major guilds on a daily basis. When Lin Xuan returned to Jianghaishi, it was already the afternoon of the second day. This was his first time in the inner city of Jianghaishi, or rather, this was the true super city of Jianghaishi. Unlike the outer city, which was mixed with mountains, grasslands, and lakes, this area was more modernized. Towering skyscrapers and flying vehicles crisscrossed the sky. If it weren't for the beast-shaped mounts visible everywhere on the roads, Lin Xuan would have thought he was back on Earth. Checking the time, it was 3:10 in the afternoon. Lin Xuan thought for a moment and, according to the address on his phone, arrived at the residence of the Xinghua Guild's representative in Jianghai. It seemed to be a martial arts training hall. Standing outside, he could see several students inside practicing with swords and guns. Lin Xuan was no longer the bewildered youth he was when he first crossed over. Chapter 46, Roommate. Life water. As Lin Xuan pondered, the two exchanged contact information. He really couldn't believe that a seemingly delicate, front desk girl was actually a Tier 3 powerhouse. Sister Xiao, I'm heading back now. See you when you have time. Lin Xuan bid farewell to the representative of the Xinghua Guild in Jianghai and returned to the outer courtyard of Mingzhu University. Today was August 30th. Just one day before the start of school. The campus had already become lively, with many students stopping to discuss in front of the stone tablet in the outer courtyard. Various corners of the campus were filled with small groups of students. However, as Lin Xuan got closer to the villa building where he would be staying, the number of students around gradually decreased. I wonder who my roommate will be. The student accommodation at Mingzhu University was divided into 9 zones. And Lin Xuan was in Zone 9, Room 62. The villa could accommodate 4 people, but those assigned here were at least top scorers. Lin Xuan was looking forward to who his roommates would be. Upon returning to the 3-story villa, he noticed that the lights were on in the first floor, and the room opposite his on the 3rd floor. Did only one roommate come? Lin Xuan walked into the first-floor living room. On the villa's control panel, he only saw the registration information for his 3rd-floor roommate, Ling Fei, from Nanhai City. Chapter 47, Meeting Old Friends, Luxurious Panel. The matter of the life water went very smoothly. Lin Xuan didn't expect that the seller was actually the player he had seen next to Li Jiangbai yesterday. In the end, Lin Xuan spent 30 billion to buy 5 drops of life water. He also learned why the price had risen. This year's secret realm that produced life water had encountered problems. When he left the club, it was still not noon. Lin Xuan took Li Ming's car towards the school. The two chatted briefly about the details of the school opening tomorrow while in the car. Upon arriving at the school, Lin Xuan headed straight back to the villa building. As soon as he entered, he saw his roommate Ling Fei lying in the living room resting. On the floor beside her lay a stone hammer. Sure enough, someone who could be a top scorer must be both talented and hardworking. Hearing the sound, Ling Fei turned around and was a bit surprised to see him. You're back so early. Didn't hear you say tonight. Did they come to see you? Lin Xuan immediately reacted and asked. Yes. They came to find you not long after you left. So early, could it be something urgent? 2 contrasting beauties, if he guessed correctly. It should be Lu Qinghan and Shen Hongying. Lin Xuan thought for a moment and decided to contact them. At that time in Jiangcheng, they had exchanged contact information. Chapter 48, Official Start of School, Exaggerated Credit Exchange Items. Lin Xuan let out a long breath and calmed down. After a brief brainstorming session, he ultimately did not choose to take unnecessary risks. This sword talisman was almost a life-saving token. He decided to keep it. Lin Xuan waved his hand, clicked on the backpack in the panel, and looked at an orange magic card in his backpack. This was the second time he had seen an orange legendary magic card. The first time was when he opened a dungeon chest and obtained an orange talent card, which was eventually auctioned off by Lu Qinghan for 500 billion. Now, after 2.5 months, he obtained another orange magic card, given to him by someone else. Magic card, experience boost type, mysterious quality, legendary level, LV1 effect. After equipping, experience gain increases by an additional 10, a level 1 magic card gives 10%. And at level 5, doesn't that mean at least 50%? I have a level 5 purple one that adds 30%, together that's at least 80%. That's almost double the experience. No wonder it's from a senior, they can tell what I lack. Magic cards of the same quality and function cannot coexist. Lin Xuan could no longer use the purple experience boost magic card. But this one given to him was orange. Time to level up now. Chapter 49, Potential Level. New student trial rules. It seemed that Lu Qinghan sensed Lin Xuan's gaze. She turned her head slightly. The two exchanged glances, and Lin Xuan suddenly felt a bit awkward. In the past 2 months, his strength has improved significantly, thanks in no small part to the money he received from the Lu family. I already knew that Mingzhu University allows students to exchange credits for talent cards. Lu Qinghan seemed to sense what he was thinking. After whispering a couple of sentences, she continued to check the information on her wristband. Lin Xuan shook his head at her behavior and decided not to think too much about it. Since the other party already knew about this matter in advance, despite spending 50 billion in Jiangcheng to purchase a talent card. There could only be two possibilities. Either the talent card was a perfect match for her, or the credit requirement for the talent card exchange at Mingzhu University was high and difficult to earn. Checking the exchange requirements, it turned out that the requirement for an orange talent card was as high as 9,990,000 credits. Lin Xuan looked up at the 3 stone tablets in front of him. On the ranking board for the external colleges, the top rank had only 7,800,000 credits. Could it be that even the top student in the external college couldn't exchange for a legendary magic card? Lin Xuan frowned and then chuckled softly. The school couldn't possibly leave items that couldn't be exchanged. These students must have used their credits elsewhere. Chapter 50, The Freshman Trial Begins, Killing. Ha ha ha. I'm sure you're all excited now. A friendly reminder, from now on, your wristband cannot be turned off. Your credits and the IDs of professionals obtained from the central crystals of the main cities will be projected next to you in real time. Above the silver tier of credits, there are also gold, platinum, diamond, obsidian, and king tiers. After the trial ends, the school will also distribute rewards based on the credit tier. The white-robed dean stood in mid-air, smiling broadly like a cunning old fox tempting people to commit crimes, igniting the enthusiasm of many freshmen. However, Lin Xuan below clicked his tongue, feeling targeted. In the square, everyone had a light screen on one arm. Most of them were black iron or bronze, while he was silver, projecting 2 very conspicuous lines of text, "You don't see." 10,000. It was indeed as mentioned online. Mingzhu University would use their own IDs and place great emphasis on competition among professionals. It seemed that preparing for PvP was the right move. Chapter 51, Resurrection Mechanism. Chaotic Start. Is it a decline in morality, or a loss of humanity? The remaining over 200 freshmen present instantly became furious. Upperclassmen bullying freshmen. Veteran employees bullying new hires, this kind of thing happens everywhere. But killing is unforgivable. Even Lin Xuan frowned, feeling a surge of anger. Some of these people had gone too far. But does the school not care about such matters? Go die! Shouted a man who saw his companion die. The moment he charged out of the altar, a strong golden light erupted from him. A rare profession, Iron Guardian, awakened skill. The man leaped high, raising his fist wrapped in golden light, and smashing it down towards the crowd outside the altar. Boom! A huge skill raised a cloud of dust. Confinement halo. Crushing fist. After a few intense sounds of fighting and beast roars, the dust settled. Beside the senior, who had stabbed the man's partner with a sword, a berserker stepped forward, raising both hands to support a deep blue iron wall. Copper wall, iron wall. A classic defensive awakened skill of a level 50 berserker. Not only that, another professional, who seemed to be a summoner, summoned a werewolf that brutally stomped down on the Iron Guardian man. Chapter 52, Battles Against Professionals, Chaos Erupts. 3 forces were faintly forming a standoff. Behind was over 200 freshmen in the altar, and in front were over 100 second-year seniors. Lin Xuan was caught in the middle, showing no signs of fear. As a necromancer, he needed the momentum of having an army. Let Esco help you, don't see. He is the top of our freshman class, and if he is defeated and humiliated, it would be a slap in the face for all of us freshmen. The Iron Guardian was clearly a person of loyalty. He brought his recently revived friend to Lin Xuan's side. Seeing them approach, Lin Xuan couldn't help but think of his cousin Shushan, who was also a rare profession Iron Guardian, and had a similar personality to the man in front of him. No need to come over, I can handle it. Lin Xuan waved his hand, retracting the clumsy bull and frost giant. The skeleton soldiers could die freely, but the contract beasts could not. Seeing him put away the 2 contract beasts, the second-year professionals thought he was afraid. A few snickered, wanting to mock him. Lin Xuan stopped wasting words. The people in front of him were not seniors, in his eyes, they were just credits. Whoosh! The ghostly green soul fire skill was released. The soul fire moved quickly, hitting the summoner, who didn't even have time to raise a shield. Chapter 53, Situation Reversal, Diamond Tier. The Necromancer never feared chaotic battles, especially Lin Xuan, whose skeleton soldiers could trigger crowd control effects. The moment the electric arc was generated, the outcome of the battlefield was already determined. Zizzizizi. The golden electric arc splashed and connected to everyone. Soon, the entire battlefield was enveloped in an electric net. Even if some professionals managed to escape using control and displacement skills, they would still be splashed by the electric arcs of others nearby, falling into a paralyzed state. What the hell? Damn it! I can't move. Countless people became paralyzed, physically immobilized. In Lin Xuan's talent, the true damage effect meant that the thicker the target's health bar, the higher the damage when the skill hit the opponent with low health. The professionals had too low health, so the number of deaths was not high at the moment. The scene turned into everyone being like fish wrapped up in an electric net, almost continuously paralyzed. Of course, due to Lin Xuan not grouping with the freshmen. Those who rushed in to help him also got splashed by the electric arcs and fell into an abnormal state after being paralyzed. Previously, the two sides had just ignited the flames of conflict. As a new student just resurrected from the altar immediately joined the battlefield. Seeing their fellow new professionals being controlled in place, their mouths twitched. Chapter 54, Summon Dynasty, Planning. The stone tablet square fell into a brief silence. At their stage, although their horizons had not completely opened. But it is also understood that there are many heroes in the world, just like fish crossing a river. Lin Xuan was able to take the national top spot with an ordinary profession, and was ranked first on the Penguin Organization's potential dragon list. Naturally, there are reasons and strength behind this. However, no matter how strong one is, it shouldn't lead to a starting advantage of 200,000 credits, right? At this time, this score can only be attributed to a conflict with older students. It is highly likely that someone attempted to block a revival point, and was overwhelmed by his skeleton soldiers. Someone quickly analyzed the reason, and gained the approval of most people. Another fierce person, who could also summon magical beasts and other helpers. Yes, the summoning dynasty has begun. Someone sighed. As the words fell, the stone tablet square fell silent for a moment before erupting into a clamor. It's unplayable. Every year's top spot is held by someone who plays summoning. Wasn't it said that professionals undergo extraordinary evolution, and gather great power within themselves? How did it turn into having more people equating to more power? In the square, countless gazes were fixed on the credit rankings on the stone tablet, questioning their lives. Some even began to browse the credit exchange store, hesitantly eyeing the summoner, necromancer, beastmaster, druid, and other class transfer scrolls that could summon. Chapter 55, The News Spreads. Crisis inside the secret realm, time passed quickly. The resources here, including magical beasts, herbs, and ores, are very rich. After the initial panic and chaos, the newcomers quickly adapted. They began to organize teams to hunt magical beasts, gather herbs, and mine. For a while, the newcomer trial secret realm fell silent. However, this brief silence was soon broken. A short message quickly spread within the secret realm. A newcomer had been promoted to diamond rank with a total of 200,000 credits. 200,000 credits. The news not only shocked the newcomers, but also left the older second-year students momentarily stunned. Countless people wondered what was happening. However, when they learned exactly who the newcomer was and how they reached 200,000 credits, everyone fell silent. Some were afraid, some were envious, and some were worried. Various emotions spread among the many professionals. In the end, most could only sigh in anger. That kid brought a group of lightning skeletons. There's simply no way to fight back. Damn it, I hope I don't run into Jun Bujian. Does anyone in the secret realm know a blacksmith or tailor? I need to craft a set of insulated clothing. Many were worried, complaining. Even while killing magical beasts and collecting resources. They first checked if there were any skeleton soldiers nearby. Chapter 56, Soul Grass, 1 million credits. Whoosh! A magic arrow wrapped in blue tail feathers shot straight towards Lin Xuan's forehead. Lin Xuan grinned. There was no reason to attack you guys. He flashed to adjust his position, tossing a corpse of a willow ghost boss to disrupt the progress of the two. Then, he used the bone cage for strong control. Followed by output skills, Soul Fire, Grip of Death. Finally, he delivered an artistic explosion. Boom! Accompanied by the smoke rising from the explosion of the corpse ghost boss. In an instant, the two professionals, along with their mounts, vanished into the forest. 56,000, 37, 200. Ah, there's a good person. Guo Miao Miao joyfully stopped her pink deer, and looked towards Lin Xuan's direction. Due to the backlight, she couldn't see his face clearly, so she sweetly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, kind person. Lin Xuan was originally immersed in the joy of catching a big fish, but was unexpectedly handed a good person card. He couldn't help but smirk. Senior sister, it's me. He jumped down from the rock and quickly arrived in front of Guo Miao Miao. Ah, it's you. Guo Miao Miao's face instantly turned bright red. Lin Xuan shook his head. This senior sister is still socially anxious. Senior sister, it's so dangerous in the trial secret realm, why did you come here? Chapter 57, I just like you all rushing to hand out credits, large encirclement crash. Dozens of people emerged from the forest, a dark mass. Each rode a Silver Moon fierce wolf mount, exuding an imposing aura. It's the Silver Moon Guild. You better pray for yourself. The female professional assassin narrowed her eyes and said. Picking up Guo Miao Miao, and instantly appearing in the shade of a nearby tree. In just a moment, the two reappeared in the shadow of a larger tree. Shadow Traverse. One of the level 50 awakening skills of the Shadow Assassin. It is one of the most favored and desired awakening skills by all Shadow Assassins. It allows continuous traversal between shadows in the area. An awakening skill that is quite cool. Seeing this scene, Lin Xuan sighed enviously, wishing he could steal it for himself. Every time a professional levels up by 10, many new functions are unlocked. For example, unlocking pets at level 30, unlocking sets at level 40, and unlocking mounts at level 50. Similarly, level 60 unlocks the arena, level 70 unlocks sequence battles, level 80 unlocks skill stealing, and level 90 unlocks team dungeons. Among them, the skill stealing at level 80 allows a professional to learn a skill from another profession. The skill stealing is quite random. If one is lucky, there is a small chance of learning another profession's awakening skill. Usually, output-type professionals choose healing professions like priests or pharmacists. Chapter 58, Bullet Time. Retreat. Let me enjoy the credits alone. Seeing such a group of people emerge, Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Most of the second-year professionals were around level 80. Based on normal damage calculations, a full skill rotation would deal about 7,000 damage. Now, with two groups combined, there were 600 people. He currently had nearly 6 million health. If he were truly controlled by the other side and received a few rounds of damage, it could indeed be a bit dangerous. The newly arrived group had already dispersed, forming a classic triangle formation of tanks, damage dealers, and healers. Are they treating me like a boss? Lin Xuan chuckled softly, very satisfied as he looked at the crowd before him. At this time, there was less than half an hour left until the newcomer secret realm ended. Before coming, Lin Xuan remembered that in the credit exchange store of Ming University, the mythical level magic card, Supreme Domination, required 8 million credits to exchange. If he cleared these people in front of him, he would definitely have enough credits. He originally thought it would take a year to accumulate 8 million credits, but unexpectedly, He could achieve it in just one day. Let me see, 592 people, let's count it as 600. 1 against 600. The advantage is on my side. At this moment, the man with the big knife on the opposite side saw the group of black-armored people arriving and sneered. Zhong Hao. You guys from Haisha are a bit slow to arrive. Chapter 59, Silver Flash, topping the outer courtyard ranking. Lin Xuan felt that he needed a BGM. Yes. The background music when Quicksilver saves people in the Marvel movie. From his current perspective, everything and everyone ahead looked exactly like what was portrayed in the movie. Time seemed to stand still. He could move freely here, in a 5-second bullet time, as if he could slice time into thousands of fragments. He could speed up or slow down at will. Let's cut through the chaos. Lin Xuan took out a purple epic dagger from his backpack. He forgot which monster it dropped from, but its attributes were decent, specifically for the assassin class. Of course, Lin Xuan couldn't equip it. He took it out because the dagger was sharp. In his past life on Earth, he often wondered while watching movies why Quicksilver and the Flash, who possessed incredible speed, didn't just easily take down enemies with a small knife. Lin Xuan didn't understand them before. But now he faced a similar problem. Being in a state of extreme speed does not guarantee killing. This is the benefit of the health point system in the lives of professionals. Lin Xuan could only deal critical damage by slitting a professional's throat with the dagger. And as long as the opponent's health bar wasn't empty, they wouldn't die. Of course, Lin Xuan wasn't using the dagger to kill. Chapter 60, Welcome Your King. On the other side, Lu Qinghan, Shen Hongying, and others were leading the new professionals toward the canyon entrance. In fact, when 2 silver moons rose in the sky, almost everyone who saw it rushed over. The second-year seniors recognized this as the signal from the Silver Moon Guild, indicating trouble. They came here to see who could cause such a stir for the Silver Moon Guild. After all, the Silver Moon Guild is the largest branch of the top 10 moon god guilds in Xia country. Even if they were just a small part of the school's members, their strength was not ordinary. Naturally, the new students were also rushing towards the canyon entrance to see the fireworks. Most of them had no idea what the fireworks represented, but knew there would definitely be excitement. The new trial Secret Realm only lasted 24 hours. And there was less than half an hour left until it ended. They couldn't miss out on the excitement. However, as they arrived, they noticed something was off. Those second-year seniors were actually teaming up to bully one of the strongest new professionals, Zhun Bujian. Almost everyone knew about Zhun Bujian's information. He was first on the potential dragon ranking and the national champion. It was impossible for them to fully submit to him, but when they first entered the secret realm. Chapter 61, Golden Giant Crocodile, the first in history. Boom! The clear sky suddenly became overcast, with constant flashes of lightning. In front of the stone tablet, the prepared stone platform was already emitting a golden glow. The light projected into the air, slowly revealing a peculiar scene. It was a golden giant crocodile, as large as a mountain, moving through the river, with waves crashing violently against its body. Among the splashing waves, one could faintly see a man in a blue-black mage robe with golden edges, stepping on the giant crocodile's neck, looking calmly ahead. The waves and wind brushed past him, and his raised robe resembled a pair of shadowy black wings. For a moment, everyone was stunned. The golden light gradually solidified. In the next moment, accompanied by a thunderclap striking the stone platform, Lin Xuan appeared in the square, crowned with the title of Golden Supreme King. Surrounded by 9 golden stars and standing on the golden giant crocodile. You received a thunder reward, all attributes 10, you received a thunder reward. Level 1, being struck by lightning comes with rewards. Lin Xuan, who received the notification, was a bit dazed. In the new student secret realm, he had already eliminated 600 professionals, and there wasn't much time left until the trial ended. Originally, with the remaining time. Chapter 62, Alchemist, Exchange Competition. I have 2 shape-shifting herbs here, and I've researched them for a long time. Li Ming talked about his research on the shape-shifting herb. The more Lin Xuan listened, the brighter his eyes became. It turned out that when Li Jiangbai's divine beast, the White Phoenix, transformed, it was using the shape-shifting herb exchanged from Li Ming. Upon learning this news, Lin Xuan was quite curious to ask, after the White Phoenix transformed, was it male or female? After failing to use the shape-shifting herb, Senior Li found a living professional alchemist. Li Ming was still explaining how he used the 3 shape-shifting herbs exchanged from him to concoct a pill. After taking the pill, the divine beast White Phoenix successfully transformed. Alchemists and pills. Hearing this, Lin Xuan finally understood why living professionals had no combat power, but still had top universities willing to train them. Their abilities might not be suitable for combat, but sometimes they could produce miraculous effects. Mr. Li, I want to buy a shape-shifting herb. How about this price? Lin Xuan smiled, playing the emotional card. Speaking of which, that magic card he unexpectedly obtained saved him from the effort of grinding monsters for levels and money. This made things much easier for him. Otherwise, just the blue potions he constantly consumed to stack his health limits would have kept him busy for a while. Chapter 63. I am invincible, others are casual. Vice Principal apologizes. Seeing Lin Xuan return, the 2 teachers were quite surprised. Upon hearing his question, they quickly understood. Lin Xuan wanted to participate in the exchange competition. Of course, the one most pleased to know his intention was Teacher Chiu. She had just joined Mingzhu University a few years ago, and had only been responsible for the new students' practical teaching, without any important assignments, which almost made her think the school was questioning her abilities. The new student exchange competition was the first significant task the school assigned to her. Therefore, she had started researching the new students' information a long time ago. As the national champion, Lin Xuan was naturally a key focus. Just a moment ago, when Lin Xuan had declined, she felt a bit regretful, worried about the results of the team she would lead to the exchange competition this year. Unexpectedly, he returned in the blink of an eye, which made her quite happy. Gathering her emotions, Teacher Chiu quickly began to explain the details of the exchange competition to Lin Xuan. First was the timing of the exchange competition. Due to its wide coverage, the specific competition date would be a month later. After that, it was some specific information about the competition and the competition system, which was very intense. Occasionally, there are incidents where students get rough, resulting in others being disabled. Since it involves some resource allocation, these matters are often brushed off as a lack of strength. Chapter 64. Exaggerated compensation, blood good. Snap. Lin Xuan felt that his worldview was in trouble. The old man in the white robe he recognized as the dean of the Outer Academy. The person in front of him, twisting his arm with a bruised face, was none other than the vice president of Mingzhu University. These 2 individuals could truly shake the Summer Kingdom with a stomp of their feet. The way they entered made Lin Xuan almost think he was in elementary school, watching classmates fight and play during recess. The principal and the dean. Upon seeing the 2 enter, Li Ming and Teacher Chiu quickly stood up to greet them. Lin Xuan also stood up, awkwardly chuckling twice, unsure of what to say. The scene before him was too bizarre. After all, this was a world where defeating monsters could grant extraordinary powers. Strength is the real truth. The vice president's strength was beyond doubt. He was undoubtedly a top figure globally. Yet, such a person was being twisted by another individual of the same level, apologizing to a mere level 41 student like him. One must admit, it was quite satisfying. At this moment, the old man with a white beard, whose arm was being twisted, had a flushed face. When he approached Lin Xuan, he awkwardly said, "Lin Xuan, right. I am the vice president. Be polite." Crack, crack. Lin Xuan could hear a series of bone-cracking sounds. Chapter 65. Supreme Rule, Magic Good. The Blood Good was indeed a good item, especially for Lin Xuan. His health bar was too long. To fully restore his health, he needed many health potions. Fortunately, he was currently at a low level. Each time, he could wait until he leveled up to automatically restore health. However, as he levels up and the leveling becomes harder, health potions could become an issue. Now, with this Blood Good, it perfectly solved his problem. However, Lin Xuan actually wanted the Magic Good more. In almost all games, blue potions are more expensive than red ones. And reality is no different. The school would compensate him with 5 pieces of mythic gear and 3 items. He chose the sky set for the gear, and decided to inquire about the Magic Good for the items. The remaining 2 items he would let the school arrange. Regarding the Supreme Rules credit incident, in reality, he hadn't lost anything. Lin Xuan took these items. Not to mention feeling guilty, he always felt a bit uneasy. However, since the other party had given them, he felt it would be rude to refuse. He could only do his best for the school's honor. The competition would start on October 1st, and there was no reason to lose. Lin Xuan silently made up his mind and opened his personal panel. Name: Lin Xuan. Profession: Undead Mage. Level: LV 41, 92, Health: 5, 152, 665. Chapter 66. The number 1 shaman in the national server, Death Scythe. A medal? Lin Xuan accepted the item handed over by Li Ming. Its size and style were similar to the Starfire badge from before. But it was engraved with a line of small text, Honor Medal of the number 1 shaman in the Summer Kingdom. View Attributes. Honor Medal, number 1 shaman in the Summer Kingdom, Honor Holder, Reciprocity Effect, grants a 5-fold experience bonus when worn. Stackable. The medal of the number 1 in the national server. I already have double experience, and now it stacks to 5 times. Teacher Li, this. Lin Xuan pushed the medal back. He truly felt embarrassed to receive another item. Although this rental, the effect of the medal can be designated for someone else to use. You can return it to me in a month. Moreover, with your strength, you might also have a place in the national server when the sequence battle starts. Besides, about that Hong family's token matter, I still owe you a personal favor. Li Ming smiled and stepped back. Lin Xuan thought for a moment and eventually nodded to accept it. Personal favors are indeed the most valuable. However, this item was also very suitable for his current situation. By the way, there's also these 2. Seeing Lin Xuan accept the medal, Li Ming picked up 2 stones from the table. Chapter 67, Freshman Competition, Trade. As the sun set, it cast a shadow over the immense Mingzhu University campus. The freshmen who had undergone the freshman trials were gradually coming to understand the fierce competition at Mingzhu University. They wandered around the campus, planning to enjoy the last day of peaceful life. Before coming, many knew that the competition here was intense, but they never expected it to be this fierce. Moreover, they encountered a freak. At Mingzhu University, credits represent resources. Many students in the Summer Kingdom are aware of this. As a result, on their second day, a freshman possessed 20 million credits. If converted into resources and sold for gold coins, it would be worth around 100 billion. This was something most freshmen could hardly imagine. 100 billion in assets is more than enough to create a medium-sized professional family. Is this still a freshman? Some were astonished, some were curious, and some were envious. Of course, many also wanted to challenge. At Mingzhu University, credits represent strength. However, it is not absolute. After all, the leaderboard reflects real-time credits. Many strong individuals would see their rankings drop after using credits to exchange for items. In such cases, a drop in ranking does not mean a decrease in strength, rather, it indicates they have become stronger. Thus, many believe that although Lin Xuan is number 1 in credits. Chapter 68, Materials, Alchemist. After leaving Li Ming's office, Lin Xuan first contacted the person he traded life water with last time. His identity was the head of a large business association in Jianghai City, known as the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion's business is similar to a professional trading market. However, since the trading market can only be used in the main city, there are certain limitations. They utilize a large amount of manpower and resources to sweep the trading market and buy materials at low prices in the wild. After that, they process and sell them at high prices directly in the monster areas outside the city. Lin Xuan had previously been at the Goddess Grace Cemetery, where the trading area was set up by the Treasure Pavilion. Beep beep. The phone hung up. Communication within Jianghai City was relatively smooth. The other party indicated that Lin Xuan could go to the previous trading location. However, they could provide at most 3 drops. 3 drops, one more than I anticipated, would be enough. Lin Xuan closed his phone and spent some money at the school gate to ride a tiger demon mount to his destination. He needed to level up quickly. Otherwise, with such narrow city streets, he couldn't ride his skeletal dragon. Walking was too much of a waste of time. Besides, he couldn't rely on other people's mounts every time. Soon, after spending 2 academic credits, Lin Xuan arrived at the trading location on the Tiger Demon Mount. Chapter 69, Kong Dao, Pet Egg Senior Kong, it's nice to see you again. This time, Teacher Li Ming introduced me to ask for your help with something, Lin Xuan said with a fist salute and a smile. The man was Kong Dao, the head of the Kong family. All right, follow me, Kong Dao said with a faint smile, turning to walk into the villa. Lin Xuan followed him. Upon entering the villa, the decorations were even more luxurious. Gorgeous crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and exquisite calligraphy and paintings adorned the walls. The carpet underfoot was soft and comfortable. Lin Xuan followed Kong Dao all the way to the study. There, he saw the 2 boys being reprimanded by Kong Dao. They were around 12 or 13 years old, each holding 2 green plants, with their heads down and looking guilty. You 2 can go out now. If you don't copy the compendium of Materia Medica 3 times tonight, you won't be going to sleep. Kong Dao scolded the 2 boys with a frown. Is there a compendium of Materia Medica here? Lin Xuan thought as he watched the 2 boys leave quickly, as if they had been granted a pardon. He was a bit surprised. But then he thought it wasn't too strange. He had previously checked the information from before the Great Cataclysm. Although there wasn't much content, it was still clear that the cultures of the 2 worlds were quite similar. Lin Xuan, you said you had something to discuss with me. Chapter 70, School Commences. Mentors competing. By the time Lin Xuan left Kong Dao's study, it was already dark. He walked out of the manor under the guidance of a cat-eared maid. The matter was resolved very smoothly. Of course, this was still because he had a lot of money, coupled with a bit of luck. Indeed, no matter where you are, having money makes things easier. You have no classes tomorrow afternoon. Come and pick up the pills after lunch, Kong Dao said. Mingzhou University's courses were very flexible. According to the information prompt he received in his wristband, they would gather at the Stone Tablet Square tomorrow morning and then be divided into colleges. At Mingzhou University, there are 6 colleges: warrior, assassin, mage, archer, support, and life skills. The students are not divided by profession, but can voluntarily sign up. This means that a support profession can also attend the mage or warrior colleges. After dividing into colleges, the new student mentors of each college would lead their respective new students to the classrooms for class allocation and distribution of teaching materials. Of course, each college had a different teaching model and did not restrict students from auditing classes in other colleges. The morning was quite simple: gather, divide into colleges, allocate classes, and distribute teaching materials. There were no classes in the afternoon. Afterward, every week, there were only classes in the afternoons on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. No early morning classes at 8. Chapter 71, Mage College, Skeletal Dragon Transformation. As time passed, no one in the school could catch the attention of the mentor on the podium. Lin Xuan watched as his two roommates returned dejectedly. "Sigh, our plan didn't work. We didn't attract the mentor's attention," one said. "Yeah, it seems we need to execute the next plan, give the group a catchy name, and let it resonate throughout the campus," the other suggested. "What about flying beasts? I think it's good. What do you think, old Lin?" Flying beasts, abbreviated as beasts. Lin Xuan looked at his two roommates with wide eyes. In the end, he silently nodded. It was not bad. With the master-apprentice matter settled, it was time to divide into colleges. The new student mentors from the 6 colleges introduced themselves one by one. The first to step forward was a female mentor. Liu Qing, new student mentor of the support college, profession, shaman. "I have in-depth research on summoning. If any classmates are interested, you can contact me." As soon as the female mentor finished speaking, the other mentors looked puzzled. When did a shaman start researching summoning? This is aimed at humans. Sneaky. Everyone had just agreed to contact privately. After the introduction of the support college, it was the new student mentor from the Archer College. Chapter 72, Dragon Maid. Thunderous ruins. As the white light dissipated, a dragon person over 3 meters tall appeared. With eerie green pupils, white dragon scales, and a steel-like tail swishing behind. It was much smaller than a dragon, but still significantly larger than a human. It seemed there were some incomplete transformations. Seeing this, Lin Xuan quickly threw out a transformation pill. Indeed, as Elena took the pill, her body began to change again, shifting towards a human form. This process lasted a full 3 hours. In the end, under Lin Xuan's satisfied gaze, Elena transformed into a beauty with white hair, standing at 1.7 meters tall. Dressed in a black and white maid outfit, with black stockings hugging her long legs. However, her eyes remained eerie green, revealing a different charm. "Master, is this okay?" Lin Xuan looked at Elena's outfit and nodded in satisfaction. She resembled the dragon maid Tota from an anime in his previous life, except she had white hair. "Not bad. But the stockings are a bit tacky. Let's only wear them when it's just the two of us. In front of others, it's better to wear pantyhose." "Okay, master." Elena nodded. After more than 3 hours of transformation time had passed, it was already night. In the training hall, Lin Xuan let Elena adapt to her new body. Chapter 73, Strange Stone, Glory Points. After defeating the boss guarding the gate, Lin Xuan did not receive a role point prompt. It seemed that although Elena could join the party to run dungeons, there was still a difference compared to actual professionals. Next, it depended on whether the dungeon's treasure chests rewarded based on solo runs or group runs. For dungeons, unless you broke the record, solo clears would not yield as many rewards as group clears. When a group cleared the dungeon, the rewards for experience and equipment would increase based on the number of participants. Generally speaking, for a level 40 dungeon, solo clears would drop 1 to 3 items, while duo clears would yield 2 to 5 items. Beside the boss's corpse was a treasure chest glowing with light. Lin Xuan thought for a moment, but ultimately did not take out the lucky revolver. A click sounded as the treasure chest opened, various items scattered around. 3 pieces of equipment and 2 items. Not bad. I can take the silly cow with me in the future, and not share experience with them. I can enjoy the rewards of a 5-person dungeon all to myself, Lin Xuan thought mischievously as he checked the items. The 3 pieces of equipment had average attributes, far inferior to what he was wearing. Not to mention he had 5 level 60 mythic items in his backpack. He had already replaced his gear long before school started. Chapter 74, Dark Thunder Ruins and Nest. It turned out to be a hidden map. Lin Xuan decisively chose to continue the challenge. With his attributes and the skeleton soldiers, all difficulty levels at the same stage were not a problem. Crunch, crunch. The jungle filled with ruins began to tremble. The previously impassable jungle ahead now opened up a path. The dungeon space also started to drift with faint sounds. Is this the BGM? Lin Xuan touched his nose and became a little more serious. He ordered Elena to command the skeleton soldiers. The infantry and crossbowmen formed a battle formation and advanced in a V-shape. Of course, he himself stayed at the back, checking the items that had just dropped. A world-ending level treasure chest. And it had a lucky bullet bonus. It was definitely going to yield something good. He had briefly glanced at it before. The materials and items were still the same as in ordinary dungeons. There were only thunderstones and a strange stone. The strange stone had already been consumed when activating the hidden mechanism. Lin Xuan then checked the equipment one by one. There weren't many pieces, only 2. But their quality was quite good. One was red exceptional, and the other was orange legendary. The red one was a pair of shoes, which could increase physical and casting attack speed by 10%. It was considered a top-notch piece of equipment. He currently had shoes from the Raven set. Chapter 75, Sweeping the Dungeon, Powerful Ant Fist. A flash of white light. Lin Xuan and numerous contracted beasts entered the dungeon space. This dungeon was quite special. The entire space was located within a massive ant nest. In other words, underground. Lin Xuan found a guide on the forum regarding the first phase of the ant nest. He only needed to break through the 200 small nests ahead. It seemed very simple. In reality, this was the trap. The terrain of the ant nest was intricate. And acid and strange fungal mats were everywhere along the path. Fortunately, the nest was high enough, somewhat like an underground passage. Lin Xuan swung the Scythe of Death and summoned the undead. Over 200 skeleton soldiers appeared, instantly filling the passage ahead. However, due to Lin Xuan summoning the golden giant crocodile, its massive size caused Lin Xuan and Dragon Lady Elena to be squeezed together. Bumbling cow, why are you squeezing me? Keep your horns to yourself. Lin Xuan pushed the bumbling cow away. He shot a glance at the blushing Elena and quickly recalled the golden giant crocodile back into the contract space. He was not the type to take advantage of others or be a lecher. Making Elena dress up as a maid was partly to help her command the skeleton soldiers better, and on the other hand, it also gave her an identity. Chapter 76, Terrifying Power Split, Skeleton Cavalry. Skill, Power Split Huashan LV1 cooldown, 60 seconds mana cost, 50 effect, deals a powerful physical attack forward. Damage equals 100 of physical damage, special effect. Every 1000 health can convert to 10 physical damage bonus. The skill's damage boost was quite average. Essentially, it could deal as much damage as he had physical damage. However, the special effect was very strong. 1000 health converts to 10. And 10,000 health means a double bonus. He currently had over 5 million. So a punch would deal 500 times the physical damage. Although he was a mage and his physical attack was low. Previously, in the secret realm, he had almost made a shadow assassin senior kneel with just one palm. That was still without the conversion attribute effect. But I have the mythic magic card, I can turn the tables. Lin Xuan decided he had to test the full power of Power Split Huashan today. This skill cost him 2 million, which was very rare and precious. Skills that come with special effects are extremely rare and usually only come from specific places. Like Power Split Huashan, it could only be produced near the Huashan area. Chapter 77, New versus Old, is it over before it even begins? Meanwhile, during Lin Xuan's dungeon challenge, the campus of Mingzhu University was in turmoil. Due to the school defaulting on the rule that new students could snatch credits during trials, every year after the trials, new students and old students would clash. This year's new students didn't suffer too much loss. But both sides still clashed. After all, in the secret realm of the new student trial, only 600 or 700 old students had suffered under Lin Xuan. The outer academy had several thousand old students. The remaining people had not fought against Lin Xuan and had no videos, so of course, they wanted to show the new students who was boss. Let the new students know that seniors are to be respected. Senior sisters belong to senior brothers, and junior sisters also belong to senior brothers. This statement instantly angered the new students. They were all geniuses from various cities, and none were willing to back down. Among the old students in the outer academy, most of those who clashed with the new students were second-year professionals. They were generally about 30 levels higher than the new students. The skill gap was limited. Right now, the biggest gap between the two sides was in attributes. Thus, the new students began to purchase equipment set parts in bulk, preparing to team up to clear dungeons. There might be a level gap, and they might not be able to defeat you, but I will break your dungeon records. In the outer academy of Mingzhu University, the new students who had been arguing with the seniors all day shifted their focus to the dungeon hall. Chapter 78, Fireproof Robe, Awakening Technique. Fierce flames burned in the Guanyin Zen temple ahead. Thick black smoke wafted through the sky. The black wind howled, and the flames blazed. The wandering monks outside had orange-red fire spots appearing on their skin, as if they were about to explode at any moment. Lin Xuan's mouth twitched. No way. Encountering self-destructing monsters again. He had naturally checked the world-ending level Black Wind Cave guide. Like the ant nest, encountering such anomalies, professionals would choose to withdraw. Especially in the Black Wind Cave. This dungeon produces a special item, the Fire Avoidance Pearl. Therefore, many powerful factions around the world have access to its entrance. It is said that in the early days, an elite team abroad ignored warnings, and, upon encountering the fiery Black Wind Cave, refused to exit the dungeon and insisted on challenging it. During the process, one careless mistake led to the neglect of the priest's resurrection count, resulting in the death of 2 elite professionals. This has now become a classic cautionary tale within the professional community. You may be afraid, but I'm not. Lin Xuan grinned. With his necromancy raised to level 7, he could summon 256 undead at once. Coupled with the doubling attribute of the Death Scythe, he could summon 512 skeleton soldiers in one go. Furthermore, at level 7. Chapter 79, A Blizzard Sweeps the Campus. The Lich King the eagle soared over the bustling city, the bell tolling resonated between heaven and earth. Child, I watch you grow day by day with pride. An aged voice echoed, as flowers fell from above. A line of people caught them in their palms, which transformed into snowflakes upon opening. The world changed drastically. The bustling city turned into ruins, and figures fell on the battlefield. Knights in armor walked along the icy mountain paths. You must remember, we have always relied on wisdom and strength. At the peak, the frozen throne began to melt, revealing a dark, cold crown. The knight donned the helmet and raised the long sword. Snowflakes fell onto the sword. A ghostly blue flame spread from the tip, engulfing the entire blade. The illusion in Lin Xuan's vision vanished, leaving the aged voice echoing in his mind. One day, my life will reach its end, and you will be crowned as king. Boom! The cold power swept across the land, and the blizzard enveloped everything. At midnight, most students at Mingzhu University were resting. On campus, only a few freshmen were still experiencing the various facilities of the school. In the Ming University Training Hall, a red-haired woman was using her agility to dodge punches among 5 or 6 dummies, training her skills. Chapter 80, The Lich King Descends. Awakening Skill Mechanism, Awakening Skill. The Lich King descends, cooldown, none mana cost, none effect, any attack and summoned creature death can accumulate wrath value. Different progress of wrath value can transform into different forms of the Lich King. Lich King Form 1, wrath value progress 10, all attributes 100. Damage 10, Lich King Form 2, wrath value progress 30, all attributes 130, damage 30, Lich King Form 3, wrath value progress 50, all attributes 150, damage 50, unlocks Frostmourne. Unlocks Frost Strike and other melee skills. Lich King Form 4, Wrath value progress 80, all attributes 180, damage 80, unlocks Crown of Domination. Unlocks Dominate Undead and other skills. Lich King Form 5, Wrath value progress 100, all attributes 200, damage 100, unlocks Complete Lich King Form. Complete Lich King Form, all skills have undergone mutations and are accompanied by a Frost domain. Powerful, invincible. Lin Xuan couldn't think of any other words to describe the awakening skill. He never expected. Chapter 81, Frostmourne. Crown of Domination. The second phase of the ant nest compared to the first phase did not introduce any other types of monsters. Instead, the terrain was more complex. And the number of monsters was greater. Professionals entering the dungeon had to clear at least 500 small ant nests to pass. Of course, Lin Xuan was not here to clear the dungeon this time, but to experiment with his awakening skill. At this moment, the awakening skill with 50% wrath value was released. A blizzard began to swirl around Lin Xuan. His clothes instantly transformed into dark armor. The death scythe in his hand also turned into a two-handed great sword. The next moment, his attribute panel suddenly appeared. You have been cursed by Frostmourne. During the curse, you must satisfy its desire to devour souls. Each time you unlock Frostmourne, you must devour 1,000 souls. Meeting the requirement will randomly grant you a permanent attribute point. Failure will randomly deduct 1 attribute point. Cursed duration, 8 hours. Note, this curse can only be triggered once a day. At first glance, this curse was indeed a headache. 1,000 souls was no small number. Not to mention whether one could find 1,000 enemies within 8 hours, even killing 1,000 pigs would take some time. Chapter 82, Ultimate Form. The dungeon explodes. Re-entering the Frost domain. Since Lin Xuan did not release Corpse Explosion, these undead ants could not trigger the lightning power. The mutated Horned Ant boss suddenly sent thousands of undead ants flying. Lin Xuan didn't care. He originally thought the domain would only form a special force field around him. But unexpectedly, it directly rewarded him with a separate space. He was in a good mood and prepared to test the final effect of the awakening skill. The skill description stated that all his skills would undergo mutations. Let us see what they become. Lin Xuan thought to himself, aiming at the nearby ant boss to release soul fire. Whoosh! 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 3 fireballs soared away. Unlike before, the soul fire transformed from a single fireball into 3. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up with joy, and he continued to release other skills. 3 massive skeletons crawled from the ground, surrounding the ant boss. The range of the skeletal cage had also increased by more than 3 times. Goodness, it would be hard to escape even if I wanted to use skills. Lin Xuan murmured, continuing his tests. The grip of death activated. The casting distance and range also increased 3-fold. Goodness, this enhancement is too significant. Lin Xuan didn't stop. Continuing to release Corpse Explosion. Chapter 83, New vs. Old, Reproducing the Crystal. Everyone, look. It's Junbu Jian. Lin Xuan has come out. The only person who appeared from the ant nest teleportation was him. Could it be that he blew up the dungeon? Such a strong frost power. It really is his awakening phenomenon. Seeing Lin Xuan emerge, many students gasped in surprise. However, some older students who arrived upon seeing the dungeon exploded chuckled. The ant nest is not an ordinary dungeon. Now that he has blown it up, I wonder how he will compensate. Indeed, the ant dungeon produces the power gem item, which permanently increases 1 point of strength attribute when consumed. Each person can consume a maximum of 5, making it a must-clear dungeon for melee professions. The dungeon has exploded. And this year's freshmen can't help but be amazed. Although school has just started, Lin Xuan has already surpassed many upperclassmen in terms of credit resources, which naturally makes some people envious. However, Lin Xuan has earned these credits through his own strength, so they cannot shamelessly bully him. More importantly, they realize they might not be able to defeat Lin Xuan. Now that they see Lin Xuan has blown up an important dungeon in the school, they can't help but feel a bit schadenfreude. Idiots. Not being able to farm power orbs is our freshman's issue, why are you laughing here? Chapter 84, Ruins. Long men grottos arriving at Li Ming's office, the other parties seemed to have known he was coming and was already waiting in the living room. Haha, kid. The stir you caused this time is quite significant. The ant nest dungeon was personally seized by the dean back in the day. I didn't expect it to turn out this way, Lin Xuan replied with a wry smile. Teacher Li, will the school punish me? What's wrong, scared? Li Ming looked at Lin Xuan curiously. I'm not scared, just a bit embarrassed, Lin Xuan admitted. Haha, don't worry. If you have the ability to blow up a dungeon, it means you have strength. The school is more than happy about it and won't punish you. However, Li Ming's tone changed, the ant nest dungeon is indeed quite valuable. While the school won't punish you, there will always be those with different opinions. I suggest you find a way to make some amends. Amends? Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. I was just thinking about that. Do you have any suggestions, Teacher Li? Seeing his reaction, Li Ming nodded. Making amends is actually quite simple. Creating a dungeon is relatively difficult. Chapter 85, Blacksmith. Crocodile Recton creating weapons for Elena was not a sudden thought for Lin Xuan. Although Elena and the silly cow are contract beasts, they possess pet attributes. After reaching level 50 and unlocking their awakening skills, pets will unlock skills probabilistically every 10 levels. The higher the potential, the greater the probability of unlocking skills. Therefore, after reaching level 50, if he wants to enhance the pet's strength, leveling up is secondary, crafting equipment is the key. Because after level 50, pets will unlock an equipment slot, enjoying the bonus attributes of the equipment. Although there is only one slot, unlike practitioners, pets can equip any piece of equipment. For output-type pets like Elena and the silly cow, they can equip weapons. As for the frost giant, he'll buy him some reflective armor later. With some plans in mind, Lin Xuan took out his phone to contact the shadow assassin senior sister from last time. They had exchanged contact information during the freshman trial secret realm. The shadow assassin senior sister is named Chen Wanqiu. Upon receiving his message, she quickly replied to meet at the stone tablet square of the outer courtyard. When they met, Lin Xuan noticed the socially anxious senior sister who brought him to school. Guo Miao Miao was also there. Elena's ability to transform was indeed thanks to her soul-calling grass. Chapter 86, Magic City University, Aerial Islands. After finishing the idea of equipment customization, he just needed to wait a few days to pick it up. Lin Xuan bid farewell to several people and left alone. Today is Sunday. In the afternoon, he has an important matter to attend to, the freshman competition. Originally, he didn't plan to participate in this event. After all, the title of Freshman King only rewards 10,000 credits, which is basically just for the name. He currently has over 10 million credits. So he doesn't care about this amount. Now he wants to participate mainly for the glory points. The Freshman King rewards 5 glory points, equivalent to a dungeon run. Of course, it's still early, it's not even 10 in the morning yet. Lin Xuan thought about going to Magic City University to deliver the water of life to his cousin. Mingzhu University is located east of Jianghai City, at the eastern gate of the main city. Magic City University is located at the southern gate of Jianghai City. As a super city that can accommodate hundreds of millions of people, the distance between the two schools is a bit far. Fortunately, the Chen family manor he just left is situated between the two, so he doesn't have to take a long detour. However, Lin Xuan still took out the 7th tier mount essence. It's time to unlock the flying feature of the mount. Ever since he reached level 50 and unlocked the mount last night, Lin Xuan found that the mount wasn't as good as he had imagined. Chapter 87, Martial Artist. Means seeing the competition rules change, and only 2 people participating, Lin Xuan was a bit surprised. The title of Freshman King doesn't matter much. Credits and glory points are tangible resources. Li Sen, Professional ID, Sanmu. Hidden Profession Martial Artist, Level 55. Lin Xuan looked at his opponent's information and nodded. He didn't know this person, but judging by the information, he should be quite strong. After level 50, practitioners require more experience. Normally, at this point in time, reaching level 53 would place one in the top 100 nationwide. Level 55 would likely be in the top 10. This person shouldn't be a nobody. Reaching level 55 is no longer just a matter of personal strength. Lin Xuan wouldn't be foolish enough to go directly to the arena without checking anything. With that in mind, Lin Xuan opened his phone and found a list published by the Penguin Organization, the Hidden Dragon List. This list is compiled annually by the Penguin Organization, collecting the latest information on job changes in sheer country based on the strength of the practitioners, talent compatibility, and other data. The credibility is decent. Lin Xuan had looked at the top 10 after his college entrance examination. This time, he focused on those ranked after the 10th. 22nd place, Li Sen, Hidden Profession Martial Artist, S-Class Talent, unpublished. Chapter 88, Percentage Damage. 1 Palm Pass. What, are you scared? Li Sen sneered at Lin Xuan on the arena. As a man, do you only dare to show off using summoned creatures? Lin Xuan pursed his lips. This kid is quite clever. If it were an ordinary person, they might really fall for this provocation. However, in close combat, I don't seem to be weak either. Ever since he acquired the ability to reverse the universe, Lin Xuan no longer considers himself just a simple mage. He could better be described as a jack of all trades. Since it's still early, he can play with him a bit. Lin Xuan thought to himself, frowning. What is there to be afraid of? It's just summoned creatures. I can deal with you quickly without them. Wow, as soon as the words fell, discussions erupted around. Some people exclaimed they had misjudged Lin Xuan, not expecting him to be so easily tested. Don't you see, he wasn't tricked. That kid was just trying to provoke. Bro. Don't mess around. I'm all in on your victory. What's going on with this guy? Haven't you read military books? How could he fall for such a simple trick? The students were in heated discussions. The 3 mentors sitting on the podium gently shook their heads. They had witnessed Lin Xuan's performance in the dungeon, where he had shattered the crystal ant boss, known for its defense, in the ant nest dungeon with 3 punches. Chapter 89, Newcomer King. Let me find a dog head, as a brother one strike to kill. If it weren't for the invincibility effect of the arena, Li Sen would have long been dead. Everyone gathered here, whether new students, returning students, or outside professionals here for the excitement, was stunned. They could imagine Lin Xuan wouldn't lose, and that his health was thick enough that Li Sen wouldn't defeat him in a few moves. But they never expected Lin Xuan could kill someone with 1 slap. No, a mage just one-shot a warrior. Who can explain this? At this moment, outside the arena, Li Sen had already stood up. Taking advantage of the invincibility effect still in effect, he hurriedly consumed life potions to recover health. Although the arena could save lives, the damage inflicted by Lin Xuan's slap exceeded 50%. He had directly entered a seriously injured state. If he didn't recover health, once the invincibility effect wore off, he would instantly faint. Gulp, gulp. After consuming 2 life potions, Li Sen's health recovered to over 50%. He looked at Lin Xuan, his eyes filled with horror. If a professional chooses to hide their information, it is difficult for others to know exactly how much health they have. However, damage can be roughly estimated. And now, his estimate of Lin Xuan's health was at least over 1 million. Chapter 90, Life and Death Bond. The Ant Queen's super treasure chest. The transformation of the golden giant crocodile was complete. With its current size, it could participate in battles normally. Moreover, due to using the transformation elixir, it could freely change between crocodile and half-orc forms. Given this, Lin Xuan decided to prioritize its importance. After all, there were too many contract beasts now, and it was impossible to care for all their levels. It was time for them to go dungeon farming and kill monsters to level up. With this in mind, Lin Xuan summoned his contract beasts, Elena, the silly cow, and the frost giant. Then, he activated the wooden stake training mode in the training hall. Summoning skeleton soldiers, he unleashed soul fire, death grip, and corpse explosion. Soon, his rage value reached 100%. Lin Xuan transformed into Lich King form. Last time in the ant nest, he hadn't calculated the duration of the transformation. Now, it was just right to test it. Of course, this wasn't his main purpose. What Lin Xuan prepared to do was use that mythic level magic card, Life and Death Bond. He noted the time point of the transformation. Lin Xuan waved his hand and unfolded his magic card wheel. Gold, Inversion of Heaven and Earth LV5. Gold, Supreme Rule LV5, Orange, Lucky Revolver LV5, Purple, Skill Slot Expansion LV5, Chapter 91, Taunt Pearl, Practical Training Class. The upgraded Lucky Revolver refreshed with a full 7 bullets. It had only been 2 days, and 5 had already been consumed. Fortunately, each one yielded good results. This time, it exploded with golden light. Item, Taunt Pearl. Type, Magical Artifact. Effect, adds taunt status to the target, causing all attacks and damage dealt by enemies to hit the taunter. It turned out to be a magical artifact. Lin Xuan was astonished. This was an item that could only be equipped after level 70. Moreover, only people from the Summer Kingdom could possess this special magical artifact slot. Of course, other countries have similar item slots based on their historical and cultural differences. For example, the Cherry Blossom country has shrines, most of the European and American continents have rune stones, while the non-continent has totem statues. Unfortunately, the Pearl's effect is taunt. It would have been better if it enhanced spells or physical damage. Magical artifacts are key knowledge in high school. They are crucial for professionals from the Summer Kingdom. It is said that top-tier magical artifacts even resemble the Eastern Emperor Bell, the Heaven-subduing seal, and the primordial golden dipper from Summer Kingdom mythologies. I remember the textbook said that the best place to obtain magical artifacts is from ruins. I wonder if the upcoming replica ruins of the Longmen Grottos in Jianghai City will yield any magical artifacts. Chapter 92, Deadly Enhancement. Entrance to the ruins. The enhancement hall is an oval-shaped building. The main body is made of silvery white special rock, with faint blue unknown material carved into patterns on it. The pattern style is somewhat similar to the walls of the main city, but more complex and aesthetically pleasing. As a main city that followed the arrival of the Great Cataclysm, almost all special buildings in the city have protective measures. The most basic is that they cannot be destroyed. However, this rule is somewhat special in the enhancement hall. When Lin Xuan arrived here, what first caught his eye were the cracks on the crystal floor tiles at the entrance and the various-sized pits on some of the outer wall rock faces. At this time, many professionals were coming and going at the entrance, looking quite spirited. Of course, this was the spirit of madness. Damn it! I spent 2 million on enhancement, and didn't even get a single point. Wah, I will never enhance again, give me back my weapon. Ha ha ha, I made it. I have a full set of 9. These enhancement gems from the Chen Merchant Association are toxic. I put in 8 pieces of equipment. And they still shattered. Bang! Professionals cannot use attack skills in the main city, but their strength remains. These professionals cursed fiercely and punched the outer wall. Chapter 93, Ruins Open, Special Effects Chaos. The ruins are a special area formed by the anomalies of famous historical sites and mythological legends after the Great Cataclysm. True ruins have very large internal spaces and are extremely dangerous. Upon entering, it feels like stepping into a different world. Inside, not only are the monsters very powerful, at least equivalent to those in hell-level dungeons, but some ruins also have special rules. Because of this, almost all ruins have unexplored areas. The internal space of the Longmen Grotto's ruins is quite special. Besides the surface's Ishui and various Buddha sculptures. Descending down, 5 layers of space were discovered through professional exploration. These underground spaces are also quite vast, resembling a gigantic underground city. Of course, the 5th layer has not been fully explored yet. It is said that deep within lies a terrifying place like the Goddess Graveyard, a zone of life restriction, where even someone as powerful as Li Jiangbai cannot resolve the dangers. The replicated Longmen Grotto's ruins are naturally limited to the surface and the first 4 underground layers. Lin Xuan spent 2,000 gold coins to buy a map claimed to be sold by a local of Luocheng. The terrain on the surface of the ruins is very simple. It is a large canyon with a river called Ishui flowing through it, with no clear beginning or end. On both sides are stone caves and mountain paths filled with Buddha statues. Chapter 94, Clearing the Entrance, Fish King Pool on the stone platform, new professionals keep entering. Faced with the chaos above, very few can stand out and reach the stone bridge. However, as the battle intensified, the professionals who initially fought in groups for their nation began to turn on each other. Eliminating one person means reducing a competitor for the future 12. Lin Xuan watched from mid-air, smiling faintly. The Lich King form had already descended. It was time to test the accumulated military power. With a thought, Lin Xuan summoned all the undead skeletons and undead ants within the frost domain, excluding the boss. Damn! Why are there so many skeleton soldiers? Wait. When did the Longmen Grottos have this many undead ants? Run! A group of undead mags has arrived in the ruins. The stone platform instantly erupted in chaos. Undead mags are a common profession, and many people transition into it every year. Many professionals are familiar with their skills. With so many undead creatures in such a small area of the stone platform, if they unleash corpse explosions, it would be a disaster. Lin Xuan did not hold back and initiated an artistic explosion. Crack! No smoke, no screams. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the entire stone platform was almost cleared. Chapter 95, Competing for the boss, the abnormal mermaid king bubbles rose from the lake, creating large ripples. The target was unclear, but through the lake's surface, a massive shadow could be seen. It should be a boss. However, this mermaid had been staying underwater and did not approach the shore. There were no rocks nearby to get closer. Suddenly, a small water column appeared. Lin Xuan's eyes widened. What the hell? This mermaid is provoking me. Lin Xuan waved his right hand towards the mermaid, releasing a soul fire. The ghostly green flames were intercepted by an ice arrow before they reached the lake's surface. Lin Xuan frowned slightly and looked towards the direction of the ice arrow. Not far away, 5 figures were rushing over. They were equipped with flashy effects, orange and purple gear, and even some golden glows. Judging by their weapons, there were mags, warriors, and priests among them, indicating they were a well-coordinated team. Hurry! A boss has spawned here. One of them shouted excitedly. With such a large body, it must be the Mermaid King. Another chimed in. Haha, what luck! We just entered the ruins and found a boss. The apparent leader among the 5 laughed heartily. The 5 quickly arrived beside Lin Xuan, excitedly looking at the lake. Chapter 96, World-Class Boss, Unexpected Gain. Could it be that there are its offspring below? But this size is not right. According to the information Lin Xuan researched on the Longmen Grottos, the female Mermaid King boss should be larger, approximately 5 meters long. Yet the one currently swimming underwater appears to be only 3 meters. Unable to figure it out, Lin Xuan decided not to dwell on it. He released Soul Fire and attacked the shadow in the lake. In Lich King form, the Soul Fire split into 3 and flew towards the shadow. However, as it approached the lake's surface, it was instantly extinguished by a water arrow. Lin Xuan did not hold back. Stepping on the ice, he jumped onto a rock close to the shadow. Then, he unleashed Bone Cage and Grip of Death. A massive area of bone spikes emerged. The Mermaid King below was instantly enraged, roaring as it splashed out of the waves. Yet it still did not attack Lin Xuan. It was then that Lin Xuan noticed a much larger shadow beneath the lake. Its size was so vast that if the Mermaid King hadn't jumped out of the water, revealing its enormous pink belly, Lin Xuan would have thought it was just the normal lake bottom. This enormous Mermaid King was likely a Lord level, or even world-class boss. Lin Xuan smiled slightly. He finally understood why this Mermaid King had been swimming in place. Chapter 97, Thorny Round Shield. Addicted to competing for boss, the Buddha statue resembles a human in size. It is composed entirely of stone, boasting high defense and immense strength. It would be very difficult for an ordinary meat shield to advance alone. Fortunately, this type of monster moves slowly and is heavy, making a thunderous noise as it walks. Thus, when Lin Xuan approached this group of foreign professionals, they did not notice him. The fighting team below was similar to the previous encounter. It was an elite squad of 5. Just one glance was enough for Lin Xuan to identify their nationality. With yellow skin, short stature, and mustache below their noses. If that wasn't enough, the female priest holding a staff and wearing a kimono perfectly matched the image of the Sakura country. Seeing this, a surge of impulse welled up in Lin Xuan. Elena's dragon breath initiated, followed by a volley from the crossbowman and a cavalry charge. After giving the command, Lin Xuan immediately rushed forward. Watch out! Enemies are coming. Baker. Enemy attack. A few professionals from the Sakura country remained relatively calm and quickly adjusted their positions. However, this gave the Mermaid King boss behind them an opportunity. A massive wave surged behind it, crashing towards the 5 members of the Sakura country team. Chapter 98, Never seen a 50-meter Ultraman, but met a 100-meter Buddha. Crossing the Fish King pool leads to the Binyang 3 caves in the Longmen Grottos. Here are 3 entrances to caves within the mountain walls. The space inside is vast, and there are many Buddha statue-type monsters, making it one of the easiest places to encounter bosses. At this moment, Lin Xuan had already arrived at the second cave entrance. At the entrance, a 12-person team is currently engaged in battle with a nearly 10-meter tall Buddha statue boss. Unlike the team from Sakura country encountered earlier, Lin Xuan is not in a hurry to intervene this time. It's not because this European continent team has more members, but because the Lord-level Buddha statue they are besieging still has a safe amount of health. Without a detection spell, he cannot see the exact health. But once the battle starts, the health percentage will be displayed. Currently, the boss's health bar is still at 50%, making it temporarily unsuitable for him to act. The data indicates that while most monsters on this surface layer are around level 60, there are quite a few above level 70. If this Buddha statue is a level 70 boss, its health could reach tens of millions. His talent deals 5 true damage based on the opponent's lost health. If calculated this way, he only needs to strike when the boss's health is at 10% left. He can then leverage the skill fission to trigger 3 instances of true damage at once, taking down the boss. Chapter 99, The Powerful Ruins. Millions of damage world-class bosses vary in strength. For example, this Mermaid King boss is twice the size of the Fish King pool. Lin Xuan is certain that its strength is significantly higher than that of the Fish King pools. However, this 100-meter tall Mermaid King is somewhat weaker compared to the 100-meter tall Buddha statue. With 2 world-class bosses appearing simultaneously, nearly all the adventurers present look ashen. In fact, most of them have been to the ruins several times and are battle-hardened, but today they are truly at a loss. A group of people is fleeing along the river. But they are intercepted by the Mermaid King, only able to dodge skills while cursing. Damn it. It's all that masked man's fault at the entrance. If my 1,000-person team were here, would this boss be so arrogant? Someone shouts in anger, but is quickly interrupted. Keep it down, look over there. Doesn't that resemble the masked man from the entrance? What are you talking about? That is my idol. Dodging a falling rock skill with a blink. Lin Xuan has already made it behind the Buddha statue. At this moment, his Lich King form has vanished, but he shows no fear towards the 100-meter-tall Buddha statue. If he runs along the Buddha statue, he will soon reach the Fish King pool, and then the entrance. Chapter 100, 2 palms to death, double kill on world-class boss. Boom! A dull thud reverberates, causing surrounding adventurers to cover their ears. They see a giant palm made of rock, just 2 meters from hitting the ground, being shattered with a single strike. Is this a world boss? How is that possible? A world-class boss can be interrupted. Damn! Just say it straight. In the distance, fleeing adventurers stare wide-eyed in shock, completely unable to believe that such a blow could be delivered by an adventurer who could enter these ruins. Lin Xuan doesn't care about their gazes. The Buddha statue, having lost 1 foot, is staggering to rise from the ground. Death spiral, death judgment, blade storm. Lin Xuan does not hold back. He unleashes close combat attack skills unlocked by the Lich King form. After a series of attacks, the boss's health drops rapidly, nearing 10%. Rumble. The low health boss enters a berserk state. It strikes down hard, sending massive shockwaves radiating outward. The surrounding mountains tremble violently, and the entire canyon seems to be on the verge of collapsing. This commotion even attracts those adventurers who have flying mounts and have entered the depths of the Dragon Gate Buddha Cave. Chapter 101, The Biggest Power Leveling, Boss Gatekeeper Boom. Lin Xuan strikes out a palm, clearing the last adventurer within the Frost Realm. He ultimately did not use the lucky revolver. The Hunyuan golden doodoo resembles an ancient, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, shaped like an inverted trapezoid. The rim is inlaid with 7 treasures, and the front features a small beast head and carvings, with Taoist talismans engraved all over. Lin Xuan sees the item's appearance clearly before taking action. The person in hand has a pipe-shaped item. It is just that it is larger and thicker, somewhat resembling a shrunken Hunyuan golden doodoo. When enlarged, it looks quite different. However, the pipe appears to be quite effective. Once launched, it can repel the Mermaid King transformed from the Fish King pool. Unfortunately, after defeating the opponent, this pipe item did not drop, but instead, a very special magic card appeared. Magic card, skill forgetting type, mysterious equality, epic level, none effect, consumable magic card. Does not require equipping. This epic magic card can be used to eliminate learned skills while keeping skill slots vacant. Usable times: 35. Mysterious magic cards have very special functions and are quite rare. While this card's function may not seem powerful, it is indeed very useful. After all, who hasn't learned a wrong skill in the early stages? Chapter 102, It's the Underworld. An earthquake. In the following time, Lin Xuan had good luck. After arriving at the 10,000 Buddha cave, he quickly killed 3,000 Buddha statues and successfully encountered a leader-level Buddha statue boss deep within the cave. With everything completed, Lin Xuan opened his backpack and indeed found a bookmark-like teleportation talisman inside. He clicked to use it, and the next moment, Lin Xuan appeared in an underground space. The sky here is grey and hazy, with no sunlight visible. Fortunately, there is some light, so he can see the surroundings clearly. Lin Xuan glanced at his status panel and found no signs of poisoning or other abnormalities. The air was fine, so he began to examine his surroundings. The entire underground layer is similar to the surface, filled with mist that obscures vision. However, judging from the nearby ruins, this underground space seems to be an underground city. Summoning Elena and the silly cow to let them level up on their own, Lin Xuan followed behind the skeleton soldier and began to advance. The monsters on this underground layer are mainly bat spirits and mutated pangolins. They have no special skills or resources. And they are ugly with no potential to be cultivated as pets. Upon seeing them, Lin Xuan didn't even consider transforming into a Lich King to turn them into undead. Chapter 103, The World is Changing. I'll handle this personally. The uncertain voices of the crowd have just begun to rise. The earth began to shake, and fortunately, it only lasted for half a minute before it stopped. The crowd hadn't had a chance to catch their breath when they saw the southeastern part of Jianghai City, where fierce winds howled and dark thunderclouds gathered, along with various strange phenomena in the sky, as if the apocalypse had arrived. What is happening? Why has the world suddenly changed? That direction is a forbidden zone for life, the Goddess Grace Cemetery. Someone recognized the direction of the anomalies and said with a trembling voice. Immediately, his expression changed, and he rushed towards the Goddess Grace Cemetery. Almost all the professionals present followed closely behind. The changes in the world could very likely indicate the appearance of a priceless treasure. Of course, such a commotion was not just noticed by the professionals at the entrance of the ruins. At that moment, everyone in Jianghai City saw the strange phenomena. Oh my! Is there going to be an earthquake? This wind is a typhoon coming. The thunderclouds in the sky are terrifying. Quick, take a picture and post it on social media. The people of Jianghai City exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, although these phenomena were frightening, they did not affect the residential areas of Jianghai City. They only occurred in the southeastern part. Otherwise, it would have caused a huge panic. Chapter 104, Great Luo Buddha Hand, Skill Replacement Longmen Grottos, Underground Level 3. Lin Xuan collected the materials that had fallen to the ground into the frost field, then exited his Lich King form. Since entering the ancient city underground, his speed had increased significantly. Mainly because here, the number of bosses was far higher than on the surface. Of course, the requirements for each level also increased. Since entering the third level, the number of monsters that needed to be killed to enter the next level had doubled. Fortunately, he was the only one here. And no one was competing for monsters. Progressing along the way was relatively smooth. Now, in the frost field, there were thousands of gold-headed arhats and peony demons. Killing just one more ordinary goat-headed boss would allow him to enter the fourth underground level. However, why had so much time passed and no one had entered the ruins yet? Lin Xuan had previously obtained a unique equipment from a dungeon boss in the School S&S dungeon, the heart of the insect race. This equipment allowed him to share the vision of summoned creatures. Since entering the underground ancient city, he had occasionally checked the situation at the entrance of the ruins through the vision of the undead Buddha boss. At that time, seeing those two bosses wipe out thousands of people felt quite satisfying. But soon Lin Xuan began to notice something was off. Chapter 105, The Remnant Tiger Temple. I'm coming for you. A skill, Great Luo Buddha Hand. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Mana cost, 100. Effect, depending on different enhancement attributes, one can obtain different attack forms, each with different effects. Indeed, I possess a mythic magic card that can alter my attributes, reversing the natural order. I can maximize these 3 attack forms. Lin Xuan nodded and looked at the specific enhancement effects. Spirit, the golden Buddhist light condenses into a giant golden hand, striking enemies in any direction. Capable of dealing significant spell damage, stunning them, and reducing the target's spell resistance. This description resembles the Tathagata palm. Moreover, it doesn't require me to jump. Before Lin Xuan could look further down, he instinctively thrust his hand forward. The golden hand descended from the sky. Boom! The powerful skill directly killed several injured tiger-headed monsters in front of him. The skill effect was impressive. At least it looked powerful and stylish. Lin Xuan then looked at the other attack form. Strength, The golden Buddhist light gathers above the palm, granting the palm immunity to a certain degree of magic damage, and providing a strong physical damage boost. Haha, it actually grants dual-hand immunity to magic damage. Chapter 106, Tiger-Headed Monster. Great Harvest. The tiger-headed monster before him looked about 3 meters tall, with muscles all over its body. This size is considerably weaker compared to the previously encountered Lord-level bosses. Normally, among monsters, the bigger the size, the stronger the power. A quick glance might lead one to think that the tiger-headed monsters here are at most elite level. However, after careful observation, Lin Xuan did not underestimate it. The discovery of fire was a crucial milestone in human evolution. It transformed humans from ordinary animals that ate raw meat into higher-level beings adept at using tools. The tiger-headed monster before him not only used fire, but also consumed cooked food. Watching it eat roasted meat, it was evident that it was quite skilled at it. Clearly, this fellow had done this many times before. Its intelligence was likely comparable to Elena's. Lin Xuan murmured to himself, feeling the urge to recruit it. The world-class bosses, the Merfolk King and the Buddha statue, were so large and powerful, but still lacked intelligence. Faced with a high-intelligence monster again, Lin Xuan certainly wouldn't let it leave. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The tiger-headed monster was feasting just 5 meters away from Lin Xuan, eating with great relish. At this distance, it was so focused on eating that it showed no signs of attacking. Chapter 107, Return, Jianghai anomaly. Facing the aquatic environment of the lotus pool, Lin Xuan was not in a hurry to make a move. In the first level, he had suffered quite a loss at the Fish King pool. Of course, the outcome was good. He later converted several undead merfolk, and even contracted the Merfolk King. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Xuan turned around and collected the 2 Merfolk Kings and the Buddha statue from a distance into his summoning space. Then, as he approached the lotus pool, he summoned the 2 Merfolk Kings directly. The lotus pool was the perfect battleground for the Merfolk Kings. Upon their appearance, the lotus demons and the tiger-headed monster in the pavilion screamed and rushed out of the pavilion. Soon, the 2 world-class lotus demons and the Merfolk Kings began to fight. As for the tiger-headed monster in the pavilion, it couldn't swim, so it was naturally unable to help. However, it was not lacking in intelligence. After scanning the surroundings, it quickly spotted Lin Xuan and charged towards him. This tiger-headed monster appeared even fiercer than the one in the remnant tiger temple, wielding a long-handled broadsword. Lin Xuan had no interest in battling it. In the Long Men Grotto's ruins, he had captured not just the Merfolk King, but also the Buddha statue and several bosses from the underground levels. The tiger-headed monster charging at me not only has a weapon, but also wants to fight. Chapter 108, Arena, Rich Rewards. When Lin Xuan left Li Ming's office, he successfully obtained a substitute slot for a professional league team. The reason for being a substitute is that the rules for professional players require each contestant's level to be between 90 and 99. Moreover, this year's domestic professional league has already concluded, and Mingzhou University's points do not meet the requirements for advancing to the World Tournament. Lin Xuan will have to wait until next year to compete in the league. The domestic league starts in February next year. I have 5 months to level up. There's a bit of pressure. It seems very necessary to obtain a badge that increases experience. Professional players unlock the arena feature at level 60. They can teleport to the Void Arena for 1-on-1, 3-on-3, or 5-on-5 matches. The arena balances certain attributes and has rank distinctions: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, emerald, master, and king. Each rank has 9 stars, and filling all 9 stars triggers a promotion match. When a rank reaches master level, the ladder match can be unlocked. Winning in the ladder match allows players to accumulate ladder points. The top-ranked professional players in ladder points are considered city-level or national-level professionals in various cities and countries. Chapter 109, Arrangements, First Battle. Magic card, Wrath of Fire type, talent or quality, epic level, LV1 effect. After equipping, you can gain the talent Wrath of Fire. Wrath of Fire, after activating the talent, flames will wrap around your body, significantly increasing attack power and movement speed. This epic talent magic card, rated by the Professional Players Guild, grants an A-level talent upon equipping. A-level talents are already a very high tier and are very valuable. Of course, attack type and active talents are generally not as valuable as defensive passive talents. But having something is better than nothing, and looking at the skill description, it doesn't seem bad. After all, this talent may not look very strong, but it definitely looks cool. It should be worth at least 1 or 2 billion. This magic card was obtained by defeating the world-class Fire Crow on the 3rd underground level. At that time, I didn't even use a lucky bullet. I really want to go to the ruins again. However, before that, I need to buy some supplements to increase my lifespan. After checking the talent card, Lin Xuan looked at the information on the magical artifact. Item, Sun and Moon Dual Wheels type, magical artifact effect, after wearing. It can create sun and moon phenomena around you, each with different effects. The Sun and Moon Dual Wheels are another powerful multi-form magical item. Chapter 110, Messaging Function. Intense bidding. After the first battle ended, Lin Xuan received a skill point. It was a good start. Since it was still early, Lin Xuan planned to keep battling in the arena before going to sleep. Received a message from an arena opponent, would you like to check it? Seeing the prompt pop up on the panel, Lin Xuan was not too surprised. He had researched thoroughly before entering the arena. Many people would leave messages after defeating or being defeated by others. Lin Xuan thought for a moment and opened the message. Hey! How much are you selling the arena carry for? Lin Xuan was a bit speechless. Did this guy see himself getting one shot and lose their composure? Ignoring the message, Lin Xuan continued with the arena battles. This time, the matched opponent was from the summer country, as shown in the opponent information section. Similarly, he used flash to initiate, followed by a series of attacks, easily defeating the opponent. After the duel ended, he received another message. With the experience from the first time, Lin Xuan chose not to open it this time. He continued to challenge. In fact, regarding the content of the messages, someone had already summarized it online. It was nothing more than taunts, playing the victim, insults, and attempts to recruit. Of course, there were also messages of admiration, but those were very few. After all, this is a balanced arena. Chapter 111, Auction Results. Spending spree. Lin Xuan almost dropped his phone on the spot. This encounter was no less than receiving a harassing call while gaming back on Earth. However, when he saw the caller ID, Lin Xuan calmed down. The caller was his cousin Shushan. When the call connected, his cousin's hearty laughter came through. Haha, Xiaoxuan, your school should be on break now, right? How about taking advantage of this short holiday to visit Jiangcheng? Shushan explained on the phone. Lin Xuan understood what was going on. It turned out that a few days ago, he had sent the Water of Life. Originally, his cousin Shushan planned to return to Jiangcheng during the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday to treat his mother's eyes. Unexpectedly, due to the recent changes, all colleges in Jianghai City had a short holiday. Shushan was planning to use this time to visit Jiangcheng. Lin Xuan naturally agreed. Now that his level had risen to 60, he didn't plan to join the commotion at the Divine Grace Cemetery, so he indeed had some free time. It was time to go back and check in with his aunt and resolve her eye problems. After agreeing, the two decided to set off at 7 o'clock the next morning, using the teleportation array in Jianghai City, and would arrive in Jiangcheng around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. With everything arranged, Lin Xuan turned off his phone. Chapter 112, Familiar Faces. Did this make you cry? After the ladder match opened, Lin Xuan did not rush into battle. He is currently at Master 1 star, and can first play in the arena to increase his rank to king. Professional players need to accumulate battle points, which is the arena combat power, to earn honors. Above the ordinary arena king rank, each victory adds points, while losses deduct points, with a maximum of 3,000 points. And the ladder match has a maximum of 5,000 points. In addition, there are performance points, with a maximum of 2,000. This means that a normal combat power for professional players is 10,000. Of course, 10,000 combat power does not earn honor medals. To earn an honor medal, players need to fill these points and continue to fight. Once both arena modes reach full points, additional combat power will be awarded based on victories and defeats. Naturally, the ladder match scores are higher than the ordinary arena. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan continued to choose the ordinary arena. It was still not difficult. The battle could be concluded in about 10 seconds. Similarly, after 2 promotion matches, Lin Xuan successfully reached the king rank. Since he hadn't participated in the ladder match, his arena combat power was still 0. Lin Xuan first tried a regular competitive mode. After defeating his opponent, his rank successfully reached 2 stars in the king tier. At the same time, his arena battle points began to accumulate. Chapter 113, Recognized. You wouldn't want your equipment to be unable to evolve, right? Fortunately, just before entering the ladder match, he transformed into the Lich King form. At this moment, Lin Xuan only hoped that the opponent didn't recognize him. The more battles he engaged in, the more likely he was to be exposed. Lin Xuan prepared to use the Deluo Buddha palm again in combat. The golden palm gathered once more. Chen Wanqiu bit her lip tightly, rubbed her eyes, and slipped into the shadows in the distance. Soon after, Lin Xuan received a notification. Opponent Wanqiu has initiated a surrender to you, do you accept? If it was like this earlier, it would have been much simpler. Lin Xuan chose to agree and exited the ladder match. Congratulations, you achieved victory, battle points 200. Performance points 100, current battle power, 500 current ladder ranking, 35232286, the battle points doubled, not bad. Lin Xuan was quite satisfied with the ladder match. Just as he was about to enter the ladder match again, he received a message from his opponent. Where did you move to? I'm coming to find you. Recognized. Lin Xuan remained silent. He closed the message and didn't bother with it. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening. The time was still early. Lin Xuan opened the credit exchange shop on his wristband. After exchanging for some resources that ordinary people could also use, he continued with the ladder match. He only stopped challenging when his ladder ranking reached 12 million in the early morning. Chapter 114, Request, Big Investment. Lin Xuan invited Chen Wanqiu to the living room. Of course, it wasn't because he had any thoughts about her, but rather he wanted to understand what she meant by her earlier words. What did she mean by saying he wouldn't want his equipment to be unable to evolve? Such alarming words were simply exaggerated. Upon arriving in the living room, Lin Xuan summoned a flower spirit to serve tea. He had learned tea art from books in the ancient city while in the 4th underground level of Longmen Grottos. And the effect was quite good, especially judging by Chen Wanqiu's astonished gaze. Chen Wanqiu had a very special aura. She lacked the sharpness of a young lady, was not as cold as Lu Qinghan, and was far from the boldness of Shen Hongying. She was very gentle. It was an indescribable feeling. Perhaps it was due to her being an assassin. Chen Wanqiu was dressed in a tight black night outfit, which highlighted her figure very obviously. Lin Xuan glanced at her twice before no longer paying attention. In terms of looks, Chen Wanqiu might be fresher and prettier, but in terms of figure, his dragon maid, Elena, could outshine her by a long shot. At this moment, the tea was ready. Lin Xuan picked up a cup of tea by himself, didn't taste it, and finished it in one gulp before casually asking, "What did you mean by that just now?" Chen Wanqiu slightly composed her emotions and replied, "You should know that to evolve equipment, evolution stones are needed. Chapter 115, Accident, Organizing items. Sometimes, accidents always come a day early. At 2:30 in the morning, Lin Xuan suddenly woke up. A very special feeling spread in his heart. The world seemed to be filled with some kind of power. It felt familiar. Is this the power of necromancy? Lin Xuan furrowed his brows and walked to the window. The villa faced south, which is the standard architectural orientation in the summer country. At this moment, Lin Xuan opened the window and looked towards the southeast. In the southeast sky, a huge purple-black magic circle was slowly rotating. Even from dozens of miles away, Lin Xuan could still clearly see the giant skull in the center of the magic circle. Upon seeing this, Lin Xuan instantly understood. The Divine Grace Cemetery was undergoing another abnormal change. Unlike the abnormal change from a few days ago, this one Lin Xuan had heard a bit about. The Divine Grace Cemetery, as a life-forbidden zone, would undergo changes in terrain after a certain period. Every time the terrain changed, such phenomena would erupt. It seemed that the terrain had changed again. Lin Xuan murmured, gazing at the magic circle in the sky. He had witnessed it once after the college entrance examination. However, it seemed this time the change was much larger than the last. It appears that the events happening in the Divine Grace Cemetery are greater than I imagined. Chapter 116, Preparations before Departure, Strength Enhancement Equipment, Voldemort Wristband Quality, Mythical Effect, Attack 500, Mana 1000. 4-dimensional attributes 10, Equipment Requirements, Level 60, or above for all professions, attributes. Wearing it grants the Voldemort's spatial treasure chest, usable for equipping corpses, undead, and other creatures. The Voldemort wristband is an extremely premium wristband for necromancers. The exchange requirement is as high as 500,000 credits. 500,000 is indeed not a small amount. Lin Xuan felt that if it weren't for such a high price, the wristband would have long been exchanged by others. After exchanging the equipment, Lin Xuan continued to check. There were several pieces of equipment suitable for necromancers. However, compared to what he had, they were slightly weaker. Lin Xuan looked for a while and then shifted his gaze to the skill books. With the Deluo Buddha Palm, his offensive methods were already sufficient. He could look for control-type skill books instead. Of course, flying-type skills would be even better. Unfortunately, such skill books would be snatched up as soon as they appeared. And even the school mentors would envy them. After flipping through for a while, Lin Xuan finally confirmed a crowd control skill. Skill, like a different world mana cost, 200 effect. After casting, it can put the target in a state of forgetfulness. Chapter 117, Evolving Equipment. Song family. Compared to monster-type mounts, large trucks are actually more precious. After the Great Cataclysm, many records have been lost. Especially with the interference from airborne electromagnetic fields. Many mechanical vehicles could not start. As a result, Blue Star even experienced a period of steam age. However, with the rise of the mechanic profession, cars and other mechanical vehicles gradually restored their original appearance. However, large heavy trucks like this are still rare. Unless custom-made by trading companies, ordinary people can't even buy them. Naturally, Lin Xuan didn't want to miss these two heavy trucks. He only needed to use Void Walk once within 10 seconds. The effect of skill cooldown reduction can be maintained continuously. Just now, it has been released consecutively more than 10 times. The skill cooldown time can be ignored. Lin Xuan used Void Walk and quickly moved the evolution stones from the vehicle to the villa. After that, he handed the large truck over to the staff from the Chen family who accompanied Chen Wanqiu. 500 boxes of evolution stones, this is really a fortune. Evolution equipment is to upgrade the level of the equipment. For example, level 40 equipment can be upgraded to level 50, or even 60. Of course, the attributes corresponding to the level increase will also rise. One evolution stone has a probability of upgrading the equipment by 1 level. Chapter 118, Flying Eagle Boots. Unexpected incidents. When Lin Xuan left the enhancement hall, his expression was somewhat displeased. His equipment had indeed been fully enhanced, and all levels had reached enhancement level 10. Obtaining the enhancement resonance attributes. Enhancement resonance, all damage 10, all attributes 10, spell critical rate 10. All 4 resonance attributes were very perfect. It should be noted that resonance attributes are not unique. They include various random resonance effects such as genre restraint, attack bonuses, speed bonuses, and attribute bonuses. Lin Xuan's resonance attributes this time were far better than those of enhancement level 7. This should have been a cause for celebration. However, Lin Xuan felt a bit depressed. The costs were just too high. 1 billion worth of enhancement items, all gone. Moreover, not a single item reached enhancement level 11. Is there really a problem with these enhancement stones and crystals? The probability can't be this low, right? Lin Xuan complained a bit. Ordered some more enhancement items from the trading hall, and stopped paying attention. With 2 replication crystals and the evolution stones promised by the Chen family, he now lacked nothing but money. The discomfort in his heart mainly came from his belief that his luck was not bad. The problem must be with the machine and the items. Chapter 119, Heavy Losses, Soul Lantern. The death of professional players is no small matter. Every school's professional players have been trained at great cost. Moreover, their value extends far beyond the school. For instance, currently, 80% of the heads of major cities in the Xia country were once professional players. Teacher Li Ming from Mingzhu University, whom Lin Xuan knows, was also a professional player. Of course, even someone like Li Ming, who can claim the title of the #1 shaman in the national server, did not win a championship in the world tournament back then. He didn't even win a domestic tournament championship. The competition in professional leagues is just too fierce. The people there are very earnest, solely focused on the world champion ring. The mentor's words elicited a strong reaction from the students. Although this world is dangerous, they are still students. Many have never witnessed real death. For example, Lin Xuan. Although he has experienced much, he has never seen a professional player truly die. Whether it was during the college entrance examination, the freshman trials, or the Longmen Buddhist caves ruins. Just because he hasn't seen death doesn't mean he doesn't fear it. Professional players have always been synonymous with invincibility among their ranks. Yet such people can only enter the life restriction zone of first-tier professionals. Chapter 120, Departure. Fish Dragon Pendant. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xuan returned to the villa. The Beast's Nest dungeon truly lived up to its reputation as a precursor to a large-scale raid. The difficulty was extremely high. Lin Xuan spent 5 hours to clear all 5 difficulties. It's worth noting that he could clear the other 2 level 60 dungeons in 3 hours. Fortunately, he was lucky. From the 5 dungeons, Lin Xuan obtained 2 skill points. The drop rate was incredibly high. With the 2 skill points plus the previous 7 skill points, Lin Xuan just managed to upgrade Void Walk to level 4. The cooldown time dropped to 15 seconds, achieving a 70% cooldown reduction for the equipment. The Void Walk skill can now be released every 4.5 seconds. Initially, the cooldown time wasn't an issue, what mattered was the interval time. At first, if Void Walk was not released within 10 seconds, the effect of cooldown reduction would disappear by half. Now it can last for 2 minutes. That means, within 2 minutes, as long as he releases Void Walk once, he can maintain the skill with no cooldown. Great, he can now use Void Walk for travel. In 2 minutes, he can release skills infinitely, and unlike Blink, he can rest for 2 minutes and then continue with unlimited cooldown displacement. But he still lacks skill points. Chapter 121, Returning to the Divine Grace Cemetery. Special items. Due to the mobilization order, many professionals were heading to the Divine Grace Cemetery. On the way, Lin Xuan saw quite a few teams heading in the same direction. There were large merchant groups like the Chen family, small exploration teams made up of a dozen people. And some students who seemed to have taken on military bounty tasks and were exploring in groups. Lin Xuan even saw teams flying the flags of the Kong and Song families. However, their numbers were only around 30 to 50 people. Clearly not as invested as the Chen family. The main businesses of the Kong and Song families have little to do with the Divine Grace Cemetery. They were likely here to respond to the military's mobilization order. Chen Wanqiu rode a panda beside Lin Xuan, noticing his gaze towards the Kong and Song families, and began to explain. Doesn't the Chen family need to respond to the mobilization order? The four great families of Jiang Haixia Kong, Song, Chen, and Jiang. Since the Kong and Song families are contributing, what about the rest? Our Chen family will also contribute. The team we dispatched is already waiting near the Divine Grace Cemetery for military orders. I see. Lin Xuan nodded, then turned his gaze to Chen Wanqiu beside him. The girl's face was delicate, but there was a hint of worry between her brows. It seems that the Chen family is under a lot of pressure for this operation. Chapter 122, Liu Big Ears, Conflict. As the two squeezed into the crowd, Lin Xuan saw the stall owner behind the booth. He was a frail middle-aged man wearing a duckbill cap, with a sallow complexion and very large ears. At this moment, he was calmly watching the man across from him. On the stall, there were many bottles, jars, and magical items displayed, among which were a few gems emitting a faint glow. Damn it, you still say it's not fake? The light of these gems is different from the others. What do you mean the light is the same? Just turn your head and take a look at the stall next door. The stall owner said, standing up and grabbing the enhancement gem from the neighboring stall and placing it on his own stall. Open your eyes and see, what's different here? Anyone selling goods can't stand being accused of selling fakes, especially enhancement items. These things are dropped from killing monsters, how could there be fakes? The distinction is just to stir up trouble. The gem was displayed, and everyone present cast their gaze over. It was clear there was no difference. Some onlookers began to whisper. Hey, I told you not to touch enhancements and amplifications, look, another one has gone crazy. Does this guy think it's before the great disaster? Still fakes. Chapter 123 News, Two Kinds of Mutations. Fool. Lin Xuan shook his head gently. The so-called young master of the Song family in front of him was truly far inferior to Chen Wanqiu in terms of depth and thinking. After hearing this, Chen Wanqiu furrowed her brows slightly. Songming, have you been kicked by a donkey? The Chen family's warehouse has so many items. If you had any brains, you wouldn't do something so foolish as using half of the family's stock to enhance equipment. Being called foolish by the woman he liked made Songming's face turn red, and then pale. Lin Xuan was also surprised by this. Indeed. It's not the wealthy second generation's indulgence that's to be feared, but their ambition. Using half of the family's stock to enhance equipment is truly insane. Enough. What I do is none of your business. Regardless of your relationship with this merchant, I'm taking both of them away. Lin Xuan straightened his body. How did this involve him? Hey, friend, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. He's not a merchant. At this moment, seeing that there were many people on the other side, Liu Dazue blocked the front. Facing over 30 people, he wasn't afraid at all. Not to mention that there were military personnel stationed not far away. It was impossible for this side to cause a big disturbance. The key was that this group of people were all first-tier professionals. Chapter 124 Old Friend. I am also someone of status. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Chen Wanqiu fell silent for a moment. She didn't know much about the underground palace, and the confidentiality of related information was very high. However, her father had mentioned the current situation when he told her. Her father once said that normally, one needed to reach level 150 to learn about the underground palace. But if it was a professional with a flying mount, it would be an exception. At that time, Her father had explicitly stated that if Lin Xuan inquired about this matter, he could tell him. However, knowing this would mean bearing some responsibility. Who? Chen Wanqiu thought for a moment and made a decision in her heart. Lin Xuan, the confidentiality level of the underground palace information is very high. If you learn about it, you will have to bear some responsibility. This responsibility may come with some constraints. Do you still want to know? Chen Wanqiu made it clear. It was putting the choice in Lin Xuan's hands. Lin Xuan was a bit surprised after hearing this but quickly reacted. In fact, he had already had some guesses about the underground palace. It was likely related to external enemies. However, he wasn't sure if that was the case. At this moment, hearing Chen Wanqiu's words, Lin Xuan confirmed his suspicion. The underground palace should be related to the mutations or external enemies of our blue star, right? Chapter 125 Searching for Someone, Unexpected Encounter. The Starfire Guild. A special organization formed by the two strongest professionals in the world. Guild members are only nominal and not forced to take on tasks. Lin Xuan learned that the guild's philosophy is to protect the seeds of civilization. However, at that time, he didn't fully understand what it meant. Now that he knew about the underground palace, he realized that Blue Star was indeed very dangerous. Establishing this guild likely already took the worst-case scenario into account. Hope everything goes smoothly. Lin Xuan followed the middle-aged man in charge to a small tent behind the camp. You are Lin Xuan. The middle-aged man's attitude improved significantly, with a faint smile on his face. Lin Xuan nodded. Yes, indeed very young. My name is Li Yunfei. And I am also from Starfire. As he spoke, the middle-aged man also took out a Starfire badge. Seeing the badge in Li Yunfei's hand, Lin Xuan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Li Yunfei to also be a member of Starfire. Since that's the case, it would be much easier. He directly recounted what he had seen regarding Liu Dazue. After listening to Lin Xuan's account, Li Yunfei frowned slightly, his voice a bit heavy. Are these things you said true? Lin Xuan nodded, absolutely true. For 2 or 3 months after I graduated, I was trading with him in the Divine Grace Cemetery. Chapter 126 The Strength of Professional Players, Practice a Few Times. Soon, Lin Xuan saw a man about 2 kilometers away in the forest, stepping hard on someone's face. While twisting his toes, he was cursing. Damn it, don't you see what your status is to dare to curse at me? It's only because you lowly folks have gained some strength that you're even here. In the past, you would have disappeared without a trace in an instant. The person being stepped on had a hard temper and retorted, screw you, you're just a coward. You only dare to bully me relying on being a professional. If you have the guts, let me up, and let us go one-on-one. The person being stepped on was Liu Dazue. His curse instantly provoked the person stepping on him to intensify the assault. He received another brutal kick to the face, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Normally, professionals with digitized health bars wouldn't spit blood from being beaten. But Liu Dazue was not one of them. He had previously been heavily injured by a professional invited by the Song family. In this state, let alone spitting blood, if the attack was a bit harsher, it could cripple a person. He could only rely on the water of life to recover. If it got any harsher, it could easily kill. Cough cough. Liu Dazue, being stepped on, was breathing heavily. Chapter 127 A slightly dirty corner, black mist. Jumping up, he slashed down. Wu Bing, as a former professional player, rarely used this move. Because at the moment of being airborne, he was full of flaws. However, facing Lin Xuan, he had no such worries. After all, this method of finding flaws was a course trained by professional players. Very few ordinary professionals would think this way. In fact, Lin Xuan truly didn't understand it either. He had never learned any martial arts knowledge and had rarely fought against professionals. After all, under the pressure of 800 times the punch power, all beings are equal. Of course, Lin Xuan's lack of understanding was predicated on his indifference. At this moment, watching Wu Bing's fierce attack, he didn't even bother to dodge. If you could kill me in a second, that would be too fast, let me see your strength. Lin Xuan smiled lightly and braced himself against the blow. 96,800. The moment the damage value appeared, Lin Xuan used his void warp to flash beside the man and kicked him with a whip leg. At this moment, the man again showed a lack of professional standard. After landing, he didn't even need to dodge with a displacement skill and was kicked solidly by Lin Xuan, retreating nearly 10 meters before stabilizing his stance. How is that possible? How much health do you have? Wu Bing looked at Lin Xuan in disbelief, feeling as if his worldview had collapsed. That last blow of his, while full of flaws, was a max-level skill. Chapter 128, In the Black Fog, the Bagua Plate whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The moment the black fog descended, Lin Xuan and the others rushed forward. Only Liu Da, a duo, remained on his flying broom, stunned. However, after just 2 breaths of rushing forward, Lin Xuan and the others returned the same way and flew past him. What is going on? Liu Da, a duo, was confused, unable to move forward or backward while on his broom. Just as he hesitated, Lin Xuan and the others returned again. After running through all 4 directions, the 4 finally regrouped. At this point, even the slowest person could see that something was wrong. Are we in a ghost wall? Liu Da, a duo, asked. Lin Xuan jumped down from the good and nodded uncertainly. He didn't know if it was a ghost wall, but after testing it out, it was clear that they were trapped in this black fog. It should be a folded space. Zhong Fan, who had participated in some military operations at the military academy, explained, having seen more. In this world, besides a ghost domain-like ruin near Dacheng City, no other places have been found with ghost-related rules like ghost walls. Chapter 129, The weapon is an axe, the Moon Palace. As soon as Liu Da, a duo, finished speaking, Lin Xuan suddenly sensed that more than a dozen of his skeleton soldiers had disappeared. There's danger. Lin Xuan squinted his eyes, warning everyone. Zhong Fan and Chen Wanqiu instantly became alert, switching to combat mode. At this moment, Lin Xuan finally realized Liu Da, a duo's profession. Indeed, after knowing Liu Da, a duo, for so long, it was the first time Lin Xuan knew his profession. This guy is definitely not to be underestimated. He pulled out a Luoyang shovel as a weapon. As expected. In the series I have a friend, the friends are all oneself. Now is not the time to think too much. In just 2 or 3 breaths, Lin Xuan noticed that he had lost another dozen skeleton soldiers. However, there was no sign of battle around. Because the black fog was very thick, visibility was only about 20 to 30 meters. Lin Xuan had spread out the skeleton soldiers to form a large guard circle. At this moment, over a dozen skeleton soldiers had silently died. Lin Xuan didn't rush to summon more, but quickly shrank the guard circle of the skeleton soldiers. He wanted to see exactly what existence had wiped out these skeleton soldiers. As the skeleton soldiers shrank into visible range, Lin Xuan and the others finally realized the seriousness of the situation. The black fog actually blocked the transmission of sound. Chapter 130, The Toad. The charm of local specialty professions, the 4 of them did not rush forward, but carefully observed the surroundings. After all, there are many myths and legends about the Moon Palace. For example, the story of Chang'e flying to the moon. Chang'e, whose full name is Heng'e, is the wife of Huyi in mythological stories. In the legend, Huyi shot down 9 sons, angering the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor banished Huyi and Chang'e to the mortal world to suffer. Later, unable to endure the hardships, Chang'e secretly ate the elixir and ascended to the Moon Palace, becoming a fairy there. Thus, the story of flying to the moon came to be. Of course, this story is just one of many. There are also tales of Wugang chopping the Osmanthus tree, the jade rabbit pounding medicine, and the celestial dog eating the moon. Among others. There are even alternative legends regarding the Moon Palace. Lin Xuan remembered that in the mythological legends of Journey to the West, the Moon Palace, also known as the Moon Palace, is actually the residence of the Taiyin Star Lord. Chang'e is a general term for the maidens of the Moon Palace. Moreover, the Chang'e fairy that Zhu Beizhi once teased actually had the true identity of a maiden named Ni Chang. Just the widely circulated stories alone have two different versions. Coupled with other folk legends, the group felt it was best to be cautious before figuring out the details. At the very least, they needed to roughly deduce whether the mythological figures in the palace were good or evil. Chapter 131, Someone is Coming. Don't rush. Liu Da, a duo ran to Lin Xuan's side, relieved to see that the toad's tongue hadn't wrapped around him. Phew. Luckily I left a backup plan and ran fast. Otherwise, I would have really fallen today. But what is this toad that can transform into a palace? Speaking. Liu Da, a duo took out a few bottles of potions and drank them. Although he was hit by the toad's tongue earlier, Lin Xuan's summoned creatures provided treatment. But that only helped to stabilize his health. What now? This cursed place has such a monster. Liu Da, a duo's tone was somewhat helpless. For a moment, everyone fell silent. The toad was positioned about 200 meters in front of them, its massive body exuding an oppressive feeling. Seeing that no one was speaking, Liu Da, a duo continued, "Why don't we retreat? This is a fake palace, we can look for another direction." After Liu Da, a duo finished speaking, Zhong Fan and Chen Wanqiu nodded in agreement. They had all seen the toad's attack, and such a size was definitely a world-class boss. As for its level, it was likely over level 100. The four of them had no chance against such a monster. Seeing the reactions of the three, Lin Xuan shook his head. Chapter 132, First Encounter with the Otherworldly Demon. 5 clans. A group of 7 or 8 people was startled by Lin Xuan's ice spike. Is this a skill effect? The casting speed is too fast. They hadn't even sensed the fluctuation of the skill before being blocked by the ice spikes. Hey, friend. Can you give us a way through? A man with darker skin cautiously pointed at the ice spikes. Nearby, Liu Da, a duo, seeing this, revealed his level and whispered a few words to this group. Moments later, these people looked at the Guanghan Palace with disbelief. Is it true? Why would I lie to you? I'm a merchant, integrity comes first. Just because you are a merchant, we don't believe you. Liu Da was speechless and didn't know how to persuade them. Lin Xuan noticed that the figure of the black mist was getting closer. So he whispered, "Let's keep it simple for now." The group quieted down and stopped advancing. In fact, the moment they saw Liu Da's level, their thoughts had already changed. Based on their experience fighting the strange group in the black mist, they knew that their levels would not exceed 100. And now, there was actually a level 130 professional beside them. They definitely weren't afraid anymore. Of course, compared to this 130 level person with somewhat big ears. Chapter 133. What are we waiting for? Surprise. Zhong Fan looked at the 2 severed heads on the ground and then scanned the crowd, feeling a bit awkward. In fact, over these past few hundred years, our blue star has become stronger. Moreover, we have captured 5 large cities in the world of the opposing civilization. Among them, our Xia country occupies 2, which is also the main reason why they can speak our Xia language. Silence. A few people fell silent. Lin Xuan was a bit stunned. Just now, he almost shouted the slogan of exterminating enemies who are not of our race. So, Blue Star is the invader between the 2 civilizations. The powers that be are actually ourselves. But it can't be counted that way. Zhong Fan could tell what each person was thinking just by looking at their expressions. He had thought the same way back then. Their civilization is resource poor, you should have seen that stone spear by now. Many of them still use weapons made of stone and ordinary metals. Of course, a lack of resources does not mean a lack of strength. The other world is connected to ours through underground palaces. Currently, there are many underground palaces around the world. And we are barely holding on due to our large numbers and rich resources. Moreover, most underground palaces are occupied by each side for 4 levels, with a prolonged battle taking place in the 5th level in the middle. Chapter 134 Extremely High Drop Rate. Phantom Toad. The Underground Palace is a tower-like special structure with 9 levels of space. It connects the 2 worlds and serves as the battlefield between Blue Star and the other realm. According to Zhong Fan, over 90% of the underground palaces are occupied by Blue Star in the upper 4 levels and the other realm in the lower 4 levels. The middle 5th level is the most direct confrontation between the 2 civilizations. Currently, the battles at the border are very intense. Almost every 6 months, there is a large-scale battle. Zhong Fan entered military school a month after the college entrance examination and went to the underground palace near Hangzhou for his first battle against the other realm's demon people in August. At this moment, he heard Lin Xuan's inquiry and naturally understood the reason. Seeing Lin Xuan fight effortlessly, Zhong Fan thought for a moment and said, "Killing the demon race does not incur an experience penalty mechanism and will not turn red. Moreover, their attribute and skill point drop rates are very high. However, if a Blue Star professional is killed by them, all items in their backpack will explode. This is also the main reason why they crazily attack our civilization. We see them as monsters for grinding attributes. And they see us as a treasury for dropping equipment materials. The front line is very dangerous, and normally, non-military personnel and professionals below level 100 are not allowed to enter." Chapter 135 Phantom Pearl, mythical item. After hearing this, Lin Xuan nodded to express his gratitude. He then looked at the Phantom Toad. From the previous attempt, he saw that the attacks of the Fire Crow and Bat Spirit landed on the Toad, but didn't even break its defense. The Toad didn't lose any health at all. Without losing health, he naturally couldn't trigger his talent. However, this was originally meant to draw out the enemy. Lin Xuan began to command the skeleton soldiers to form a battle formation. The skeleton cavalry advanced first, followed by the infantry, while the archers aimed at the Toad. Then, he continuously used void walking to flash forward. When the Phantom Toad saw Lin Xuan approaching, it swung its tongue again to launch an attack. At this point, Lin Xuan's void walking had triggered many times, and the cooldown time was negligible. He kept flashing and dodging these attacks until he reached the Toad. Once close, a foul odor assaulted his senses. In just 2 breaths, Lin Xuan noticed that he had entered a poisoned abnormal state, and his health was continuously declining. However, he didn't care at all. His health was about to break through 9 million. As long as it wasn't a percentage-based damage, it was like a tickle to him. Power Cleave. Before Lin Xuan launched his attack, he had already allocated all the attributes he gained to strength. With 800 times damage, boom. This strike landed directly on the Toad's left front leg. Chapter 136 Exploration. The use of necromancy. Collecting the arrows into his backpack, Lin Xuan continued to search. The suffix of the divine arrow includes the words Xuanwu. He guessed there should be more than one. The people behind saw Lin Xuan's actions and tactfully did not step forward. The Phantom Toad had not left at all, and they could guess the general situation. 5 minutes later, Lin Xuan did not find any other items and gave up searching. It seemed necessary to buy a treasure hunting mouse. Lin Xuan muttered to himself as he walked back to the crowd. On the way, he wanted to switch to the chameleon perspective he had placed on that fleeing demon from the other realm. He discovered that the chameleon was actually dead. He had been too focused on treasure hunting and hadn't noticed. But it didn't matter. Relics like the Guanghan Palace, based on the mythological stories, should only form small to medium-sized ruins. The space size is probably similar to the Long Men grottos. He would encounter the other side sooner or later. Returning to the group. The rescued people looked at Lin Xuan with somewhat hesitant expressions. One of them stepped forward, rubbed his hands, and asked, "Several great deities. Where are you planning to go next? We intend to follow you." Their strength was weak, and they found it difficult to move in the ruins. Continuing on would likely lead to more danger. They felt that as long as they followed Lin Xuan and didn't he act recklessly, at least their lives would be secure. Chapter 137 Shocking Secret, He is right here. With the strong man's narration, Lin Xuan gradually learned about the general cause and process of the strong man's death. The strong man was named Qian Yong, and was also a fellow townsman of Lin Xuan, from Jiangcheng. However, his college entrance examination results were poor, and he attended an ordinary university. After graduation, he stayed in Jianghai City to develop. The berserker class is relatively popular among professionals. So he formed a fixed team with 5 others. Initially, their development was good. However, during one adventure, 3 members of the fixed team died, and 2 were severely injured. Only he managed to escape with minimal losses due to his high durability. After that, the team disbanded. The strong man felt guilty, believing that his lack of durability led to these tragedies. Therefore, he went to a newly discovered ruin abroad, Olympus. It was very dangerous inside. Fortunately, he was lucky and obtained a very powerful piece of equipment shortly after entering, a ring that could increase luck and charm. It had dual hidden attributes. Once sold, this ring could fetch a price comparable to an S-class talent card. The strong man naturally knew its value. He managed to survive and safely leave Olympus. Upon returning home, he did not rush to sell it. Instead, he utilized the ring's attributes to start enhancing equipment. Chapter 138, Organizing the True Guanghan Palace. The Puppeteer. His real name is Matthias Chainin. Being a hidden class puppeteer, he ranks first in combat power globally. Everyone simply refers to him as the Puppeteer. It is said that he has been stuck at level 199 for nearly 200 years. His attributes are nearly invincible at the 2nd tier. Of course, he is a member of the 2 major dark forces, the Black Holy Sea. He has committed countless evils worldwide. Currently, the bounty on him from various countries has reached 50 billion. However, such a top-tier dark force professional might very well be hiding in the Guanghan Palace ruins. Lin Xuan felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. His health bar is high, but against a professional like the puppeteer, it is wise to be cautious. After all, based on his actual age, the opponent is a dark professional who has lived for over 200 years and is still roaming freely. He might have some powerful skills or underhanded tricks. This is a serious matter. Lin Xuan released the undead resurrection, temporarily bringing back the members of the Song clan merchants. Their corpses looked quite tragic, so much so that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were dismembered. Fortunately, the undead resurrection skill is powerful enough. After Lin Xuan cast the skill on them, these individuals still trembled and sat up. Only 2 of them could not speak normally due to having their necks severed. Chapter 139, Palace Key, a mythical item found at random. The palace is silver-white, exuding a cold aura. From a distance, it seems to be frozen in ice, with some spirit herbs emitting a silver-white glow growing around it. Upon closer inspection, there are several puppets in silver armor patrolling at the palace entrance. Everyone's eyes brightened. They finally found it. Since learning that the Guanghan Palace ruins contained the puppeteer, everyone felt a bit uneasy. At this moment, the captain of the Lazy Worm team approached Lin Xuan and waved to display a panel. Name: Silver Armored Celestial Soldier, Elite, Level LV99, Description: a patrolling guardian of the Guanghan Palace, crafted by Chang'e of the Moon Palace using moonlight and essence clay, possessing extraordinary strength. Skills: Silver Moon Slash, Moonlight Shield, Breakthrough of 1,000 Armies, Whirlwind Slash. They were all elite monsters at level 99. Everyone was startled upon seeing the monster information. Normally, bosses would be higher level than monsters. The guards were all level 99. What about the ones inside? Let's go. Lin Xuan waved his hand. The group quickly moved to the front of the palace. At this point, they were only 50 meters from the palace's main entrance. The patrolling guards had not triggered a battle, but everyone noticed the issue. Chapter 140, Supreme Divine Artifact, Sky Flying Maid. 50 meters is neither too far nor too close. At this moment, the others saw Lin Xuan crouching down to inspect the scattered discarded weapons and began imitating him. They weren't sensing anything wrong, rather. Throughout the journey to this point, they had relied almost entirely on Lin Xuan's efforts. Now that they had entered the Guanghan Palace, Lin Xuan was still personally checking for abnormalities around them. If they didn't show some initiative, their faces would start to feel hot. Seeing their actions, Lin Xuan's expression turned bitter. Fortunately, based on the distance, he was closest to the bow, and not everything around was mythical artifacts. For example, there was a broken spear nearby, and the information showed it was simply a weapon used by the enchanted celestial soldiers. Lin Xuan continued checking and soon reached the bow. Reaching out to pick it up. Equipment: defective sun shooting divine bow. Quality: mythical ancient. Description: the divine bow used by Hu Yi to shoot the suns. Now in a defective state. Defective. Lin Xuan was slightly taken aback. Upon closer inspection, the bow indeed had cracks and lacked a bowstring. No wonder it felt strange in his hand. He had been too excited earlier to notice this detail. However, even in a defective state, it was still of ancient artifact quality. If complete, wouldn't it be an artifact from ancient times or even prehistoric times? Chapter 141, Brother Monkey is still fierce, battle erupts. What should we do? Zhongfan frowned. Right now, we haven't sensed a teleportation portal. To leave, we definitely need to defeat the boss inside. If we alert it, those enchanted sky maidens will likely awaken as well, and the numbers. Just thinking about facing countless monsters made everyone's scalp tingle. Unconsciously, everyone turned their gaze to Lin Xuan. So what if there are many? Lin Xuan licked his somewhat cracked lips. So many means they are just coming to deliver monsters to me, right? As soon as Lin Xuan said this, Chen Wanqiu, Zhongfan, Liu Daya, and the Lazy Worm team members all instinctively nodded in agreement, looking speechless. While others were worried about encountering monsters in the ruins, this guy thought, the more monsters, the better. This idea was truly bold. However, recalling the various monsters Lin Xuan had transformed along the way, as well as the method he had just used to transform the fallen enchanted celestial soldiers, they felt that perhaps the ones they should be worried about were those enchanted sky maidens. Xuan, what should we do? Yeah, big shot, you decide. We'll follow your lead. Realizing that a great battle was about to happen, everyone stopped talking and agreed to listen to Lin Xuan. Chapter 142, Intense Battle. Colonel's accent as Lin Xuan's command fell, countless sounds of arrows piercing the air followed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows of the skeleton archers and dragon breath rushed towards the sky above the hall, resembling a starry sky. Who is it? Who dares to disturb our slumber? Eliminate him in the name of the moon. Accompanied by angry shouts, one by one, the demonized flying maidens emerged from the void and attacked the frost giant, Xiaoxiao, who was capable of taunting and drawing aggro. The battle erupted instantly. At this moment, Lin Xuan also clearly saw the appearance of the demonized flying maidens. They were very similar to humans. With beautiful and cute faces and graceful figures, they looked almost like human women. What set them apart from humans was that they wore gauzy garments made of satin, exposing their fair skin, and their feet were bare and as white as jade, allowing them to briefly hover in the air. They had ribbons on their backs, which were likely their weapons. Their damage was high, and their defense was also strong. Similar to the demonized heavenly soldiers outside, they included melee fighters and mags, and even surprisingly, supportive flying maidens. Indeed, the demonized flying maidens, with their petite figures paired with stunningly cute faces. Chapter 143, Coincidence, Crisis Doubled. Be careful, after these two people were exposed for match fixing, their personalities changed drastically. They have done a lot of bad things in the wild. The lazy bug team captain, Shu Xiu, whispered an explanation. He then signaled his team members with his eyes. Despite their previous defeat and escape at the hands of the foreign demons in Hang City, their team still ranked within the top 100. They usually fought quite cohesively. At this moment, seeing that everyone might encounter foreign enemies, they naturally geared up. Lin Xuan was engaged in an intense battle inside. They had to protect Zhong Fan, Chen Wanqiu, and Liu Da Erdua at the very least. After hearing the explanation, Zhong Fan and Chen Wanqiu also became serious. Although Blue Star was generally peaceful, there had always been conflicts between Sakura Country and Summer Country. Now that the opponent had two professional players, they had none. There was a gap in strength. If the opponent had any malicious intentions, the confrontation could indeed be quite dangerous. Of course, they were not without a chance. At the very least, they had Lin Xuan backing them up. However, Lin Xuan was currently busy, and they felt awkward to disturb him so abruptly. Strange. Retired professional players from Sakura Country have come to Jianghaishi in Summer Country. Chapter 144, Jade Feet, Conflict Deep Within the Palace of the Moon Palace. Thanks to the unique equipment, the Ant Queen Necklace, Lin Xuan could switch to the summoning perspective using the Bug Race Heart attribute. Thus, he naturally knew some of the events happening in front of the palace gates. Unexpectedly, this shield turned out to be quite a rarity. Lin Xuan glanced at the frost giant, Shi Xiaoxiao, wrapped in a blue thorn shield not far away. It now resembled a moving sea urchin. Wherever it went, the shield continuously erupted with thorns, stabbing at the surroundings, and constantly attracting the hatred of the demons. Such a useful piece of equipment. Lin Xuan had recognized its value back at the Longmen Grottos. He just didn't expect it to be worth so much. Sakura Country was willing to invite two retired professional players to Jianghaishi to find people and equipment. Since it was so valuable, it couldn't be returned. Lin Xuan smiled lightly and briefly communicated with Chen Wanqiu through the communication horn. Two waves of people had arrived outside the palace, and Chen Wanqiu, Zhong Fan, and the others were unable to cope. Lin Xuan was not a cold-hearted person, especially since these were all his friends. Currently, only 1/10 of the demonized flying maidens remained in the palace. It wouldn't take long to eliminate them. However, considering the strength of the incoming batch of foreign demons. Chapter 145, The Strength of the Lin Clan, Sense of Oppression. Sasaki and Yamamoto exchanged glances. They both understood the strength of the people before them. Yamamoto's army. Let's discuss a strategy, Sasaki said solemnly. However, before he could finish speaking, Yamamoto had already rushed out. Damn it, this group of damned demons dares to be so arrogant. I, Yamamoto, will let them know the might of our Yamato nation. Yamamoto shouted angrily as he charged towards the foreign demons. Seeing this, Sasaki's expression changed slightly. But he did not hesitate and followed suit. Yamamoto's profession was that of a wandering warrior. Although it was a rare profession, his talent was highly compatible with it, giving him slightly stronger overall strength than Sasaki. Of course, he also had a better understanding of these lesser demons. His fiancée's family had a military background, and he had learned more about the underground palace and foreign demons from her. At this moment, he engaged in battle not only to avenge his teammates, but also because he remembered that his fiancée had said that killing these foreign beings would yield high rewards. Whoosh! Yamamoto's sword was quick, and his attacks were sharp. He fought against the demons. Boom! Yamamoto swung his sword at a fat demon. Chapter 146, One Strike, Instant Kill. Fire release. Lin Xuan's figure appeared before the two in an instant. The surrounding air seemed to cool down a few degrees. Sasaki and Yamamoto felt a sudden tightening in their hearts, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged up. Then, upon seeing Lin Xuan's attire, both were shocked again. "Damn it! It's you!" Yamamoto, who had just taken the potion and recovered, shouted. Although he had just faced life-threatening danger, he hadn't forgotten the reason and purpose for coming to Summer Country. The leader of the professional team that sent them to Summer Country had stated that if they could find the shield and bring it back to their country, they could apply to lift the ban on him and Sasaki. They knew that the reason they hadn't advanced to the second tier in 10 years since retiring was partly due to grinding attributes. More importantly, they hoped to one day lift the ban and return to the arena. Sakura Country was too small, and resources were too scarce. They want to turn the tables. They must achieve something in the league. "Hand over the shield," Yamamoto Kawa said, already swinging his sword towards Lin Xuan. He knew beforehand about the special nature of that shield. It would only drop upon the death of its holder. This was his hope to return to the arena. First, kill this damn Summer Country person. Retrieve the shield. Then escape. Chapter 147, Power Split, New Feature, Second Tier Practitioner. Boom! The ground in front of the Guanghan Palace was directly smashed into a large pit. Hard-hitting damage. Violence. This fighting style is too violent. The crowd gasped. They looked at Lin Xuan. He was calmly standing in place, his left hand wrapped in golden light, looking disdainfully at Sasaki in the pit. "Damn it! How is this possible? Why is there no damage?" Sasaki lay on the ground, shouting angrily. "That strike just now was too sudden. Fire release. That has fire damage." But the opponent seemed to ignore it. It must be related to the golden light in Lin Xuan's hand. But what is that hand wrapped in golden light? How could it break his move? More importantly, he didn't see Lin Xuan's health bar drop. Sasaki couldn't understand. But he knew. The fire release, this skill he had kept in reserve, was gone. Am I really going to fall here today? Sasaki was unwilling. Of course. There was one more thing. He looked at the severely injured Yamamoto Kawa not far away, feeling a pang of heartache. No one knew their relationship. It was a bond that transcended friendship. Bastard! Damn it, I must kill you. Sasaki swallowed a bottle of potion and roared in his heart. Chapter 148, Skill Sharing, Advantage. Boom! After Sasaki shouted out his ultimate skill, Earth Explosion Star, the entire world began to tremble. Cracks appeared in the ground of the plaza in front of the Guanghan Palace. Clods of earth and stones flew into the sky, gathering together. "Quickly, hide inside the palace." Lin Xuan saw this scene and hurriedly shouted to Zhong Fan and Chen Wanqiu. However, it was already too late. As a sealing technique that could almost be said to be the strongest for the ninja profession, the power of Earth Explosion Star was immense. It directly swept Zhong Fan into the air. "Ha ha ha! Everyone die for me!" Sasaki laughed maniacally. The power of this ultimate skill was very great, and it had a strong backlash. After using this move, there would be a cooldown time of 1 hour. And during that hour, no healing potions could be used. It could be said that without a teammate's healing skills, there would be almost no fighting power left. But he didn't care. He wanted everyone here to die, to make Lin Xuan feel pain. A bag of rice carries several floors. Sasaki roared, continuing to unleash his skills. However, Lin Xuan directly flashed in front of Sasaki. A whip kick was thrown out. Bang! Ah! Sasaki felt intense pain all over his body, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. Chapter 149, Killing, How Dare You Be Arrogant. Lin Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, looking at a piece of inconspicuous rubble floating 400 meters behind him. But behind the stone, Sasaki was completely twisted. The moment Lin Xuan sensed Sasaki's position, he had already activated the contract monster, Tiger Head Monster's skill. Tiger Leap. This is a passive skill. The original effect allows the Tiger Head Monster to use the surrounding terrain to continuously jump and leap. Once this skill was activated, Lin Xuan seemed to fly across walls, constantly appearing and disappearing among several rocks. In a few breaths, he appeared in the air 100 meters away. During this time, after releasing the Tiger Leap, he also combined it with the Void Walking skill. Almost at the moment Sasaki didn't react, he arrived in front of the hidden stone. How is this possible? At this moment, Sasaki's mouth twitched violently, his eyes filled with resentment. Was he discovered? Damn it! Sasaki shouted angrily, having no choice but to harden his head and unleash fire release. Although it wasn't enhanced by speed, the second-tier amplification in attributes and damage could normally deal 3 to 5 million health points. He didn't believe that Lin Xuan could continuously ignore his fire release. In an instant. Chapter 150, Peony Blooms. Wind Tribe. The reason the Lin tribe could become the second-ranked race in the foreign demon realm is that their group has a 50% reduction in dual damage. Moreover, their health at the same level is comparable to monsters. High defense, high damage reduction, high protection. This allows them to be invincible in battle. Facing Blue Star's human practitioners, they can easily achieve 1 against 3, 5, or even 10 at the same level. And the one just now, who was kicked to death by Lin Xuan, was actually an elite of the Lin tribe. Facing human practitioners of the same level, they could easily achieve 1 against 5. However, such an elite demon was actually killed in an instant. Looking at the situation just now, it was still a normal attack. Who are you? A demon finally couldn't help but ask, his voice trembling. Are you a top-tier practitioner from Blue Star? Other demons looked at Lin Xuan with fear, their eyes filled with dread. Top-tier practitioner. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. These guys actually knew this. It makes sense. The two civilizations have been at odds for over 500 years. The other side could even communicate with him in the summer language, so there must be a traitor. No, it's a ball traitor. Without thinking, the notorious Black Church and the Ancient God Society couldn't be unrelated. Chapter 151, Tiger Leap, Eagle Step. Deadly Crisis. The Wind Tribe demons have talents related to agility attributes. Their speed and attack are more than twice that of Blue Star's practitioners at the same level. Practitioners have already transcended ordinary people's extraordinary abilities. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's only twice as much. The gap is enough to allow the Wind Tribe to easily defeat their opponents at the same level. Of course, their advantage is not only reflected in terms of speed. Wind Tribe demons unlock their flying ability upon reaching level 100. This is 50 levels ahead of Blue Star professionals. These flying demons are obviously from the Wind clan. Lin Xuan glanced around and saw there were more than 50 of them. They were divided into 2 waves. One wave attacked Chen Wanqiu, who had already mounted a panda not far away. The other wave charged towards Lin Xuan and Zhong Fan. At this moment, Zhong Fan, Lin Xuan's good brother, had already woken up. He looked around and quickly whistled to summon his flying mount, a griffin, and then rode up. A Xuan. Zhong Fan saw Lin Xuan beside him and showed a look of relief after surviving. He had almost been scared to death just now. That feeling of helplessness was truly despairing. He was ready to use the life-saving item taught to him by his clan. Fortunately, he chose to trust his good brother. In less than 2 minutes, he was rescued by Lin Xuan. Chapter 152, Facing a top-tier level 2 expert, getting excited. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Xuan was stunned. The current state of him and Zhong Fan was clear, the newcomer was the puppeteer. But wasn't the puppeteer's real name Matthias Chenning? This name sounds like a man's name. Could it be that the one coming is not the puppeteer himself, but a puppet? Lin Xuan was puzzled and did not act rashly. At this moment, in the ruined palace square, apart from him and Zhong Fan being controlled by the puppeteer's thread, the surviving Wind Clan demons were also unable to move. The Black Church and the Ancient God Church had different attitudes towards outsiders. The Ancient God Church acted like a lackey of the outsiders, while the Black Church appeared more like a cooperative relationship. The puppeteer controlling the Wind Clan demons indicated that he was not in a cooperative relationship with the forces represented by these demons. He, my little treasure, you're so powerful. It would be so interesting to turn you into my puppet. Matthias swayed her waist as she walked over. She was a very standard-looking European noblewoman. At a glance, she looked like a 30-year-old young woman, still charming. She did not look like someone who had lived for 200 years. Stepping in high heels, dressed in a black high-slit long skirt, she twisted her slender waist as she approached. Chapter 153. So this is what the puppeteer is like. Firmly in control, the puppeteer seemed to know what Lin Xuan was thinking. She covered her bruised right cheek with one hand, raised her head, and revealed a crazed expression. Aren't you curious? I don't mind telling you. My ability is to control threads. These threads can not only control people, but also serve as my health bar and defense. Ordinary level 1 or level 2 attacks can't break my defense at all. But you are different. You actually managed to hurt me. That excites me. Lin Xuan. To be honest, he was very surprised. The 900 times physical damage did not kill the opponent instantly, proving that the puppeteer's health had stacked to tens of millions. No wonder this guy could be arrogant for over 200 years. According to the puppeteer, her threads were very similar to his talent. They could stack health. However, the opponent was a perverted M-type, and he was not. Little guy, you are the first person below level 200 who can hurt me. The puppeteer extended her crimson tongue and licked her lips. You qualify to be my plaything. Tell me, what is your name? Lin Xuan. This is not only an M-type, but also a Yandir. So this is what the puppeteer is like. Chapter 154. This is electrifying. White Silk JK Bullet Time. After releasing the skill, it could slow down time around him for a short period. Moreover, it had no effect on Lin Xuan himself. This might be the most worthwhile skill he bought, even more so than the Split Mountain and Void Walking skills. After all, this skill book cost very little, making it a huge bargain. Time stopped for only 3 seconds. Lin Xuan did not hesitate. He moved and appeared in front of the slow-moving puppeteer. A charming young woman was frozen in time before him. It would be a lie to say he had no ulterior motives. Of course, Lin Xuan might be worse than others. He was not interested in taking advantage, instead, he was prepared to kill her. Lin Xuan looked up and down at the puppeteer. He had to admit that she was indeed very beautiful. With her curvy figure, the combination of her physique and aura suited her perfectly. If she did not want to kill him, Lin Xuan might even want to be friends with her. Of course, a proper friendship. However, unfortunately, they were on different paths. Lin Xuan would not show mercy to someone from such dark forces. In fact, he was not one to have a black and white view of things. But in the face of a war between two civilizations and colluding with enemy forces, Lin Xuan directly sentenced her to death without reason. Chapter 155. This is not my hand. The Supreme emerges. Lin Xuan's face flushed. He had to admit that the puppeteer had some skills. After this series of operations, he actually forgot to order the skeleton archer to shoot. When he finally reacted, the puppeteer had already killed her way to him. Lin Xuan's skeleton soldiers were almost wiped out by her. Lin Xuan was startled and quickly used void walking to evade, simultaneously launching various attacks. The Great Buddha's Hand. bone cage, death entanglement, etc. All sorts of control and output skills were unleashed. However, these had very little effect on the puppeteer. And her attacks posed a significant threat to Lin Xuan as well. Both of their health bars were thick, and after a fierce battle, they were surprisingly evenly matched. He. Lin Xuan, I'm going to capture you and make you my most beloved puppet. You are my perfect masterpiece in this world. The puppeteer laughed girlishly as she attacked. Upon hearing that laugh and seeing the puppeteer's ghastly appearance, Lin Xuan immediately shivered. She really knew her identity as a Yandir. It made sense. With just a slight effort, he had already reached the output limit of a level 1 or even level 2 professional. Who else on Blue Star could achieve that? Lin Xuan did not believe that the Black Church had not studied him, the national champion. Chapter 156, Demonic Flames Raging, the Trump Card. In the distance, the demonic flames surged, incinerating the black mist within the ruins. A pitch-black shadow towering hundreds of meters high loomed like a dark cloud, obscuring half the sky. The overwhelming sense of oppression and momentum made Lin Xuan feel as if his soul was trembling. That was the power of a Tier 4 professional. The movements of the otherworldly being were astonishingly fast. Lin Xuan's expression changed drastically as he widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing from the distant towering figure. According to his friend Zhong Fan, the otherworld had been able to confront Blue Star for over 500 years precisely because they possessed demon beings with combat power equivalent to Blue Star's highest tier fighters. In other words, Tier 4 professionals. It should be noted that among the hundreds of billions of people from the two civilizations, there were only 4 Tier 4 professionals in total, 2 from each civilization. Yet, as soon as a passage was opened between the two civilizations in the underground palace, the other side dispatched one. Did they not fear an ambush? Zhong Fan mentioned that the combat power of Tier 4 professionals from both civilizations was evenly matched. And a great war erupted a century ago. Since then, both sides' Tier 4 professionals had not appeared on the battlefield for nearly 100 years. Now, they rushed over so eagerly. Could it be that the other side has some means, or that both Tier 4 professionals have come? Chapter 157, The Power of Demigods. Mythical figures strike. Here they come. Lin Xuan's expression tightened. In the distance, a demon being, towering hundreds of meters and shrouded in demonic flames, descended upon the Guanghan Palace ruins. After its arrival, it first scanned the area and then glanced towards Lin Xuan. The next second, Lin Xuan felt as if he had fallen into a furnace. His whole body was hot, as if on fire, and his vision blurred again. This is bad. Lin Xuan was startled and quickly checked his health bar, only to find it still continuously depleting at a rapid rate, nearly 1,000 per second. Who dares to intrude upon the Guanghan Palace? At that moment, a voice of authority echoed through the heavens and the earth. The voice was vast like smoke, imposing like a prison, resembling a question from an ancient deity. Immediately after, Lin Xuan saw the sky split open, and a giant axe shadow cleaved down towards the Tier 4 demon being enveloped in demonic flames. However, facing this powerful strike, the demigod tier demon being merely tilted its head slightly. Do these ancient Eastern gods dare to stop me? How ridiculous! Boom! The battle erupted, using a hand to receive it. Lin Xuan was taken aback, thinking he must have seen it wrong. However, the truth was just as it appeared. The hundreds of meters tall demigod tier demon being actually reached out its hand to catch Wu Gang's attack. Chapter 158, Major Incident, Top Combat Power Imbalance. In the distance, the battle was extremely intense, with demonic flames and blue streaks clashing, shaking the secret realm to its core. Lin Xuan's eyes turned red from watching. However, this was not envy. He was injured by the opponent's domain power. Lin Xuan rubbed his eyes and glanced at the fighting demon being again. Strange. Lin Xuan suddenly frowned. Zhongfan mentioned that the other world had 2 Tier 4 professionals. One was the strongest demon from the All clan, and the other was from the Lin clan. The All clan specializes in lightning attributes, also known as the Lightning clan, while the Lin clan is related to wood attributes and nature. Yet this Tier 4 professional had been continuously setting fires. Wait a minute. As Lin Xuan thought of this, his body suddenly stiffened. He seemed to have discovered a huge issue. Something far more serious than the other world having control over a palace. If Zhongfan's information was correct, then the demon appearing within the ruins was very likely a Tier 3 demon from the other world that had broken through to Tier 4. This is a big problem. Lin Xuan's expression changed. He hurriedly moved Zhongfan and the others out of the frost domain. The next second, Zhongfan and the others appeared at the palace entrance. Looking excited. Xuan, what just happened? How did you carry a space with you? That's amazing. Chapter 159, I will strike in my strongest form. Everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Among the lazy worm squad, someone even flashed a hint of despair in their eyes. The fact that the 2 great civilizations had a top combat power imbalance had not yet fully developed. If it truly came to a confrontation, Blue Star would undoubtedly have a higher probability of defeat. However, it was different within the ruins. Every college student would learn about top combat power once they entered university. If ranked by combat power, Blue Star would not actually belong to humanity, nor would the other world belong to the demons. Instead, all of this belonged to the beings within the ruins. After all, in theory, Blue Star was the first civilization to have a 3rd Tier 4 professional appear. Unfortunately, that person was rather reckless. After ascending to Tier 4, he was overly confident in his strength and insisted on entering the Summer Country's journey to the West Ruins to seize the supreme artifact, the Rui Jingu Bang. That appeared in Blue Star. The result was that he was brutally killed by a stick. Blue Star missed the opportunity to suppress the other world, and from that event onward, everyone realized that the beings within the ruins were the strongest. Therefore, everyone had been somewhat hopeful that Chang'e could deal with this Tier 4 otherworldly powerhouse, but unexpectedly, the situation had now taken a turn for the worse. Lin Xuan frowned as he witnessed this scene. Chapter 160, The Power of Luck. Equipment, Tika's Fate Ring Quality, Mythical Ancient Effect, Life 50, 000, Mana 10, 000. 4-dimensional Attributes 50, Equipping Requirements, None, Attributes, Gift of Fate, Gift of Fate. All gifts of fate have their prices marked in the dark. Wearing the Fate Ring can enhance luck, charm, and other hidden attributes. The Fate Ring was, of course, an item obtained from the puppeteer. This was acquired by a local from Jiangcheng named Qianyong, who died at the hands of the puppeteer, from the Olympus ruins on the European continent. According to mythology, Tika is the goddess of luck in the Olympus system, also known as the goddess of fate. Although the ring does not specify how much luck it can increase, the fact that it can change the direction of a meteor about to strike him is enough to illustrate the power of luck. If it weren't for this ring effect, coupled with the lucky revolver, Lin Xuan wouldn't dare to join the battle of the 4th tier professionals. Fortunately, he has it. With this ring, Lin Xuan has effectively replaced the magic frog ring he obtained at level 5. That magic frog ring could only restore 1 point of mana every minute. For his current attributes, that was insufficient. Chapter 161, I Want to Slay a Demigod. Lin Xuan gently squeezed the sword pill in his palm. Chang'e would definitely not be able to evade this attack, and would suffer serious injuries. As a result, after this strike, the 4th tier demon would enter a brief state of excitement. Excitement also means that the opponent might become arrogant and thus negligent. At that time, it would be the best opportunity for Lin Xuan to strike. Oh no! In the distance, Zhongfan and the others, who were fleeing in a panic, also noticed Chang'e's condition. Their hearts were in their throats. What should they do? Is Chang'e going to be unable to hold on? Useless Wu Gang. If he hadn't been injured and unconscious, this situation wouldn't have occurred, as he could have drawn one of the fire giants away from Chang'e. Strange. Isn't Chang'e usually accompanied by the Jade Rabbit? Where is the Jade Rabbit from the Moon Palace? This is bad. Lin Xuan is too close, it's dangerous. Some here are anxious for Chang'e, while others are worried about Lin Xuan. Of course, there are not just these people in the ruins. Beneath the Osmanthus tree, there are two dark shadows. They are the professionals from Blue Star and the demons from another realm. Upon seeing Chang'e's situation, all the Blue Star professionals became tense. Compared to them, the demons huddled together, using the Osmanthus tree to avoid the aftermath of the 4th-tier Strongholds battle, were rather excited. Chapter 162, That Golden Light Iron Rod. In the distance, a demon with half a head let out an angry roar. Lin Xuan looked at the demon and felt a bit regretful. This sword strike actually did not slay the opponent. It seems that although this move's power is tremendous, it is ultimately not his skill. It cannot trigger the true damage effect of his talent. Otherwise, that sword just now would have been enough to slay this demigod. However, being at low health is enough. As long as he can take down more than half of the opponent's health, he will have plenty of opportunities to slay this demigod. At this moment, although the demon was fierce in words, he could not kill Lin Xuan right now. Taking advantage of the demon's severe injuries, Chang'e quickly dealt with the two fire giants and charged towards the demon. This time, the offensive and defensive positions have changed. The ribbons in Chang'e's hands moved like silver lightning, weaving around the demon. They either attacked the demon's heart, or the remaining half of its head. The demon hurriedly defended. The battle was extremely intense. In just a few seconds, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. The entire ruins echoed with the sounds of their combat. Lin Xuan had already used void walking to evade. In the face of such a level of battle, he would die if he were merely grazed. However, he didn't retreat. Instead, he used the last bullet from the lucky revolver. Chapter 163, Golden Light Shakes the World. One strike. In the deep mountains 300 kilometers north of Jiangnan. Summer country, a place shrouded in mist year-round, rarely visited by people. However, although there are few people here, there is a high security fence built around a 10-kilometer radius. Outside the fence, there are heavily armed guards. Every 10 miles there is a sentry post, and each post has a 100-man team. Such strength is almost equivalent to half of Jiangnan City's defensive force. Of course, the heavy guard is not to prevent powerful monsters from coming out, but to prevent someone from accidentally intruding and disturbing the monsters inside. After all, there is almost the strongest relic of the summer country, the Journey to the West relic. Buzz? A startling sound made the soldiers stationed here nervously look into the deep mountains. They saw 200-meter-high white columns in the originally misty and extremely quiet deep mountains. They stood like pillars supporting the sky, ancient and desolate, not knowing how many years they had existed. At this moment, these two white columns emitted dazzling light. What is happening here? Quickly, go report to the general, the relic has undergone a change. The soldiers stationed here were shocked upon seeing this scene. In an instant, all the soldiers who saw the white columns glowing sprang into action. Chapter 164, Seizing the Head of the Immortal. Take out the treasure. Lin Xuan was momentarily stunned when he heard a light sigh beside him. The voice was ethereal, like the sound of an immortal. In fact, the one speaking was indeed a fairy. Lin Xuan turned to glance at Chang'e, feeling that some things might not be as the Blue Star professionals understood. Chang'e seemed to know the great sage. You have to know, if this journey to the West relic had Chang'e knowing the great sage, Lin Xuan could understand. But this is the independent Moon Palace. How could she know him? Is it possible that all the relics are somehow connected? Lin Xuan thought back to the appearance of the underground ancient city layers in the Longmen Buddhist Caves relic, which seemed to have experienced a great battle. However, there were no such records in the local cultural legends of Luo Cheng. For a moment, unable to figure it out, Lin Xuan thought he must research more information when he returned. Swish! Suddenly, the Changi who had just sighed turned around and threw out a blue ribbon. What the? Seizing heads, Lin Xuan's eyes widened, then his figure transformed into an afterimage, suddenly changing direction and charging towards the back. The 5th-tier demon had escaped. The golden cudgel had also vanished into the sky. Although he regretted not seeing the true form of the great sage, there was still a severely injured 4th-tier demon behind. Chapter 165, Brother Hu Yi, I'm sorry. Treasure, what treasure? Lin Xuan scratched his head, not knowing what Changi meant. He, you little rascal, not being honest. Lin Xuan smiled awkwardly. This accusation is really unfair. He had plenty of treasures on him. Without a clear explanation, how could he know what treasure she was referring to? Lin Xuan thought to himself. However, he didn't dare to say that Changi was speaking in riddles. According to the classification of realms, Changi was likely at the 5th tier. Even if her strength was slightly weaker, only able to match a newly promoted 4th tier demon, that was not something he could contend with at his current strength. However, to leave the ruins, it seems he couldn't do so without Changi. Lin Xuan thought for a moment, then lightly cleared his throat and said, if the fairy wants something, feel free to say it. I'm an orphan, life may be a bit hard and I'm a little poor, but fortunately, I have many friends. After I go out, I can ask my friends for help to buy the treasures you desire. As soon as he said this, Lin Xuan couldn't help but want to laugh. Playing the poor card and trying to appear pitiful, along with his willingness to help, this set of rhetoric was simply seamless. Changi chuckled softly, he. You little rascal are quite interesting. You look handsome, but your words are all nonsense. After being teased by Changi, Lin Xuan waved his hand grandly, bringing Elena and the others into the frost domain, then took out the purple gold gourd and charged forward. At this moment, under the Osmanthus tree, the battle between the Blue Star practitioners and the alien demon beings was exceptionally fierce. Both sides suffered considerable casualties, especially on the Blue Star side. When the ruins were just opened, the opposing side had many 2nd-tier beings, while here, due to the previous black mist, only 1st-tier beings could enter. Thus, their overall strength was significantly weaker. Even though there were professional players who could rely on their powerful abilities to fend off these alien demons. The opposing side also had elite demons. So even though the battle hadn't lasted long, the Blue Star side had already lost 3 practitioners. Fortunately, Zhongfan and the others came to relieve some pressure, but it was still not enough. If time dragged on, they might not survive at all. Damn! These demons are really tough, their blood is too thick. A tall practitioner wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cursed. He was a professional player from the representative team of Magic City University, and had been fighting for 5 years. His attributes were not something an ordinary 2nd-tier practitioner could compare with. Based on his damage output, if he were facing monsters over level 100, he would have killed them long ago. But these alien demons had thicker blood than monsters. What should we do, Captain? Little rascal, you've got some guts. Changi glanced at Lin Xuan and waved her hand. In the next moment, Lin Xuan felt an even greater pressure on him, almost causing him to kneel. This is unfair. Changi. Lin Xuan rubbed his nose and said, I didn't mean what you think. Oh? What do you think I mean? Boom. The pressure increased again. Lin Xuan's legs trembled. He truly felt wronged. In front of Changi, how could he dare to have any improper thoughts? However, how could a mythological figure like Changi understand the nuances of his words? Little rascal, don't think I know what you are thinking. If you don't give me a suitable reason, I'll make you and that Wugang punish trees in this moon palace for 100 years. Punish trees for 100 years. Lin Xuan felt he couldn't be too cheeky anymore. Fortunately, after Changi finished speaking, he felt much lighter, giving him the chance to explain. Ahem, fairy, the reason I took the remains of the jade rabbit is to help you. Lin Xuan scratched his head and began to explain. Ever since he entered the Guanghan Palace ruins, he had encountered 3 world-class rabbit monsters. The first one was the jade rabbit he encountered right after entering the Guanghan Palace ruins. It was the size of a small mountain, chubby, and was munching on a carrot. Thank you, fairy. Lin Xuan's eyes flashed with joy. With this true jade rabbit corpse, he had a high chance of acquiring his first divine beast. Although after resurrection, he still needed to ask if the jade rabbit was willing to follow him. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan directly used the undead contract. As the skill was released, a dazzling white light burst forth from the orb in his hand. Immediately, Lin Xuan felt a peculiar wave emanating from the contract mark. In the next second, a pure white rabbit, jade-like and translucent, began to hop around in front of him. Jade rabbit. Chang Yi's face showed a look of surprise. Lin Xuan was also delighted. This jade rabbit was completely different from the one he had encountered before. It emitted an ethereal aura. Moreover, on the attribute panel, there was only one name: Contract Beast, Jade Rabbit, Quality, Divine Beast Level 1-0, Available Specializations, Physique, Strength, Magic. Agility. Note: Divine beasts possess powerful growth potential and enhance all attributes. Clearly, this was the true jade rabbit. And indeed, it was a divine beast. Lin Xuan took a deep breath and began to inquire about the jade rabbit's willingness. Just as he had told Chang Yi, if the jade rabbit was unwilling, he would dissolve the contract. Lin Xuan scratched his head and saw Chang Yi's eyes squinting, quickly nodding, "That's not a problem. All right, next time we come in, let us bring some people and first level the outside. Find a designer to create a garden behind the palace with a hot spring." Designer, garden, hot spring. Lin Xuan was left dumbfounded. Was this really a mythological figure? Were they sure she wasn't a modern person? Sigh, why did I say so much? Lin Xuan thought bitterly. As the saying goes, being close to a ruler is like being close to a tiger. What if you were close to a deity? Lin Xuan looked at the moonstone in his hand, feeling it was like a hot potato. In fact, the strategy for ruins like Guanghan Palace, which had mythological figures, was to avoid provoking them if possible. Now, he could enter and exit freely, and was even responsible for renovating the Guanghan Palace ruins. Note: it was the entire ruins. Lin Xuan had previously thought it was just the renovation of this palace. No way, I need to get some benefits. Clearing his throat, Lin Xuan glanced at the time. He could maintain the exit for another 2 minutes, which was enough. Rubbing his hands, Lin Xuan tentatively said, "Fairy. The defensive barrier of the ruins spans nearly 1,000 kilometers. It would be quite challenging to renovate everything, and also, the time of descent was 2.5 minutes. According to the free fall formula, had he fallen to the ground from 10,000 meters. In the darkness, Lin Xuan stepped on a cyclone and slowly descended to the ground. Lin Xuan looked around. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. Wow, the visibility here is even lower than the black mist. The situation can only be seen within 3 meters. One day, I'll deal with you." Lin Xuan muttered a few words, feeling very indignant. As for his eyes, it was that eye he had seen from afar in Jianghaishi during the strange occurrences. No need to guess. It was definitely related to the terrifying legends of the Divine Grace Cemetery. If those ruins with mythical figures posed potential dangers, then the life-forbidden zones were outright evident threats. Each life-forbidden zone represents at least one Lord-level monster of level 400 or above. Above world class is the Overlord level, and Lord-level creatures are a tier higher than Overlord-level beings. Currently, there are 7 life-forbidden zones discovered globally, each containing at least one Lord-level monster. Take the most recently discovered life-forbidden zone as an example. It was found by the beautiful country. During their exploration, they encountered a Lord-level monster. Chapter 171, Investigation, Forbidden Magic Stone. The underground palace has 9 levels, each a closed space, similar to the rules of the ruins. To enter other levels, one must defeat bosses, which are triggered randomly. The higher the level of the boss, the greater the probability of a passage appearing after its defeat. Of course, to control the authority of a level, all bosses must be defeated. The ordinary demons appearing in the Guanghan Palace ruins are mostly first and second tier. It seems the level of this underground palace isn't high. The range of monster levels probably doesn't exceed 200, or even 100. It's been less than 10 days since the Divine Grace Cemetery began experiencing anomalies. The underground palace has 9 levels. And the fact that they could appear in the Divine Grace Cemetery so quickly indicates that the speed of clearing this underground palace is very fast. Likely because the monster levels inside aren't high. After reaching level 70, wouldn't it be better to learn a detection skill? Lin Xuan thought of the monster corpses he had seen through the bat spirit. If he had a detection skill, he could know the level of the deceased monsters. As it stands, he would need to equip the magic card mechanical eye he obtained earlier to find out. He might as well go take a look. Chapter 172, Xiaoxiao evolves. From now on you will be called Galio. While lost in thought, Lin Xuan suddenly heard Elena's reminder. He hurriedly looked towards Xiaoxiao and was startled. He hadn't noticed that in such a short time, Xiaoxiao had moved forward several dozen meters. Based on its eating habits, it had already consumed 2.5 of its own size. However, at this moment, Xiaoxiao had stopped digging at the stone. Lin Xuan approached with curiosity and saw Xiaoxiao standing still, its body beginning to tremble, and its height was increasing. As a frost giant, Xiaoxiao's actual height wasn't very tall. After becoming a contract beast, it had shrunk a bit, standing only about 3 meters tall. But now, Xiaoxiao was standing still. And its height was visibly increasing. Amazing! Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. No wonder this guy performed mediocrely before, it turned out it hadn't developed yet. Master. Did you call me? At that moment, a silly voice came from beside him. Lin Xuan turned to see the silly cow standing next to him. Its big cow eyes looking at him adorably. Chapter 173, Magic Card Evolution, Zodiac Team. The underground palace has 9 levels from top to bottom, but only 2 entrances exist. Located on the 9th and 1st levels. The 1st level is the topmost and serves as the entrance for Blue Star into the underground palace. While the 9th level is the entrance for the Foreign Realm. The entrance is a one-way passage, which only applies to beings from opposing civilizations. Blue Star humans can freely enter and exit through the 1st level entrance, but Foreign Realm demons cannot. Conversely, Foreign Realm demons can freely enter and exit the 9th level. But Blue Star cannot. Of course, if one civilization occupies more than half of the underground palace, they can freely control the entry and exit mechanisms of these 2 entrances. It seems they need to fight their way up level by level. Lin Xuan glanced at the teleportation portal, and in this hall, found several corners to place some small bugs. These were special monster corpses, the nether silkworms, he had prepared for the Divine Grace Cemetery. This type of monster has a very faint aura, but possesses strong survival abilities, making them perfect for monitoring the situation here. Let's go. After confirming the number of levels in the underground palace, Lin Xuan waved his hand, instructing Elena and the others to begin advancing through the underground palace. Skeleton cavalry were not very suitable for this underground palace, but the newly unlocked skeleton knights and skeleton mags were perfect for this environment. Chapter 174, The Chen Clan's Treasures. Secured. Master, there's no road ahead. At this moment, Elena's voice came through. Lin Xuan looked ahead and saw that the originally spacious underground passage had unexpectedly turned into a wall. On both sides, there were several hidden doors. These hidden doors lead to other rooms. Some rooms contain treasure chests, but more often, they hide monsters. Once opened, they will trigger combat. It really feels a bit like tomb raiding. By this point, he had already killed over a dozen mini-bosses on the way, and had not refreshed the teleportation portal to the 8th level of the underground palace. Now he had almost circled this level. It seems that the monsters capable of refreshing the teleportation portal are hidden within. Advance separately. Lin Xuan waved his hand, and Elena led the contract beasts and skeletons towards different hidden doors. However, as they separated, Lin Xuan picked up the cow horn. Hoo, a voice came from inside. Lin Xuan, how are you doing now? Do you know which level of the underground palace you are in? I can't wait for you here anymore. There are quite a few demon tribes closing in on me. The voice was intermittent, mixed with heavy breathing. It seemed that they had already experienced combat, and were on the run. Chapter 175, One-Eyed Giant, Teleportation Portal Anomaly. He put away the cow horn. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. His mind was shaken. The reward was too high. One must know that even a deity like Chang'e only offered 2 mythical evolution stones. Yet here, Chen Wanxiu was willing to give 1. Of course, this was also related to the current situation. After all, at this time, unless the Chen Corporation could invite a second-tier top-tier professional to enter the Divine Grace tomb, it would be very difficult to retrieve the items in the warehouse. However, second-tier top-tier professionals already belong to the upper echelons globally, and the cost of hiring them would likely not be much different. Nevertheless, this mythical evolution stone still held great value. Chen Wanxiu was quite agreeable. Lin Xuan had a good impression of this senior. She wasn't just a pretty face, wasn't overly troublesome, and was willing to spend money when it mattered. However, Lin Xuan smiled. He couldn't be too confident. After all, the Divine Grace tomb was currently too dangerous. Lin Xuan was confident he could handle most second-tier monsters. But one could never be too careful. If he encountered a second-tier peak demon at the army level, he would likely not be able to defeat it. At that point, he would have to give up on this matter. After all, life was the most important. Well, first leave the underground palace and then decide based on the situation. Chapter 176, It's a Big Guy. In front of the portal palace, 300 to 400 fire tribe demons gathered. They held magic staffs, magic books, or magic swords. However, they did not rush into the palace to hunt contract monsters, but stayed in front of the portal, seemingly waiting for something. At this moment, the vortex gate flashed white light, and another fire tribe demon stepped out. This fire tribe demon stood at least 2 meters tall, wore a crown of flames, had a somewhat complex flame pattern on his face, and his gear emanated a hazy glow. At least all were at the orange equipment level. High Priest. The 300 to 400 fire tribe demons bowed as they saw the 2-meter-tall demon. The 2-meter demon nodded slightly and then waved his hand. Let the warriors prepare. Yes. As the demons responded, each fire tribe demon took out a piece of white cloth from their backpack and covered their foreheads with it. Then, they took out a porcelain bowl, drank the potion inside, and smashed it on the ground. In an instant, the sound of porcelain bowls shattering echoed continuously. Oh? Lin Xuan realized that his previous guess seemed to be wrong. These people were still a suicide squad. However, they were not cannon fodder but elite level. Chapter 177, They are simply their natural enemies. Covered in golden gear, this demon was definitely a wealthy individual, especially in the resource-scarce otherworldly demon Luo realm. This demon's status was likely not low. One must know that Lin Xuan had not achieved the feat of being fully equipped in golden gear. Currently, with the life-saving equipment Soul Lamp equipped as a secondary weapon, Lin Xuan had a total of 12 pieces of equipment, with the rewards and compensations from the school. Most of the equipment had already been upgraded to mythical level. However, there were still 2 pieces of equipment that belonged to the orange legendary level. One of the rings was the Scholar Ring, part of the Sky set. This ring had attributes for automatic mana recovery and cooldown reduction. Moreover, due to being part of a set, mythical quality was very rare. Lin Xuan had kept wearing it without hurrying to replace it. As for the other, it was a powerful boss unique equipment, the Ant Queen necklace. This equipment, needless to say, had the attribute Heart of the Swarm, which not only shared the vision of summoned creatures, but also increased all summoned creature attributes by 50%. The effect of the attribute reached an incredible level. Lin Xuan felt that this was irreplaceable, something that could last a lifetime. Of course, it was a pity that it was only of legendary quality. I remember there's a very rare item that can enhance the quality of equipment. Chapter 178, in the military camp, quickly invite Senior Li. Meanwhile, at the edge of Jianghai City, near the Divine Grace Tomb, Zhongfan and the others finally broke through the black mist of the Divine Grace Tomb and saw the light of day again. They felt a sense of survival after a disaster. Finally out. Great. Everyone was extremely excited, but soon they realized that the area was already under martial law. Soldiers were patrolling the edge of the Divine Grace Tomb, their eyes sharp and alert, watching everything around them. It's me. Zhongfan quickly took out his badge to identify himself to the soldiers. The soldier took the badge, carefully checked it, confirmed it was correct, and saluted, Captain Zhong. Welcome back, the commander is waiting for you. Saying this, the soldier pointed at all the professionals behind Zhongfan. Zhongfan nodded, he understood what the soldier meant. The events that occurred in the Moon Palace were too significant, and required all of them to undergo an investigation. After receiving the badge, Zhongfan led the professionals behind him to the camp. These people had no objections. In the Moon Palace, they had witnessed too many shocking things and experienced life and death crises. Mythical figures Chang'e and Wu Gang, 4th-tier otherworldly demons, and even the 5th-tier demon and the Rui Jingu Bang, which they still could hardly believe. Chapter 179, Red Name. Damaged divine personality on the other side, in the 8th level of the underground palace. Whoosh! A figure appeared from the portal. Steadying himself, Lin Xuan scanned the surrounding environment. Just like the 9th level, it was a spacious hall. However, the space was considerably larger than the 9th level, at least 2 or 3 football fields in size. As Zhongfan had said, although the underground palace was called the 9-layer demon tower, the closer one got to the center, the larger the space became. Lin Xuan recalled the information Zhongfan had described, waved his hand casually, and over 1,000 skeleton soldiers appeared around him. Then, with a thought, the figures of Elena and the other contract beasts also appeared simultaneously. Following the pattern of the 9th level, you all explore separately and notify me if you encounter any danger that you cannot handle, Lin Xuan instructed. Yes, Master. A group of contract beasts replied respectfully. After making the arrangements, he adjusted the skill timing and summoned another wave of skeleton soldiers. Lin Xuan rode on his mount, following behind Arena and the other contract beasts. The traces of the 9-layer bonfire proved that the foreign demon had left a long time ago. Upon reaching the 8th layer, Lin Xuan naturally relaxed a bit. It was time to take stock of his gains. It had been more than a day since he accepted Chen Wanxiu's employment and left Mingzhu University. According to normal timing. Chapter 180, Flame Demon Ring, waving his hand to slash the demigod. Lin Xuan had to thank the foreign demons for being professionals and not monsters. Otherwise, given the gap in their levels, they definitely wouldn't drop this item. Including Li Jiangbai's sword pellet, he already had 5 demigod-level attacks in his arsenal. If this news got out, even top-tier 3rd-level professionals would not dare to offend him. Indeed, he had gained another trump card. Lin Xuan carefully stored the item and looked at another shiny piece of equipment. After defeating the 4th-tier Fire Tribe demon and claiming its head, he had a total of 3 golden items drop. The divine rank had no color, so this was the first one. Equipment, Flame Demon Ring, Quality, Mythical Ancient, Effect, Life 100, 000, mana 20, 000. 4-dimensional attributes 20, assembly requirement, none, attribute or critical hit. Any casting action has a chance to produce a critical hit, doubling the effect of the spell. This attribute left Lin Xuan scratching his head, as it was a bit difficult to understand. Did it mean that after I cast a skill, it produces 2 skills? Or does it double the damage? Moreover, the probability was not detailed either. For a moment, Lin Xuan was puzzled, but after thinking for a while, he decided to temporarily set the ring aside and experiment after taking stock. Chapter 181, Choosing Skills, Flying Pig. While Lin Xuan pondered, he quickly advanced through the 6th layer. As he just entered the 6th layer, there weren't too many monsters. However, as he continued to push forward, the number of monsters began to surge. Not only that, but Lin Xuan also discovered a large number of bear-type monsters. These bear-type monsters not only had high health, but also dealt decent damage. No wonder so many troops were invested in the dungeon, and nearly all the necromancers were gathered here. If it weren't for the skeleton warriors serving as cannon fodder, this dungeon would be too dangerous. Even if only a few ordinary necromancers entered here, they wouldn't be able to withstand these monsters. Looking at the densely packed monsters ahead, Lin Xuan shook his head, but felt no worry. He was different from others. After upgrading his necromancy skill, the advantage was simply too great. Currently, the skill cooldown was less than 3 seconds. Each time he could summon 1,024 skeleton warriors. Although it consumed a lot of mana, he had a mana good. So he was not afraid of the consumption. As for the issue of level differences not being able to break defenses, Lin Xuan was not idle either. Following behind these skeleton warriors, skills like Great Buddha's Hand, Death Grip, and Death Storm were all unleashed. He didn't expect to kill these monsters. Chapter 182, Hong Family. Number 1 Shaman in the national server. While Lin Xuan was engaged in a fierce battle with the boss, outside, at the edge of the Divine Grace Cemetery. In a makeshift central military tent, Li Yunfei asked about the events in the Moon Palace 5 or 6 times. Zhong Fan and the others could almost recite it by heart. However, for the high-ranking individuals present, this news was still hard to accept. The news of Lin Xuan killing a demigod-level demon was like saying an ant killed a human. They couldn't believe it was true. It was too absurd. How did Lin Xuan resist the pressure of divine realms? How did he manage to break defenses? They were baffled. Among them were several members of large professional families who had come to support. One of them was from the Hong family, ranked among the top 3 in Jiangkai City. Unlike families like Jiang, Song, Kong, and Chen, who primarily focused on business, the Hong family relied on martial power. It was said that before the Great Cataclysm, they became one of the top families in Jiangkai City due to their iron wire fist. After the Great Cataclysm, they relied on their family's genetic martial arts talent. And nearly all family members could transfer to martial arts-related professions, even awakening-related talents. At this moment, sitting in the military tent, was the young 5th son of the Hong family, named Hong Chen. In fact, 4 families of their level. Chapter 183, Strong Defense. Military Action Shaman. Originally a profession leaning towards support, over the past 500 years, it has been developed into several other branches. Normally, shamans are divided into 3 specialization directions: elemental shaman, healing shaman, and enhancement shaman. Elemental shamans are somewhat like elemental mags, with average output. Healing shamans are similar to priests, also with average healing. As for enhancement shamans, they are like aura masters, similarly average. 3 average specialization directions. Normally, professionals must focus entirely on one to develop better. However, the person before them, bathed in lightning, was different. This national server shaman had achieved comprehensive development across all 3 specializations. Li Ming. When Li Chunshen saw the newcomer, his face turned pale. As a fellow shaman professional, he naturally knew the terrifying strength of Li Ming. In fact, in the early days, he and Li Ming were contemporaries, competing against each other in their professions. But now, the other party's level had already surpassed 250. This level is not considered high among third-level professionals. But his strength was second only to the batch of fourth-level professionals, and had dominated the national server as the #1 shaman for nearly 10 years. Li Ming. What about your student? Chapter 184, 5th layer of the dungeon, skill selection. In the 6th layer of the dungeon, the dragon army circled in the sky. And the flying pig boss seemed to sense danger, its previously arrogant demeanor suddenly subdued significantly. As the airborne overlord, it was most sensitive to the aura of airborne creatures. Attack! With Lin Xuan's command, tens of thousands of dragon riders and dragon cavalry launched their assault. The flying pig boss let out a piercing scream, flapping its wings in an attempt to flee. Unfortunately, the sky was already filled with the dragon army, leaving it no chance to escape. With the attacks from the incoming army hitting consecutively, the death of the flying pig was only a matter of time. Lin Xuan, below, continuously summoned skeleton warriors while also observing the aerial battle, occasionally unleashing a few corpse explosions. Soon, accompanied by the rampage of the flying pig boss, Lin Xuan killed a large number of flying dragons. He activated Eagle Tread and struck down with a powerful palm to end the life of this world-class boss. Killed level 169 world-class boss Decayed Shadow Bat Pig, experience 200,000, obtained Shadow Batwing Blueprint 1 with such a high level difference. It still grants 200,000 experience. Lin Xuan opened his mouth, feeling a bit regretful. Chapter 185, The Planning of the Magic Card. Unexpected discovery in the 5th layer of the dungeon. Lin Xuan put away the bull horn. The event location is on an island in the East China Sea. Underwater skills. This is somewhat different from what I previously thought. In fact, he had considered early on what skills to learn at level 70. According to the plan for this dungeon route, Lin Xuan originally intended to learn a curse-related skill. The undead mage has many branches: summoning, cursing, and soul. Lin Xuan's skills leaned towards summoning and soul. He hadn't learned any curse-related skills. Of course, learning skills in this area wasn't to become a well-rounded person. Moreover, curses can significantly enhance power. The curse skills of the undead mage are different from orthodox concepts. Their skill effects not only include conventional negative effects like blindness, stun, and slow, but also abnormal states like reducing defense, healing, and resistance. If he had curse skills, killing monsters in the dungeon would definitely be faster. After all, once a curse skill is released, it can allow the skeleton soldiers to output damage more quickly. Otherwise, he would need to release a lot of attack skills first to whittle down the monster's health. Wait a minute. Lin Xuan was thinking when he suddenly realized an issue. I currently have a moonstone in my backpack that can evolve magic cards. Chapter 186, The Foreign Army. 8 heavenly beings. After arranging for the silly bull and the others, Lin Xuan summoned over 5,000 skeleton soldiers. He then issued some commands to Elena. Elena, you're in charge of directing them to slowly advance. I'll go check on the seniors, and if there's anything unusual, communicate with me through the mental channel. Also, keep an eye on the Jade Rabbit and try to get her to level up quickly. After saying that, Lin Xuan glanced at the Jade Rabbit, who was enjoying herself in Elena's arms. In fact, since entering the dungeon, Lin Xuan had discovered that the divine beast he contracted, the Jade Rabbit, was quite useless. Aside from being cute and loving to eat, it had no other value. Of course, this might be related to her low level. So, along the way, Lin Xuan had entrusted her to Elena. As a result, Elena had been holding her in her arms like a pet rabbit. Although he had contracted this divine beast, he was merely paying the cost of decorating the Moon Palace. However, the performance of the divine beast was truly disappointing considering her quality. This was the third divine beast of Blue Star. At this moment, noticing Lin Xuan's gaze, the jade rabbit seemed to guess his thoughts, nuzzling into Elena's embrace. Seeing this, Elena quickly reached out to support her head. Damn, Lin Xuan glanced at Elena's big thunder, and sighed inwardly that this jade rabbit really knew how to enjoy herself. Chapter 187, Strategic Adjustment, Shaman's Prayer in the Goddess Grace Cemetery. Inside the central military tent temporarily set up by the life professions. At this moment, there weren't as many people as before. Only Li Yunfei, his assistant Li Chunsen, Chen Wanxiu, and the recently arrived Li Ming were present. Teacher Li. Lin Xuan just said he has important intelligence, and asked me to invite the highest-ranking official I could find. Chen Wanxiu said, handing the bullhorn to Li Ming. No need, you can just talk to him. We'll listen from the side. Li Ming smiled and didn't take the bullhorn. Chen Wanxiu looked at the other two military leaders. The two smiled and nodded, saying nothing. All right. Chen Wanxiu bit her lip, infused magic into the bullhorn, and initiated the transmission. Lin Xuan, you can speak now. Teacher Li and Commander Li are next to me. In the dungeon. Lin Xuan received the message, and was momentarily stunned. The following intelligence was very important. And there were no voices from Li Ming and others during the transmission. Should he say it? Who? Lin Xuan was lost in thought when, in the distance, monsters began to run towards his location. Lin Xuan's expression remained unchanged as he patted the purple gold gourd beneath him, letting it lead him to Elena. Then, he picked up the bullhorn and replied. I just finished exploring the 5th layer, and discovered the army of the foreign demon race. Chapter 188, Shocking the World, The Fall of Sakura Country. Go? Lin Xuan clenched his fists, and instantly transformed into the Lich King form. Under the Shaman's Prayer buff, his attributes doubled. Transforming into the Lich King again doubled them once more. This equated to a 4-fold increase in attributes. Of course, Teacher Li's buff has a time limit. Otherwise, that would be too invincible. Teacher Li's buff is really powerful, it covers such a wide area. Lin Xuan looked at his attributes, feeling quite pleased. It's worth noting that the buff effect is not limited to this. It provides a 2-fold attribute increase for summoned creatures. If he used the effect of the Supreme Overlord magic card, he wouldn't even need to take action. The skeleton soldiers summoned at level 69 could break through the defenses of monsters over level 100. Prepare to launch. At the same time, the Hangzhou military district received news and quickly mobilized troops, preparing to send them to the Goddess Grace Cemetery. At this moment, the military district commander was assigning his subordinates. Chu Yunlong, you are in charge of this operation. However, once we reach the Goddess Grace Cemetery, everything will be under Li Yunfei's command. Damn it, why should I listen to that Li Yunfei? Why do you ask? With just that one damn, who can you command over there? Chapter 189, Legion Battle, Level 70. The Sakura country is fully fallen. Countless professionals who heard the news were in shock. It's important to note that the speed of information dissemination now is not as fast as it was before the Great Disaster. The fact that they could receive such news indicates that the fall happened earlier. However, while everyone was shocked, they were also curious. A full fall means that all the professionals of Sakura country are either dead, or have become traitors, or are they in a mass escape? Also, facing the foreign offensive. What about the local relics of Sakura country that possess mythical characters? Have they not made a move? Various doubts filled the crowd. Everyone also recognized the seriousness of the situation. After all, this mutation in the Summer Country is not only happening in the Divine Grace Cemetery of Jianghaishi, but also in the Sangxingdui of Xiangchuan City located in the heart of the Summer Country. The danger level there is no less than that of the Divine Grace Cemetery. If the situation in the Sakura country deteriorates, the Summer Country will inevitably be in turmoil as well. With this thought in mind, The professionals gathered at the military camp's entrance began to disperse in succession, forming lines. They wanted to sign up and fight for the summer country. In the fifth layer of the underground palace, Lin Xuan was naturally unaware of the drastic changes in the Sakura country. Ever since the buff granted by Li Mingyuan took effect, he led the skeleton soldiers to start pushing through the fifth layer. Chapter 190, Bug Level Effects. Sun and Moon Dual Wheels. Lin Xuan's gaze was directed at a nearby area where something very coincidental and special seemed to be happening. With a swish, Lin Xuan used spatial movement to arrive at the target location. This was the corpse of a Wind Clan demon. A considerable amount of time had passed since its death. After all, Lin Xuan had prioritized dealing with these demons right at the beginning of the battle. However, a corpse that had been dead for so long was now still being attacked by skills. Interesting. Lin Xuan stroked his chin, finding the scene before him quite intriguing. The corpse of the deceased Wind Clan demon was charred. This was the work of the skeleton fire mags. The demon had been killed by a massive amount of attacks from the skeleton fire mags while it was alive, and the corpse had completely entered a burning state. However, this was not what Lin Xuan found interesting. In his line of sight, arcs of electricity appeared around this corpse every few seconds. And fireballs would also materialize out of nowhere to strike the corpse. There were even instances where fireballs and arcs of electricity appeared simultaneously. Lin Xuan looked at this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. This is impressive. Chapter 191, The Power of Divine Beasts. I want to get bigger. In the fifth layer of the underground palace, the shaman's prayers greatly enhanced the strength of the skeleton soldiers. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan ordered the skeleton soldiers to line up and push through the entire fifth layer. During this time, the Jade Rabbit also joined the battle. Unlike the undead creatures transformed from Frostmourne, the Jade Rabbit was only level 1 after the contract and required a large amount of experience to level up. Of course, this was not a problem for Lin Xuan now. Many of his contract beasts possessed human-like intelligence and were already self-sufficient. There was no need for him to team up with contract beasts to share experience like during the college entrance examination. Great Buddha's hand. Lin Xuan clapped towards the distance, instantly killing a severely injured Lord-level centaur boss. The killed boss was then transformed into an undead creature, joining the battle on site, and turning to deal with other centaur monsters. Although these centaurs looked somewhat strange, they seemed quite useful. After transforming into the Lich King, all the monsters he killed could turn into undead creatures. The centaur's structure is horse-like in the lower body, with a human torso above the neck. This body shape is quite ugly and bizarre, but very fast. Lin Xuan discovered that after he transformed the centaur into an undead creature. Chapter 192, Hurry Up and Get Bigger, Horse Head Back in Place. With the ability to cover the sky with one hand, entering the era of extraordinary beings, the downside for humans is that they lack the large body types of monsters. This downside can only be changed at level 300, which is to say, when one reaches a level 4 profession. However, even then, the changes are limited, with a maximum height of just over 100 meters. Some monsters can even reach nearly 1,000 meters in size. In the southern sea of the summer country, several nations built on islands were destroyed by a giant octopus monster a century ago. It was also during that catastrophe that everyone witnessed how powerful a giant-sized level 4 professional could be. Just a single stomp of their foot could seem to split the earth in two. Since then, skills and magic cards that can change body size have become highly sought after by professionals. Hurry up and get bigger. The Jade Rabbit heard Lin Xuan's promise, its eyes curving as it released its awakening skill towards him. A strange sound echoed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xuan's vision became very far away. The skeleton soldiers and centaurs that were originally dozens of meters away now seemed to be right in front of him. Looking down, those skeleton soldiers and centaurs appeared to have shrunk several sizes. Woohoo, taking off. Lin Xuan looked at his own size. His height had directly reached nearly 10 meters. As tall as a 3-story building. Chapter 193, Firm as a Fortress, Mastering the Underground Palace. Lin Xuan had never seen a skill that could be immune to real damage before, though he had seen it when checking on professional leagues. Those who could compete in professional leagues had extremely high attributes. Especially in teams. The frontline tank professions would often choose 1 or 2 skills that could resist real damage to protect teammates. Of course, such skills that could resist real damage are very rare, and their effects are often like the horse-headed monster before him. Only able to maintain this special shield while remaining stationary. Indeed, with this horse-head monster, even if facing real damage from opponents, Lin Xuan would have time to drink blood goods to recover. Lin Xuan was very interested in the horse-head monster that appeared before him. You are qualified to be one of the members of my Zodiac team. Lin Xuan smiled and switched his magical artifact to the moon's anomaly. Then, he used spatial movement to step forward and launch an attack. Bone Cage. Lin Xuan did not hesitate and initiated the strong control skill. Under the enhancement of the Lich King form, this skill underwent a mutation. Originally just 3 small bones, they transformed into 6 huge bones that broke through the ground, directly controlling the horse head that had sensed danger and was preparing to retreat. Chapter 194, Mutation, Skill at Max Level. What? You say the other world has sent 3 level 3 demons. In the Divine Grace Cemetery, within the central military tent, while waiting for the Hangzhou army to arrive, Li Yunfei and the others had been deploying various military operations. First of all, the military power of Jianghaishi's military district was almost fully mobilized, equipped with magic cannons for city defense. Next, they sent troops from living professions to build military defensive fortifications at the edge of the black mist of the Divine Grace Cemetery. Finally, they contacted the top combat power of the military, namely level 3 professionals. The Blue Star catastrophe had occurred for nearly 500 years. Although currently the highest combat power globally consists of 2 level 4 professionals over level 300, overall, the mainstream combat power worldwide still remains at level 2. The number of third-tier individuals is not large. Therefore, after learning that the foreign region dispatched a division of troops, Li Yunfei began to contact the third-tier combatants of the Jianghai military region. As a super main city on the southeastern coast, the Jianghai military region has a total of 10 third-tier combatants, but 6 of them need to be stationed in the underground palace for a long time. There are 2 on the 5th level, and 1 on each of the 1st to 4th levels. Currently, there are 4 available outside. Normally, they could all come to the Divine Grace Cemetery for support. However, the upheaval in the Sakura country disrupted this plan. The sea area near Jianghai City is currently in a state of turmoil. Chapter 195, Mutual Comparison of Speed. Encountering on a narrow path in the 9th level of the underground palace, the closer one gets to the center, the higher the level of the monsters. Lin Xuan is fully confident in this competition. He is brushing upwards from the 5th level, moving away from the middle levels, while the monsters on the 9th level are approaching the center. Bumpy Bull, take your tiger brother and 7th brother Ma Chu to the left, and Elena, you go to the right. Once Lin Xuan entered the 3rd level, he quickly arranged the attack strategy. With the entrance as the center, Lin Xuan directly divided his troops into 8 directions. Now, his contract beasts have enough intelligence to lead the skeleton army into action. The sound of nearly 100,000 skeletons divided into 8 directions, marching forward in a grand manner. To save time, most of the skeletons Lin Xuan dispatched this time are skeleton knights and skeleton cavalry. He even used the centaurs that had just been converted into undead beings in the 5th level of the underground palace. Skeleton mags, priests, and archers riding on the centaurs provided auxiliary attacks. The 3rd level is similar to the 7th level of the underground palace. However, with the appearance of skeleton priests, Combined with almost all cavalry, the speed of advancement has increased several times. Just 17 minutes later, Lin Xuan received a prompt from Elena, indicating that she had discovered a world-class boss. Chapter 196, Pre-War Preparations, The War Horn. In the Divine Grace Cemetery military camp. Ha ha ha, Brother Yunfei, I'm here to help you. Chu Yunlong's loud voice echoed outside the central military tent. Ha ha, Brother Yunlong, this time I still need your resources. Li Yunfei welcomed Chu Yunlong, who had rushed from the Hangzhou military region to lead the army. After they sat down, Li Yunfei got straight to the point. Brother Yunlong, how many troops did you bring this time? ISNT Commander by here. To be honest, I just received news that the Morrow Realm has dispatched 3 third-tier monsters from the underground palace within the Divine Grace Cemetery. 3 third-tier. Chu Yunlong's jovial smile faded. Such a big move. Chu Yunlong found it hard to believe. The Blue Star and the Morrow Realm have been entangled for over 500 years. And while they may not have a clear understanding of each other's top combatant numbers, they know the general situation. Overall, the number of third-tier professionals in Blue Star exceeds that of the Morrow Realm. However, Blue Star has internal strife. The third-tier professionals in the 2 major dark organizations, the Ancient God Church and the Black Holy See, have created a balance with the Morrow Realm. But now, with 3 third-tier monsters appearing in the Divine Grace Cemetery, that's a big problem. It seems that the promotion of 5th-tier monsters in the Morrow Realm has a significant impact on the entire civilization. Chapter 197, Dark Clouds Pressing Down on the City. Boom! The heavy footsteps accompanied by the trembling earth. In sight, the originally slowly moving black line gradually accelerated, transforming into a black flow, then into a torrent, finally turning into a massive wave sweeping in. The foreign army has arrived. At the forefront of the army, dozens of monsters towering over 3 meters tall, with muscles bulging like rocks, carried enormous totem poles, slowly moving forward. Those totem poles were adorned with blood-red flags fluttering in the wind, inscribed with rain carton. Behind these gigantic monsters, countless armored monster warriors appeared. They rode on ferocious exotic beasts, wielding various weapons. On either side of these monster warriors were enormous war chariots. The chariots were drawn by 4 fierce exotic beasts, equipped with gigantic crossbows with an 80-centimeter caliber, definitely siege-level war chariots. Of course, although the Morrow Realm is resource-poor, this is a regular army. Above the army, there were naturally large aerial combat units. Dozens of massive metal gunboats hovered in the sky, spanning the heavens, their gun barrels slightly angled downwards. From a distance, it looked like a black cloud pressing down on the city, ready to crush it. Chapter 198, Preparation for War, a Strategic Location. Night gradually descended. The once dimly lit night was now brightly illuminated. Not far away, the monster army had already constructed defensive works and set up camp. Although the Morrow Realm is loosely unified, under the absolute military power of the Lei family, they have been twisted into a single rope. A large number of mountain tribe monsters were transporting stones, fire tribe monsters were forging weapons, and wood tribe monsters were setting up tents. The entire camp had a clear division of labor, giving it a mechanical beauty at first glance. In just a few hours, they had constructed the defensive works. To facilitate their attack, they dispatched wind tribe monsters, who excel in speed and stealth, to clear all soil, stones, and trees within a 5-kilometer radius between the Divine Grace military camp and the monster army, transforming the terrain into one more suitable for their assault. Of course, the Blue Star side did not remain indifferent while they did this. In the 5-kilometer open space between the 2 armies, it was destined to become the first battlefield. Li Yunfei and Chu Yunlong also sent assassin-type professionals to carry out similar tasks. Many engineers and support professionals built trenches, barbed wire, and laid landmines in the middle ground between the 2 camps. Some hunters followed the teams to set traps in concealed areas. Chapter 199, Reinforcements from all directions. Rain curtain time flowed slowly. The distant skyline began to show hints of dawn. The sky was gradually brightening. The atmosphere in both the Divine Grace military camp and the monster army became increasingly solemn. Everyone knew that when the first rays of sunlight illuminated the plains, it would be the moment the great battle commenced. This 5-kilometer gap would directly turn into a large meat grinder. Of course, the battle between the nearly 500,000 troops from both sides was bound to be a prolonged affair. Both sides' top commanders were prepared for a long war. However, this was very unfavorable for the Divine Grace military camp on the Blue Star side. The monsters were positioned at the entrance of the Divine Grace cemetery. Once the battle entered a tug-of-war state, allowing those monsters to utilize the resources from the back of the Divine Grace cemetery, the enemy's power would rapidly expand. At that time, to think of annihilation again, it would require 3 to 5 times the military strength. In such turbulent times, the Xia Kingdom cannot afford such losses. Therefore, Li Yunfei and Chu Yunlong, the two highest commanders at present, knowing that the Demon Legion has occupied the old Goddess Grace graveyard camp and is using the remaining supplies there for resupply, did not rush to attack. Compared to the demon race, they wanted to gather enough troops to strive for a decisive victory over the 200,000 demon race army. Chapter 200, Level up 5 times, leave the underground palace. In the 9th level of the underground palace, Lin Xuan struck down the world boss with a palm and casually picked up the underground palace core from the ground. Finally, he had grasped all the underground palace cores from all levels. Lin Xuan let out a long sigh of relief. He had not stopped during this period. After entering the 4th level of the underground palace and finishing off the 5,000 demon race who had come from the 9th level, Lin Xuan continued to kill downwards, aiming to completely master this underground palace. Now, he had finally regained control over the ownership of the lower levels. During this time, the reserves in the blood gourd had almost been depleted. At this moment, it was hanging at his waist, absorbing air and automatically replenishing the potions inside. Let me see what benefits come from controlling an entire underground palace. Lin Xuan smiled lightly, feeling much less pressure in his heart. Knowing that the two armies were to stand off outside had always put pressure on him. After all, he was in this special position. If he didn't do something, it would be too inhumane. You have 9 different levels of underground palace cores. Detection complete, you have cleared a complete underground palace. Congratulations, level 5. Free attributes 100, choose one ancient artifact for a specific slot, random mythical card 1. Chapter 201, Third Order Standoff, Mastery of Thunder Elements. Look, is that teacher Li Ming? In the Goddess Grace military camp, veterinarian Ling Fei and Bird Brother brought the professionals they had recruited into the camp and met up with the support team from Mingzhu University. At this moment, after hearing their respective tasks, when they looked up, they saw several figures standing in the sky. There were 5 from the Goddess Grace military camp and 3 from the demon army direction. To stand in mid-air without the aid of flying wings, one must reach level 250. Clearly, all of them here in the Xia Kingdom were level 250, which means they were third-order high-level professionals. Hiss, it's true. Teacher Li is actually that strong. Almost all the students from Ming University were somewhat surprised. In terms of honor, among the many teachers at Ming University, Li Ming, as the top shaman in the national server, was not bad at all. However, this profession is usually referred to as a support role. And Li Ming held a leisurely position at school, usually appearing gentle and refined. Therefore, not many people paid attention to him. Unexpectedly, this time it was astonishing. The opponent turned out to be a third-order high-level powerhouse, second only to the vice president and the dean. You guys, stop looking. Go to East 8 District and help carry the magic crystals needed for the magic cannon. Chapter 202, The Goddess Grace Battle, Fire the Cannons. In the year 525 of the new calendar, on September 25th, when the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds of dawn and shot towards the earth, a battle involving nearly 500,000 troops from both sides began. Since the confrontation of top combat forces ended, various military orders echoed through both camps. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of war drums resounded. Different rhythms represented different commands. On the Goddess Grace military campsite, various buff skill effects were released into the air, dyeing the entire sky with vibrant colors. On the opposite side, in the Demon Race military camp, various auras and enhancement skills also appeared. However, in terms of the splendor of skills, they were still inferior to the Goddess Grace military camp. After all, the Demon Race's racial talents and skills leaned towards combat, while on Blue Star, the skills were diverse and bizarre. The 5-kilometer front line was neither far nor near. When the first ray of sunlight appeared from the clouds, the Goddess Grace military camp took the lead in launching an attack. Attack! With the order to attack conveyed, the soldiers who had long been prepared opened a path. Suddenly, all sorts of bizarre creatures rushed out of the camp. Chapter 203, The Flames of War. As the commander, he must take responsibility for this battle. Stop! Chu Yutlong's eyes were red as he tried to stop it, but he opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. As the commander, he certainly knew what to do at this moment. As a friend of Li Yunfei, he could not accept this kind of thing. Boom! Purple energy shells erupted from the magic cannon. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Dozens of shells with long tails fell among the unicorn herds that were driven away by the demon race. Boom 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 boom. A huge explosion sounded. Those unicorns, along with the professionals on their backs, were simultaneously engulfed by the purple energy, consumed by purple flames in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. At this moment, nearly everyone saw the tears quietly flowing from the corner of Li Yunfei's eyes. Li Xiuqing, a graduate of Magic Capital University's 515th class, a selected assassin for the Magic Capital University professional team. Since 517, he served as captain, leading Magic Capital to win the Summer Kingdom League championships in 517, 520, and 521. He also achieved 2 top 4 finishes and 2 runner-ups in the Professional World Championship, bringing billions of resources to Magic Capital University and the Xia Kingdom. Chapter 204, Hero Appears, Shukuan. Just as the Goddess Grace battle was in full swing, on the other side. Bang! Lin Xuan struck down a 20-meter-high skeletal dragon before him and transformed it into an undead creature. Then, a series of prompts rang in his ears. Killed 119 level Lord-class skeletal dragon boss. Gained experience, but your experience meets the upgrade conditions, current level 78. Level up again. Lin Xuan ignored the dropped items, completed the allocation of attributes after leveling up, and looked towards the northwest. It had been nearly half an hour since he left the underground palace. After coming out, Lin Xuan initially thought he would be at the same spot where he fell into the underground palace, which was the camp outside the Goddess Grace graveyard before any anomalies occurred. Unexpectedly, this place was deep within the Goddess Grace graveyard. The surrounding monsters were all at least level 100. What a damn overlord, I will destroy you sooner or later. Lin Xuan's expression was grave, and he was very angry. The Divine Grace graveyard, as a life-restricted zone, not only houses powerful monsters, but also some dangerous rules. For instance, there is a no-fly rule here. This prevents Lin Xuan from using the purple gold good to quickly reach the battlefield. For now, he can only watch from a distance at the northwest, where the massive aerial battleship of the Demon Lord looms, blocking the sun. Chapter 205, Aerial Supremacy. Name Undead Ruins Kun, World Boss, Level LV 199, Skills Devour, Stormy Waves. Turbulent Seas. Description: the giant Kun fish that has turned into an undead after death, terrifying, powerful, and indestructible. It will completely devour any existence that offends it. Goodness! It's the Ruins Coon. Lin Xuan was dumbfounded and quickly ordered the skeletal dragon beneath him to ascend. The Ruins Coon is a giant monster similar to the oceanic overlord whale, resembling the coon from mythological tales. Humanity first discovered this monster in the life-restricted zone located in the Atlantic, the Bermuda Triangle. It is a dominant-level creature that can be said to rule the entire oceanic monster realm of the Atlantic. It is also because of this Ruins Coon that the top practitioner of the Blue Eagle Nation, Einstein, has to guard the eastern coast of the Blue Eagle Nation at all times. Fortunately, it wasn't that old guy coming. Lin Xuan sighed in relief, silently putting away his heart sword pill and moonstone. The situation below almost made him think it was a dominant-level creature of the Divine Grace graveyard. The master behind the eye he saw back then. Lin Xuan was ready to act and quickly ran to the ruins of the Guanghan Palace. Chapter 206, Fierce, the Appearance. Boom! The battle between the Divine Grace camp and the Demon Race army has reached a fever pitch. The top combat powers on both sides began to take action. The cause was on the Blue Star side. Chu Yulong commanded the artillery battalion to attack 3 battleships of the Demon Race. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not inflict effective damage on those 3 massive battleships. The threat from the 3 Demon Race battleships was immense. Their cannon fire poured down like a torrential storm, causing unbearable suffering for the rear soldiers of the Divine Grace camp. Even with 5 third-tier practitioners guarding, the rear still suffered considerable damage. Seeing this, Chu Yunlong was anxious. He immediately ordered the 5 third-tier practitioners to take action and destroy those 3 battleships. However, just as they were about to move, 3 powerful third-tier beings from the Demon Race also emerged. 5 third-tier practitioners faced off against 3 third-tier demons. Although the Divine Grace camp had numerical superiority, they did not achieve a crushing victory. For a moment, both sides fell into a stalemate. Damn! Chu Yulong watched as 8 third-tier practitioners disappeared into the sky. Clenching his fists, his eyes filled with anxiety. Chapter 207, Smash. Lin Xuan stood on the head of the Ruins Coon, giving orders to the Jade Rabbit beside him, who had not yet transformed into human form. Hey, hurry up and grow bigger. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the Jade Rabbit almost broke the carrot in its hand. It clearly didn't want to allow this big guy to unleash skills. But since the master had spoken, it decided to obey. With that thought, the Jade Rabbit rolled its eyes, and a carrot appeared out of thin air, flying towards Xiaoxiao. In an instant, the frost giant Xiaoxiao, who had grown to a height of 150 meters, began to expand. 160 meters. 180 meters. 280 meters. 300 meters. After 3 breaths, Xiaoxiao's size transformed into a towering 300 meters. At this moment, Xiaoxiao resembled a massive monster, roaring at the sky. Roar! Just as its form stabilized, Xiaoxiao bent its arms. The bones formed from the magic restraining stone emitted intense collision sounds. The next moment, a pair of enormous bone wings appeared on its back. The frost giant Xiaoxiao finally showcased the terror of its giant lineage. At this moment, it had clearly transformed into a super monster, standing 300 meters tall, complemented by a pair of gigantic bone wings. Chapter 208, Devour the Heavens, Sudden Change. Xiaoxiao launched its skill again, smashing down towards the battleship that was originally located in the center. At this moment, the skeletal dragon, hundreds of meters in size, was already slaughtering on top of it. Xiaoxiao's attack landed on the battleship. Under the assault of these 2 massive bosses, destroying this battleship was just a matter of time. However, after all, these 2 were only second-tier monsters. Even though the destruction of the battleship had shocked almost all the combatants and demons, the command within the demon race quickly reacted. Soon, A group of elite four-winged wind demons surrounded them in mid-air and launched an attack on the two great monsters. These wind demons had very high damage output. They quickly discovered the magical immunity effect of Xiaoxiao. Bring the mountain clan up. The leader of the elite four-winged wind demon squad commanded the members to bring the elite squad of the mountain clan from below to attack Xiaoxiao. Most of the wind demons were spellcasters, while the physical damage type members were almost all assassins. And these assassins had already perished in the process of exchanging rear positions with the Divine Grace camp. Bang bang bang. The deployment of the demon army was incredibly swift. And in no time, Xiaoxiao and the skeletal dragon found themselves in trouble. Chapter 209, Supreme Card, Moon God. Boom. The skills released with the divine essence were many times stronger than those Lin Xuan released himself. At this moment, the gigantic fire fist soared towards the fourth-tier demon. Rain Carton. Hee, kid, you're lucky. I didn't expect that Old Waste's divine essence would be revealed by you. Rain Carton chuckled and said, in that case, hand it over. As soon as his words fell, Rain Carton snapped his fingers, and a black card appeared at his fingertips. The black card was the same size as the magic cards worn by practitioners, adorned with countless strange patterns. Rain Carton gave it a gentle flick. The black card spun in mid-air. In an instant, the black card transformed into the same skill as Lin Xuan's fire fist. Go! Rain Carton uttered a single word. The next moment, the two fire fists collided with a thunderous bang. A deafening roar echoed through the skies, and a powerful energy wave formed in mid-air, spreading out like a ripple. Not good. The battlefield below. Ever since Rain Carton revealed his fourth-tier strength, all humans and demon beings in combat have been immobilized by the pressure of the demigod realm. Chapter 210, Desperate, Jade Hand. Below the battlefield. Due to the outbreak of a demigod-level battle, the humans and demons who had freed themselves from Rain Carton's pressure have basically distanced themselves and retreated to their respective camps. Even Li Ming and the third-tier demon, who were fighting in the distance, have pulled back. After all, the combat power of the fourth tier is too overwhelming. Whichever side's demigod wins will be the victor. Of course, neither side has relaxed. From the current engagement, it seems that Chang'e and Rain Carton's strength is evenly matched. This means that it's highly likely that both sides will suffer losses, and their soldiers will continue to fight. Notify all units to count personnel and recover their status. In the Divine Grace military camp, Li Yunfei summoned the communication soldier and quickly made arrangements for the 3rd Brigade's support personnel to repair the artillery positions. Notify the 4th Brigade to dispatch a flying team to relay the news of the demigod situation here. Orders were issued one after another. On the demon side, several leaders were also communicating. Damn it! Where did this little brat come from? This has completely disrupted our entire plan. The Xuan that the Demon Empire had exterminated for over 1,000 years actually appeared behind us. No wonder the National Master warned us to be careful of our rear before departing, damn it. Chapter 211, Learning Language, Opportunity to Become a God. Lin Xuan dared to think this way, because he had previously encountered the Xuan deep in the Divine Grace graveyard, where he replaced the experience magic card with the mechanical eye. It lacked some experience enhancement, but provided an additional means of obtaining information. This was naturally much more convenient for dealing with the black mist and the impending chaos between the two major powers. Upon seeing the mountain tribe demon holding a crossbow appear, Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened, and he activated the mechanical eye. Name: Mountain Strong, Level, LV99, Skills: Strike from Afar. 8 Extremes Crash, Mountain Collapse. Description: Diligent soldier of the mountain tribe demons, has decent language talent, and his only wish is to marry a beautiful wife. Whoosh! Another arrow shot over. How dare he be so arrogant at just first tier? With his current attributes, unless they were professional players, it would be an easy task to take him down. Lin Xuan did not hold back. He directly used Void Walk to unleash a powerful strike. taking the life of the mountain tribe demon. Rustle, a series of hurried footsteps sounded nearby. Lin Xuan remained vigilant, using the phantom pearl to transform into the recently slain mountain tribe demon, and stored its corpse in the frost domain. A group of mountain tribe demons emerged from the mist in the distance, mumbling words that Lin Xuan could not understand. Chapter 212, Wrath of Thunder, Fusion Skills. Rumble. A sound of thunder echoed from afar. It should be the demon leader Raincarton in his thunder form battling against Chang'e, and the master of the Divine Grace Graveyard. Of course, referring to the demon leader as Raincarton now seems inaccurate. After Lin Xuan had a brief exchange with teacher Li Ming about Chen Wanqiu's news, he casually inquired about the black magic cards. It turned out that above the golden mythology, there existed 54 supreme cards. These 54 supreme cards were identical to the playing cards everyone used. Each supreme card had conceptual level abilities and extremely bizarre effects. Square 8, replicate all things. If he guessed correctly, it would be more appropriate to call the demon leader Square 8 at this moment. When Lin Xuan used the sword light released from the sword pellet to behead Raincarton, the panel received a kill notification. Moreover, his bag increased by several items, clearly indicating that the opponent was truly dead. It seems that he was able to transform into thunder form by using Square 8's ability to replicate himself at the moment of his death. Crack! A muffled thunder rumbled across the sky. Lin Xuan regained his senses and understood the current battle situation. Chapter 213, Energy Purple Crystal, Unexpected Joy. Lin Xuan's current level is 75. At this level, his attributes can completely crush all first-tier professionals except for professional players. However, in this war between Blue Star and the otherworldly Moluo realm, he still isn't enough. Especially regarding his skeleton soldiers, facing over 100-level Moluo realm soldiers. He needs to be constantly summoning and directing them. It can be said that he cannot afford to relax at all. The main reason is that the skeleton soldiers cannot hold their ground and cannot deal damage at first. However, this situation improved somewhat after unlocking the skeleton priest type. Even so, they still weren't strong enough. But now it's different. As long as he fuses Thunder Step with the Void Walk skill, all his skeleton soldiers will trigger the effect with each attack, just like before with the power of lightning. This means that the skeleton soldier's attacks will deal maximum damage based on the target's current health. In the future, even when facing 300-level monsters, he won't need to exert himself to drain their health anymore. The skeleton soldiers can use the effect of Thunder Step to deal damage quickly and trigger his SSS-level talent. Life Resonance. Skill Fusion complete. Skill, Void Walk Chapter 214, Don't move randomly. You don't want to be discovered by other demons, right? Seeing the panel information, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. This was indeed an unexpected joy. The task for the Supreme Artifact rewards a total of 800 points, with 200 points for each attribute. Such a large number of attribute points is best obtained before advancing to the second tier. After all, it can double the attributes during the promotion. However, the construction of a bow is very complex. According to the panel prompt, the parts that need to be repaired include the bow tip, bow slot, bow arm, bow string, and string pad. The bow tip is located at both ends of the bow, connecting the bow body and the bowstring. When in the Guanghan Palace ruins, Lin Xuan had already found materials near the laurel tree for repairs based on Chang'e's hints. However, as the sun shooting bow is a supreme artifact, the materials needed to repair it are undoubtedly very rare and precious. Lin Xuan had already prepared for not completing the task before reaching the first tier. He didn't expect to have an unexpected surprise today. Lin Xuan looked at the prompt on the panel, scanning the surroundings. Soon, he noticed a wooden board not far away. The board was bronze-colored, covered in grease and knife marks, and there was a rusty kitchen knife beside it. It was evident that it had been used for a long time. Such a wooden board, is it really a material that can repair a supreme artifact? Just looking at its appearance, it truly does not seem to match a supreme artifact at all. Chapter 215, Designer, is your kidney not good? Demon Army, Kitchen Tent. Lin Xuan tightly covered Chen Wanqiu's mouth with his right hand, leaning forward and pressing her firmly against the wall of the tent. Fortunately, the military tent was strong enough. Otherwise, it would have collapsed. "Sure," Lin Xuan whispered, a smile on his face. But he forgot that he now looked like a chubby demon chef. The shadow naturally did not cooperate, and tried to break free. Huh? Why is there such a low-level demon here? At that moment, two puzzled voices came from outside. Lin Xuan quickly switched his vision, and saw a demon stepping toward the armored, and he had released. That fat dragon is going to get us killed. Using ants as our ingredients. Rustle. The footsteps outside were quickly approaching. Chen Wanqiu's eyes also showed a hint of panic. Lin Xuan's words earlier had made her somewhat confused. After all, she had said similar things before. But in this appearance. Lin Xuan retracted his vision, and saw magical light glowing from Chen Wanqiu's body. With a thought, he embraced her waist and instantly entered the Frost Realm. Inside the Frost Realm, hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers and undead creatures were resting. Due to the power of necromancy, the snow in the Frost Realm not only brought physiological coldness, but also had a frost effect on the soul. Chapter 216, Where the Goods Are, Get Rich. So that's how it is. Lin Xuan nodded, finally understanding why Chen Wanqiu dared to charge into the demon army camp alone. It turned out that the treasure compass had located this place. However, since the treasure compass pointed here, yet Chen Wanqiu had found nothing. It was obvious that the treasure was hidden. Or rather, Chen Wanqiu did not recognize it as a treasure. Thinking of this, Lin Xuan recalled the cutting board he had just stored in his backpack from the kitchen. According to the task prompt from the supreme artifact, where the cutting board was located was the required repair material. Although the cutting board looked very ordinary on the surface, Lin Xuan still hadn't figured out which part of it the supreme artifact needed. But undoubtedly, materials that could repair the supreme artifact must be treasures. The treasure compass pointed to the cutting board without a doubt. However, this little girl Chen Wanqiu really had guts. In such a large demon army camp, while there might not be many treasures, there surely were some valuable items. How could she be so sure that the talent upgrade card was the most precious? Was she not afraid of pointing at other items? But if one thought about it carefully, if the demon army did not have an S-level talent card, it seemed that the one from the Chen family business, that could evolve an A-level talent to S-level might indeed be the most precious. Chapter 217, Since we are here, let's take everything. The internal space of the tent was vast. In front of him were numerous stacked wooden boxes containing weapons, equipment, items, magical crystals. In addition, there were 5 crystal boxes about a meter high. Inside the crystal boxes were bottles emitting various colors of light, obviously various rare magical potions. Most importantly, many of the supplies had the logos of major trading companies on them. It was clear that these were all goods scavenged from the old camp. This made Lin Xuan a bit disappointed. Just a moment ago, seeing a large warehouse full of goods, he thought it was the entire demon armies. Now it seemed that it was specifically used to store collected Blue Star supplies. Lin Xuan glanced around. There were too many items here, and searching one by one would be too slow. He simply took out the compass, which quickly pointed in one direction. Lin Xuan was stunned for a moment. The pointer was bright red, and the target was very close, right next to him, at the entrance. Following the direction, Lin Xuan moved several wooden boxes aside and found a box marked with the Chen family business logo. After rotating the compass and confirming it was this box, Lin Xuan decisively opened it. Inside the box were black cloth bags about 20 centimeters long, all filled with magical crystals. Chapter 218, Worse Than Beasts. Old Friends. Lin Xuan's earlier statement about causing a ruckus was just a casual remark. When he entered the warehouse and the guards did not stop or question him, Lin Xuan had a new idea. So, before leaving the warehouse, he left some things behind. However, just relying on what was in the warehouse wouldn't create much of a stir. Lin Xuan gently moved his hand, transferring 2 special corpses from the corpse space of the equipment's Voldemort wristband. Then, Lin Xuan used the same old trick. With the appearance of the current Demon Army's 3rd Company commander, he moved several special corpses from a few nearby tents and transformed into a new identity. The black mist enveloping the entire area was very thick, with visibility only about 30 to 50 meters. Moreover, the Demon Army had just experienced the previous aerial gunboat parts crash, making the entire camp appear somewhat chaotic. Various demon soldiers were busy here and there, completely oblivious to others. With the appearance of the 3rd Company commander, Lin Xuan wandered around the camp several times without anyone questioning him. It was precisely because of this that Lin Xuan changed his mind and prepared to create a ruckus. After adopting the appearance of the 3rd Company commander and throwing a few special corpses, Lin Xuan transformed again into another unfamiliar demon's image, and threw a few more. Chapter 219, Sushioshio. Inside the warehouse, Lin Xuan's gaze was cold. Utilizing bullet time, he not only eliminated these demons in seconds, but also checked the entire warehouse. Fortunately, aside from here, there were no other places in the warehouse where prisoners were being abused. Lin Xuan slit the throats of all the demons in bullet time. Just as he was about to finish, he used the characteristic of the powerful slash to deal 1,000 times damage, successfully killing the highest level demon, the 4th Company commander. In this place, in an instant, all the demons in the entire warehouse were eliminated. Most of the few people tied to wooden stakes and abused had already passed out. At this moment, those who still had consciousness saw the scene before them, and their eyes instantly lit up. Someone has come to save us. As soon as this was said, the others opened their eyes, and upon seeing Lin Xuan, they were somewhat excited. However, once they realized the situation, they quickly calmed down. This was deep in the Demon Army, being too excited might attract others. Cough, cough. At this moment, the sword cultivator Chen Yao and the ice mage Zhuge Xing woke up. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, Chen Yao quickly struggled to speak. Xiao, hurry, Xiao. Xiao has just been taken away by the demon soldiers. Chapter 220, Saving People, the Plan. Hearing the words of the demon race behind him, Lin Xuan frowned. He originally wanted to deal with it inside, since it was at the entrance. It could easily attract the attention of other soldiers. But given the current situation, he had to send him on his way now. Lin Xuan took 2 steps back and approached the demon. In the demon's astonished gaze, he instantly transported it to the Frost Realm. Ever since reaching level 70, Lin Xuan had discovered that he no longer needed to transform into the Lich King to open the Frost Realm. This was also the main reason he dared to do so much alone in the demon race's military camp. With one move, he eliminated the demon. Lin Xuan left the Frost Realm and went deeper inside. Swish, swish, swish. The chains on several wooden stakes were directly severed by the Scythe of Death. Lin Xuan. Xiao is fine, she is very safe. Lin Xuan smiled and said after rescuing everyone from the wooden stakes, you all rest inside, I'll be there shortly. Rest inside. The sword cultivator Chen Yao and the others sat tiredly on the ground, somewhat puzzled. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xuan transported them to the Frost Realm. Then, Lin Xuan turned around and looked at the hundreds of cages containing Blue Star professionals around him. Many professionals there had already woken up. Chapter 221, Assistance. Inside and outside cooperation. In the Frost Realm, inside the castle, Lin Xuan put away the bullhorn and turned to leave the castle. Inside the room, everyone gasped as they saw Lin Xuan leave. What did we just hear? Captain Li Yunfei wants to apply for a major general for that senior. This is too outrageous. Right? No, it's too awesome. It should be known that in the military, the ordinary soldier ranks are followed by non-commissioned officers, corresponding to the ranks of second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, and senior colonel. And after non-commissioned officers come the officers, starting with major general. Generally, division commanders are senior colonels. And only those in higher positions are major generals. It is said that Li Yunfei was promoted to major general 3 years ago. And Lin Xuan, who isn't even a soldier, is going straight to major general. Impressive. Everyone admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, they had also vaguely heard some of Lin Xuan's conversation with Captain Li Yunfei. They fully endorsed the plan between him and Lin Xuan. If Lin Xuan could really accomplish the next tasks, then he definitely had the ability and qualifications to become the youngest major general in Xia country. This necromancer is too powerful. Yes, we in the West haven't explored the necromancer profession enough. Chapter 222, Request, Chaos begins. After ending the call with Li Yunfei, Lin Xuan reattached the bullhorn to his waist. As mentioned in the previous conversation, what he needed to do next was to create chaos in the demon race's military camp using corpse explosions. In conjunction with the impending destruction of the third large demon race battleship, 2 of the demon race's super battleships had already been destroyed. And when the first one was destroyed, it was due to the third-tier demons being distracted by Li Ming and their group. Therefore, the demon race's military camp directly below the battleship had become severely damaged. After all, super battleships are several hundred meters long, with countless parts on them. Almost like a large aircraft carrier flying in the air. Of course, the second one that was destroyed was more unfortunate. The third-tier demon protected the military camp. What Li Yunfei had to do was to take down the third one forcefully, allowing Lin Xuan to coordinate with the skeleton soldiers on the ground and the fallen parts. There were 230,000 skeleton swordsmen. Let them all self-destruct. After assigning positions and responsibilities to the skeleton soldiers and the transformed undead creatures in the Frost Realm, Lin Xuan returned to the castle. As soon as he stepped into the castle, a group of people surrounded him. What are you doing? Lin Xuan looked at the approaching professionals, somewhat dazed. Chapter 223, Devouring Heaven and Earth, Chaos. The super battleship had always been a weapon used by the demon race for long-range bombardment of the human front lines. The reason it could not be resolved before was mainly because the demon race's super battleship could generate a protective shield. This protective shield was primarily against magical attacks. After all, the demon race knew that the Blue Star had just merged with the game domain, and most professionals were adept at magic. With this protective shield, their super battleship was almost invincible on the Blue Star side. Unless a third tier, or higher powerhouse, was dispatched to destroy the protective shield setup. Previously, Li Ming and their group were always blocked by third-tier demons, and could not attack the battleship. But now it was different. The Black Mist Li Ming and the others had the opportunity to approach the battleship. Even if there were third-tier demons intercepting, they couldn't destroy the battleship itself. But destroying the protective shield was easy. Boom, boom, boom. Without the protective shield, the battleship in mid-air was completely unable to withstand the magical cannons pouring down from Xia country. It continuously exploded in mid-air, producing debris that fell down. This super battleship is enormous, several hundred meters long. The debris that fell after the explosion was also extremely large, like meteors falling from the sky. What is going on? Damn it! The Xia country people are after the battleship. Chapter 224, Full-Scale Chaos, Earth-Shattering Sword Light. These damned guys, how dare they? A demon soldier shouted angrily, and was about to rush out. However, just a few steps in, with a thud, several half-demons tightened their legs, clutching their stomachs and backsides, and fell straight down. Stop! Don't move. I can't hold on anymore. It hurts so much. Which tribe is responsible for dinner? It's from the Lin tribe. Hurry and release the purification skill. I want the cleaning skill. I want it too. The entire demon race military camp was in chaos. Their stomachs were churning, feeling worse than after eating a bitter bean. Of course, Lin Xuan was doing more than just this. Some demon race soldiers, who had been busy and hadn't eaten dinner, were rushing out, after healing their teammates, preparing to confront the attacking Xia country soldiers. However, just after taking a couple of steps, the special corpses Lin Xuan had left behind earlier came into play. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions occurred in several corners of the camp. The power of these explosions was not great, but they produced yellow, black, green, and various other types of mist. Not good. Hold your breath. A demon shouted. But the next moment, he couldn't help but take a breath, and his face instantly turned black. Quickly purify, I'm about to vomit. Chapter 225, The Azure Rainbow Pierces the Sun. Top-tier combat power clash. The Azure Rainbow Pierces the Sun. This is a skill of Li Jiangbai. As the strongest in Xia country, many of his skills can be found online. Almost all practitioners know some information about his skills. The Azure Rainbow Pierces the Sun is Li Jiangbai's signature skill, capable of both offense and defense, and it is also a skill that allows sword flight. It is said that its speed is over 10,000 times that of sound. With the speed of a Tier 4 practitioner, combined with this speed enhancement, Li Jiangbai appeared before Lin Xuan in the blink of an eye. Young friend, leave it to me, Li Jiangbai said with a gentle smile, lightly swinging his azure longsword towards the sky. Crack! Crack! In an instant, the entire area of lightning spears was severed by a beam of sword light. The originally dense storm of lightning spears was swept away by this sword light, shattering and dissipating. The thunderstorm formed by the lightning spears disappeared in an instant. Hiss! Lin Xuan and all the practitioners on the battlefield gasped in cold air. Is this the power of the strongest in Xia country? It's terrifying. With the lightning spears destroyed, the smoke on the battlefield gradually dissipated. Chang'e and the ruler of the Divine Grace Cemetery seized the opportunity to escape their predicament, casting astonished glances. However, Li Jiangbai's actions did not stop. Chapter 226, Encirclement, 10,000 Thunder Heavenly Prison. Lin Xuan wanted to ask Chang'e to take action and eliminate these people. With Chang'e's strength, she could easily slaughter the 60,000 demon soldiers. However, before Lin Xuan could finish his words, Chang'e seemed to see what he wanted to ask and gently shook her head, saying, I don't have much time left. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan immediately understood what it meant, when he recalled the scene of Chang'e's previous appearance. Chang'e had said that through his hands, she would see the world again. Moreover, as soon as Chang'e appeared, the moonstone that had been given to him disappeared. Clearly, the current Chang'e was not her true self, or rather, not her true form. Thinking about it this way, everything seemed to make sense. When Chang'e was in the ruins of the Guanghan Palace, she could suppress Tier 4 fire-type demon beings. Now, even with the ruler of the Divine Grace Cemetery joining in, they couldn't defeat the lightning card formed by the Supreme card. It was evident that her strength was not right. Lin Xuan initially thought that they couldn't win in a 2-on-1 situation because the Supreme card was too invincible. But now he realized that there was also the factor of Chang'e not being her true self. After Chang'e finished speaking, she showed no further indication. It was obvious that the time for this incarnation to disappear was very short. Chapter 227, The Opportunity for Shuquan's Advancement Tier 5 Skill. Forbidden Spell. Lin Xuan was greatly shocked and hurriedly activated the skill bullet time. During the time stop, he quickly transferred the soldiers of Xia country to the frost domain one by one. Thanks to the previous monster grinding in the underground palace, Lin Xuan had not only leveled corpse explosion to level 5, but also bullet time. After reaching level 5. The skill characteristic of bullet time allowed him to use skills during the time stop. This was also the key to Lin Xuan being able to instant kill those demon beings earlier in the warehouse. Now, the thunderclouds gathering before the release of the forbidden spell were forming, and time was pressing. After gathering the soldiers on the ground, Lin Xuan quickly used the skill Eagle Tread and the shared flying skill from his unique equipment to retrieve the soldiers in mid-air chasing after him. He couldn't afford to waste time. According to Blue Star's classification of skill awakenings for each practitioner, level 50 is called an awakened skill, which is the first awakening, while level 100 is called a supreme skill, or the second awakening. The following 200 levels, 300 levels, and 400 levels are respectively called the second, third, and fourth awakenings. Of course, according to the classification of primary, intermediate, and advanced, the third and fourth awakenings are also called super-tier skills and forbidden spells. Now, Ryan Cardton disregarded his existence and sacrificed his life to replicate the Tier 5 awakened skill, which is the forbidden spell. Chapter 228. I am invincible below Tier 3. 1 for 1 above Tier 3. Lin Xuan was moved, swallowed hard, and asked, Xuan, are you really sure? Master, I am sure. As long as you let me swallow those heavenly thunders, I can definitely advance to Tier 3. Moreover, Master, I feel that if I can swallow a forbidden spell, I have the chance to become a divine beast. Divine beast? Lin Xuan gasped. After forming a contract with Xuan, it was only at the rare level, which made Lin Xuan feel a bit regretful. Unexpectedly, a turning point had now appeared. If Xuan reached the divine beast level, it would have unlimited potential and might even be able to transform. If so, it could be worth a try. After all, Xuan's strength was somewhat overpowered. Its devouring skill was too unresolvable. If it wasn't for using items to kill it, as long as someone got close to Xuan, they would be devoured. Without a demigod-level item, even the level 199 Xuan wouldn't be easy to kill. After all, if you released a skill, Xuan could completely swallow it in one bite. And if he wanted to use skeleton soldiers to fight against a larger number, it could also swallow the skills in one bite. Moreover, this was just Xuan's devouring skill. It also had area skills like raging waves and stormy seas. Even without skills, relying solely on its physical body, it could push through all monsters of the same tier. Chapter 229. Oh no, I forgot to ask about Xuan's gender buzz. A white light enveloped the two, and their figures vanished from the castle. Upon arriving in the outside world, the air was filled with deafening thunder. The violent lightning had already begun to roam in the thundercloud. Lin Xuan turned to look at Shuxiu and briefly explained what needed to be done next. Shuxiu nodded vigorously, clenched her fists, and motivated herself. Shuxiu will not hold you back. After saying that, Shuxiu took out her staff and looked up at the sky. Lin Xuan is too far away. Can we make it come closer to the ground, or can we team up with Xuan? My skill can directly heal teammates on the team interface. Team up? Lin Xuan was momentarily stunned. Yes, Shuxiu nodded. Hearing her affirmation, Lin Xuan hesitated. He really didn't know if he could team up with Xuan. If it were a demon being using a necromancy contract, that would be possible. After all, demon beings under the necromancy contract are pets and have partner attributes. However, Xuan was made into a pet using an ancient contract scroll. Lin Xuan was uncertain if they could really team up. Let's try it first. Lin Xuan opened the team interface and tried to team up with Xuan. Chapter 230, A Bit Cold, Cherry Blossom Annihilation. Upon hearing the silver bell-like laughter, Lin Xuan immediately felt something was off. Once the blinding white light around him faded and his vision returned, Lin Xuan slapped his forehead. No. It seemed that his beloved Kun had evolved incorrectly. Originally, its body was over 1,000 meters long, but after transforming into human form, it turned out to be a little girl. Fortunately, although Shukun was small, her intelligence was quite high. After transforming into human form, she seemed to know she couldn't be naked, as she had a sphere of energy surrounding her body. Master, I've transformed into human form. The little girl that Shukun transformed into flew down from mid-air. This was a capability only available to those at the 3rd level, the ability to fly. Of course, Shukun itself also had the ability to soar through the air, so now in human form, she naturally retained the ability to fly. Crack! Just as Shukun got closer, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down directly beside the little girl Shukun had transformed into. And the terrifying roar made Lin Xuan's heart tremble. But in the next moment, Lin Xuan raised his eyebrows, his gaze landing on a Shu. The originally soft and weak little girl directly swallowed the bolt of lightning, and even smacked her lips. You've ascended to the myth level. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Ashu chuckled, her eyes curving into crescent moons, looking very cute. Chapter 231, Rest and the Value of Energy Purple Crystals. When Li Yunfei said this, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up at this scene. He really liked this attitude. As for whether the neighboring country in trouble would face condemnation from other countries' professionals for sheer country not helping, sorry. After the great catastrophe, sheer country no longer engaged in this sort of thing. If it weren't for Li Jiangbai and the rulers of sheer country being kind, the surrounding small countries would have long become vassals. Moreover, sheer country does not need to consider or explain anything now. In the era of the extraordinary, might is truth. Especially with the recent large-scale emergence of the demon race, the Blue Star is destined to enter a period of global turmoil. In such a sensitive period, sheer country's methods must be iron-fisted to create a deterrent effect on the surrounding small countries. After all, the Blue Star has not yet formed a unity, and the grievances between various countries still reflect the mundane era. Although these grievances will fade with the arrival of the extraordinary era, before extraordinary power completely controls the globe, frictions between countries will not decrease. Furthermore, this is a good opportunity to deal with the surrounding countries. In chaotic times, strict measures are necessary. If kindness is shown to these fleeing people, they will find opportunities to infiltrate. After a brief chat, Lin Xuan switched to the perspective of the undead creature left outside. Chapter 232, The Value of Defiance. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yunlong stepped forward and took the energy purple crystal in his hand. Item, high-level energy purple crystal. Description, an energy ore produced in the demon lure realm, containing extremely rich magic power. With the attribute panel appearing, Chu Yunlong's breathing quickened. Looking at the prompts in his hand, Chu Yunlong's breath became a bit hurried. He looked up and asked excitedly, "Kid, how many of these do you have?" "Do you have 100? Lin Xuan nodded. "Great." Chu Yunlong clenched his fist tightly, handed the purple crystal to Li Yunfei, and then directly saluted Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan hurriedly returned the salute. "Ha ha." Chu Yunlong put his hands down and laughed. "You kid haven't been in the army, but your salute is quite standard." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yunfei walked over. "Lin Xuan, the news about the demon race and the underground palace is too tightly sealed. You naturally don't understand the value of this. But I can tell you that 100 high-level energy purple crystals can change the world pattern." "Ah?" Lin Xuan was a bit surprised. "That sounds a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? A high-level energy purple crystal is only the size of a human head. Even if it contains rich magic power, how much can it really have?" "Ha ha, kid, don't listen to old Li's nonsense." Chapter 233, Boldness, Split Up and Act. At this moment, the shared vision of the undead creature was located deep within the Divine Grey Cemetery. Previously, when the black mist shrouded everything, the visibility for these undead creatures was very limited. Later, as the forbidden spell unleashed its power and the black mist dissipated, the field of vision opened up. Lin Xuan controlled the undead creature to look around. The time was now nighttime. Lin Xuan found that not only was there no black mist blocking the view outside, but even the thunderclouds in the sky were also rapidly disappearing. At this rate, in about 2 minutes, only the bright full moon would remain in the sky. The sky was so clear, it seemed that the forbidden spell level thunder did not trigger a rainstorm, but rather dispersed the dark clouds. However, it could be confirmed that the forbidden spell had already ended. The only question was, what had happened to the master of the Divine Grace Cemetery? Had he obtained the Supreme Card? Speaking of the Supreme Card, it was impossible for Lin Xuan not to feel excited. The Supreme Card. It could even replicate the existence of its holder. If it weren't for Li Jiangbai's appearance, which put immense pressure on Reina Cardorn, he might have continued to exist in another form. Lin Xuan even suspected that this could be considered another form of immortality. Of course, the drawbacks were also very obvious. The opponent's body seemed to be entirely composed of thunder. Chapter 234, Rescue, Forbidden Spell reappears. Thanks to the inspiration capsule from the Great Black Gold Mountain. To the north of this location was the direction of Jianghai City's main city. That area was the main expansion area of the main city, where not only professionals lived, but also ordinary people. Fortunately, Li Jiangbai returned in time and activated the Super City's protective shield, which should reduce some losses. Additionally, with the defeat of the demon race army, the danger in Jianghai City, apart from the eastern coast, should not be great. Using skeleton soldiers for rescue was just right. Good idea. Li Yunfei's eyes lit up. Your skeleton soldiers are numerous and, importantly, they don't tire easily, they can serve as considerable rescue power. In his career, it was the first time he thought of using the skeleton soldiers of an undead mage this way. Of course, only Lin Xuan could currently do all of this. After all, even if other undead mags could hoard tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers like Lin Xuan, they wouldn't have the ability like Lin Xuan to command and supervise intelligent undead creatures. Good. Li Yunfei looked at Lin Xuan. His eyes filled with excitement and gratitude. With Lin Xuan here, it truly is a blessing for Xia country. After this battle, Lin Xuan will undoubtedly rise to fame and become a hero of the entire Xia country. 7th Battalion Commander Li Yunfei called the logistics management personnel. Chapter 235, Speculation. Arrangement of the exchange competition. Thunder rumbled and dark clouds gathered. However, there were no lightning serpents wandering like the countless thunderbolts released by Ren Kaitun before. From this perspective, it didn't seem like a forbidden spell released by a 5th-level powerhouse of the demon race. But if it wasn't him, who else could it be? Lin Xuan was deep in thought. The counselor, Tang Yu, furrowed her brows and said, "This is not a forbidden spell, it's a promotion phenomenon." But what a rich necromantic power. Could it be that the Overlord-level skeletal dragon is about to be promoted to a monarch? Hearing what Teacher Tang said, Lin Xuan finally reacted. No wonder he had a feeling of familiarity all along. It turned out to be necromantic power. Teacher Tang is indeed a national-level battle mage. She can sense necromantic energy even faster than he, a necromancer. However, if it's a promotion, could it be the Overlord of the Divine Grace Cemetery being promoted? After all, based on what was seen in the shared vision earlier, the Overlord of the Divine Grace Cemetery resided in a skeletal castle, indicating that the opponent was also a necromantic creature. Moreover, the Lord of the Divine Grace Cemetery received a Supreme Card. So it's very likely that he is using the Supreme Card to promote. The key point is that the direction with the strongest phenomenon is southeast. Chapter 236, Rich Rewards. East Sea Fishing Village. Using the Skill Expansion Magic Card to expand the skill slots, once the skills have been learned, they will disappear as soon as the magic card is removed. Lin Xuan used the 5 skill slots expanded by the magic card, with many crucial skills. Now, he could only choose to evolve the magic card. I also have this thought. Lin Xuan decisively activated his wristband, after seeing the credits mall that the counselor pulled up. This wristband had run out of energy shortly after entering the Guanghan Palace ruins. It was only last night, before going to bed, that he returned to the villa and used the school's exclusive charging base. And it was only fully charged by this morning. Opening the credits exchange mall, Lin Xuan was stunned before he could switch to the magic card exchange section. He saw that the credits he had spent had only about 10 million left, but now the first one had unexpectedly turned into 6,752,000 credits. What is going on? Don't be surprised, this is just a fraction. We have learned about your performance in various ways over the past few days. Look at your glory points. Hearing the counselor's words, Lin Xuan quickly switched pages. Hiss! Lin Xuan gasped. His glory points had changed from just over 10 to 690. You should know that breaking a dungeon's clearance record only earns 1 point. Chapter 237, What are you thinking? Under the Fusang tree. What are you doing? The door was tightly closed, and Chen Wanqiu's ears were red. Almost dropping the packaging box in her hand. Lin Xuan didn't notice this. He took the packaging box and led Chen Wanqiu to the sofa in the hall. Sit. Sit. What to do? Chen Wanqiu's face turned red, her small hands clenched tightly, her body tense. Lin Xuan didn't notice and sat on the side sofa. Seeing Chen Wanqiu standing still, curious, why are you dazed? Come sit. Sit. Chen Wanqiu felt like she was almost cooked, biting her lip. Her voice as soft as a mosquito, what to do? Lin Xuan was confused. What did Chen Wanqiu mean by this? Did she, as the young lady of the Chen family, usually sit on the sofa carried by a maid? Was it necessary to call Elena down? No. Sitting on the sofa is normal behavior, even ancient emperors would sit down, right? Unless? Lin Xuan thought of a certain possibility. He looked Chen Wanqiu up and down and saw her body stiff and face flushed, seemingly with something difficult to say. And the reason she couldn't sit down was likely just hemorrhoids, or that special time for girls every month. Chapter 238, Progress of Supreme Artifact Repair, Magic Card Evolution. Under the Fusang tree. When leaving the Guanghan Palace ruins, Lin Xuan held his waist, mumbling non-stop. This trip to the ruins was truly exhausting. He was under immense pressure the whole time, and his waist could barely hold up. Fortunately, the harvest was good. Not only did he get 10 points of free attributes for nothing, but he also obtained information about repairing the supreme artifact. However, this information is not very useful. The Fusang tree is said to be the place where the golden crow departs every day. In simpler terms, it's where the golden crow wakes up. However, since the golden crow is a mythical character, its waking place is naturally not a mundane location. The Fusang tree is also known as the Fusang divine tree. According to ancient records, it is located on the eastern shore of the East Sea, a journey of 10,000 miles. If the records are true, Blue Star would have had news of the Fusang tree long ago. But Lin Xuan had not seen any information about the Fusang tree before this. Back at the villa, Chen Wanqiu did not hurry to leave, but took out several drawings, quickly recording what she needed from Chang'e in the Guanghan Palace, then writing and drawing. Seeing that she had no intention of leaving, Lin Xuan simply opened his phone to search for news about the Fusang tree. There was none, so far. He had not discovered any ruins or dungeons related to the Fusang tree. Chapter 239, Passive Skills, Sequence Battle. 3 Full Studies. This was Lin Xuan's plan after seeing the skill description. After learning the water element control skill, he could walk on water and ensure he could breathe underwater. It can be said to guarantee his survival in aquatic environments. As for water escape, it ensures his speed underwater. As for overwhelming waves, if it didn't consume health points to amplify damage, he might not have even glanced at it. After all, with the magic card skill sharing, he could use all his contracted Beasts Awaken skills. Especially Shukun, as a mythical creature that has already been promoted to the 3rd tier. Its large-scale attack skills are very powerful. Of course, since Overwhelming Waves has the point of consuming health points to amplify damage, that's a different story. Skill: Overwhelming Waves cooldown, 100 seconds mana cost, 500 effect. After release, it causes 500 magic damage to targets within the area. Note, this skill cannot be upgraded. Cooldown cannot be reduced, can consume health points to amplify damage, increasing by 10% for every 10,000 health. 10% for every 10,000 health means that with 100,000 health, the damage can be doubled. Not bad. Lin Xuan looked at the label in the skill slot and felt quite satisfied. Chapter 240, Surging Combat Power. Barbecue. The arena where the two faced off resembled an indoor sports hall. As Lin Xuan snapped his fingers, boom. A row of giant mountains suddenly appeared above him, directly crashing down towards the Ice Mage. What the hell, what kind of skill is this? The Ice Mage was dumbfounded. Summoning mountains to smash people. What kind of bizarre skill is this? Whoosh! As the peaks crashed forward, a massive wave emerged, crashing towards the Ice Mage. The name of the skill was fitting. First the mountains fell, then the sea surged. Moreover, the mountain shadows and the waves were all skill effects, incredibly realistic. Just one glance made the courage to resist instantly vanish. Damn, what a powerful skill. The Ice Mage's expression changed. There was a difference between sequence battles and the arena. The life-saving items for professionals could not be used. Of course, life-saving skills were still effective. The moment the Ice Mage saw the skill's mountain effect, he hurriedly activated his life-saving skill. The 3 seconds of invincibility allowed him to dodge the mountains and the giant waves just in time. Haha, this skill is quite powerful. But its duration is a bit short. Necromancer, you didn't even see my shield. I guess you must be a professional whose attributes are all focused on vitality, right? With such a strong skill, once the mana runs out, won't it be my turn? Chapter 241, A Man's Ambition. Hong Sha Sha after eating the mutated black tiger kidney. Lin Xuan instantly felt a warmth in his kidney area. The effect is good. It seems the boss is a high-level life profession. Let us celebrate our safe return from the battlefield and thank Lin Xuan for saving our lives. Cheers. Hong Ying said, her mouth full of grease, squinting with delight. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses. Just as they put down their glasses, Lin Xuan was about to ask his 2 former roommates why they thought of treating him to barbecue when suddenly, a familiar voice came from not far away. Lin Xuan. Hearing the voice, Lin Xuan turned his head to see Jianxiu Chen Yao, Su Xiuxiu, and their teammate, the Ice Mage Zhuge Xing Xiuxiu. Hong Ying, who was familiar with them, waved her hand. Come quickly. Someone is treating us to barbecue. Then we want to be polite. Chen Yao and the others smiled and each found a stool to squeeze over. Charcoal grilled black pepper steak is here. Seeing the 3 newcomers, the barbecue shop owner quickly had the waiters push 2 tables together. In Chen Yao's team, as the captain, Chen Yao had lost his left arm. Zhuge Xing was missing his right palm, and Su Xiuxiu had her right eye gouged out. Chapter 242, Hidden Uses of Water Element Control, but it's fine if it's just a nerve, as long as the thing is real, that's all that matters. Lin Xuan didn't care about this at all. He was not someone who would pity the weak. For those who provoke him, regardless of gender, he would not hold back. If they truly came to challenge him, let them know why the flowers are so red. However, can 2 drops of life water split into 3 parts still have the effect of regrowth? After acquiring the passive skill of water element control, Lin Xuan now viewed life water differently. His profession was a necromancer. Previously, when he encountered life water, he naturally felt disgusted. Now, however, life water is also water. Lin Xuan not only felt no disgust, but rather a sense of familiarity. It was indeed different from ordinary water elements. containing a powerful energy within. However, why do I have a strange feeling? Lin Xuan thought to himself, as he poured out the life water from the 2 jade bottles. The moment the life water appeared, the entire private room was filled with a breath of life, as if one were in the nature of spring. It was refreshing. Even the two, who had lost arms, showed a slight easing of their expressions. What a magical thing. No wonder they say life water is valuable and hard to find. Chapter 243, Blood Good Essence. The old friend has passed, Lin Xuan said, approaching the three and teleporting them into the castle of the Frost Realm. However, as soon as they entered the castle, the three couldn't help but wail. Ah! It hurts! Hiss! Huh? Lin Xuan was stunned and quickly left the Frost Realm, bringing Hong Ying in. Hong Ying, hurry and heal. Just as Lin Xuan finished speaking, he was stopped by Chen Yao. No need, Lin brother, we're fine now. Lin Xuan was taken aback and quickly looked at the three. He saw that Chen Yao's previously severed left arm had already grown a new white and tender arm. Zhu Gexing was moving the newly grown fingers beside him, and Sixiuxiu was holding a makeup mirror, examining her newly grown eye. Ha ha, thank you very much, Lin brother. Chen Yao walked over with a smile, saying they would pay him for the life water in a few days. However, before that, they wanted to give him an item as a token of gratitude. This is something we obtained from the Divine Grace Tomb, and it's likely of the same origin as the gourd at your waist. Chen Yao said, taking out a gourd that looked exactly like the blood gourd. Item, Blood Gourd Essence Effect, can upgrade the quality of the blood gourd. Lin Xuan looked at the panel information in disbelief. Chapter 244, Fusion. Critical hit. It wasn't until dawn that everyone left Lin Xuan's villa. Lin Xuan returned to his bedroom and opened his panel. His level was still low. Tomorrow he would focus on the sequence battle, trying to obtain the city-level honor medal within 2 days. The city-level medal in the main city provides double experience bonuses. The title of God Slayer also grants double experience. The mythical experience magic card exchanged last night is also double. 3 different experience-enhancing items multiply together. This means that obtaining the honor medal in the main city would grant me an 8-fold experience boost. 8 times should be enough to reach level 80 before the exchange competition, right? Lin Xuan was now at level 79. He needed nearly 10 million experience to reach level 80. Level data has been corrected. According to the counselor, the exchange competition is likely to start in a week. A week, with the first 2 days needed for sequence battles, leaving only 5 days for actual monster grinding. 5 days, 8 times, let's give it a try. Before going to sleep last night, Lin Xuan had looked at the map of Donghai fishing village he obtained from the Kong family. According to the map, it was over 100 kilometers away from Mingzhu University. With his 7th tier mount speed, it wasn't too far. This would be Lin Xuan's first time tackling such a special dungeon outside the city, and he was uncertain how much experience it would give upon completion. Chapter 245, Entry Effects, Unexpected Visitors. No. It's impossible. It's fake, all fake. You're only level 79, how could you have so many skill points? Even if you only level up your summoning skill to the max, you can only summon 10-24 undead at most. It's fake, absolutely fake. The Necromancer on the other side is named Glass. At this moment, Glass looks at Lin Xuan as if he's gone mad. He cannot believe the skeleton soldiers surrounding him and his summoned creatures. You have to understand, he has an 8th level summoning skill, and he has summoned 256 skeletons. Yet, he is surrounded by a whopping 4,096. This is completely unreasonable. You can only summon 10-24 at level 10, that's common knowledge. Where did the 4,096 come from? If this weren't reality, he would suspect cheating. 4,096. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's fake, definitely fake. I don't believe it. Kill him. Glass waves his staff and commands the skeletons to attack. At the same time, he quickly casts a shield on himself and releases a control skill towards Lin Xuan. To be honest, this is the first time Lin Xuan encounters someone from the same profession. Facing another necromancer is somewhat interesting. Seeing Glass take action, Lin Xuan also waves his staff and commands his skeletons to attack. Chapter 246, Investigation Results, 916. 3 billion. Upon hearing that the situation concerns his safety, Lin Xuan also retracted his smile, sat down, and asked, "What's going on?" Xiao Jing's expression was serious as she slowly said, "It's about the dark forces." Dark forces? Yes. Xiao Jing nodded, "It's about the Black Church and the Ancient God Church." Black Church? Ancient God Church? Lin Xuan frowned slightly. He had heard of these two dark forces and even personally killed a master from the Black Church, the puppeteer. The puppeteer's corpse is still in the corpse space of his Voldemort wristlet. However, that corpse seems to have some issues. Lin Xuan has been a bit busy lately and hasn't had time to study whether it's really the puppeteer's main body. Could it be as he guessed? That corpse isn't the puppeteer's main body, and now the puppeteer's main body is looking for him to take revenge. However, although both the Black Church and the Ancient God Church are dark forces, they are also adversaries. How could they both be looking for trouble with him? Xiao Jing also noticed Lin Xuan's confusion and continued, "Didn't you send a message before saying that you discovered fake enhancement items in the market?" "Yeah." Lin Xuan nodded, he had reported this. Moreover, the reason he was pulled into the Guanghan Palace ruins was also related to fake enhancement materials. Chapter 247, Sorry. I held back. Lin Xuan returned to his bedroom. After a simple tidying up, he continued with the serial battles. This was only the third day of him participating in the serial battles. However, his ranking had already risen from beyond 10 billion to over 90,000. The speed of his advancement was terrifying. Of course, the most terrifying part was his winning streak. In these few days, the most time-consuming part of Lin Xuan's serial battles was the matching and preparation time after entering the arena. The actual combat time was no more than 30 seconds. Because of this, his current winning streak had reached 4,935 wins. As long as he wins 65 more matches, he could reach 5,000 wins. For every 1,000 wins, he would receive an additional 10,000 battle points, and if it's a winning streak, he would receive an extra 10,000 battle points. This was very important for Lin Xuan. It would save him a lot of matches to obtain the city-level honor medal. Swish! The vision went dark, and Lin Xuan arrived at the serial battle. To save time, Lin Xuan no longer even looked at the opponent's information. After appearing on the battlefield, Lin Xuan quickly scanned his surroundings. Upon discovering the enemy, he immediately used void walking. He appeared in front of the opponent and executed a powerful strike. Boom! The opponent didn't even get a clear look at Lin Xuan's figure before being instantly killed. Next, Lin Xuan exited the match and chose to continue matching. Chapter 248, The first Necromancer of Jianghai City sets off. How is this possible? Badula was shocked when he saw the number and type of skeletons. Kid, are you this lucky? You actually got an item that can double your summoned creatures. Interesting, no wonder you could match against me at level 79. Since that is the case, I guess your winning streak must be quite high, right? Hee, this is a big profit. A glint of greed flashed in Badula's eyes. In his view, what does it matter if Lin Xuan has many skeletons? It's just a double item. Although double items are precious, they can't increase the combat power of the skeletons. They definitely can't make up for the level gap. He is level 99, and the other is level 79. One skeleton can easily take on 3. Moreover, my staff is a mythical grade equipment, and the attributes of the summoned creatures can be amplified by its effect. As soon as he finished speaking, Badula smiled and thrust his staff down. Boom! The skeletons summoned by Badula instantly emitted purple flames all over their bodies, exuding a dangerous aura. Amplification. Lin Xuan grinned. I can do that too. Snap! Lin Xuan snapped his fingers, and the supreme domination buff effect of the magic card appeared. Chapter 249, Divine Osmanthus Essence. 3 axes opening the door, and going downstairs, Lin Xuan found that Hong Ying and the others had already returned. And there were quite a few items on the table. What are these? Lin Xuan curiously pointed at the bags on the table. Oh? We stopped by the night market on our way back. We bought some fruits and marinated snacks, all made by those life professionists. They taste really good, Hong Ying said as she opened the bag. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted over. Lin Xuan couldn't help but swallow. It must be said that in Summer Country, even after the Great Cataclysm, life professionists had a life that was no worse than combat professionists. Because they can make all kinds of delicious food. For example, marinated snacks. Various magical creatures, under the blessing of old skills, are transformed into dishes that make one's mouth water. These dishes taste great. Even more delicious than before the Great Cataclysm. Moreover, some high-level dishes can restore health and increase attributes. Lin Xuan had heard of many adventurer teams that often buy a level 3 dish called marinated chicken legs made from magical creature black chicken before going out of the city to level up. After eating, it can restore a large amount of health and mana. It's the best choice for going out to level up by fighting monsters. It is said that if it weren't for the low number of you chickens, it would be even more popular. Chapter 250, Thunder Giant Hand. Identity of the Lord of the Divine Grace Tomb. Due to the renovation plans for the castle and the Moon Palace, Lin Xuan postponed his trip to the East Sea fishing village. Fortunately, the renovation is progressing quickly now. With Chang's permission, Lin Xuan had Chen Wanxiu and the others find more life-class professionals. Of course, even though he got Chang's permission for the renovation location, Lin Xuan didn't intend to explain it clearly. He planned to let these life-class professionals renovate his castle first and then, when they arrived at the Moon Palace, say it was the exterior of the castle. The renovation is progressing in an orderly manner. Taking advantage of the time, Lin Xuan completed the 3 level 70 dungeons at school. Each dungeon has 4 difficulty levels, totaling 12 dungeon speedrun rankings. Adding to his previous speedrun rankings, Lin Xuan now has 52 number 1s. Relying on the dungeon speedrun rankings every day, he can earn nearly 300,000 experience. Even if he doesn't go to the East Sea fishing village, he could automatically level up to level 80 just by lying in the villa for a month. After finishing the dungeon speedruns, Lin Xuan went to the enhancement hall to enhance all his equipment. He also amplified them. Amplification is a feature unlocked at level 70. And its effect is simple, it adds attribute affixes to the equipment. Of course, there are also restrictions on the affixes. Chapter 251, Preparations before departure, give us a layer. After leaving the Moon Palace ruins, Lin Xuan found that the phenomena outside had disappeared. However, the streets were still noisy and crowded with people. Damn demons, they are so powerful. A 5th-tier expert, who can compete with that? Sigh, I used to fantasize about working hard to become a 3rd-tier expert and opening the family tree. Now it seems that if one doesn't become a demigod, they might not survive. Boo-hoo, Blue Star is doomed. I'm still in a lot of discussions about this. The pressure of the 5th tier has caused panic among many. However, more people remain optimistic. Damn you. Didn't you see that iron rod just now? 5th tier demon. One hit can scare him away. Exactly, I heard that this 5th tier demon has been driven away twice already. Yes. The gods in the ruins of the Summer Kingdom are from the lawful camp, and they protect humanity. With the gods guarding the Summer Kingdom, we still have hope. Hee hee. Other countries may be doomed, but the Summer Kingdom might not be. After all, it's rumored that the guardian deity of the Summer Kingdom, Li Jiangbai, has reached level 390. Nearly 100 levels ahead of the third place globally. With that deity in the Summer Kingdom, even if the demons have 5th tier strength, we might still have the power to fight back, as long as we can hold out until Li Jiangbai advances to the 5th tier. Chapter 252, Your Belly is Huge. Sword Manual and Fist Technique. After leaving the castle, Lin Xuan took a few girls to have dinner at the famous Galaxy Hotel in Jianghai City. The total cost was 93 million. Spending so much money just for a meal would have been impossible before the Great Cataclysm. However, in today's world, 90 million for a meal is not the limit. Because here, many delicious high-grade ingredients have the property of increasing attribute points. After finishing the meal, Lin Xuan and the others gained quite a few attribute points. Even when leaving, Lin Xuan had a unique idea. That is, before upgrading to a second-tier professional, come here and gamble all his wealth. Eat crazily to maximize the doubling mechanism of the attributes gained from the upgrade. Of course, during the meal, the renovation plan did not stop. For life-class professionals, they can work continuously for 3 days without rest. Before coming to eat, the renovation of the Frost Field was already in its final stages. Lin Xuan transferred those construction teams to the Moon Palace ruins before taking a few girls to the feast. Wow, I'm so full. After coming out of the restaurant, Hong Ying patted her swollen belly and said, Lin Xuan, it's all your fault for insisting on coming here. Our bellies are all huge because of you. Chapter 253, Departure. Black Stone Mountain. After receiving the Mountain Shaking Fist Manual and chatting with a few friends, it was 6:30 in the evening. Lin Xuan glanced at the time, stood up, and said, Everyone, I need to set off now. Take care. Be careful on the way. Lin Xuan nodded, turned, and walked out of the villa. The East Sea Fishing Village is located in the eastern part of Jianghai City, on the southeastern side of the Black Stone Mountains. Lin Xuan's route this time is to head east along the southern side of the Black Stone Mountains. Of course, the special dungeon recently discovered in the Black Stone Mountains is located in the middle of the southern edge. Before the Great Cataclysm, this place was called Treasure Mountain in Jianghai City. It seems that the appearance of the treasure mouse is not a coincidence. Lin Xuan thought to himself as he opened the fist technique sent by Chen Yao. His 7th tier mount, the purple gold good, is fast and stable. Plus, the monster levels on the outskirts of the Black Stone Mountains are not high. Lin Xuan sped along the way, directly skipping over low-level monsters. If he encountered high-level ones, he could stop and practice. The mountain-shaking fist sent by Chen Yao belongs to the external martial arts. If he could master it, while he might not claim to shake mountains and rivers, breaking stones with one punch would not be a problem. Of course, this set of fist techniques is like a younger brother compared to the extraordinary power he has now after changing classes. Chapter 254, Breaking the Extreme Quest, Dispute. The Black Stone Mountains are indeed a holy place for leveling up. Lin Xuan's skeleton soldiers hadn't traveled far before encountering groups of monsters. Leading the charge were the Lord-level Black Stone Trolls and the Lord-level Hellhounds with 2 heads. A pack of Lord-level Black Tigers with droopy eyes. The appearance of the skeleton soldiers attracted the attention of these monsters. These monsters usually only provoke when the Adventurer Guild brings newcomers, or during team-building activities. However, Lin Xuan alone can easily push through. The skeleton army clashed with the monsters, battling fiercely. The demonized heavenly soldiers commanded the skeleton knights and cavalry, moving in and out among the monsters. The skeleton archers unleashed a rain of arrows, turning the monsters into sieves. The skeleton mags and priests provided fire support and assistance from the rear. Lin Xuan hovered in mid-air, occasionally casting landslide and Buddha's hand spells, which would decimate large groups of monsters. Experience points skyrocketed. To maximize the buff effect, Lin Xuan didn't idle in his summoning undead skills either. As soon as the cooldown was up, he immediately summoned more. The number of skeleton soldiers was still increasing. Now, under the effect of occasional critical hits, the skeleton soldiers died faster than he could summon them. Lin Xuan pushed forward all the way, leaving no grass growing in his wake. Chapter 255, Farewell to them. My name is Jun Bu Jian. The burly man glanced sideways at Lin Xuan's scythe and suddenly laughed mockingly. What if we break the rules? Who set the rules? Just because a few people are in line, only a few can enter. Did you set it? Or did you all set it? I haven't heard of such a rule. The burly man didn't care, revealing a pair of fierce gauntlets and shaking them at Lin Xuan. The others around were somewhat silent at this moment. The 5 burly men were all level 89, and besides the merchants who came here, there were very few teams with levels higher than theirs. Moreover, no one had actually set a rule about queuing. The so-called rule of letting a few in is just an unspoken practice in the professional circle. No class. So what if you're level 89? We 3 have fought before. The young 3-person team was not weak either. Their team was 5 levels lower than the burly men. But they considered themselves an elite team in school, and were not afraid of them. However, Lin Xuan just smiled at this moment, letting these 2 teams argue on. Who knows how long it would take? He wasn't interested in waiting. Breaking the rules, huh? Lin Xuan chuckled. Sometimes I like you guys who break the rules. Chapter 256, The Stone Man Tomb of Soul-Draining Mountain, the Ice and Fire Demon Lion. On the other side, as everything went dark, Lin Xuan had entered the dungeon. You have entered a special dungeon, the Stone Man Tomb of Soul-Draining Mountain. Difficulty, Hell. Clear requirements, defeat 2 Lord-level guarding boss, and 1 World-level guarding boss. Clear attempts left. 12. Description, longevity. What is longevity? Perhaps that immortal stone is longevity, but after becoming stone, I have lived long. Yet I do not feel the joy of longevity. Oh? The clear requirements actually refreshed to include a world-level guarding boss. Lin Xuan was somewhat surprised. This hadn't been mentioned in the previous information. He had just noticed that he was only 8 world-level boss away from completing the summon of the undead task. Unexpectedly, he encountered one in the blink of an eye. A world-level boss is quite rare in dungeons. Not bad. However, this dungeon is indeed strange. Stone men and tombs. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly, summoned the skeleton soldiers, and began to advance. Although the dungeon was a tomb, the space was quite large. Standing at the entrance, Lin Xuan looked around, and all he saw were dark stone walls. The sky above was gloomy, the ground was black stone slabs, and the air was filled with a sense of decay and desolation. Chapter 257, The Stone Man King, the Rat Army. In the professional circle, there has always been a saying that mutations can be comparable to a significant promotion. The 8-level 2-headed demon lion is rarer than the 9-level. Lin Xuan knew this and decisively hatched the Mount Egg. As Lin Xuan's voice fell, a flash of light appeared, and the 8-level mutated 2-headed ice and fire demon lion Mount Egg transformed into a huge 2-headed lion. The 2-headed demon lion had a golden body. One head was ice crystal colored, while the other was fire red. It looked majestic and powerful. However, the 2-headed demon lion was indeed a mutated mount. Originally, the boss that dropped it was a stone lion, made entirely of stone. But after Lin Xuan hatched it, the demon lion had a golden flesh body, strong and muscular limbs, and looked exceptionally imposing with its 2 massive lion heads. Mutated mounts are indeed extraordinary. Lin Xuan smiled and directly mounted it. The size of the 8-level mount 2-headed demon lion was similar to that of a purple gold gourd, allowing it to change size at will. After mounting, Lin Xuan appeared quite impressive. Of course, the reason mutated mounts are more valuable than normal mounts is not only because they possess the speed to cross levels, but also because they can engage in combat. Chapter 258, Double Hidden Boss, News of the Supreme Card. These demonized sky rats are not high level, mostly around level 80, with some elite rats only at level 85. Although numerous, they were easily crushed under Lin Xuan's continuous summoning of skeletons and the skeleton sea explosion tactic. Soon, under the advance of the skeleton army, the number of rats decreased visibly. However, as the number of rats dwindled, Lin Xuan noticed that these demonized sky rats began to devour each other. Some weaker demonized sky rats, after being devoured, allowed the stronger demonized sky rats to grow even larger and more ferocious. Even some elite rats, after devouring hundreds of ordinary demonized rats, surprisingly completed a mutation upgrade, transforming from elite creatures into commander level 1s. Although they weren't boss, their strength still surged significantly. What's going on? Their combat skills are so coordinated, it's as if they've been trained. Lin Xuan frowned slightly, but was also a bit pleased. This situation might lead to annihilation for other teams. But for him, it merely meant summoning a few more skeleton soldiers. The losses were negligible. In fact, the gains were expanding. There must be a highly intelligent rat behind these rats. Chapter 259, Remnants of the Demon Race. Supreme Card. Hearing these words, Lin Xuan couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He had seen firsthand how incredible the abilities of such a thing could be. Yet this little rat seemed to know about a supreme card. However, just as this thought settled, he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. And the little rat's body turned into an empty shell. Huh? Lin Xuan was taken aback. The next moment, a mocking voice came from behind. Ha ha, idiot. You believe whatever you hear. The little rat appeared not far away, patting its little paws on its butt and making a face at Lin Xuan, he. You think you can challenge me, rat grandpa? You're still too young. However, just as the little rat finished speaking, it suddenly realized something was off. What the hell is this place? The little rat was bewildered. It was just in the tomb. How did it suddenly end up in a place of ice and snow? The aura of the undead here was even denser than in the tomb. Looking around, it saw groups of undead creatures nearby. However, the little guy's eyes suddenly lit up. It smelled a strong scent of treasures here. There were definitely a lot of them. Ha ha, could it be that I, Mouse Grandpa, have turned misfortune into fortune? And escaped like a golden cicada to a treasure trove? The little mouse twitched its nose and looked in the direction where the scent of treasure was strong. Chapter 260, The Supreme Card is with me. On the other side, in the Frost Domain, the little mouse was frantically moving various treasures in the castle. Before long, several small piles had accumulated. Ha ha, I'm rich. With such a chaotic treasure warehouse, it must belong to a dead dragon clan's undead lord's castle. There are so many treasures. This pile is equipment, this pile is monster materials, this small pile is enhancement materials. As for this pile, hey, wasn't I supposed to have organized this? Why is it all mixed up again? And there are so many new materials. What's going on? The little mouse sensed something was off and twitched its small nose. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Yes, what's going on? The little mouse's body stiffened, and he turned around abruptly to see Lin Xuan standing not far away. What are you doing here? The little mouse stammered, its eyes a bit guilty. Lin Xuan did not answer, but instead looked at the various categorized equipment and materials behind the little mouse. You've done well. Lin Xuan nodded with a smile and said, Here's a reward, an ancient contract, and you will pay for it. The little mouse opened its mouth, but ultimately sighed helplessly. Chapter 261, Treasure Mouse Black Spade A. Lin Xuan was slightly taken aback when he heard the little mouse's words. This card is the highest card in many card games. In the Supreme Cards, its ability must be incredibly powerful. However, he actually had a clue about this single card in his hand. And he didn't know beforehand. Lin Xuan held the fragment of the treasure map in his hand. And according to the little mouse's indication, he pulled back to take a closer look. Upon closer inspection, he indeed saw some clues. The fragment of the treasure map, which originally showed a triangular shape, really looked like the upper triangular area of the letter A. Moreover, there were many black dots on the treasure map fragment. Previously, Lin Xuan had wondered what these black dots were. Now, upon closer inspection, it seemed that these black dots were not randomly placed. Of course, this might also be his own preconceived notion. Following the little mouse's hint, he forced himself to think along the lines of the triangular area of A. Connect these black dots along the perimeter in sequence, the little mouse reminded when it saw Lin Xuan staring blankly at the treasure map fragment. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan immediately began to trace the black dots on the treasure map fragment with his hand, using magic to connect the black dots in sequence along the perimeter. Chapter 262, Planning, East Sea Fishing Village. The East Sea Fishing Village is located on the southeast side of Blackstone Mountain, south of the entrance where the Pu River flows into the East Sea. It is known as the Riverside District. This place is rarely visited, and there are very few professionals leveling up here. However, in reality, there are many monsters here. The main reason for the low number of people is that the entrance to the sea is inhabited by marine monsters from the continent and lake water systems. In terms of monster quantity, the monsters in Jianghai City rank at the top. They are not categorized into leveling areas like the Divine Grace Cemetery and Blackstone Mountain, mainly because the distribution of monsters is extremely uneven. You might just have killed a batch of level 60 to 70 monsters, and then take a few steps only to encounter a group of level 150 monsters. Therefore, those who usually come here to level up are either those who are at the level cap or teams of professionals above level 150 who have the ability to quickly escape from a large number of monster attacks. It's considered a small ruin. Speaking of ruins, Lin Xuan suddenly thought of the Jade Rabbit. I wonder how that little girl is doing now. Riding on the ice fire demon lion, Lin Xuan looked at the scenery rushing past beneath him, thinking to himself. The Jade Rabbit is now cultivating with Chang'e in the Moon Palace, and her strength should have improved quite a bit. I just don't know what she looks like after transforming. I hope she doesn't turn into a little girl like Shukun. Chapter 263, The Ocean is Full of Turtles. Lin Xuan pulled out the sleeping treasure mouse from the fire-avoiding robe's pocket. The treasure mouse scratched its chubby belly with its short legs, sleepily looking at Lin Xuan. Boss, what's going on? I was sleeping so soundly. Lin Xuan ignored the treasure mouse's morning grumpiness, and pointed around. Is there Earth Dragon-type monster boss nearby? Can you find it? Do you think I'm a dog nose? I'm the treasure mouse, the treasure seeker. The treasure mouse said with an angry expression. However, it still twitched its nose. After a moment, the short legs pointed northeast. Underneath a giant rock in the northeast direction, there is a very rich earth dragon skin scent. It's likely that a powerful earth dragon is shedding its skin. But I must remind you, the shedding earth dragon is on its way to becoming a dragon. And its strength is at least world-class. World-class? Lin Xuan's eyes lit up before he finished hearing it. Since it's world-class, why wait? Before entering the Blackstone Mountain Special Dungeon, he was just 8 world-class bosses away from completing the Skill Summon Undead's Extreme Quest. After solving 1 in the dungeon, there would be 7 left. Lin Xuan planned to finish up in the East Sea Fishing Village, then go to farm the Trial Tower, and afterwards visit the Longmen Grotto's ruins in Luocheng. Chapter 264, Earth Dragon transforming into a flood dragon inside the cave. The visibility was somewhat dim. The passage twisted and turned, resembling a maze. However, for a professional of Lin Xuan's level, it did not affect his sight. As for the root issue, Lin Xuan released some fast monsters' corpses to scout as soon as he entered. Soon, through the unique equipment's shared monster vision, Lin Xuan confirmed the route. Following the route, He made his way deeper into the cave until he reached the innermost part. The space here was very large. As soon as he entered, a pair of light yellow vertical pupils suddenly looked at Lin Xuan, their cold gaze filled with brutality. It was a gigantic earth dragon nearly 30 meters long. The earth dragon was entirely a sandy yellow color, and had already formed a portion of heavy rocky dragon armor on its body, with sandy yellow dragon patterns flickering on the armor. Its massive body coiled together, resembling a small hill. Surrounding the earth dragon were 2 pieces of tattered sandy yellow earth dragon skin, and a half piece of relatively new earth dragon skin. Clearly, this big guy was undergoing its 3rd shedding, and it was a critical moment. Roar! Upon seeing Lin Xuan, the earth dragon let out a low growl, its vertical pupils full of coldness. Seeing the earth dragon in this state, Lin Xuan nodded slightly. No wonder there was such a commotion outside. Chapter 265. A tide of ocean monsters. Luck really is on my side. Lin Xuan smiled and rubbed the fate ring in his hand. He didn't expect that coming to the East Sea fishing village was just a spontaneous idea. Not only did he make progress on the extreme task of summoning undead skills, but he also obtained a dragon pet egg. The suffix of this pet egg has the character Jiao, a type of dragon. After hatching, it is uncertain whether it will still have the ability to improve soil conditions. Forget it, he will ask Senior Kong when he returns. Coming here was just a whim. Lin Xuan simply closed the panel and looked again at the corpse of the Jiao. This guy withstood quite a few of its attacks. He was indeed a fierce general. Get up. Lin Xuan gently raised his arm, and a large surge of undead energy flowed from his palm into the Jiao's corpse. The Jiao, which was already dead, ignited a ghostly blue flame around its body. In the blink of an eye, the dead Jiao was transformed into an undead creature, and stood up again. Roar! The undead Jiao let out a low roar and spiraled within the cave. Crackle! Inside the cave, with the roar of the Jiao, a large area of frost suddenly spread. Even on the Jiao's body, a layer of frost enveloped its several dozen meter long body. Not only that, Lin Xuan noticed that the Jiao's originally yellowish scales had also turned into an icy crystal color. Chapter 266. Shark Demon Man. The kill and reward prompts on the panel were flashing wildly, and the experience bar was rising rapidly. It should be noted that by level 80, the experience bar often requires tens of millions. But at this moment, the experience bar was rising at a visibly rapid speed. If he waited for another half an hour, he would reach level 80. This speed is truly terrifying. He was still level 79 last night. Such a terrifying leveling speed. Aside from his 12 times experience boost, also includes various opportunities. For example, the current outbreak of ocean monsters like a small beast tide. Luck is also a part of strength. Lin Xuan twirled the fate ring on his finger. With a wave of his hand, he summoned skeleton soldiers again to replenish the losses ahead. This time, the ocean creatures were likely more than just a simple group. It was very likely that they were from a certain sea area. It seems that the one that advanced last time was the skeletal giant dragon of the East Sea Overlord level. Time passed second by second. Lin Xuan stood by the coast, releasing undead creatures while unleashing various skills. He also took the time to select some visually appealing ocean monster corpses, transforming them into undead creatures and transferring them to the Frost domain. Chapter 267, 3 World Class. Splash! The rolling sea stirred up huge waves. Lin Xuan's gaze was intensely focused on the distance. At this moment, besides the shark-headed monster landing, the other ocean monsters that had landed were gradually decreasing. And the ones that could create such big waves must be high-level shark demon men. Lord level. Or world class. Lin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. If there were 2 world-class ones in those waves, after killing them, his extreme task for summoning undead skills would be just 5 world-class bosses away. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Without even breaking through the second tier, he would complete the extreme task for summoning undead skills. In the history of Blue Star, there had been fewer than 10 who could achieve this. After the extreme, the skeleton soldiers would be able to possess their own skills. Those skeleton sword soldiers, who had the highest proportion of skill releases, would no longer be low-level artillery. Lin Xuan thought to himself, a smile creeping onto his lips. Glancing at the battlefield situation, his skeleton soldiers were now down to about 10,000. This force was completely insufficient against the nearly 100,000 shark demon men that were landing. But Lin Xuan was not worried at all. This was the effect he wanted. Boom! Just then, the giant wave surged. Chapter 268, Unexpected Visitors. Whoosh! Flames were rising. The monsters were roaring. Millions of long-dead ocean monsters stood up, entwined in ghostly blue flames. These ocean monsters included giant octopuses, sea snakes, sea urchin warriors, and demonized crabs. Among the first batch of amphibious ocean monsters to land. Now, they were burning with ghostly blue flames, rising from death. Each erupting with an aura that was not weaker than when they were alive. At this moment, countless monsters stood up densely along the entire coastline. At a glance, there seemed to be no end. What kind of ability is this? The elder shark demon in the distance was stunned at this scene. It was powerful and had a keen eye, able to see that these undead creatures were slightly stronger than they had been in life. However, their strength was limited. The most important thing was that the undead creatures felt no pain, knew no fatigue, and were fearless in death. They had the weakest individual strength, but the strongest collective power, known for controlling millions of undead creatures. This was not humanity. This was a king. Flee. At this moment, the shark elder, who had roamed the sea for 30,000 miles, felt anxious. It was strong, but against millions of undead creatures. It could not possibly be a match. The key was that it could not see where Lin Xuan's limits lay. Chapter 269, High Chances of Winning. As Lin Xuan's words fell, swish, swish, swish. Over 1 million undead creatures emerged from the frost domain. In an instant, the undead creatures surrounded the dozen or so undead mags in front of them, and the demonized shark men fighting nearby, as well as the skeleton soldiers. The red-haired man at the forefront was in shock, forgetting to cast the spell in his hand. The next moment, the ghostly blue flames surged around these undead creatures. However, everyone present could not feel the heat of the flames. Instead, it was a deathly chill. How is this possible? On the other side, the red-haired man, who had just been sneering and giving orders, now stuttered. The arm he had just raised to point at Lin Xuan trembled uncontrollably. And he even forgot to lower it. Meanwhile, the few people behind him, a face full of disbelief. How is it possible? A hallucination. I must be hallucinating. Are these all undead creatures? Damn it. What on earth is going on? How is it possible? A hallucination. I must be hallucinating. Are these all undead creatures? Damn. These really are undead creatures. Chapter 270, The Ancient God Church. The red-haired man revealed an excited smile, rubbed his hands, and then commanded the undead mags behind him to act. However, the undead mags behind him did not move. What's wrong? Why aren't you moving? The red-haired man frowned and turned around. The undead mags standing behind him had strange expressions. Brother, are you sure we want to fight him? One of the undead mags wiped his mouth. I'm sure. The red-haired man remained confident. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Don't you want to get that bag of holding? That's a treasure that can store millions of undead creatures. As long as we have this treasure, we can walk sideways. However, after his voice fell, no one still moved. Why aren't you speaking? Brother, look at his appearance. Doesn't it look like our target this time? Target? Who? The red-haired man was puzzled. Then looked at Lin Xuan with even more confusion. After sizing him up, his expression changed in various ways. It really seems so. According to the church's intelligence, the target has a transformation skill. After transforming, he wears heavy armor. The church speculated that it's related to the target's talent, as it is believed that the target's talent is likely to double his health points. Chapter 271, What a Joke, Leave Us Whole Corpses. Lin Xuan's words left the group of undead mags opposite him momentarily stunned. Then, they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, and level 81 undead mage thinks he can turn the tide. The red-haired man laughed heartily, his eyes filled with disdain. Ha ha ha, good. You've got some courage. However, no matter how invincible you are at the same level, or even if you kill over level 100, if you are given a little more time, you might become something great in the future. Unfortunately, you are too young and too arrogant right now. Without a guardian around, you dare to come alone to the coastline. Today, let you see what a level gap is. As he spoke, the red-haired man and his group summoned several waves of skeleton soldiers again. Along with the skeleton soldiers they previously used to deal with the mutated sharkmen. The number of skeleton soldiers they had approached nearly 100,000. Under normal circumstances, 17 level 150 undead mags would have no problem dealing with one undead mage. Not to mention Lin Xuan being only level 81. Even if Lin Xuan were level 150, he would still have no chance of winning. Undead mags are different from other professions. They are weak in the early stages and strong in the later stages. When at a low level, the number of skeleton soldiers they can summon is small and of low level. Chapter 272, 2 Supreme Artifact Materials. Vase. Grey ripples spread out in circles. Any undead creature touched by the ripples would fall into a daze for a second. Bone cage. The many undead mags did not stop, pointing their staffs. Several massive bones emerged from the ground, forming a cage that sealed off Lin Xuan's escape route. Then, various attack skills surged forward. Grip of Death. Death Shock. Bone Spear. Waves of black energy burst forth from the staffs of several undead mags. However, Lin Xuan's speed was incredibly fast. With several void walks, he dodged various skills while brushing past the red-haired man and charging towards another person. Oh! Trying to kill the one who looks the weakest first. The red-haired man sneered inwardly. The undead mage Lin Xuan was rushing towards now was the smallest in their group, and also the lowest level. But in reality, this was all a disguise. The undead mage was named Drew. All of his attribute points were allocated to Constitution. In terms of health, Drew had the highest among them. Focus all skeleton soldiers on Drew. The red-haired man made up his mind and quickly ordered his skeleton soldiers. Before charging over, he deliberately instructed all his skeleton soldiers not to attack. Chapter 273, Everyone, I just want to live. If asked which profession in this world values life the most, it must be the undead mage. As a profession that accompanies skeletons, undead mags understand that once a person dies, there is no such thing as going to heaven or hell. Death means losing everything. It can even turn into a plaything for other undead mags. At this moment, the members of the ancient god church were facing an undead mage. Spare my life. Several undead mags had no thoughts of resistance. Soon, a small mountain of items and materials piled up around them. Lin Xuan glanced over. The second person he scanned had already taken out all the items from his backpack. Since that's the case, all that's left is the red-haired man. Lin Xuan smiled. He wasn't in a hurry to collect the items. Instead, he walked over to the red-haired man. 17 undead mags, one was instantly taken out by him outside, killing a chicken to warn the monkey. He took out another one in the frost domain. At this moment, only 15 were left in the frost domain. However, among the 15, 14 had taken out their backpack items. Only the red-haired man had not. Seeing Lin Xuan approach, the red-haired man trembled, his body shaking. He knew it was time for him to make a choice. However, Chapter 274, Intelligence of the Ancient God Church, don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-haired man decisively took out a scroll from his backpack space. Alan, you dare. Upon seeing this, someone instantly shouted angrily and rushed towards the red-haired man. However, the red-haired man was resolute. With a tearing sound, he shredded the scroll. The next second, dozens of undead mags around him instantly collapsed to the ground. Their eyes turning white, foaming at the mouth, and their bodies twitching uncontrollably. They all turned into idiots. Their souls were obliterated. Thud. After doing all this, the red-haired man fell to his knees at Lin Xuan's feet. Please spare my life, my lord. Looking down at the red-haired man at his feet, Lin Xuan smiled. You acted decisively enough. After saying this, Lin Xuan fell into deep thought. He was considering how to obtain the materials in the red-haired man's backpack. Unfortunately, the goal of the undead resurrection could not use the backpack space. Otherwise, he could have had the deceased necromancer use the backpack space to empty the red-haired man's backpack. Sigh, this is the trouble of being a good person. Clearly, he could just ask for it directly, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Lin Xuan chuckled to himself, then took out the lucky revolver. Bang bang. He shot himself to increase his luck. Chapter 275, The Cursed Village. Thinking about the imminent restoration of the supreme artifact, Lin Xuan felt a hint of excitement in his heart. Of course, being able to select from the national treasury, after returning only heightened Lin Xuan's anticipation. The national treasury. It housed precious items that had been stored in the Xia kingdom for nearly 500 years. It contained all sorts of incredible things. If he couldn't find the materials to restore the supreme artifact in there, it could only be said that he was out of luck. Naturally, Lin Xuan didn't believe that would happen. Closing the panel, Lin Xuan transferred the materials dropped by the undead necromancers to the castle's warehouse first. He was basically not lacking in equipment and items now. He came here primarily for a suitable water system skill book. After all, the main business was still important. With that in mind, Lin Xuan left the Frost Domain. After dealing with the demonized sharkmen outside, he prepared to head towards the special dungeon near East Sea Fishing Village. According to the information he purchased earlier, the dungeon was located about 90 kilometers south of East Sea Fishing Village, separated by an artificial lake. The artificial lake was excavated by Jianghai City before the Great Cataclysm, and was one of the largest artificial lakes in the world, named Emerald Lake. Beyond Emerald Lake lay the dungeon. However, the area of Emerald Lake was too large, and it was home to 2 third-tier Xuan snakes, whose strength was overwhelming. Lin Xuan had come from Blackstone Mountain to East Sea Fishing Village precisely to avoid Emerald Lake. Chapter 276, Breaking Waves. Shark. Lin Xuan murmured to himself as he looked at his own outfit. He was currently in the Lich King form. However, the previously imposing dark armor did not appear. Instead, he wore tattered, ragged clothing that made him look like a refugee. Nevertheless, he still wore a simplified version of the crown of domination on his head. This outfit suited a cursed villager quite well. He just wondered if this simplified version of the crown of domination would affect his ability to transform into the undead. Lin Xuan thought to himself. There were many monsters in this special dungeon, and he didn't want to waste any resources. With that in mind, he had summoned over 10,000 skeleton soldiers around him. His contracted beasts, including Elena and the silly cow, were also summoned. Lin Xuan had let Elena and the other more intelligent contracted beasts examine the situation in the dungeon. So the tactical arrangements were relatively simple. Following the previous plan, they began to advance. With a command from Lin Xuan, the 10,000 skeleton soldiers dispersed and moved forward. Lin Xuan walked in the middle, feeling quite comfortable. The 10,000 skeleton soldiers were merely an appetizer. He was still sorting through the newly transformed ocean monsters, selecting out the lower level ones to continuously transfer them into the battle group. This way, during the advance. Chapter 277, Shark Pepper. Lin Xuan looked at the Breaking Waves Shark skill book in his backpack, feeling a surge of excitement. He could imagine himself transforming into a gigantic blue shark, traversing the vast waters with speed and dominance. It was absolutely impressive. It was simply irresistible. Being able to become a big blue shark, stealthily moving in the water, and having a water environment that provided triple speed, Lin Xuan murmured to himself, his eyes shining with excitement. To be honest, this skill was perfect for combat in aquatic environments. Not only was it astonishingly fast, but it could also cause dizziness and continuous bleeding effects upon impact. The Breaking Waves Shark skill was tailor-made for underwater combat. Moreover, when facing the demonized Sharkman Elder earlier, the opponent's flashy wave shark effect was very cool, which made Lin Xuan's heart race. This was definitely the best choice. Should he try it now? The dungeon had reached this point, with vast water environments on both sides, making it perfect for him to test the skill. However, after reaching level 80, practitioners unlocked the ability to learn skills from other professions. Lin Xuan originally planned to see if this special dungeon could drop a water system skill book that suited his own profession, but now that he had learned it, he would wait for the opportunity to steal skills. Chapter 278, Fishing Village Priest. The next moment, a monster with a shark head, a human body, and covered in muscles appeared. Lin Xuan glanced at the attributes of Shark Pepper. Its quality was quite good. Among the rare pet eggs, it could be considered above average. Its attack and health were both quite remarkable. However, Lin Xuan looked at Shark Pepper and felt that something was missing. After careful thought, he realized it was the weapon. A humanoid monster, if it didn't use a weapon, would ultimately feel a bit lacking. Unless it possessed a body as tough as a frost giant, capable of close combat. Otherwise, it was more impressive to wield a weapon. However, this matter was not urgent. Once Shark Pepper reached level 50 and unlocked the skill slot, it would also unlock the equipment slot. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to get it a weapon. Lin Xuan had Shark Pepper scout the area, then summoned Elena to his side and asked her to level up with Shark Pepper first. Elena was now over 90 levels and quite wise. Having her accompany Shark Pepper was quite appropriate. Moreover, pets were not contracted beasts. After death, they would only return to the summoning space, rest for a day, and then rejoin the battle. Even if Shark Pepper accidentally died, it wouldn't be a significant loss for Lin Xuan. Chapter 279, Are you tired? It's my turn. The display of the identity information of the Thunder Clan demon made Lin Xuan's eyes flicker slightly. The Thunder Clan demon in front of him was similar in physique to the other demon races he had encountered before. However, Lin Xuan had previously obtained detailed information about the demon races from the Commander Li Yunfei of the Jianghai City Military District while in the Frost Domain. According to the information, the demon realm had 5 major races: mountains, forests, winds, fire, and thunder. The Thunder Clan was recognized as the strongest. The Thunder Clan demons not only crush other races of the same rank in strength, but they also have the largest population. As the strongest race in the demon realm, Thunder Clan demons are naturally able to control the power of thunder. Moreover, their attributes are 2 to 3 times that of the same rank professionals in Blue Star. The gap in strength primarily depends on the concentration of their bloodline. The higher the concentration, the higher their status and strength in the demon realm. It is said that members of the royal family in the demon realm can generally reach 3 times the standard. For instance, the previous Rain Cardorn was able to battle against Chang'e, and a sovereign, with just his newly acquired demigod strength, and was in the advantageous position. If it weren't for Lin Xuan having a 4th-tier item and pulling off a lucky surprise attack, he might have truly been controlled by Rain Cardorn. Chapter 280, Obtaining a Profession Compatibility Skill. It should come to an end. The reason Lin Xuan did not choose to let the undead swarm and take down the boss in seconds was that he wanted to observe the skills and combat methods of the demon race. After all, this was the strongest and most populous race in the demon realm, and encountering them in the future was inevitable. Familiarizing himself with the demon race's skills at this moment is not a bad thing. Recalling the opponent's skills, Lin Xuan no longer held back. Skills like Force Split and Great Buddha's hand poured out. The demon priest boss didn't even have time to react before his health dropped by more than half. Subsequently, Lin Xuan unleashed a full health mountain collapse and pulled back, ordering the undead to attack. Roar! The demon priest roared in anger, wanting to resist. But he couldn't even get up before being overwhelmed by the massive number of undead. Soon, under the siege of around 100,000 undead, the final guarding boss, the demon priest, fell. With the kill notification, Lin Xuan was just one step away from clearing the special dungeon. The cursed village dungeon required the killing of the priest who worships the ancient god at the center of the village and expelling the black mist. He had already killed the priest and just needed to disperse the black mist. Chapter 281, Can't help but transform into a big blue shark. Water escape combined with water element manipulation. Lin Xuan muttered to himself, but upon further thought, he felt it was somewhat regrettable. The wave-breaking shark skill had solid attack power. After fusion, without the wave-breaking shark, relying solely on water element manipulation for attacks would be somewhat lacking. Of course, after merging the two skills into one, it should free up a skill slot. He could use the freed slot to learn wave-breaking shark as well. However, doing so would mean abandoning another level 80 stealing skill. It's too troublesome. Forget it. Let's stick with water element manipulation plus wave-breaking shark. The water escape skill effect allows for 10 times speed in water, and can create a water prison against enemies. However, this skill has a long cooldown time. Lin Xuan worried that after merging, the resultant skill might be lackluster. After all, water element manipulation is a passive skill with no cooldown time, and wave-breaking shark, being an active skill, also has no cooldown time, allowing transformation into a big blue shark as long as he is in a water environment. Great, just you two. Lin Xuan quickly made up his mind. With a thought, he directly used the skill book, selected the water element manipulation in the skill slot, and also checked the wave-breaking shark skill book in his bag. Chapter 282, The European Continent Team. This trip to the East Sea fishing village was quite rewarding. The skills obtained from the dungeon indeed matched well with him. Additionally, he transformed over 10 million undead and gained a considerable amount of undead crystals, not to mention learning about the deployment of the ancient god church in the Xia country. Calculating it all, it couldn't be considered just good, it should be called a bountiful harvest. It was time to leave, Lin Xuan murmured, and with a whoosh, he left the dungeon space and appeared in the ruined East Sea fishing village. Looking at the broken walls, Lin Xuan felt a surge of emotion. The great catastrophe brought extraordinary power to humanity and offered opportunities for evolution. However, it also caused countless innocent lives to fall. In the future, even more people might die because the threat of the demon race is too great. Even though the two fifth-tier powerhouses of the demon race were stopped, the threat from them still exists. Before fifth-tier professionals appear in Blue Star, the entire Blue Star is at risk of annihilation. After all, the last appearance of the Rui Golden Cudgel and Chang'e appearing with the Moonstone clearly indicated that the mythological figures within the ruins were restricted from coming out. Moreover, those were mythological figures from the ruins that currently seem to be guarding the Xia country. Chapter 283, The Persian Family. Bullet time. The skill was unleashed, and Lin Xuan shot out like a silver flash. This is the most overpowered skill among Lin Xuan's various skills. During its release, everything around him would seem to stop time for 3 seconds. Moreover, its power is so great that even demigod-level beings can only react slightly. Of course, This skill also has its drawbacks. During its release, no other skills can be used. However, this issue was resolved when he leveled up to level 5 and unlocked the skill characteristics. Although he could only use one skill, it was enough. After all, he not only has the single target 1000-fold damage increase of Force Split, but also the area attack of Mountain Collapse. However, he did not plan to use these two skills right now. Instead, he prepared to transfer the few people to the Frost domain. Time stop activated. Everything around him was as if it had frozen. The blonde man's group still wore smiles on their faces. Even the blonde man's arm was suspended in mid-air. Making a gesture to invite Lin Xuan to lead the way to find the team of black-robed individuals he mentioned was lost. Whoosh! Lin Xuan swiftly appeared in front of them, ready to transfer the group to the Frost domain. However, at that moment, the old man beside the blonde man holding a staff surprisingly curled his lips into a smile. Chapter 284, No More Pretending. I'm revealing my cards, the blonde man snorted coldly. He wanted to see Lin Xuan's strength. However, Lin Xuan stood there as if he had been stunned. Not moving at all. The blonde man furrowed his brows. What happened? He had just felt confused. But then he saw Lin Xuan quickly raise his hands and then push forward violently. A tremendous force. Boom! In mid-air, several giant peaks hundreds of meters high instantly crashed down. As the giant peaks slammed towards the crowd, a vast ocean illusion appeared below. Boom! The waves surged. A massive wave crashed down, not only sending 13 knights flying, but also carrying terrifying power. Crashing towards the blonde man and the elderly man beside him who held a staff. Damn it! The blonde man's face changed dramatically. Just as he was about to resist, the old man beside him snorted coldly, time-space rewind. Whoosh! In the next second, the incoming wave retreated, the giant peaks vanished, and even the flowers, grass, and trees shattered by the skill returned to their original state. The dozen knights returned to the moment when their long spears were aimed at Lin Xuan. The next moment, a loud rumble sounded. The knights' close-range skills hit Lin Xuan. However, just as the long spears made contact, boom. Chapter 285, The Bastard Child of the Goddess of Luck. If these people flew inland, Lin Xuan might indeed have no way to deal with them. Because at this moment, Lin Xuan recognized the wings that several of them had transformed behind them. They belonged to a well-known monster from the European continent called the Eagle-Headed Man. This monster has a human body, an eagle's head, and eagle wings. It is widely distributed in the West, with levels ranging from 150 to 300. It not only produces many pet eggs, but also many flying items. It can be said to be one of the most favored monsters among Western practitioners. Of course, its popularity is not just because of its high drop rate. The flying wings produced by the eagle-headed man are also very fast, faster than many 9th-tier mounts. If they transformed into flying wings and flew towards the inland west, although Lin Xuan could also fly, he relied on his mount. With the speed of the 8th-tier mutated Frostfire two-headed demon lion, it would be difficult to catch up. After all, mutated mounts are precious because they can participate in battles, which is why they are more valuable than ordinary 9th-tier mounts. However, the road to heaven is open. But you choose not to go. Lin Xuan chuckled and waved his hand, summoning over 1 million undead creatures back into his frost domain. Then, he summoned the Frostfire demon lion. The massive body of the demon lion swept across the sky and quickly reached the seaside. Chapter 286, What a Load of Nonsense. The blonde man analyzed, and everyone nodded, feeling it made a lot of sense. Historically, high ground always held an absolute advantage. They were flying in mid-air, possessing the absolute right to fire. After all, like most practitioners, their secondary weapons were bows and arrows. This meant they could maintain a sufficient distance while flying in mid-air to attack Lin Xuan. And Lin Xuan had no way to deal with them. I don't believe it, even if his luck is against the odds, can an 80+ level mage's attack range compare to ours? Even if his secondary weapon is a bow, it's useless. The gap brought by level and profession class is not something simple luck can make up for. Prepare to attack. The blonde man commanded. Everyone sprang into action. They began to ascend higher in flight, ensuring Lin Xuan couldn't attack them. However, the old man was different. He first flew upwards and then suddenly dove down. After reaching a certain distance, he stopped in midair and released a time-space rewind towards Lin Xuan from a distance. Whoosh! In an instant, the blue shark that was about to catch up with them rapidly retreated and disappeared. Haha, good. Chapter 287, Terrifying Giant Creature. Damn it. Don't run away. The blonde man and others looked at the blue shark, which was now less than a kilometer away, and were horrified. At this moment, they could no longer see that even though they had taken medicine and their speed had surged, Lin Xuan was even faster. It was completely a different magnitude. Even if they used time-space rewind now, they couldn't shake him off. Back to back, form a circle. Be careful of his sneak attack. The blonde man shouted angrily. In the air, their advantage was that they could render Lin Xuan's undead army ineffective. After all, those undead creatures couldn't fly. Earlier, they were ambushed by Lin Xuan because everyone was too scattered. Now, as long as they were careful, Lin Xuan might not be their match. Following the blonde man's command, everyone quickly gathered around him, preparing to form a circle, staying alert to their surroundings for a counterattack. They didn't believe that huddled together, Lin Xuan could still ambush them. However, before they could react, the blue shark that had just submerged into the sea suddenly whipped its tail back into the water. Then, after 2 breaths, everyone noticed another terrifying white line rapidly approaching in the ocean. The faces of the blonde man and others changed drastically. Be careful. Boom. Chapter 288, No, where is this? At this moment, the 9 knights who saw the monster's information felt their scalps tingle, and they found it hard to breathe. Just as they were stunned, the 3rd-tier butler Sam had already been swallowed by the abyssal leviathan. Not even a splash was raised. Boom. After Sam was devoured, the abyssal leviathan's mouth closed, and then a water column several dozen meters thick broke off and smashed into the sea, causing a massive splash. However, even though the abyssal leviathan had closed its mouth, these knights had already been suppressed by its aura and could not move at all. The knights watched their companion being swallowed and felt an overwhelming fear rise in their hearts. One knight, with a fierce look in his eyes, gritted his teeth and said, "I'd rather die than become a corpse." As soon as his voice fell, with a loud bang, this knight actually exploded into a mist of blood. Lin Xuan, standing on the back of the abyssal leviathan, had just stabilized his stance when he saw this scene and was momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? He wasn't someone who abused prisoners. However, just as he was in shock, another person exploded into a mist of blood. Seeing the remaining 7 knights about to self-destruct, Lin Xuan's expression changed. He quickly summoned his mount, the Frost Fire Demon Lion. This is ridiculous. Turned into blood mist, how could his undead resurrection pry into the ancient god church's intelligence? Chapter 289 Here, it is not allowed to call others fat. Lin Xuan widened his eyes, staring at those short people, and his heart sank sharply. Damn! I got it wrong. After the Great Disaster, although the appearance of humans did not evolve, most of them underwent optimization. For example, in the current world, there are very few people who are very ugly or very short. However, these rules seem to be somewhat ineffective in the cherry blossom country of the subcontinent. Even though the practitioners in this country have already belonged to the extraordinary, very few of them are taller than 165 centimeters. Therefore, when Lin Xuan saw the short practitioners connected by chains, he immediately realized where he had arrived. This is not Jianghai City, nor is it Hai Qing Island. And it is not even Xia country. Instead, it is the cherry blossom country occupied by the demon race. His direction was completely reversed. Lin Xuan cursed in his heart. Seeing that the demon race had already discovered his presence, Lin Xuan quickly flashed into the frost domain. The demon army has occupied the cherry blossom country. Lin Xuan does not believe that he could easily escape once discovered by the enemy. According to intelligence, the demon race originally had only 2 4th-tier demigod powerhouses. Just like Blue Star. However, recently, for some unknown reason, they suddenly promoted 1 5th-tier and several 4th-tier. Chapter 290 No More Running, I Want to Kill Enough. Juju Island. Lin Xuan murmured, his face showing joy. Interesting. Even in a parallel world, similar situations have occurred here. Lin Xuan saw the slogan and already understood which island he was on. It is Juju Island, the closest to the eastern coast of Xia country. Moreover, he was in a very classic and beautiful place on Juju Island, Changchi. If one were to visit Juju Island in summer, the coastline would be lined with tall and slender girls of various styles. Because in this island of the cherry blossom country, every year, strict control is enforced on the residents' appearance and weight, prohibiting people from getting fat. Of course, it is also as the slogan says. They do not like others calling them fat. If it is Changchi, I just need to distinguish between east, south, west, and north. And then head west to return to Xia country. However, how to escape without alarming the demon race? Although he speculated that there were no 4th-tier powerful clans on this island, the oceanic monsters did not rush straight in. It is clear that even without 4th-tier, there may still be quite a few 3rd-tier here. With 3rd-tier present, if Lin Xuan is blocked for a moment, the 4th-tier will soon arrive. If discovered by a 4th-tier powerhouse, Lin Xuan does not think he could pick off and kill a demigod powerhouse with just the items in his hands as before. Chapter 291 Terrifying Tsunami Boom. As Lin Xuan's words fell, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to become even more violent, accompanied by endless thunder. The water elements just gathered from the seawater suddenly split apart, transforming into a nearly 10-meter-high black wall crashing towards the coast. Boom! The surrounding rumbling sounds continued. The terrifying tsunami spread to the shore, instantly engulfing everything here. Even the flying fish monsters controlled by Lin Xuan, despite being prepared, were swept away by the waves. They suffered considerable impact. Fortunately, they were not trampled to death by the monsters rushing to the shore. However, even so, after the tsunami passed, when Lin Xuan controlled the undead creatures and saw the surrounding scene, he gasped in shock. In his field of vision, as far as the eye could see, it was a scene of devastation. The original coastline had retreated at least several hundred meters, and a large number of monster and demon race corpses were washed into the ocean. Along with them were also numerous demon race tents and supplies. And the tsunami did not stop because of this. It was brewing an even larger tsunami. Because after the nearly 10-meter giant wave crashed, what Lin Xuan saw was not an expanse of ocean, but the monsters retreating and the 1st-tier demon race soldiers who failed to withdraw. Chapter 292 Treat them as monsters to be supplemented. Boom. Another deafening roar. But this time, the undead creatures controlled by Lin Xuan saw that the coastline, which had just been an expanse of ocean, was rapidly withdrawing. What the hell, this even if he is not someone who grew up by the sea. He knows what this represents. The giant wave that reached the shore, and could form hundreds of meters high did not have such power. Now, the speed at which the seawater is retreating will ultimately form a height of at least 1,000 meters. It seems that the battle between both sides should have entered a heated stage. Lin Xuan squinted his eyes slightly and looked up at the sky. He saw the thunderclouds that originally shrouded Juju Island below were now rapidly condensing. The flickering lightning was even more violent. Is it that both sides are going to unleash their big moves? Lin Xuan speculated, then if that is the case, once this huge water wall crashes down, there might not be such a large wave afterward. There will only be continuous small waves and earthquakes of varying sizes. In that case, it would be perfect for going out to move. With this thought, Lin Xuan watched the scenes outside while quickly assigning troops in the frost domain. He needed to go out at the first opportunity. Chapter 293 Pirates Under the Water. The dorsal fin of the blue shark sliced through the waves, silently. 3 practitioners from the cherry blossom country stood on the rooftop. They watched the ocean monsters emerge from the seawater and attack frantically. One by one, the items that exploded were fished out of the seawater. One practitioner carefully placed a chicken egg-sized item that had just exploded into his arms. This monster actually exploded a magic core, and the quality is good. Offering it to the adults will definitely save them from a lot of beatings. Ha ha. This time it's comfortable. The 3 practitioners chatted and laughed, completely unaware that a 12-meter-long blue shark was swimming underwater not far away. What a bunch of useless people. Hiding in the water, Lin Xuan listened to their words and shook his head slightly. Then, he prepared to launch a hunting operation. Splash! Several practitioners completely failed to notice that the seawater behind them was slowly rising. Lin Xuan transformed into a blue shark, adjusting his posture underwater. Muscles tensed. The next second, he burst out of the water, mouth wide open, releasing a strong fishy smell. 3 professionals didn't even have time to react. All they saw were a set of black teeth. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was drowned out by the waves. The professionals from Sakura country didn't even have time to scream before they met their end. Chapter 294, Exterminating the Pirates Underwater. Lin Xuan flicked his tail fin. Listening to the commotion from the water's surface, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Hunt him? How ridiculous. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? Isn't just about appearance. With a thought, the surrounding undead creatures instantly received orders. Thousands of undead flying fish leaped out of the water, rushing toward the direction where the demons were gathered. Bang! Bang! The flying fish crashed against the broken wall, producing a dull sound. The demons immediately raised their blades to hunt. Damn! More of this low-level trash. A demon cursed, swinging his blade to split a flying fish in half. Below the water surface, Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened. He controlled more undead to surge toward the shore. Undead stonefish collided with the shallow reefs. Undead jellyfish released weak currents. Lin Xuan began to manipulate the undead marine creatures to attack the demon race and the professionals from Sakura country. In an instant, combined with the occasional earthquake caused by the tsunami, the area became exceptionally chaotic. Don't panic. A level 99 demon, fully equipped in purple gear, roared. First, clear out these undead. Don't let them interfere with our search for the boss. Hearing the command, the demons sprang into action. Blades swung, and various skills were unleashed. Chapter 295, Truly Becoming Wild Monsters. The blue shadow darted back and forth in this sea area. Each time it appeared, it would take the lives of 1 or 2 Sakura country professionals. The blue shark's speed was too fast. So fast that the professionals from Sakura country didn't even have time to react. Those professionals weren't unaware of the blue shark. In their line of sight, the blue shark was not in a stealth state underwater. But even if they spotted it, they couldn't dodge. It was too fast. Damn it! A Sakura country professional shouted angrily. Holding a bow that had just dropped, he quickly conjured 3 water arrows. Whoosh! 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 3 sounds of slicing wind echoed. The speed of the water arrows was also incredibly fast, instantly shooting toward the blue shark. But the blue shark swished its tail and dodged. This Sakura country professional was stunned. His water arrow skill was a locking skill. How could it be dodged? Before he could react, The blue shark was already in front of him. Its massive mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs. No! The Sakura country professional screamed in terror. Only to be swallowed by the blue shark. Damn it! Damn it! How could this boss be so strong? Other professionals from Sakura country, seeing this scene, turned pale with fright. They began to scatter, trying to escape this water area. Chapter 296, The Stick That Calms the Sea. These demons came quite quickly. Lin Xuan scanned his surroundings, clearly assessing the situation. They were all second-tier demons, numbering nearly 10,000. Below them, some professionals from Sakura country were jumping on the rooftops. The combined numbers of both sides reached at least 15,000. With such a large force, did the enemy guess that he had transformed into a professional? Lin Xuan frowned slightly. Based on his previous reconnaissance, there were about 50,000 troops stationed on the west side of Kyushu Island. That's the number of 2 brigades. Now, with the demons and Sakura country professionals totaling over 15,000, plus those who were already here, it amounted to nearly half a brigade. Forget it. Even if they know he is a transformed human, so what? Lin Xuan smiled lightly in his heart, switching his view. He discovered that the previously dispatched reconnaissance creatures still hadn't spotted any third-tier demons. Without third-tier demons, the enemy might still consider him a boss. Of course. For Lin Xuan in the past, this over 10,000 second-tier demons and Sakura country professionals could have been a bit dangerous. Back then in the underground palace, many demons were first-tier. Second-tier was different. They were harder for Lin Xuan to fight in the air. Chapter 297, The Stick That Calms the Sea, 10,000 monsters rush. Thick thunderclouds rolled like ink, creating a suffocating feeling just from a glance. Within them, electric snakes danced wildly, with thick bolts of lightning striking down, illuminating the surroundings, as if it were daylight. The sea surface below was also tumultuous. Various water tornadoes, some dozens of meters and even over 100 meters wide, wreaked havoc. The surrounding waves surged, and the seawater flowed backward, gathering into a water wall at the end of the line of sight. That water wall now far exceeded the previous 100-meter-high tsunami wall, reaching nearly 1,000 meters. Lin Xuan's voice trembled slightly. This apocalyptic scene filled him with a sense of helplessness. However, at that moment, a golden light streaked across the sky from the direction of Xia country. The golden light was dazzling, like the rising sun, instantly illuminating the entire world. The golden light spanned the sky like an invisible sword, dividing heaven and earth. As the golden light appeared, the black thunderclouds in the sky automatically dispersed, as if cut in half, slowly dissipating. Meanwhile, the water tornadoes and the giant wave water wall hundreds of meters high gradually faded under the golden light. The scene of seawater flooding instantly stopped, and the thunder disappeared without a trace. The world once again returned to calm. Chapter 298, All Demigods Appear. In an instant, Lin Xuan felt like his head was about to explode. A new race. This was big news for Blue Star. Over 500 years of war. And now suddenly, a race had emerged. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and analyze the situation. The appearance of the water race demons and the magic patterns on their faces were consistent with other demons, proving they were from the demon realm. However, there hadn't been any news of them for over 500 years. Lin Xuan couldn't help but speculate. Either this race had been hiding for 500 years, collaborating with other races to conceal their existence, or most of the information sent back by scouts from Blue Star was false. If it's the first possibility, that would be fine. If it's the second possibility, then Blue Star would be in serious trouble. After all, this represents that the other party may have a very clever and scheming strong person. It should be the first type. Lin Xuan calmed himself down. The intelligence that Blue Star obtained about the demon realm is not just from spies and infiltrators in the demon realm. There are also some intelligence gathered through special means. For example, he can use the resurrection of the undead to let the deceased demons reveal the true information. With such means, the intelligence from the 5 major races of Blue Star before must not be too false. Chapter 299, Infinite Ocean Li Jiangbai. As the second strongest in Blue Star, Li Jiangbai has long flowing hair, dressed in an ancient costume with white and black edges, embroidered with a white phoenix. He looks gentle and elegant, with a hint of celestial aura. It is said that his level reaches 392. His domain is related to his profession as a sword cultivator, called Sword Resonance 9 Heavens. The abilities of the domain have not been disclosed, and opinions vary. However, the most intuitive aspect is that within the domain, he can transform into a sword barrier and possess countless swords. At this moment, as soon as he arrived and saw the magic patterns on the female demon's face, he frowned. He naturally knew what this meant. However, the current situation did not allow him to think too much. Another 4th-tier demon from the demon race had arrived. The incoming demon was very robust, with a mountain-shaped magic pattern on his face. This is a demon from the mountain tribe. Before this anomaly in the demon realm, there were only 2 4th-tier races, Thunder and Fire. However, prior to this, the Divine Grace War not only saw the emergence of a new Thunder race, Rain Cardorn, but now also a new Water race and a 4th-tier demon from the lowest-ranking mountain tribe. If even the lowest-ranking mountain tribe has 4th-tier demons, it is highly likely that the anomaly in the demon realm has resulted in an increase of at least 5 to 6 4th-tier demons. Chapter 300, Little Golden Man. As the words fell, the surrounding ocean suddenly surged. A massive wave suddenly appeared in mid-air, transforming into a water curtain. The water curtain was extremely large, as if a part of the ocean had been moved here, creating an absolute defense that stopped the incoming wind race demons. Bang 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 bang. Countless attacks landed on it, but only splashed water. So powerful. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. The principal beside him, who had just advanced to demigod, did not seem weak at all. Whoosh! Principal Wang Miao did not stop. He raised the staff in his hand. Suddenly, Lin Xuan felt the surrounding space surge, and he was wrapped in a transparent water ball. This water ball was very clear, completely unobstructed to his line of sight. This is my defensive skill. Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor. It can at least block 10 full-power attacks from demigods. Stay inside for now and don't come out. Principal Wang Miao smiled at Lin Xuan, then stopped speaking. He held the staff in his right hand and drew circles with his left hand. Skills were released one after another. Some were attack skills, while others were support skills. Lin Xuan saw this and finally understood what it meant to be a mage. Principal Wang Miao, surprisingly, remained in place, using his own strength to not only deal with the wind race demon that had just appeared above. Chapter 301, Far Inferior to Celestial Soldiers. That little golden man stood only half a zhong tall, yet the golden light surrounding him was more brilliant than the setting sun in the sky. Clang! The moment he grasped the golden staff, the staff hummed and trembled, as if it were a long-lost companion. Lin Xuan looked through the water curtain and felt an indescribable pressure emanating from that golden light. It wasn't the domain suppression of a demigod, but rather a sense of weight that seemed to come from his bloodline, crossing epochs. This pressure was intangible but present, as if the entire world was in fear. This was when Einstein stopped casting spells. The arcane energy he had just prepared to rescue Li Jiangbai directly dissipated. This is legendary. Before he could finish speaking, the little golden man had already stepped out with the golden staff. This step seemed slow, but instantly crossed several miles of ocean. The waves beneath his feet did not rise, leaving only a golden light trace on the sea surface. Seeing this, the wind race demons immediately conjured dozens of wind blades, each accompanied by a sharp sound that tore through space, all slashing towards the little golden man. But as soon as those wind blades touched the golden light, they melted away like snow encountering fire, not even creating a ripple. The little golden man raised his staff and swept it horizontally. There was no earth-shattering roar, but a curved golden light flashed by, and the wind race demons' hastily conjured wind barrier instantly shattered. Chapter 302, The Whole Country Knows You. Clang clang. Two dull yet powerful sounds almost echoed simultaneously. The thunder shield conjured by Lei Zekadan was instantly smashed to pieces by the golden staff. The entire person flew backward like a kite, with a broken string, and a deep dent was even smashed into the silver armor on his chest. Meanwhile, the death aura on the dragon-horned man also dissipated significantly under this strike. His massive body uncontrollably flew backward, with dark green blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Xuan and the others watched from a distance, dumbfounded, while Li Jiangbai gripped his long sword tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. This power is even stronger than that of a fifth-tier strong person. The little golden man first appeared in Blue Star, after the Summer Country discovered the journey to the West Ruins. A newly promoted fourth-tier demigod wanted to go to the journey to the West Ruins to seize the supreme artifact, the Rui Golden Staff. However, the little golden man appeared out of nowhere, not only killing that demigod cleanly, but even chasing him out of the ruins. It was also the first time in the world that a creature from within a ruin had exited the ruins and appeared in Blue Star. On that day, almost all strong people in Blue Star understood that the strongest was not an evolved profession, nor the world-class boss within the ruins. Chapter 303, Incorrect Address, Danger. Why? Lin Xuan was excited and was about to say by Marwan. This title is a classic from Journey to the West. But the next moment, with a sudden sound, Lin Xuan was directly grabbed by the little golden man by the collar. Lin Xuan's whole body was instantly suspended in mid-air. What the hell? At this moment, Lin Xuan was greatly startled, his breathing slowed for a moment. He instantly dared not continue speaking. On the other side, Li Jiangbai and Principal Wang Miao watched with their eyes twitching, their mouths twitching. Lin Xuan, oh Lin Xuan, how could you be so clever all your life? Yet confused at this moment. This title is absolutely not to be mentioned. It's simply the reverse scale of the great sage equal to heaven. Although the little golden figure now looks playful like the great sage from myth and legend, who knows if he will suddenly go on a rampage. Moreover, the great sage Sun Wukong, Sun Xingzhe, the great sage equal to heaven, and the fighting Saint Buddha, so many titles and names, yet you choose this one. Isn't that asking for trouble? At this moment, even their previously composed demeanor was strained. They were ready to take action to see if they could save Lin Xuan. However, compared to the tension between the two, the nearby Einstein looked completely bewildered. He had researched a lot about the myths and legends of the Xia Kingdom. As a top-tier demigod with a thorough understanding of these myths, Li Jiangbai's knowledge was naturally superior to that of everyone present. Lin Xuan nodded silently, deeply agreeing with this assessment. After all, apart from Monkey Brother, who could leave the ruins and appear in Blue Star, the other being that left the ruins was Chang'e. During that time, Chang'e had used the moonstone worn by Lin Xuan to manifest in Blue Star, and engaged in a fierce battle with Ryan Catton, who had used the Supreme card. Even after that encounter, Chang'e still needed to rely on divine power to repair her consumption. This shows that for beings within the ruins to leave and appear in Blue Star, they currently can only do so by using avatars, and must pay a certain price. As for Monkey Brother, Lin Xuan looked at the little golden figure shrouded in golden light, vaguely guessing what price he might have paid. Of course, while Lin Xuan and the others were confused, the demigod from the demon race began to brighten with excitement. This commotion completely indicated that the strongest of their Moro Empire was still alive. That meant they had a chance of survival. The whirlpool below spun even faster. At this moment, the setting sun was sinking, and the sky began to darken. The waves around were surging. What is going on? How did it turn into two little golden figures while fighting? Lin Xuan was baffled. The mid-fight transformation was too outrageous for the Supreme Card's ability. However, there was another possibility, that the 5th-level powerhouse from the underwater demon race and the Dragonhorn man transformed from the skeletal giant dragon were about to emerge. Just as several people were puzzled, the two little golden figures glared at each other. Then, they simultaneously stopped. The little golden figure on the left shouted angrily, "You demon! How dare you imitate my old son?" The little golden figure on the right also shouted angrily, "Hey! You demon, how dare you imitate my old son?" The left little golden figure, "You're the fake." The right little golden figure, "You're the fake." Left, "You're the real fake." Right, "You're the fake. My old son's golden hoop is 3 points brighter than yours." The left little golden figure raised his hand, spinning the golden hoop like a windmill. "Nonsense. Your stick is a counterfeit stained with ink." Clang! The two sticks collided, golden light splashing everywhere. The two little golden figures bounced back and forth in midair like they had springs, their stick shadows densely packed, making Lin Xuan's eyes blur. "Hey! You transformed into that demon." Before the words fell, the right little golden figure looked delighted. "Ha ha, I'm the real one." And Lin Xuan's actions and words naturally angered the left little golden figure. "Hey!" The left little golden figure pulled Lin Xuan's collar. "You little rascal. I even gave you a chance to perform just now. Too bad you don't know the tightening spell, otherwise I would transform and make you recite the spell to see who is real." The tightening spell. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. This one on the left even knows the tightening spell, so it must be the left one. Lin Xuan quickly corrected himself, the one on the right is fake. "Hey!" The right little golden figure, who was full of excitement, instantly turned angry. "Fake? You little rascal, you're talking nonsense. It's just the tightening spell, right? Demon? Do you even know the content of the tightening spell? HMPH. My old son not only knows the content of the tightening spell, but also knows how many inches it shrinks after reciting it once." Whoosh! As soon as the left little golden figure finished speaking, he appeared beside the right little golden figure and smashed down with the golden hoop. The right little golden figure was quick to react and raised his golden hoop as well. Boom! The sticks collided, and the shockwave rolled. With a long shout, the left golden figure's stature suddenly shot up. Originally thousands of meters tall, it instantly broke through the clouds, its head reaching the greyish sky, while its feet still extended over the sea. The whole person resembled a giant pillar supporting the heavens, blocking out the sun. The shadow quickly enveloped the entire sea area. The right one, transformed from the Supreme Card, now turned a dark color. Gritting his teeth, he shouted as well, "Long!" But his stature only grew by 1,000 meters before he could no longer rise. It was as if an invisible barrier blocked him, and his brilliance dimmed a bit. Compared to the towering giant on the left, he seemed as small as a child. "Ha ha ha!" The left golden figure laughed loudly. The sound shook the waves, causing huge surges. And the clouds trembled, making the principal's head spin. "Imposter, you've been exposed. My old son's law of heaven and earth cannot be easily imitated." Saying this, he raised his giant hand and slapped towards the right golden figure. The palm created a fierce wind, bringing with it the might to destroy the world. The right little black figure's face changed. He hurriedly raised the golden hoop to defend. Clang! The golden hoop collided with the giant hand. The clear sound echoed far and wide. The right golden figure's form was instantly sent flying like a kite, with a broken string. At this moment, Lin Xuan's desire for the Supreme Card reached its peak. The Supreme Card is terrifying. This trip to the East Sea. His greatest gain was not the millions of undead creatures within the Frost domain, but the treasure mouse. Without the treasure mouse, Lin Xuan would never have known that the treasure map fragment he obtained earlier was related to the Supreme Card. This time, He witnessed the power of the Supreme card firsthand. He wanted one so badly. There are a total of 54 Supreme cards, each with different abilities and effects. Some are strong, some are weak. But just based on the ability displayed by this Supreme card, Square 8. I'm afraid that other Supreme cards, no matter how weak, won't be weak to the point of being useless. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to continue watching, and turned to leave. The Frost Domain was indeed safe, but it wasn't suitable to hide in right now. After all, the towering figure of the little black man was just lifted up by the suddenly enlarged little golden figure. Lin Xuan was unsure what would happen next. If he stayed here and got caught in the aftermath of the battle, he might die on the spot. Now that Li Jiangbai had gone to the main city to activate the protective array, it would be better for him to go directly to the main city, hide under the protective shield, and continue to observe the battle's progress. Chapter 309, Abrupt End. The principal said, pulling out 3 surfboards from his backpack. The boards shimmered with a light blue luster, and their edges were wrapped in silver runes. Made from sea-patterned wood, they could withstand 100-meter-high waves. The runes on them were crafted by a forger specifically for promotion tasks, helping to stabilize the center of gravity. Lin Xuan took the surfboard, feeling its weight. Thank you, Principal. Lin Xuan happily put 2 surfboards into his backpack, leaving one on his shoulder, ready to try surfing in the sea. Not so fast. Wang Miao raised his hand, holding a fist-sized azure sphere. This was the magical artifact Jiaolong Water Pearl, capable of blocking the impact of magical creatures. The task stated that active skills couldn't be used, but it didn't mention passive skills, equipment skills, or magical artifacts. Remember, when surfing, don't try to withstand the waves directly. Move with the flow, be as agile as water. Lin Xuan nodded, taking the magical artifact. He had learned about the techniques for the 8 tasks of the Celestial Man in high school textbooks. However, high school only covered theory. It wasn't until university that practical lessons were taught. Lin Xuan had only attended school for a month, and he had only learned about surfing with water beings once. So he didn't plan to try it out right now. Chapter 310, Surfing the 8th Tier Mutated Mount. The 2-headed Icefire Lion was very fast. Lin Xuan lay on the lion's back, his gaze sweeping across the sea surface. In the southeastern deep sea area, the waves were indeed high. The 50-meter wave walls undulated like moving mountains of water. This is it. Lin Xuan stood on the 2-headed Icefire Lion, looking far at the rolling waves, and said to his mount, "Stop." The 2-headed Icefire Lion immediately halted in place, no longer moving forward. After Lin Xuan jumped down, he patted its head and smiled, "Wait for me nearby, I'm going to practice surfing." With that, Lin Xuan used his control over water elements to walk on the waves, heading forward. Not far from here, some islands were scattered chaotically. It was precisely the existence of these islands that made the waves higher. As Lin Xuan walked, he scanned the surroundings. If surfing went smoothly, he could complete at least 5 waves here. And if he moved fast enough, he might even finish all of them. However, Lin Xuan wasn't in a hurry. The earlier disruption had already consumed more than half of the countdown for his first promotion task. There were still 17 minutes left. He could start again after those 17 minutes, which wasn't late. Taking advantage of these few minutes. Chapter 311, Snatching Waves. Lin Xuan stood on the surfboard, gliding along the 50-meter-high wave wall, starting to challenge the promotion task again. The material and rune array of the surfboard were excellent, after all. It was used by the principal when challenging demigods. In terms of quality and function, it was definitely top tier. Splash! The silver wave-breaking rune glowed slightly with the surge of the waves, steadily isolating the restless water around him. The first wave was very smooth, without any magical creatures obstructing him. Lin Xuan easily completed it and began to approach the second wave. The distant ships that had come closer had now stopped. Dozens of professionals picked up surfboards and started moving on the sea. Most of them were discussing and showed no intention of approaching Lin Xuan. Seeing this, Lin Xuan temporarily withdrew his attention and focused entirely on controlling the surfboard beneath him. Just as he rounded a whirlpool at the tip of a wave, a sudden rush of splashing waves came from behind. Lin Xuan instinctively lowered his center of gravity and slid sideways with the wave's momentum. Turning his head, he saw a shadow rush past his shoulder, crashing heavily into the wave wall ahead, splashing water everywhere. Interrupted by this person, Lin Xuan failed the challenge of the second wave. "Hey! I was the one who had my eye on this wave first." A coarse shout came from behind. Lin Xuan frowned and looked at the newcomer. Chapter 3:12, Promotion completed. Mariana Trench. The surfboard carved a sharp arc at the tip of the wave. Lin Xuan didn't bother to deal with the world-class boss that had appeared behind him. The massive body of Shukun had just emerged, already using its third-tier strength to suppress the entire sea area. The world-class boss revealed its complete form. It was a demonized deep-sea dragon octopus. Its strength was not low. Faced with the third-tier Shukun, it still wanted to struggle and resist. But Shukun didn't hold back. Its body shrank instantly, charging toward the octopus, and then, as it got closer, its mouth opened wide, swallowing it whole. With this world-class boss gone, Lin Xuan's surfing became much smoother. He took a deep breath and poured all his energy into surfing. At this moment, Lin Xuan's body seemed to merge with the waves, every rise and fall, every turn perfectly timed. Finally, at the moment when the wave wall was about to collapse, he successfully surfed past the sixth wave. The panel's notification sounded right on time. Completed 610 waves, remaining time, 0:33:45, haha, less than 3 minutes. Lin Xuan felt delighted and charged toward the seventh wave. His movements became more fluid, and his control over the waves more precise. Soon, he successfully passed the seventh wave. Chapter 3:13, Greed. Lin Xuan was taken aback by the words, instinctively touching his chin. Mariana Trench. This place was far beyond his initial guess of Malaysia. No wonder he couldn't see even a shadow of an island around. As for the global college freshman competition, he had indeed heard that it would be held on some island. He didn't expect it to be the Mariana Islands. As the so-called Scar of Blue Star before the Great Cataclysm, Lin Xuan was naturally familiar with the Mariana Trench. However, he was somewhat unfamiliar with the nearby islands. In his memory, he only learned about a small country after a match of the national football team in his previous life. It was called Guam. Almost forgotten. There was also another island near the Mariana Trench that was quite famous, called Saipan. I just don't know which island in Blue Star is hosting the college freshman competition. Lin Xuan smiled and immediately cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you for the information. I'll take my leave now and won't disturb you while you carry out your mission. The promotion task has already been completed, so there is no need for him to stay here. However, now that he knows the specific location, he doesn't plan to turn back. Instead, he intends to check out the nearby island. One reason is to see the venue for the college freshman competition, and the other is to use the teleportation array here to return to Shia country more quickly. Chapter 3:14, Return. No. Lin Xuan's heart sank, and he quickly reacted. He hurriedly released his soul phantasm, dispelling control while making himself invincible. However, just as he did this, the ice and fire demon lion beneath him suddenly trembled violently. The fiery red lion head on the right side became dazed, slowly turning its head to look diagonally behind. The left side was even more lifeless, clearly having lost its self-awareness. Lin Xuan then realized a serious flaw of his. He lacked a skill to dispel control on his summoned creatures. Fortunately, he had the soul phantasm to dispel control for himself. The moment Lin Xuan dispelled control for himself, he saw several skills coming toward him. These were not a problem. He was invincible. As the 3 seconds passed, Lin Xuan's invincibility ended, and he instantly recalled the ice and fire demon lion to his summoning space. He then landed on the surface of the sea, using water element manipulation to float on the water. So strong. The hidden Lillian's face changed instantly as she witnessed Lin Xuan's series of actions. Her charm skill could not even affect second-tier professionals. This kid actually sensed it and released an invincibility skill that could block sound wave attacks. Come out. Lin Xuan stood on the sea surface and directly used a shared skill to release the Buddha's light. Chapter 3:15, Asgard. The campus of Mingzhu University was much quieter than usual at night. After the demon race launched this global anomaly, the school gave students a month-long dynamic vacation. This meant that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, students could return to class a month later. Currently, most students had gone home for the holidays, with only a few remaining at school to utilize the resources for leveling up. Of course, most of the students returning home seemed to be from Xiangchuan City. Many of them, like Lin Xuan's roommate bird brother, wanted to go back and contribute to their hometown. Swish! Lin Xuan had just entered the campus when a familiar figure suddenly appeared before him. Teacher Li. Lin Xuan was somewhat surprised. He thought the principal would be the first to arrive, but it turned out to be Teacher Li Ming, who had not been heard from since the Divine Grace battle. However, when Lin Xuan glanced at Li Ming's condition, his heart sank. Li Ming's right arm was empty, clearly having sustained a serious injury in that battle. Teacher Li, you. It's nothing, Li Ming smiled and explained. I didn't expect there to be a demigod hidden in Sakura country. But I lost my left arm. It doesn't affect my movement. Besides, the star auction will be held next month, and I can just buy a bottle of life water then. Chapter 3:16, Trial Tower. From Li Ming, Lin Xuan finally learned about the whereabouts of the principal and their situation. Overall, the situation on Blue Star was relatively stable. As long as it stabilized, it would give him time to develop. Thank you, Teacher Li, Lin Xuan expressed his gratitude. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Li Ming waved with a smile. Lin Xuan did not linger here any longer. After bidding farewell to Teacher Li, he returned to his villa. Before leaving, Teacher Li told Lin Xuan that the next week would be an observation period. If both sides remained in a stalemate without a major battle, the college freshman competition would likely begin in 10 days. Lin Xuan nodded, indicating that he understood. Teacher Li explained that the urgency was also due to the demon race. The appearance of the demon race made all countries realize the importance of relics. The college freshman competition was related to the ownership of a large relic and resource distribution. So everyone wanted to start it as soon as possible. Lin Xuan nodded again, fully understanding this reasoning. After all, there were many magical creatures within relics. And the drop rates were high. More importantly, there were many world-class bosses within the relics. Chapter 3:17, Sword Emperor. When Lin Xuan finished washing up, Irina was serving warm milk and golden fried demon beef tenderloin on the table. Good morning, Lin Xuan greeted Irina, as usual, and enjoyed his breakfast. He casually opened the panel. Name, Lin Xuan. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, LV 89, 78, Health, 16, 299, 220 Mana, 10, 625 Constitution, 117 Spirit, 419 Strength, 129 Agility, 161 Skills, Summon Undead LV 10, Undead Contract LV 6, Corpse Explosion LV 7, Undead Resurrection LV 5, Grip of Death LV 5, Soul Phantasm Talent, Life Resonance SSS Skill Points, 13 Magic Cards, Upside Down Myth, Lightning Power Myth, Lucky Revolver Myth. Equipment, Death God Scythe Ancient. After 9 days, Lin Xuan not only leveled up to 89, but his skills also improved significantly. He even saved up 13 skill points. Of course, due to continuous fighting, his most important health limit also increased by more than 1 million through his talent. After leveling up once more, he would be able to participate in team dungeons. Chapter 318, Competition System. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of 9, led by Counselor Tang Yu, set off. Mingzhu University, as one of the top academies in Xia country, has a dedicated teleportation array on campus. However, this array is only used in emergencies. They first headed to the teleportation point in Jianghai main city. After transferring through several cities, they finally arrived at Xia country's treasure island, Taipei. Along the way, the counselor introduced Lin Xuan and the others to the schedule of the exchange competition. The competition would be held on October 13th. On the first day, a total of 386 teams from around the world will enter the team selection elimination round, with only 64 teams advancing. The next day, the main competition will begin for the 64 teams, using a double elimination format to determine the ultimate champion. The individual competition will be held after the team competition, with a similar schedule, but fewer participants. This event is aimed at professional academies globally. Our country, Xia, and the Blue Eagle country are naturally the strongest contenders for the championship. However, this year, due to the emergence of the demon race, there may be some unexpected changes. Counselor Tang Yu said, glancing at Hong Sha in the team. You should all know about the pioneers, right? Chapter 319, There is a Great Treasure. Saipan, as the venue for this college freshman competition, has not set up any teleportation arrays. After all, such a significant event involves 400 teams, with each country sending 2 teams. It can be considered quite extravagant. If a teleportation array were established, a lot of spectators would gather at the teleportation exit, causing congestion. Moreover, for safety reasons, if a teleportation array was set up, most people would travel to Saipan via the array. If evil forces took control of the teleportation array and no messages got out, it could easily lead to significant casualties. Therefore, as the event organizer, Saipan has closed all teleportation arrays, as well as those on several other large islands in the Mariana Islands. Lin Xuan only learned about this before departing from the treasure island. Fortunately, the participants all have flying mounts, which they were required to prepare as contestants, to cope with battles in the ocean environment. After all, having flying mounts means they can escape even if they encounter problems. Lin Xuan summoned the ice fire magic lion. The others were surprised to see it. No way. An 8th tier mutated mount. Chapter 320, Deep Water Zone. How sensitive is Duobao's nose? It goes without saying. The incomplete map and key hidden in Lin Xuan's backpack space can be detected by it as being related to the supreme cards. Now, since it mentioned a great treasure related to itself, Lin Xuan naturally believed it. What does it have to do with me? Lin Xuan asked. Hiss. Duobao twitched its nose and then put one small hand across its chest while propping its chin with the other. Uncertain. The aura is somewhat weak. The treasure is hidden quite deep. Isn't that obvious? That's the Mariana Trench. Before the Great Disaster, it was already known as the Scar of Blue Star. It is the deepest place in the world, easily able to fit an entire Mount Everest. And now, after the Great Disaster, there must have been even greater changes there. The depths and dangers are definitely more terrifying than before the Great Disaster. Of course, it's not nonsense. Duobao couldn't bear being called nonsense by Lin Xuan. With your ragged appearance, only that bow and that map interest me. Oh? Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. So, the treasures inside are either supreme cards or supreme artifacts. Lin Xuan was excited. Chapter 321, Secret Rivalry. When Lin Xuan returned to the hotel, Hong Sha and the others had not yet come back. He began to check the competition and the situation of the Mariana Trench in his room. It wasn't until 8 p.m. that Hong Ying and the others returned, all tired like dogs. The hotel was safe and offered free food, so Lin Xuan ordered some for them. After they finished eating, Councillor Tang Yu called the 9 of them over. Once everyone was present, she said, "I have something to inform you." Tang Yu took out a list and said, "The final number of participating teams for this competition has been released, totaling 376 teams. We started with 386 teams. Which means 10 teams withdrew." Hong Ying asked. Tang Yu nodded, 2 from the European continent, 6 from non-continent, and 2 from the Middle East, a total of 5 institutions. They all had their nations destroyed due to the invasion of the demon race, and are now unable to form compliant teams. Hearing Tang Yu's words, Lin Xuan and the others felt a heaviness in their hearts. The demon race. Currently, the Great Xia has managed to fend off the invasion of the demon race. However, those guys are not just attacking Great Xia, but the entire Blue Star. Originally, according to the competition requirements, each country was allotted 2 spots. Chapter 322, the preliminary round begins. This is a massive open square. In the center of the square stands a crystal tower reaching a height of 100 meters. The tower continuously projects a faint blue light, clearly displaying the numbers and countries of the 376 teams. The surrounding stands have already been set up for spectators, and many viewers from various countries have taken their seats. Numerous media reporters are holding cameras, capturing the participating teams as they arrive. The team from Mingzhu University is here. Someone shouted, and several gazers immediately focused on them. Due to the college freshman competition being randomly selected from each country's universities, Mingzhu University has not participated many times. The current excitement is naturally due to Lin Xuan. He is the one who personally killed a god, although it was a demigod of the demon race. That still counts as a 4th tier. It's worth noting that before the invasion of the demon race, there were only 2 4th tier professionals on Blue Star. As soon as Lin Xuan and the others landed, they saw Li Ming and the counselor waving at them. Just in time, we are about to start the grouping. Councillor Tang Yu quickly walked over, holding 7 faint blue crystal wristbands. These are identity wristbands. Later, the crystal tower will randomly assign your group for the preliminary round, and the wristbands will automatically record your grouping information. Chapter 323, the first battle of the squad. In the squad of 7, Lin Xuan is the Necromancer. According to normal team tactics, Necromancers usually summon skeleton soldiers to act as cannon fodder to attract fire. However, Lin Xuan is too powerful. If he participates in the battle, it's hard to predict the outcome. Tactical considerations are definitely needed. After all, the skeleton soldiers can just push through. Therefore, Hong Ying, as the vice-captain, does not need to consider Lin Xuan when arranging tactics. The 7-member team has Hong Ying as the Blue Fist Saint, focusing on melee burst for quick strikes, along with various buff enhancements and some healing effects. Except for Lin Xuan and Hong Sha, the others have hidden professions. Hong Ying does too, but her talent is A grade. The school selected her because they saw her talent in commanding battles. Sword Emperor Li Hanyu is similar to Hong Ying, so the two work together as melee physical damage dealers. Battle Mage Hong Sha provides melee spell output. Frost Sorcerer Lu Qinghan is responsible for ranged output and control. For the tank role, there is Bird Brother, who is a hidden profession, Dark Gunner. This profession has many disengagement skills, with decent control and output. But he has been trained into a tank. His main role is to endure hits, deal damage, and kite enemies, making him the best tank for the team. Chapter 324, Fatten Up before the kill. Lin Xuan's suggestion was instantly approved by everyone. Upon reflection, it made sense. Similar to college freshman competitions and global professional tournaments, the arena's generated secret realms have protection and resurrection mechanisms. After all, this is to filter out powerful professionals, not a life or death arena. With the resurrection mechanism in place, the organizers of this qualifying round would certainly not adopt a death elimination approach. Coupled with what Hong Ying just mentioned, the score crystals cannot be stored in the backpack. Everyone quickly made a guess. This is a competition while teams from various countries are killing monsters simultaneously. Impressive, this organizer. If there is a resurrection mechanism and death won't teleport you out, then if you narrowly win and steal someone else's score crystal, even if you win, you still have to guard against the losing side coming back to kill you. Killing others can earn you points from other teams, but you must bear the risk of being interrupted. If you don't kill, other teams will, and your points might be very low. This way, the excitement of the event increases. The team discussed and experienced the competition. Except for Lin Xuan, everyone comes from a well-off background. They are not short on money. What they lack is honor and the joy of challenge. Chapter 325. Harvest time soon, the countdown ended. Abnormal status skill area has refreshed, current area, Misty Forest West. Skill effect, Meteor Rain of Heavenly Fire, duration 10 minutes, please pay attention to avoid it. Boom. The abnormal area refreshed. The coverage area was just behind Lin Xuan and the others. They did not return, but found a high ground to observe the direction of the abnormal area from afar. This time, there's no need to rush over. The first wave of the abnormal area is just a chance to observe how many teams are nearby. Hong Ying chuckled, this mechanism is just encouraging mutual slaughter, I like it. The others exchanged smiles and continued to watch in the distance. 3 minutes passed in a flash. Suddenly, a massive magic circle unfolded in the sky. Several fiery meteors poured out from the magic circle, raining down like fire onto the ground. The white mist in the secret realm obscured the view of the covered area, but the earth trembled, and the impact of the falling meteors was terrifying. Wow! Who can withstand this? If a fragile assassin gets hit once, they might lose half their health, and 2 hits could mean death. Don't worry. The abnormal area is so large, as long as they avoid it, they will be fine. Lin Xuan folded his arms, saying, look at this range. It must be a few kilometers. Chapter 326. Luck and Strength. Lin Xuan pointed his death scythe forward. In an instant, a golden ball appeared on the head of a professional, about 500 meters ahead. Bang! The golden ball exploded, turning into waves of golden ripples that enveloped everyone inside. What the hell? Why am I being controlled? What kind of control skill is this? I can't cast skills. Where's the priest? Quickly purify me. Purify my ass. I can't even cast skills, how can I purify? Who's there? As soon as Lin Xuan made his move, chaos erupted. But before they could react, they saw a man wearing a crow mask in mid-air, slamming down with a long spear. Boom! The skill of Earth Shatter directly sent the professionals in the area into a brief state of dizziness. The ground cracked open, and a circle of dirt walls rose around the skill area. This made the professionals who had just used purification potions feel uncomfortable because they hadn't T-reacted yet. A dragon head skill, the size of a calf and mixed with dragon roars and lightning, charged over. Boom! Hong Ying, Lu Qinghan, Li Hanyu, and the veterinarian's skills followed closely after. After a fierce battle, in less than 5 minutes. Chapter 327, is this a hack? 1,000,000 damage in 1 hit. After hearing the prompt, Lin Xuan's eyes lit up instantly. He wasn't interested in advancing directly. After all, even without direct promotion, he could easily advance through points. In fact, hunting a few more small teams to comfortably secure the top spot in the qualifiers wouldn't be a problem. However, Lin Xuan was indeed very interested in world-class bosses. After all, his core skill, Summon Undead, needed just 2 world-class bosses for the current extreme mission. Lin Xuan tapped his fingers on the handle of the death scythe. Not speaking immediately, but turning to look at his teammates. Hong Ying exclaimed first, world-class boss. The last hit directly promotes. Is the organizer playing this big? Then our plan to hunt other teams to compete for first place would be in vain. Bird Brother slung his dark gun over his shoulder and chuckled. Taking shortcuts isn't easy. The teams that have survived to this point are not soft specimens, they must be eyeing the last hit. Moreover, with the abnormal areas covering the entire map, there's virtually no safe spot. With various skills interfering from above, it's likely that when a fight breaks out, it will be world-class bosses bullying professionals. Bird Brothers' words sparked a realization in Hong Ying. Indeed. Chapter 328, Qualifiers End Boom. Lin Xuan watched the massive body of the golden-horned giant rhinoceros crash to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He smiled and casually brushed off non-existent dust from his hands. Done? Just one more world-class boss left. Lin Xuan was in a good mood. If his summon undead skill succeeded in breaking through, his strength would increase significantly, which would greatly aid in the upcoming Mariana Trench ruins. 3 seconds after the world boss fell, the broadcast sounded. Congratulations to the Pearl University team for landing the last hit on the world-class boss in the qualifying round and directly advancing. Congratulations to the Mingzhou University team for delivering the final blow to the world-class boss in the qualifying round and advancing directly. The announcement repeated 3 times. Meanwhile, the competitors' wristbands in various locations of the secret realm also updated with this notification. Teams that were still rushing towards the boss were frozen in place upon seeing the announcement. Some directly slammed their weapons to the ground, cursing. What is going on? We rushed here only to find the boss already defeated without even seeing its fur. Not to mention those who had just been severely injured by Lin Xuan's 2 waves of AoE, and were still lying on the ground recovering. Chapter 329, Encountering Sakura in advance on the award stage, many professional teams stood waiting for the awards. However, they were not the main characters. The main characters were Lin Xuan and his team. According to the organizer's announcement, since Lin Xuan dealt the final blow to the world-class boss, his team would be the first to advance in the qualifying round and receive a total reward of 100 million gold coins. In addition, Lin Xuan could choose 1 piece of mythical equipment. If he did not need any equipment, it could be converted into gold coins. Congratulations to you all. And I hope you achieve good results in the upcoming main competition, said a senior member of the organizing team. At that moment, his gaze towards Lin Xuan was filled with complexity, envy, jealousy, and helplessness. As a senior member of the organizing team, he naturally possessed the strength of a top professional. But facing Lin Xuan, he felt as if he could not compete with him. The key was that Lin Xuan had just changed jobs 5 months ago, and was still under level 100. Keep up the good work, the future surely belongs to you. Thank you. Lin Xuan shook hands with the award presenter, accepted the reward, smiled, and assured that he would work hard. The crowd erupted with cheers. So cool, so cool. Lin Xuan, Lin Xuan. Hong Ying, Hong Ying. Chapter 330. I want more than equal strength. The host's voice echoed through the loudspeakers, spreading throughout the venue. The previously somewhat noisy scene instantly quieted down significantly. Everyone's gaze was fixed on 2 directions. One side was Lin Xuan's team, who had just received their award and appeared calm. The other side was the team from Mingzhou University of Sakura Country, standing in the corner with a rather unpleasant expression. Matsuda's body stiffened suddenly, his hand instinctively tightening. Sweat began to bead on his face. He had just been trying to win over Dave and Jekyll, thinking of using the strength of 2 countries to restrain Lin Xuan. But now, they had been directly arranged to face Lin Xuan. And it was the first match. This was no lottery. They were basically pushed directly to the slaughterhouse of Lin Xuan. The other members of Mingzhou University became anxious as well. Some instinctively shrank back, avoiding eye contact with Lin Xuan. They had already witnessed Lin Xuan's terrifying strength in the qualifying rounds. 1 palm to instantly kill a world-class boss. 2 waves of AoE clearing over 2,000 professionals. With such strength, how could they possibly win? It's over, murmured one team member with a buzz cut, his voice trembling. Chapter 331, Absolute Suppression. Absolute Suppression. Lin Xuan's voice was not loud, but at that moment, his harsh words were like thunder, exploding throughout the venue via the loudspeakers. There were no unnecessary embellishments, no hesitation, no beating around the bush. Lin Xuan made his stance clear. Tomorrow, I will completely suppress your Sakura country. The previously noisy audience instantly fell silent for a moment, then erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers than before. Wow! This is so domineering. Absolute suppression. Love it, love it. Lin the Great is awesome. This is how it should be said. No need to be polite with people from Sakura country. What era is this? Still engaging in traditional competitive modesty. The arena has no personal connections, only fighting and killing. Exactly, what learning attitude. I think Matsuda is just scared. The audience waved their arms, their faces filled with excitement. Lin Xuan's words struck a chord with them. Matsuda's previous remarks subtly hinted that Lin Xuan's strength was beyond limits, wanting him to be restricted by the organizers. Now, Lin Xuan responded with absolute suppression, both dominating and satisfying. Standing on the stage, holding the microphone, Matsuda's face turned pale. He never expected Lin Xuan to be so disrespectful, directly stating absolute suppression in public. Chapter 332, New Competition Mechanism. Back at the hotel, the qualifying round lasted 24 hours. After the conclusion, the singing, drawing lots, and harsh words took exactly 1 hour. The time was now 11 in the morning. Lin Xuan and the others decided to take a short break and discuss tactics for tomorrow after waking up in the afternoon. Time flew by. At 5 in the afternoon, everyone gathered again. Tomorrow, we have the first match against the Mingguwu University team from Sakura country. Hong Ying is indeed very qualified to be the vice-captain. While the others dispersed to rest, she had already collected some information. Hong Ying placed the organized and copied materials on the table. According to the information I gathered, Matsuda's profession is a mutated onmyoja from Sakura country. Unlike our onmyoja's equipment and spells in Shia country, his abilities mainly come from controlling Shikigami. Moreover, it is said that not long ago, Sakura country hunted down a team from the ancient god church, killing an ancient goddess spokesperson. The spokesperson possesses part of the ancient goddess power, and if Matsuda uses his Shikigami abilities to control it, it could lead to significant trouble. We must be cautious about this. Brother Bird nodded. I and the veterinarian have fought him before. His Shikigami are indeed tricky, with attributes far superior to those of other professionals at the same level. Chapter 333, Anomaly Team Competitions, Team Dungeons, and Individual Competitions. Each match will consist of these 3 rounds. Naturally, it is a best-of-3 format. As for which mode is played first, it is randomly generated. There's no need to mention Team Dungeons. Lin Xuan can deal millions of damage with one palm against a world-class boss. If we draw this mode, Mingzu University will definitely win. It will depend on team competitions and individual competitions. Matsuda knocked on the table and said, if Lin Xuan uses the move he executed in the qualifying round during the team competition, we will have no chance of winning. But I have a way to forcibly control him for 10 seconds. If we can take out his teammates within those 10 seconds, my Shikigami can execute a righteous judgment against him in a one-on-one situation. With a just trial, his overall attributes will drop by 90%. And even if he is at the 3rd tier, he will definitely not be able to defeat us. Matsuda analyzed, and the team members were all excited. The event officials can disqualify one player from participating, which is crucial. The team dungeon defaults to Mingzu University winning. If the demon Mingzu wins in the competition, then Lin Xuan won't be able to participate in the individual competition. Our Minggu house can definitely win. But what if Lin Xuan can't compete in the team event? Someone asked. Chapter 334, Conflict. Lin Xuan did not speak immediately, his gaze sweeping over the chubby security team member. The fat man had a silver badge pinned to his uniform. The badge was inscribed with the words Saipan Island Security Corps. By the looks and name, the fat man was probably a significant figure. The security team members behind him were also holding standard long knives, their eyes vigilantly fixed on Lin Xuan and his group, clearly ready to act if Lin Xuan dared to retort. Hong Ying took a step forward, wanting to explain, but Lin Xuan stopped her with a look. He knew it was not the time to explain. Just now, the Blood Rose members attacked and ran away, and the security team arrived so quickly, indicating that someone had set up a trap in advance, just waiting for them to jump in. "We are new students participating in the competition," Lin Xuan said calmly, without a hint of panic, "but we did not cause any trouble. Someone attacked us first and then ran away." "Someone attacked first?" The fat man sneered, slapping his thick palm against the baton at his waist. "You say someone attacked, and they just did. Do you have evidence?" The surrounding crowd had seen it all. Lin Xuan raised his hand and pointed at the onlookers. However, those who had been discussing just moments ago now lowered their heads, and no one dared to speak up. Chapter 335, Underground Maze First Round Mode, Team Dungeon. Once the Team Dungeon mode was activated, both teams would be teleported into the dungeon space simultaneously. The result of the match would be determined by which team cleared the dungeon first. Please both teams decide whether to disqualify opposing players, and select your respective team members. As the host's voice fell, a teleportation array lit up in each team's preparation area. Lin Xuan glanced at the teammates beside him. "Are you all ready?" Hong Ying nodded. "No problem. No matter what situation we encounter in the dungeon, we will follow the tactics we agreed on earlier." Lin Xuan nodded in response, and was the first to step into the preparation area representing Mingzhu University. The veterinarian, Bird Brother, Hong Sha, and Li Hanyu followed closely behind. This was the battle lineup they had prepared the night before. If it was a team dungeon mode, Lin Xuan would lead the team in. After all, Lin Xuan's high burst damage and skeleton soldiers could handle any level of boss. Also, Lin Xuan wanted to see if a world-class boss would spawn. In the team dungeon mode, the two teams entered independent dungeon spaces. It was a race to clear the dungeon, since they were independent, even though the dungeons were the same. Chapter 336, Victory in the Dungeon Space. Lin Xuan's team continued to delve deeper. They encountered numerous monsters along the way, including bloodthirsty werewolves, magic-casting lichs, and giant gargoyles. However, with the cooperation of Lin Xuan's contracted beasts and skeleton soldiers, these monsters were swiftly dealt with. "Up ahead should be the boss room," Bird Brother said, pointing at a massive stone door ahead, which was engraved with the image of a three-headed dog and exuded a terrifying aura. Lin Xuan ordered Stone Xiao to step forward and push the stone door open with all its might. The door slowly opened, and a powerful aura rushed forward. In the center of the room, a gigantic three-headed dog lay on the ground. Its three heads were spewing fire, ice, and poison, and black mist surrounded its body. Three-headed hellhound, level 95, Lord level boss. The veterinarian announced the boss information, his face filled with excitement. This boss had extremely high defense and attack power, and it could unleash 3 different attribute skills. So cool. Lin Xuan, Captain, bro, give me a mount egg. Bird Brother said, equally excited. Previously, there had been various mount showcases in front of the hotel. Chapter 337, Admit Defeat Buzz. Lin Xuan and the others appeared at the arena's dungeon teleportation array. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. The host quickly walked over, congratulations to the Mingzhu University team for clearing the dungeon first and winning the first round. Next, we will prepare for the second round of the match, and both teams have a half-hour break. Lin Xuan and the others waved to the audience before returning to the resting area with their team. Just as they sat down, their instructor Tang Yu frowned and said, "I observed Matsuda's team just now. Something seems off about their state. Their aura is very evil and strange, and their strength seems to have increased significantly since yesterday. Lin Xuan nodded. I felt it too. The masks they wear are strange, and they hardly speak, even their eyes are red. Could it be because of the Shikigami? Hong Ying said, wasn't it said that the Sakura country just killed a representative of the ancient god church, and made the ancient god's avatar into a Shikigami? That's possible. The instructor furrowed his brow and said, if the other side doesn't only have the option to disqualify a player in the second round, Lin Xuan, just go all out. Chapter 338, Chaos Admit Defeat. Matsuda's voice came out, and a protective mechanism rose in the arena, directly teleporting them out of the arena. The crowd didn't have time to regret missing the one-hit kill scene and started discussing what had just happened. What? They admitted defeat just like that. Ridiculous. They were so tough earlier about not letting Lin Xuan compete. I thought they had some killer move prepared. Coward. Refund me. I bet on you to last 3 seconds. But you admitted defeat, you couldn't even last a second. Beasts. Where's your survival gear? Your survival skills? And yet you admitted defeat, my money. I bet 30 million gold coins on you to last 3 seconds. The audience was cursing, their emotions very agitated. Lin Xuan also looked a bit surprised. He didn't expect the other side to admit defeat so quickly. What's going on? Bird Brother was puzzled. Maybe they realized that no matter how they fought, the final outcome would be the same, so they didn't want to struggle anymore, Hong Ying said. Could it be they really didn't prepare any killer moves? The veterinarian was somewhat skeptical. Maybe, Hong Ying said. Just then, the voice of the arena echoed again. Chapter 339, God, this isn't the first time I've killed Satan Club. Looking at the strangely named club, Lin Xuan frowned. What were Matsuda and the others doing in a place like this? A bubble bath after the competition. That's too relaxing. Did they concede earlier just to save energy for this? Without thinking too much, Lin Xuan quietly followed them in. After Matsuda and the others entered, Lin Xuan observed from outside the door. He found out that this club was actually a private membership establishment. The receptionist at the entrance was very beautiful, and respectfully accepted the cards handed over by Matsuda and the others. After confirming their identities, she let them in. However, inside the door, he could see 2 tall men in suits wearing sunglasses. If it were just face recognition, that would be manageable. I have the Phantom Pearl and can change my appearance. Unfortunately, it's a membership system. Lin Xuan touched the Phantom Pearl in his hand, frowning. What about proof of identity? He couldn't just rob someone else's membership card, right? That would be too conspicuous. Just as he was troubled, the previously subdued treasure mouse suddenly stirred. It actually ran out from the frost domain on its own. This was its innate ability, allowing it to traverse any space and restrictions. It was a skill unlocked after the treasure mouse leveled up to 100 during the Trial Tower Challenge. Chapter 340, Gathering Information on the Arena. The final match between St. Petersburg University from the White Bear Nation and Manhattan University from the Blue Eagle Nation had concluded. Relying on a health advantage, the captain of the White Bear Nation, Jeklov, successfully defeated Dave. The audience was in an uproar. The Blue Eagle Nation had always been known as the strongest nation in the world, having secured first place in the preliminary rounds. No one expected them to lose in the first match and fall into the Nirvana group. It's worth noting that the college freshman competition has been held for hundreds of years. And this is the first time that the team ranked first in the preliminary rounds ended up in the Nirvana group. The Nirvana group sounds nice, but in reality, it's the losers group. With the 2 matches over, competitions for other teams officially began. Many of these teams were competing simultaneously, and the regional matches would basically wrap up today. There would be a day off tomorrow, and group matches would commence the day after. Lin Xuan had a brief conversation with his counselor, Tang Yu, before preparing to leave and return to the hotel for further discussions. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Hong Ying and the others were unaware of this matter. They stayed at the venue. After returning to the hotel, they found Li Ming already waiting for them. However, there were no other third-tier professionals in the hotel. Lin Xuan speculated it was likely because the information needed to be verified or to prevent leaks. Chapter 341, The Empty Below. A bit uncomfortable, Lin Xuan was taken aback. He didn't expect to run into someone he knew. Although he had transformed into Slade's appearance, he didn't have Slade's memories. This meant that the other party recognized him. But he did not recognize them. If he spoke, wouldn't that expose him? After thinking for a moment, Lin Xuan decisively ignored the person and simply nodded. Then, he pointed to the nearest corner room and spoke to the staff, this one. After saying that, he quickly slipped into the room. He only nodded and didn't speak. This momentarily angered the person who had just greeted him. What's wrong with Slade? Why is he acting like this? Lin Xuan naturally didn't have time to care about that. After entering the room, it was quite spacious, with a large bathtub that seemed to be filled with water. The attendant stood by, displaying a professional smile. Lord Slade. Which of the ladies would you like to choose for your service? As she spoke, a row of photos of beautiful women in revealing outfits appeared on the tablet in her hand. Lin Xuan looked at the colorful photos on the tablet. About 20 or 30 in total, with various styles and outfits. They all looked quite good. My lord, you can choose 3 with your privileges. If you spend an additional 9 million, you can choose 5. Chapter 342, Sudden Situation. Lin Xuan, wearing a female attendant's uniform, walked along the corridor, trying to make his movements appear as natural as possible. Occasionally, footsteps echoed in the corridor, and he quickly ducked into a corner, pretending to be a staff member and smiling. His transformed body hadn't fully adapted yet. If he walked too fast, it felt awkward. Lin Xuan remembered that the core area of the club was on the 3rd floor. Matsuda and the others were likely in that area. Now he was on the top floor, and needed to find the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. As he passed by a room, he suddenly heard voices arguing from inside. Lin Xuan stopped, quietly listened. 3 seconds later, he shook his head and left. The people inside were quite flamboyant, engaged in roleplay. The journey went smoothly. Lin Xuan quickly arrived at the 3rd floor. This was the core area. He cautiously approached a corner, peeking out to survey the surroundings. Soon, Lin Xuan noticed that there wasn't a single person in sight in the corridor on the 3rd floor. After some thought, Lin Xuan sent out a spectral ant to scout along the wall. The spectral ant reached the end of the 3rd floor, and through its vision, Lin Xuan saw a door at the far end. The door was open, and there was light inside. Lin Xuan controlled the ant to sneak into a corner, listening attentively to the sounds inside. Chapter 343, The Day of Battle 5 against 1. The situation was clearly one-sided from the start. The 3rd-tier man's face changed dramatically upon seeing this scene. However, he did not flee. Damn it! You dare to ruin my Satan Club's affairs. Accompanied by an angry roar, the man charged towards Lin Xuan. Impudent! Li Ming snorted coldly and immediately launched an attack. Crack! A bolt of lightning as thick as a thigh descended from the sky, striking at the man. However, the man's speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan hadn't even reacted. Damn it! Lin Xuan punched out. Power split. Boom! A tremendous force slammed into the man. The next moment, Lin Xuan's pupils constricted. The man actually blocked the attack with his arms. How is that possible? Lin Xuan's blow dealt at least 10 million damage. Even a 3rd-tier professional shouldn't be able to withstand it. Boom! However, the shock wasn't over yet. After blocking the blow, the man suddenly exerted force. A powerful force actually made Lin Xuan take 2 steps back. Damn it! Lin Xuan's expression changed slightly. At that moment, the man suddenly opened his mouth, revealing two sharp fangs, and viciously bit towards Lin Xuan. No wonder. It turns out he was a divine servant. Lin Xuan was taken aback and finally reacted. Chapter 344 End, Easy Promotion Good. Upon hearing this name, Lin Xuan immediately entered a state of alert. He had heard this name before while disguised as a waitress on the 3rd floor. It seemed that Good was the name of the ancient god behind the Satan Club. It appeared that the Matsuda in front of him, as a divine servant, served this ancient god. Just then, after Matsuda shouted, a dark figure of the ancient god, entangled with Li Ming and the others in a fierce battle, spun and broke through the encirclement, flying towards Lin Xuan. He. It seemed that in the eyes of the ancient god, Lin Xuan was already a sure catch. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, Lin Xuan, as a first-tier being, was nothing more than an ant in the eyes of the ancient god. Matsuda stared at Lin Xuan with a face full of resentment, sneering. Kid. Being able to become the vessel of Lord Good is your honor. Don't worry, your woman, I will take good care of her. He. However, just as the eerie laughter echoed around and the dark figure seemed to have victory in hand, it failed to notice that a small axe had appeared in Lin Xuan's hand. Perhaps the dark figure had seen it, but he didn't care. Lin Xuan had previously unleashed a demigod attack, and he naturally knew that as long as it wasn't a divine rank, he could ignore it. But Lin Xuan swung the axe directly at the rushing dark figure. Chapter 345 Change of Competition Rules. Change of Competition Rules. Wow! In an instant, everyone watching the draw for the top 8 erupted. What the hell, how can the competition rules change just like that? Exactly. These rules have been in place for so many years, and suddenly changing them is simply absurd. It's unreasonable, this is definitely a dark scheme. Some people stood up angrily, accusing the organizers. Moreover, some participating teams directly raised objections. The sudden change in rules was too unfair for them. They had prepared for so long just to showcase their strength in team and individual competitions. Now, suddenly switching to relic exploration had rendered their previous preparations useless. Saipan Island really is a small country, even a competition is a mess. Exactly, it should be held by a big country, this time it's simply a joke. We protest and demand the original rules be restored. Protests arose one after another, and the entire venue was in chaos. However, some expressed understanding. I think the change in rules is quite good. The previous 3 modes were getting boring, it was about time for a change. That's right, and this time, the Mingzhu University team was too dominant, there was basically no suspense for the championship. Chapter 346 Mariana Trench New Relic Dragon Palace. Hong Ying nodded slightly upon hearing the response, not asking further, and turned back to sit in the rest area. The host, seeing that no one had further questions, continued to explain the subsequent procedures. Next, the draw for the top 8 would take place to determine each team's initial area for entering the relic. The initial areas would be randomly assigned, with similar levels of danger and resource availability in each area, so everyone can rest assured. The staff pushed the draw box onto the stage, and the captains of the top 8 teams stepped up one by one to draw lots. Lin Xuan, as the captain of the Mingzhu University team, was the last to go up. He reached into the box and drew a numbered ball, which he opened to reveal it was area number 3. The draw results for the other teams were quickly announced, and each team's initial area was confirmed. After the draw, the organizers handed each captain a wristband and a set of documents. The wristband served as proof for entering the relic, while the documents contained basic information about the relic that the organizers had detected. Lin Xuan returned to the rest area and distributed the documents to his teammates, and they gathered together to review them. The documents only contained a rough outline of the relic, marking the locations of the 8 initial areas, with minimal other information. There weren't many useful details inside, it seemed most of it would have to rely on their own exploration. Brother Bird frowned and said. Hong Shasha nodded. It's normal, the organizers said this is a newly discovered relic. Chapter 347 Dragon Palace Relic Dragon Palace. These two words exploded around everyone like a bomb. The people present showed shocked expressions. This name is not common, but it carries significant fame. The most famous among them is the Dragon Palace from the mythology of the Summer Kingdom. Regardless of which, if it truly is the Dragon Palace, it is composed of all kinds of magical treasures. What's the steadying needle, what Dragon King's treasure? These two words seem to carry a mysterious and unfathomable magic, stirring everyone's hearts and making them eager to enter the relic for exploration immediately. Almost all the professionals from the subcontinent were in an uproar. They were deeply influenced by the culture of the Summer Kingdom and naturally knew what these two words represented. Moreover, the name of the relic is not randomly chosen. It must be confirmed by at least 5 third-tier professionals before it can be named. This means that the new relic is very likely related to the Dragon Palace in the mythology of the Summer Kingdom. Just thinking about this made everyone even more excited. Some professionals looked at Lin Xuan and the others with envious expressions. If any team were to score the highest in the relic, without a doubt, it would definitely be the Mingzhu University team. After all, they had Lin Xuan, and their exploration rate was almost guaranteed. Chapter 348 Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals. In the live broadcast, Lin Xuan stood at the forefront, with Hong Ying and the others standing behind him. As Lin Xuan raised his hand, tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers appeared out of thin air, landing in front of them. Crack crack. The skeletons swayed their bodies, wielding weapons, and opened and closed their mouths, making sounds. On the opposite side were tens of thousands of magical creatures. Here were tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers. In an instant, the wave of skeletons clashed with the wave of fish-like magical creatures. Opposite were over 90 fish-like magical creatures. Yet they were easily blocked by the skeleton soldiers summoned by Lin Xuan, who was at level 89. Not only that, but the skeleton soldiers were a complete variety. Skeleton swordsmen, skeleton archers, skeleton mags, skeleton priests, skeleton knights, and cavalry. They coordinated well, and during their attacks, they could even create arcs of electricity to paralyze the magical creatures. Tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers. How long would it take to summon them? 1 second. Just 1 second. Summoning tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers in 1 second. Thick crab. How many trump cards does Lin Xuan really have? At this moment, countless viewers were stunned. The Mingzhu University representative team had used the summon undead skill before, but it had only taken a little over a second. So, these skeleton soldiers were summoned in just 1 second. Many professionals watching the live stream at home even went up to pat the TV. Chapter 349, The Little Dragon Man with Nunchaku Wealth. Lin Xuan looked excited. Hong Ying and the others immediately put down their skewers and followed his gaze. In the distance, a dense mass of red shrimp soldiers and dark green crab generals occupied the entire field of vision. A rough scan showed that their numbers were no less than 100,000. So many. Hong Sha swallowed. Ha, and these are all elite monsters. Lin Xuan laughed heartily, and instantly summoned hundreds of thousands of skeletons to charge forward. His experience bar had now reached 80%. He was about to hit level 90. This time, he had to eat all these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Build up some military strength. Crunch, crunch. Hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers clashed with the previously transformed ocean undead monsters. What the hell? They had just summoned tens of thousands before. And now it was 10 times that. Where did he get the space to hold so many undead? This is impossible. The undead space has a limit. Even a third-tier necromancer can barely store 10,000 enslaved undead. He must have 30,000 by now. Did he activate an infinite space hack? In the viewing venue, Many spectators felt like their worldview had been refreshed today. Even a leading third-tier professional suddenly sat up straight, his expression serious. Chapter 350, The Dragon Palace Secret Vault. Name, Little Dragon Man. World Boss. Level, 109. Skills, Thunder Nunchaku, Divine Dragon Shield, Storm. Golden Light. Description, Descendant of the ancient dragon clan, clad in golden scaled armor, wielding Thunder Nunchaku, a powerful barrier guarding the dragon clan's secret vault. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up when he saw the monster information sent by Bird Brother. He was even more excited. He initially thought that the world-class boss in front of him was only capable of completing his skill-breaking task. Now, it was even better. The information about this guy also indicated that there was a secret vault in the Dragon Palace. To be honest, for Lin Xuan now, money had no meaning. He looked down on materials and equipment worth billions. The secret vault was actually of little consequence. What interested Lin Xuan was the possible clues to supreme artifacts within the secret vault. After all, during the Guanghan Palace ruins, Chang Yi had mentioned that the bowstring of the sun-shooting divine bow was under the Fusang tree. Moreover, Duo Bao had also sensed related energy here. It was just that the energy was a bit weak. And there was no sign of the Fusang divine tree in the Dragon Palace ruins. Lin Xuan speculated that there was some kind of restriction in the Dragon Palace that concealed the Fusang divine tree. He remembered that Duo Bao had mentioned it before. Chapter 351, The Turtle Prime Minister, Giving Points Right in the Face. The little dragon man turned around, its golden armor glinting coldly in the light of Coral City. It walked with dragon claws, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Lin Xuan signaled for Hong Ying and the others to keep up. Closely following behind the little dragon man, Duo Bao peeked out from Lin Xuan's pocket, its nose twitching. The energy was stronger, just ahead. Duo Bao's voice was filled with excitement. Along the way, the coral buildings became increasingly peculiar, some resembling soaring birds, others like curled-up behemoths. Occasionally, a few low-tier fish demons that slipped through the net would dart out, only to be knocked away by the little dragon man with a single strike. Bird Brother carried a long spear, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. This dragon palace was larger than imagined, and there must be plenty of treasures hidden within. The veterinarian muttered softly. Lin Xuan didn't respond, his attention fully on the little dragon man. He could sense the lingering dragon pressure on the little dragon man, which was far stronger than the serpent he had encountered before. After about 10 minutes, a massive stone door appeared ahead. The door was carved with intricate patterns, resembling countless dragons entwined. The secret vault was inside, but it required a key. The little dragon man stopped, turning to look at Lin Xuan. Key? Lin Xuan frowned. Where is it? The little dragon man raised its hand, pointing its golden nunchaku at the groove next to the stone door. Chapter 352, Mysterious Darkness. I accept. As soon as Lin Xuan's words fell, a hint of disdain flashed in the Turtle Prime Minister's eyes, and he secretly laughed. This little guy is becoming more and more arrogant. At over level 90, he probably can't even break my defense, right? On the surface, however, the Turtle Prime Minister remained unfazed, his massive body slowly descending before standing upright. You may attack my weak points freely, my abdomen, limbs, or neck will do. The Turtle Prime Minister spoke plainly, deliberately giving him a chance. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly upon hearing this and shook his head, no need. Before the words had left his mouth, he tightened his grip on the scythe of death, his entire aura skyrocketing. Force split. Without any hesitation, the skill was aimed directly at the Turtle Prime Minister's back shell. Lin Xuan now had nearly 20 million health points, capable of amplifying damage by 2,000 times. Coupled with the true damage of the Scythe of Death, the power was maximized. Bang! A loud explosion erupted in the space, and golden damage numbers floated out, 21, 965. 600. Over 21 million damage. The Turtle Prime Minister's pupils contracted sharply, nearly scared out of his wits. Pain shot through his back shell, and his health bar dropped a small chunk. But after all, he was a dominant level unit, forcing himself to remain calm as he spoke, decent strength. Yet he was secretly speculating, such a powerful skill must have a long cooldown. Chapter 353, Double Relics in the Darkness. A bone-chilling cold swept over. This cold was different from the Lich King's deathly silence power that Lin Xuan mastered, which was a soul-level chill. The cold at this moment was starkly physical. An extreme chill that seemed capable of freezing everything, sucking all the surrounding warmth away. Lin Xuan couldn't help but shiver, even the large third-tier Shukun began to tremble. Silence. Shukun let out a low call, it was too quiet. Through the contract. Lin Xuan felt Shukun's unease and quickly comforted her. In this void, apart from their breathing and heartbeat, there was no other sound. Even the sound of space collapsing had vanished, leaving only endless silence and darkness. Shukun did not move. She instinctively felt that moving carelessly in this mysterious space would be tantamount to suicide. Lin Xuan gently patted Shukun, soothing her. He summoned a bat spirit, carefully controlling it to probe outward. The bat spirit flew slowly in the darkness, emitting faint sound waves in an attempt to explore the surrounding situation. But just at that moment, bang! The bat spirit suddenly exploded in front of Lin Xuan and Shukun, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 354 Welcome to the Mountain and Sea Realm. The void vortex dissipated. Lin Xuan landed on a lush green meadow. This was a brand new ruin. Lin Xuan was certain that this was not the previous Dragon Palace ruin. Given his earlier experiences, it was clear that he had arrived at this new ruin through the spatial rift in the Dragon Palace treasury. The reason he was so confident was that when he looked up, the sky was as lush green as the ground. Such a sky would likely make anyone who loves blue skies or dislikes green above their heads turn hostile. However, as a transcendent being, most people felt joy upon seeing it. The green sky was not clouds, but an enormous tree canopy. It was evident that this was definitely a brand new ruin. However, the tree canopy was too massive. Lin Xuan couldn't help but gasp. Everywhere he looked, there were leaves from that giant tree. The leaves were layered so densely that light could hardly penetrate through. Nevertheless, Lin Xuan could still see the extraordinary nature of these leaves at a glance. Not to mention that the sky was obscured by the canopy, the brightness here was already impressive. Even at such a distance, each leaf was as large as a round table, which was enough to be shocking. Chapter 355 Boiling on the other side, at the offline viewing venue of Saipan Island. The broadcast screen was still filled with an impenetrable darkness. Occasionally, one could see the vague outlines of Lin Xuan and Shukun. But even the sound of breathing seemed to be swallowed by this darkness. The audience clenched their fists, their hearts racing. They couldn't hear the eerie cackling laughter. Yet they could sense the terror that Lin Xuan was facing from the oppressive atmosphere of the scene. After all, the image of the bat spirit exploding out of nowhere was still etched in everyone's minds. Why hasn't Lin the Great moved? Is he looking for something? Someone murmured quietly, their gaze fixed on the screen, fearing they might miss a hint of movement. There must be something hidden in that darkness. Look, Shukun is trembling. It wasn't he this scared when facing the boss before. A nearby person chimed in, their voice laced with unhidden concern. Some eliminated competitors in the front row frowned tightly. They understood better than ordinary people that the existence capable of distorting the void and silently devouring summons was certainly not something they could easily handle at their current stage. Even if Lin Xuan was extraordinary and not an ordinary person. Just when the atmosphere in the venue reached an extreme of oppression, Lin Xuan suddenly moved on the screen. Chapter 356 Exploration. After the broadcast of the team representing Mingzhu University was interrupted, chaos broke out in the venue. Everyone had seen the content of the broadcast before it was closed. At this moment, all Tier 3 and some Tier 2 individuals who knew about the Dragon Palace secret realm could no longer sit still. After discovering the Dragon Palace and conducting a preliminary investigation, it was not this large. The highest level of the monsters inside was only level 199. But Lin Xuan directly shattered their understanding. Not only did they see a dominant level mythological creature, but it also seemed like they had entered the world derived from the legendary classic of mountains and seas. Let us go, we're going too. At this point, the champion of this ruin exploration had already been predetermined. Those who had come to their senses were no longer planning to watch the live broadcast. They were preparing to enter the Dragon Palace, and that world according to the information they had received earlier. Why are so many people leaving? What? A mysterious person revealed the specific coordinates of the Dragon Palace ruin. Hurry up, let us follow Lin the Great's method, go to the Dragon Palace treasury. And then enter the world of the classic of mountains and seas. Are we really going? But the images showed the golden crow and the candle dragon. Isn't going, they're just asking for death. Damn, if you don't even have a spirit of adventure, what are you still doing as a professional? The scene was in complete chaos. Chapter 357 Skill Breakthrough. Be careful. Hong Ying instinctively shouted. The level 199 Lord-level boss had already exceeded her imagination. Even if a world-class league team came, it wouldn't help. They had been stuck at level 99 for years, with attributes almost entirely within Tier 1. But this was a level 199 Lord-level boss. No matter how powerful a Tier 1 was, it wouldn't be of any use. They had to break through to Tier 2 to fight. In Lin Xuan's team, only Hong Xiaxia was at level 99. And the corrupted ram charging towards them was naturally extremely dangerous. But thankfully, there was Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan waved his hand, and instantly, tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers appeared, directly blocking the charging corrupted ram. The corrupted ram let out a low, rumbling roar, its massive body stopped by the skeletal soldiers. Lin Xuan waved his hand. Attack! Tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers surged forward. The skeletal cavalry and knights also launched their attacks. However, the corrupted ram was indeed formidable. It let out a deafening roar, its massive body twisting as it kicked wildly, instantly killing thousands of skeletal soldiers around it. But the skeletal soldiers charged forward like fearless warriors, rushing in one after another. The corrupted ram's attack power was extremely strong. Each attack could send several skeletal soldiers flying. Chapter 358 Abnormal Cold Contract failed. Corrupted creatures cannot be transformed again. Lin Xuan was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Originally, he thought the corrupted ram was just a monster unique to the mountain and sea realm. But it turned out that corruption was a special type of creature similar to the undead, and even more domineering. It's worth noting that Shukun and the skeletal giant dragon Elena had died once and turned into undead, but could still be contracted by him. Do you know about corrupted creatures? After Lin Xuan's contract failed, he first moved the corpse of the corrupted ram boss to the frost domain. Then he asked Hong Ying and the others. They hadn't heard of it. Could it be that the corrupted ram isn't its name, but a type of creature? Hong Ying and the others were puzzled. Lin Xuan didn't explain too much. It should be time to be cautious. The few nodded, and everyone continued forward. Their goal was simple, to find a way out. Now, in the darkness, they naturally moved in the direction of the Fuso divine tree, following the main trunk direction they had seen during the day. Crackle. Earlier, due to the inability to use lightning power while killing the corrupted ram, they had lost a considerable number of skeletal soldiers. Lin Xuan waved his hand, and another 20,000 skeleton soldiers emerged from the frost domain. Chapter 359, Day and Night. Two mountains and seas. The bone-chilling cold was gone. Everyone became lively. Lin Xuan and the others decided not to walk anymore, and each rode their mounts. They began to freely explore within the circle surrounded by 50,000 skeleton soldiers. With the 50,000 skeleton soldiers surrounding them, they found it difficult to encounter any danger. After all, the skeleton soldier phalanx was constantly advancing, having already cleared the monsters along the way. Lin Xuan even prepared a piece of equipment with spatial attributes for Elena, allowing her to roam nearby, collecting materials while keeping a main lookout. With the bone-chilling cold gone, everyone became active. It was late at night, and we couldn't see much. Why not ride our mounts to speed things up? Hong Shasha rubbed her hands and said. The surroundings were pitch dark, and nothing could be seen. Exploring on foot was too boring. Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. With no danger present, there was no need to be so troublesome. Everyone summoned their mounts, and the group set off in a grand manner. The circle surrounded by 50,000 skeleton soldiers was neither too big nor too small. But the skeleton soldier phalanx kept moving forward. They just needed to follow along. Any monsters encountered along the way were slain by the skeleton soldiers. Lin Xuan simply let Elena search for materials around. Chapter 360, Chaos Ram. Another Chaos Ram appeared. However, this time Lin Xuan was prepared. This Chaos Ram was fully named the Chaos Ram. Could it be like the corrupted ram, a special kind of monster? However, this Chaos Ram was only level 99. 100 levels lower than the corrupted ram from the night. This surprised Lin Xuan. Boom! The skeleton soldiers had already launched an attack on it. Bird Brother and Hong Ying also became interested and joined in. After all, this could be considered a beast from the classic of mountains and seas. Fighting against this creature felt very wonderful. Bird Brother's profession was Dark Spear Master, wielding a spear and shield, serving as the front line in the team. Hong Ying was a blue fist, capable of both dealing damage and healing in close combat. Li Hanyu was the Sword Emperor, an absolute physical damage dealer in close combat. Hong Shasha and Lu Qinghan were responsible for magical damage and crowd control. As for the veterinarian, if it weren't for his profession and talent that resulted in an astonishing healing output, he definitely wouldn't be allowed to heal in the team. After all, the nickname, the only veterinarian in the village, is something only a human can come up with. Thunder Dragon Ascending. As a level 99 battle mage, Hong Shasha's skill set was very complete. She initiated with an awakened skill to deal damage and inflict heavy injuries. Lu Qinghan's skills followed closely behind. Chapter 361, Weak Water. With a command from Hong Ying, all teammates exerted their strength and began a focused attack. Annihilating Divine Strike. Dark Spear of Death. Frost Storm. Tonight's Pearl Color. When the full moon rises. Several powerful skills surged forth, striking the base of the Chaos Ram's fangs. The Chaos Ram's health rapidly decreased. Just like that. With Hong Ying and the others targeting its weakness and skill rotation, they quickly coordinated. Soon, accompanied by a mournful cry, the massive body of the Chaos Ram shook and crashed to the ground. Ding! You have killed the level 99 Lord Boss Chaos Ram, gaining 1,500,000 experience points. Congratulations! You have obtained materials, Chaos Ram Fangs, Chaos Ram Scales, Chaos Core. Not bad, you guys. Lin Xuan smiled and stepped forward, attempting to use the undead contract. The system prompt appeared again. Contract failed, chaotic creatures cannot be transformed. He frowned and stored the Chaos Ram's corpse in the Frost domain. Previously it was a corrupted creature, now it was a chaotic creature. It seemed that the anomalies of the mountains and seas were due to more than one mysterious power at play. What is the difference between chaotic creatures and the previously corrupted creatures? Hong Ying rubbed her sore backside and asked. Chapter 362, Crossing the River. The feathers do not float, and the birds find it hard to pass. The turbulent river surface gleamed with a lead-grey dark light. Even the few monsters flying overhead immediately turned back upon seeing it, even increasing the frequency of their wing flaps. This indicates the special nature of this river in the area. And this special nature is precisely the characteristic of the weak water in mythological legends. As the heavenly river in mythology. It is said that the deity in charge of it is the martial Qianpeng, who commands 80,000 water troops in those legends. Weak water. This is actually weak water. Hong Ying, Lu Qinghan, and the others exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The weak water that is said to sink everything actually exists in the derivative world of the classic of mountains and seas. Weak water, that is a river from mythology. The group exchanged glances, all seeing the unmistakable astonishment in each other's eyes. Marshal Qianpeng Lin Xuan's eyes lit up upon seeing this weak water. He felt he had found the right place. In fact, Lin Xuan knew several legends about Marshal Qianpeng. Back in the Heavenly Palace. It was not Chang'e that Marshal Qianpeng teased, but a moon palace maid named Yishang. This was why he was banished to the mortal realm. Chapter 363, Sudden Change in Wind and Clouds. During the day, with a broad view, Lin Xuan didn't hold back, and directly released the skeleton knights and dragon knights among the cavalry. They rode on gigantic skeleton dragons and quickly spread out on their side, searching for traces of the exotic beasts from the mountains and seas. Lin Xuan watched the skeleton soldiers move away and turned to the others, saying, "Don't worry. This forest is so big, there are definitely plenty of exotic beasts." Just as he finished speaking, a message came from the right rear. "Good luck." They discovered 2 rams at once. These 2 rams, like the previous ones, also had chaotic attributes. They were grazing on the surrounding flowers and grass, completely unaware of the approaching skeleton soldiers from afar. Lin Xuan and the others didn't need to move. They just called upon tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers to encircle and eliminate them. If they couldn't defeat them, or if they were slow to kill, they would summon another 50,000, if that wasn't enough, then 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, a million. Lin Xuan had plenty of skeletons in the frost domain. Boom! Soon, sounds of battle came from the right rear. Subsequently, Bird Brother received the news that both rams had been killed. Lin Xuan ordered, "Continue searching until we gather enough to reach the other side." The skeleton soldiers quickly scattered to continue their search for the traces of the exotic beasts. Chapter 364, The Storm Approaches. Demon Race. These damned guys actually dared to come here. The faces of many professionals changed as they looked towards the northeast direction. The demon race. The greatest crisis Blue Star currently faces. Although the other side had been quiet for half a month, everyone knew this was just the calm before the storm. After all, following the last global turmoil, news about the demon realm had spread. Everyone knew that the demon realm was also a large world, unified by the Thunder Clan, forming the unified Demon Empire. Furthermore, the Demon Empire had a 5th tier, truly god-level demon race. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless professionals above level 150 flew into the air. Soon, they saw a dark mass of demon race soldiers with runes etched on their faces flying towards them. However, the number seemed small, only 100,000. It should be noted that even if the high school freshman competition involved some newcomers, it still attracted countless professionals every year. Currently, on Saipan Island alone, there were no less than 100,000 professionals. Moreover, the Mariana Islands were an archipelago. These 100,000 demon race soldiers were completely no match for the Blue Star professionals present. However, many professionals were not foolish either. Chapter 365, Residents of the Mountains and Seas, Ancient Humans. In the mountain and sea realm, Lin Xuan and a few others were on a vast plain. It was desolate and silent, with only a patch of withered yellow grass and sparse dead trees. In front of them was a winding river, its murky water emitting a faint fishy smell. On the opposite bank stood a towering mountain range, steep and craggy. After crossing the weak water, they quickly moved towards the Fusang tree. After a long journey, the candle dragon reappeared in the sky. Its massive body spiraled in the air, its eyes like shining stars, radiating dazzling light. However, this time the candle dragon did not stay long, it merely glanced at Lin Xuan and the others before slowly closing its eyes. As the candle dragon closed its eyes, the sky turned black again. After the night, they slowed down but continued moving. By now, it was the second day since the candle dragon opened its eyes again. Calculating the time, they had already experienced 2 nights and 1 day in the mountain and sea realm. The passage of time in the mountain and sea realm is different from that of Blue Star. Both day and night last 24 hours. 1 day and 2 nights amount to 6 days in Blue Star time. Although there hadn't been much fighting in these 6 days, everyone had been tense. And now they were somewhat fatigued. Chapter 366, Explosive News. Name, Resident of the Mountains and Seas. Level, 199. Skill, Untraceable. Description, a resident of the mountain and sea realm. Wielding the power of mysterious tribal totems. They are indeed humans from the mountain and sea realm. After Bird Brother shared the information he discovered, everyone was stunned. In fact, there were quite a few humans in the relics of the Summer Kingdom. However, the professionals treated those relic humans with disdain, leading many of them to stop interacting with Blue Star humans. Only in some powerful relics, where those with strong power still interacted with Blue Star humans, such as in the Wind and Cloud Ruins and the Shushen Ruins. Fellow villager, don't be afraid. We are not bad people. Bird Brother put away his long spear, indicating he had no weapons. Hong Sha Sha slapped him on the head. The mountain and sea realm is not just from ancient times, it goes back to prehistoric times. Do you think they can understand what you're saying? Bird Brother awkwardly scratched his head and stepped aside. Hong Sha Sha waved at the mountain and sea residents, then pulled Li Hanyu out and hugged her waist. Hanyu, you know a lot. What dialect do they speak in the mountain and sea realm? Chapter 367, Million Skeleton Army. As soon as Li Hanyu finished speaking, an earth-shattering beast roar suddenly came from the western mountains. It was not a single chaotic roar, but a mix of 5 different sounds, heavy like muffled thunder rolling, sharp like tearing cloth through the air. The ground trembled, and dry leaves fell from the trees. They are coming. Bird Brother raised his hand, a faint blue glow sweeping across the mountain forest exit. 5 enormous dark shadows suddenly shot out, forming a circle with the original chaotic beasts, making 6 around the edge of the forest. Each was taller than the dead trees they had seen before, casting a shadow over Lin Xuan and the others. Name, Bear. Level, 199. Skill, Giant Palm Slap. Brutal Charge. Description, a giant bear from the mountain and sea realm, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, capable of smashing boulders with a single slap. Often used as the main force for frontal assaults. The first bear that came out stood 10 meters tall at the shoulder. Its deep brown thick fur was like iron armor, clinging to its round body, with each hair as thick as a finger. It stood on the ground, pressing down its front paws, creating a pit a meter deep, its black claws gleaming coldly, taller than an adult. Name, Pi. Level, 199. Skill, Rapid Assault. Sharp Claw Bite. Description, a fast attack giant beast from the mountain and sea realm, with fur as tough as fine iron and corrosive saliva, adept at ambushing from behind. Chapter 368, Totemic Power. After the 6 giant beasts fell, the young people of the tribe could no longer contain themselves. They cheered and rushed forward, dancing around the giant bear's corpse. 2 of the stronger ones directly grabbed the bear's forelimbs, trying to lift it up. Seeing this, the other young people came forward to help, lifting the 10-meter-tall giant bear's corpse together. Slow down. Don't drop it. An elder shouted from behind, a long-lost smile on his face. He turned to Lin Xuan, his tone apologetic. Young friend Lin Xuan, please don't laugh at us. Our tribe has a custom that after defeating a powerful giant beast, we hold a bonfire barbecue party to share the prey and thank our ancestors for their protection. Hong Ying's eyes lit up as she leaned beside Lin Xuan. A barbecue party. Just in time to taste the meat of the giant beasts from the mountain and sea realm. The veterinarian rubbed his hands together. The ordinary beast meat we roasted before was already fragrant enough. This giant beast meat will surely be even better. Lin Xuan looked at the excited crowd and nodded. He raised his hand towards the remaining 5 beast corpses, and a faint dark aura of the Lich King flashed. The 5 corpses instantly vanished, collected into the frost domain. The remaining giant bear corpse would be given to the tribe. It perfectly matched their customs. Chapter 369, The Young Man with the Surname Jiang. Isn't this music from the Phoenix Legend group? How could people from the mountain and sea realm sing it? Lin Xuan was stunned. Open your heart and seek the legend's wish. Drifting in the clouds is the most melodious sound. Hong Ying was also frozen in place. Her eyes wide, instinctively looking at Hong Sha. This is a song by Phoenix Legend, right? Hong Sha was also dazed, her lips slightly parted, but unable to say a word. Lin Xuan furrowed his brows, feeling a wave of astonishment in his heart. He knew that Blue Star had many cultures like Earth. There indeed was Phoenix Legend. But to hear a song by Phoenix Legend in the mountain and sea realm was an odd feeling. Who brought it here? The key point is that in such a dangerous mountain and sea realm, the humans who entered before actually had the heart to transmit this kind of music. When they first met the people of the mountain and sea realm, through conversation, they learned that they seemed to have seen other humans from Blue Star. Where did those people come from? How many were there, and when did they come? Later, when the village was suddenly attacked by the beasts of the mountain and sea, there was no time to ask. Lin Xuan turned to look at the others. Brother Bird, the veterinarian, and others all had puzzled looks in their eyes. Together we gallop across the horizon, guarding the ancient myths and legends. Chapter 370, Bonfire Party. Hearing the old man's words, Lin Xuan and the others exchanged glances, their eyes revealing strange expressions. They were extraordinary beings from the Summer Kingdom, and knew very well that deities did not exist. The deity mentioned by the old man should be a powerful humanoid race. Thinking of the rare beasts they had seen earlier, Lin Xuan and the others were somewhat curious about the deity race. However, they didn't ask too much. The most important thing now was to find a safe route to the Fusang Divine Tree, looking for an opportunity to leave. As for other matters, they would discuss them later. The bonfire crackled. The night gradually deepened. The bonfire party reached its climax, because the barbecue ingredients were all ready. These were the exotic beasts Lin Xuan and the others had killed earlier. Haha, we can eat now. The villagers distributed the roasted meat to everyone. Lin Xuan took a piece of roasted meat and took a bite. The outer skin was crispy, and the inside was tender and juicy, emitting a rich aroma. He couldn't help but nod. Delicious. Others also took a bite, their eyes lighting up. This meat is so good. Better than any barbecue I've had on Blue Star. Yeah. The meat of the exotic beasts here is truly excellent. The exotic beasts of the mountain and sea realm, due to their powerful strength, had extremely delicious meat. Chapter 371, Journey East. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the villagers stopped their actions. The old man walked up to Lin Xuan and handed him a beast skin bag filled with dried beast meat. You'll need this on the road, this jerky lasts long. Just eat a couple of pieces when you're hungry. Lin Xuan took the beast skin bag, feeling its weight. Thank you, village chief. Hong Ying also received a water bottle from a nearby villager, filled with water from the clear dew spring. This spring water is sweet and can quench your thirst. You can't run out of water on the road, the villager said with a smile. Hong Ying quickly thanked him and strapped the water bottle to her back. Everyone tied it up a bit, and Lin Xuan took out the beast skin map he had collected earlier to reconfirm the route. Dai Jiang flapped its wings on Lin Xuan's shoulder, seemingly looking forward to the upcoming journey. Are we all ready? Lin Xuan looked at the people beside him. Brother Bird patted the weapon at his waist. No problem, I've been ready to set off. The veterinarian weighed the medicine box in his hand. I've brought all the medicines. Any small injuries or pains on the road can be handled. Hong Sha and Lu Qinghan also nodded, indicating they were ready. The old man looked at everyone with a reluctant expression, but still spoke. You must be careful on the road, follow the map. And if you encounter any dangers you can't handle, retreat immediately. Chapter 372. The Multi-Treasure Mouse Clan. As everyone advanced, they imagined what the clear dew spring would look like. In their imagination, the clear dew spring should be a small and exquisite spring eye, surrounded by a few spirit herbs with light blue leaves, the water clear and fragrant. However, when they actually arrived at the clear dew spring, they realized how different reality was from their imagination. Lin Xuan and the others were very fast. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the clear dew spring. What they called a spring turned out to be a super vast area. A large lake formed by various small lakes connected together. The area of the lake was enormous, almost endless. The water was crystal clear and sparkled with a deep blue sheen under the sunlight, like countless sparkling sapphires. And around the lake, there were large patches of spirit herbs with light blue leaves. These spirit herbs swayed gently in the wind, emitting a faint fragrance that invigorated the spirit. Is this really the clear dew spring? Brother Bird's mouth fell open, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had originally thought the clear dew spring was just a small spring. But he never expected it to be so spectacular. Very reasonable. Hong Shasha smiled. Since coming to the mountain and sea realm, everything around seems larger, and we seem smaller. Chapter 373. Bringing out 7 wives. The long-bearded multi-treasure mouse squinted its eyes, its small head slightly swaying. It scanned multi-treasure several times before turning its gaze to Lin Xuan and the others. Its claws tightly gripped a piece of dry grass, not speaking immediately. You say you are of the same clan. Its voice was much steadier than the previous ones. But do you have proof? Each of our multi-treasure mice has 3 light golden patterns behind the ear when born. Do you have them? Multi-treasure quickly raised its small head and tugged at its ear, revealing the clear 3 golden patterns behind it, urgently saying, Look. I really have them. I grew up on Blue Star and had no idea there were other clan members in the mountain and sea realm. I only detected your presence after following Brother Lin Xuan here. The long-bearded multi-treasure mouse moved a bit closer, carefully examining the golden patterns. It sniffed multi-treasure's body with its nose, moving much slower. Its brows gradually relaxed, but it still carried a hint of vigilance. The patterns are indeed real. And the aura is somewhat similar. But how can you prove you weren't tamed by these foreign tribes to spy on our territory? I wasn't. Multi-treasure stomped its feet anxiously, pointing at Lin Xuan. Brother Lin Xuan and the others are good people. They even helped the locals in the village before. Chapter 374. The country of gods. Lin Xuan was taken aback by multi-treasure's words, almost slipping off his mount. He turned his head to look at Duo Bao on his shoulder, his eyes wide open. What did you say? 7 wives. Niao Ji was originally organizing the weapons at his waist. Upon hearing this, his hand froze in midair. His mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist. No way. Duo Bao, in such a short time, you've managed to sort out 7. Hong Ying, sitting on the snow fox mount, leaned forward, her face incredulous. Duo Bao. You're not joking, right? When we met the clansmen earlier, I didn't see you chatting with any of the Duo Bao mouse girls. The veterinarian pushed up his non-existent glasses, full of doubt. Moreover, the racial differences don't match. They are all Duo Bao mice, but this speed is too fast. It doesn't make sense. Lu Qinghan and Hong Shasha also stopped their actions, their gazes fixed on Duo Bao, waiting for an explanation. Duo Bao puffed out its little chest, hands on its hips, looking proud. I'm not joking. When I met the clansman just now, the elder said I was back from outside, well-traveled, and I had a full aura of treasures. Then, I slightly showcased some collected treasures. Chapter 375. Arrogant Divine Race. Fengyu Valley, City Gate Tower. Lin Xuan and the others focused their gaze on the City Gate Tower, at the entrance of Fengyu Valley. The tower stood 10 zhong high, made of dark brown rocks, its surface covered with cracked patterns, resembling the scales of a giant beast. Above the gate, twisted runes were carved, with faint black mist seeping from the gaps. An oppressive aura rushed towards them. They were not the only ones at the city gate. On the left side, a tribal team was bowing their heads, each person carefully holding a bamboo basket. The baskets contained fresh spirit fruits and dried beast meat, clearly offerings. The people in the team had dark skin and thin builds, with expressions full of fear. Guarding the city gate were 3 half-human, half-beast monsters. The one on the far left had a goat's head and a human body. The goat's fur was matted and dirty, and dried beast bones hung from its curved horns. Its human body was clad in tattered leather armor, with black-brown spots all over its exposed arms. Its fingers were long and sharp, glinting coldly. The one in the middle had a pig's head and a human body, its pig nose snorting continuously, drool hanging from its mouth, dripping onto the stone steps in front. Sticky and unpleasant. Chapter 376. The army is stalled at the same time, on Saipan Island, Blue Star. A month had passed since the opening of the mountain and sea realm. During this month, the atmosphere at the negotiation table between humans and the demon race remained tense. Eventually, they barely reached a brief cooperation agreement to enter the mountain and sea realm together, without interference. Soon, Blue Star mobilized more than 30 spatial professionals. Among them were those skilled in building spatial passages, and those capable of stabilizing spatial fluctuations. They worked tirelessly for 3 days and nights beside the treasure house of the Dragon Palace ruins to construct a safe teleportation portal. With the obstruction of the Turtle Chancellor removed, when the portal was activated, there were no more spatial disturbances interfering. The stable operating portal became the only safe passage into the mountain and sea realm. The demon race, eager and wanting to seize the initiative to obtain treasures in the mountain and sea realm, directly mobilized 50,000 troops from their clan. These demons were all warriors above level 100, some wielding giant axes, others carrying heavy shields, fiercely determined to establish a foothold in the mountain and sea realm. The humans, however, were much more cautious, only sending a vanguard force of 2,000. This team included elite students from institutions like Mingzhu University and Baixiong National Military Academy, as well as top global relic hunter teams. Chapter 377, Taking Action Against the Candle Dragon. Are they tired of living? Upon receiving the news about the humans in the mountain and sea realm, it spread back to Blue Star like it had grown wings. In the temporary command center on Saipan Island, as soon as the news arrived, Li Ming immediately stood up, his face serious. He had to go personally. Li Ming looked at several companions beside him, his tone resolute. The humans in the mountain and sea realm might hold key information about this relic. Before long, Li Ming and 3 other third-tier professionals, equipped with ample supplies, entered the mountain and sea realm through the portal. Their goal was clear: to find the team that had encountered the humans in the mountain and sea realm and discuss matters with them. In fact, most humans from Blue Star were unwilling to engage with the indigenous humans in the ruins. The times were different, and their survival philosophies were far apart. In previous encounters with similar situations, conflicts had arisen, ranging from minor injuries to the outbreak of small-scale battles. However, since Li Ming and his companions were third-tier professionals, their strength provided them with a certain degree of initiative, ensuring they would not suffer losses, which gave them the confidence to go personally. In contrast to the orderly actions of the Blue Star humans, the atmosphere in the demon race's camp was filled with unwillingness. Chapter 378, Preparation in the Frost Domain. The cold wind continued to howl. The resurrected pigman stood in place, his eyes vacant, reduced to instinctual obedience. Lin Xuan looked at it, his tone calm. How many half-beasts like you are there in the divine kingdom? The resurrected pigman made a vague sound from his throat, and after a moment, replied clearly. Many. From different tribes. Goat-headed people, tiger-headed people, pigmen, each has its territory, all listen to the God Lord. What is the God Lord? The pigman trembled all over, seemingly recalling something terrifying. The God Lord is God, they all obey the commands of the God King. God King. Lin Xuan and the others looked at each other in confusion, their hearts forming a preliminary guess about the combat power of the Divine Kingdom. Where does the God Lord live? What does he look like? Lin Xuan continued to ask. In the deepest part of the Divine Capital, rarely comes out. No one has seen what the God Lord looks like, only knows he is very powerful. How many God Lords are there? Lin Xuan asked again. The resurrected pigman paused before slowly saying, there are more than a dozen. More than a dozen. Lin Xuan and the others were shocked. Based on their guesses, the God Lord was likely a demigod-level powerhouse, equivalent to a fourth-tier life form. Chapter 379, Dragon-Slaying Plan. Super Battleship. As soon as the proposal of a super battleship was put forward by the high-ranking members of the Thunder Clan, the Demon Races Conference Hall instantly erupted. Several high-ranking members of the Mountain Clan stood up abruptly, their eyes filled with excitement. This is a good idea. The super gunboat goes straight in. The power of that thing is definitely enough to deal with the Candle Dragon, much better than sending soldiers to their deaths. As they spoke, they pounded the table excitedly. But before the excitement could fade, a senior member of the Lin clan frowned and spoke up. No. We have already sent half of our troops to the mountain and sea realm. What will happen to the outposts on Blue Star if we divert the gunboats? If humans take advantage of the situation to counterattack, we won't even have anyone left to fight back. This statement felt like a bucket of cold water poured over many people's heads. The last time we fought with humans, although we didn't lose, we knew their resilience. If we really let them exploit a gap, we might not even be able to protect our foundation on Blue Star. Counterattack? Do they dare? A senior member of the Dark Clan sneered and tossed a piece of intelligence onto the table. The last war had just ended. And humans were still counting their losses and recuperating their forces. Moreover, we have clearly found out that they have been hiding the existence of the Demon Lord Empire from the public. Chapter 380, News. Mountain and Sea Realm. Human Command Center of Blue Star. A bright display of lights. The leaders from various countries were preparing for the upcoming great battle. Li Ming and other Tier 3 professionals were also nearby. As the top combat strength entering the mountain and sea realm, they were not involved in decision-making, but needed to be informed of the main troop decisions to coordinate actions at the right time. After all, everyone was here. Overall, the purpose was still for the humans of Blue Star. What? News about Lin Xuan and the others. At this moment, Li Ming's eyes brightened upon hearing the news. Lin Xuan. Great. A smile appeared on Li Ming's face. He immediately left the conference room and quickly moved in the direction indicated by the news. Soon, Li Ming arrived at a human tribe. This place was quite far from the area where the humans of Blue Star had entered the mountain and sea realm. Because the humans of Blue Star possessed the means of teleportation back to their city, their exploration methods were completely different from those of the Demon Clan. On the Demon Clan's side, every time they advanced into a new area, they had to establish a massive camp to prevent being wiped out by the Candle Dragon and other mountain and sea beasts. After all, they did not have teleportation scrolls. And if surrounded, they could only die in battle. On the other hand, the humans of Blue Star advanced steadily in elite teams, making slow but sure progress. Chapter 381, Kill the Candle Dragon. 6 super gunboats hovered in the air, each several kilometers long. However, the Candle Dragon's body stretched for thousands of miles across the horizon. With a single eye comparable to the size of a gunboat, the main cannons of the gunboats fired in unison, and 6 beams of light struck the scales of the Candle Dragon. The energy exploded, but the scales only turned pale, with no signs of blood. Lei Long clenched his fists, but remained calm. The Candle Dragon turned its giant eye, its divine dignity offended by the ant-like attacks. It opened its massive mouth, and black flames poured down like a waterfall towards the gunboats. The flames collided with the energy shields of the gunboats, creating ripples. The shield's glow dimmed but held firm. keeping the flames at bay. The candle dragon's anger surged instantly, and a low dragon roar shattered the clouds. It stopped attacking the gunboats and spiraled down towards the ground. The target was the 500,000 strong demon army on the Black Rock Highlands. Good. Lei Long's eyes shone brightly, all-out attack. He had been waiting for this moment. Long-range attacks were ineffective, and close combat could pile on the damage. The Thunder Clan, Thunder Arrow Rain. The Mountain Clan, Giant Stone Throwing. The Lin Clan, Vine Binding. The leaders of each tribe gave orders in succession, and the 500,000 strong army moved simultaneously. The dense attacks fell like a black storm upon the diving candle dragon. Chapter 382, A Warrior's Resolution. Blue Star. Saipan Island. Temporary command center of the Human Alliance. This place was originally set up as an official dispatch center for the Global University Freshman Competition. However, with the opening of the Mountain and Sea Realm and the emergence of the Demon Clan wanting to enter, it transformed into a command center where various countries gathered to coordinate against the invasion of the Demon Clan. At this moment, in the massive operation conference room, a virtual projection screen floated in the air. On the screen was a real-time projection of an island in the Pacific region. The leaders could confirm that the half-gods of the Demon Clan had entered the Mountain and Sea Realm. Currently, there were only 3 half-god level magical energies on Blue Star. When the news of the half-god level powerhouse of the Demon Clan entering the Mountain and Sea Realm arrived, everyone became tense. The commanders quickly exchanged glances, confirming their preparations. A month and a half ago, the Demon Clan burst forth from the underground palace and launched an invasion war against Blue Star. The various countries of Blue Star were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Although various changes occurred afterward, the Demon Clan did not continue a full-scale attack, but withdrew all the armies that had broken through the defenses, leaving only to defend the occupied areas on each continent. Chapter 383, Counterattack in Progress. Inside the command center, the light of the communication magic array flickered steadily. Principal Wang has destroyed the teleportation array. The green indicator representing the teleportation node to the Mountain and Sea Realm on the main screen suddenly dimmed. The auxiliary screen next to it was still refreshing data. But the red alarm lights suddenly lit up. Vladimir had already engaged the half-god of the Demon Clan. The second piece of news followed closely. Everyone in the command center stood up, their gazes fixed on the central screen. On the screen, 2 distinctly different energy masses were moving rapidly and colliding. Each contact caused large blocks of data code to flicker chaotically due to energy impacts. The speed of Emperor Vladimir was impressive. The commander stood at the front, his voice cutting through the noise of the command room. We must be quick. Everyone understood this principle. If the half-god of the Demon Clan reacted and turned to use the passage to return to Blue Star again, then all the early deployments of Blue Star would be in vain. The teleportation portal of the Demon Clan has been destroyed. Soon, the news arrived. Good. The whole place erupted in cheers. Next, it depended on what happened in the Mountain and Sea Realm. The commander walked to the window, looking at the grey sky outside. In the distance, at the edge of the city, flickering flames could still be seen dancing. Chapter 384, Temporal Collapse. 3 days ago. After Lin Xuan and the others dealt with the tiger-headed people, they ventured deeper, and finally arrived at the true city of the Divine Kingdom. The first impression this city gave them was its uniqueness. The city was built of enormous red stones that emitted a faint glow. The houses here are all single-story. However, although they are all single-story, the height of this level varies greatly. Some reach heights of 10 to 20 meters, while others are only 1 or 2 meters tall. This peculiar architectural structure surprised Lin Xuan and the others. Moreover, the arrangement of these houses of varying heights is quite uneven and chaotic, making it look very awkward at first glance. However, Lin Xuan and the others quickly understood the reason behind it. The residents here, those half-beast people who call themselves the divine race, have different shapes and heights. Although they possess intelligence, they are essentially humanoid half-beasts. At first, the arrival of Lin Xuan and the others did not raise any suspicion among these divine race beings. After all, in their eyes, these outsiders were merely weak humans coming to pay tribute. However, Lin Xuan and the others soon discovered something was amiss. They found that these divine race half-beasts were actually wantonly enslaving and oppressing the humans who came to pay tribute. Chapter 385, The Fall of the Candle Dragon. At this moment, 3 divine lords who had been observing from the shadows could no longer hold back. Boom! Accompanied by the arrival of several terrifying auras, 3 figures emerged from the void. They looked different from one another, but without exception, all exuded a terrifying presence. Among them, the strongest had a wolf's head. He was the Wolf Lord. In fact, this Wolf Lord had been nearby since the demon clan began to deal with the Candle Dragon. However, upon seeing the army of 500,000, he did not make any move. In his view, 500,000 humans against the Candle Dragon. That was wishful thinking. In fact, he indeed thought so at first. Although 500,000 troops seemed like a lot, in front of the Candle Dragon, they were no different from ants. The Candle Dragon had devoured countless of them in one bite. He had wanted to step in. However, he soon realized something was wrong. This did not seem to be humans, but rather another intelligent race that resembled humans. This shocked him secretly. Of course, what shocked him the most was that this army of 500,000 had actually worn down the Candle Dragon's health to 50%. The army had also suffered 30,000 casualties. But even so, he still found it hard to believe. Chapter 386, The Change of Mountains and Seas. Upon hearing this, the eagle-headed and fox-headed beings showed a hint of calm. The snake-headed one even sneered, saying that if the Candle Dragon died, then so be it. Died? The Wolf Lord frowned. What do you mean? The snake-headed one coldly laughed. It's a literal meaning. You? The Wolf Lord looked furious. Do you know that the Candle Dragon cannot die? Cannot die? The snake-headed one scoffed. That's your foolish idea. Moreover, I've always been curious. Why can't the Candle Dragon die? If it dies, can the sky still fall? You actually hold such a thought. The Wolf Lord, pig-headed one, and leopard-headed one looked at the snake-headed being in disbelief. The snake-headed one sneered, What? Don't you want to know what will happen if the Candle Dragon dies? The Wolf Lord opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Not just him, but the pig-headed one and leopard-headed one felt the same. They indeed wanted to know what would happen if the Candle Dragon died. Seeing them silent, the eagle-headed one crossed his arms and approached the Candle Dragon's corpse, kicking it hard. I've long wanted to know what the result will be after this bastard dies. Chapter 387, When Yin and Yang Are in Chaos. Accompanied by a maniacal laugh, day turned into night in the world, as if it were a dance party. Countless creatures from the mountains and seas were astonished. What is happening? What occurred? Meanwhile, the 5 half-beast divine lords surrounding Lin Xuan, except for Dao Tai, all soared into the air, rushing towards the Fusang divine tree. It seemed that something was about to emerge from there. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, Taotia's stomach growled several times, the sound as loud as thunder. Taotia's eyes turned to Lin Xuan, filled with greed. I'll swallow that kid and then leave. That kid has rich blood energy. Swallowing him will be enough for me to digest for a while. Thinking of devouring Lin Xuan, Dao Tai could no longer hold back. Human kid. Come to me. Dao Tai suddenly opened his mouth wide. Boom. A terrifying devouring force was unleashed. A black hole appeared out of nowhere. That black hole seemed capable of swallowing everything. Lin Xuan's expression changed slightly, but he did not move yet. Just then, a figure shot out from the black hole. Boom! Like an indestructible steel plate. It instantly sent Doughtai flying. Doughtai screamed as he was knocked back, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Xuan finally saw what the figure looked like. Chapter 388, Secrets of the Mountains and Seas. The mountains and seas collapsed, and Fusang tilted. Baizi's voice seemed to transcend time and space, carrying endless vicissitudes and profundity. As he spoke, Baizi slowly approached Lin Xuan, glanced at him, and then turned to look towards the Fusang divine tree. I know why you are here. There is indeed what you seek over there. Lin Xuan was taken aback. After arriving in this mountainous and oceanic realm, his purpose for heading towards the Fusang tree was solely to get out and to obtain the supreme artifact. This was something even Hong Ying and the others did not know. Did Baizi know? However, Baizi did not explain further and continued. But if you achieve your goal, I might need you to do something for me, come with me. Saying this, Baizi slowly ascended into the air, waiting for Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan was confused at this moment, completely unaware of Baizi's meaning. He looked at Li Ming. The two exchanged glances and then nodded helplessly. Lin Xuan stored away the surrounding million skeleton soldiers, and he and Li Ming each mounted their steeds and followed along. Baizi flew slowly in the air. And his voice came again. Your arrival this time has shattered the tranquility of the Shanhai realm, and you even killed the Candle Dragon, bringing the Shanhai realm to the brink of destruction. However, I do not blame you, this is fate. Chapter 389, Trial Ground. The Divine Kingdom is built around the trunk of the Fusang Divine Tree. Lin Xuan and the others quickly arrived at the trunk area. Upon arriving here, Lin Xuan squinted. This was a vast open square. In the center of the square, there were two tree trunks entwined like two giant circular mountains. The trunks were incredibly thick. They were covered in ancient patterns, exuding a mysterious aura. In front of these trunks, Lin Xuan and the others looked like ants. At this moment, many half-beasts had also arrived in the square. They were busy, seemingly discussing something. Upon seeing Baizi, these half-beasts hurried over and bowed. Lord Baizi. Baizi nodded slightly. The demon race, upon seeing Baizi, glanced but did not approach. Instead, they kept their distance, wary of the fifth-tier deity. Moreover, they naturally knew of Lin Xuan, this talented young man, who had made it onto the demon race's kill list. The two sides were sworn enemies. When all the demon race saw a fifth-tier deity next to Lin Xuan, they did not dare to approach. If Baizi were to kill them, they would have no chance to resist. Come with me, Baizi called Lin Xuan aside. Chapter 390, Huyi shoots the sons. Huyi's arm suddenly tensed, the muscles bulging like a coiled dragon. The bow was drawn into a crescent shape, the bow arms forged from dark iron emitted a buzzing sound under the strain. The Xuanwu arrow vibrated on the bow, its tip gathering a visible halo of light. This halo pushed back the surrounding flames, radiating an aura that demanded respect. The golden crows in the sky seemed to sense the threat, and emitted sharp cries. The 9 suns simultaneously burst forth with bright light, causing the flames on the ground to surge 3 feet high. Lin Xuan's skin was scorched, his breath carrying a burning sensation, as if it would sear his lungs. Go! Huyi shouted, and at the moment his fingers released, the Xuanwu arrow transformed into a streak of black light. The light broke through the flames, piercing the sky. Where the arrow passed, the air was distorted by the heat. The flames along the way extinguished, tracing a cool path through the scorching space. The golden crows became agitated, and the leftmost sun suddenly expanded. Golden feather patterns appeared on the surface of the sun, and a scorching ray shot straight toward the arrow. At the moment of collision, there was no earth-shattering sound, only a dazzling white light. Lin Xuan instinctively closed his eyes, and when his vision returned, that sun had already dimmed. Chapter 391, The Million Undead Army Slaughters the Gods. Lin Xuan suddenly turned around, a wary look flashing in his eyes. He saw a tall, dark-skinned demon slowly emerging from behind the Fusang divine tree. His eyes were blood red, a cruel smile playing on his lips, and he exuded a chilling demonic aura. "It's you." Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, recognizing the newcomer. This was the demigod from the mountain tribe he had encountered earlier on the road. But compared to the appearance of this demigod, Lin Xuan quickly noticed something even more unusual. He looked around, his expression changing slightly. The Shanhai realm had changed. The strange phenomenon of constantly switching between day and night had vanished, replaced by an eerie green. This green was not natural, but carried an indescribable malevolence. "What is going on?" Lin Xuan murmured, a hint of confusion in his gaze. At that moment, he looked up at the sky, his face filled with shock. Above the Shanhai realm, there were actually two suns. One black and one yellow, tightly focused on the earth-like eyes. The black sun emitted a dark glow, while the yellow sun radiated a blinding heat. The coexistence of the two formed this bizarre green. The three primary colors of light, red, green, blue, can combine to create any color. But it's not just these three, any combination can change colors. Chapter 392, Drawing the bow like a full moon. Lin Xuan would never give him this opportunity. The skill mountain toppling was ready again. Another tens of millions of damage came crashing down. Plus, the million skeleton army was continuously attacking. 1,000,000 troops. Moreover, he was constantly summoning and commanding the low-health skeletons to explode. Even if it meant sacrificing lives, under the condition that the demigod could not use skills. It could definitely wear down a demigod to death. Not to mention, Lin Xuan's true damage was also in play. At this moment, the mountain tribe demigod was surrounded by countless skeleton soldiers. Every punch he threw took the lives of several skeletons. But immediately after, more skeletons surged forward. He felt as if he was trapped in a sea of skeletons, struggling to breathe. "Damn it!" The mountain tribe demigod roared repeatedly, filled with endless regret. Regret. The mountain tribe demigod now regretted immensely. He had already expended a lot of energy fighting the candle dragon. Later, he had foolishly engaged in battle with several demigod gods of the Shanhai realm. Although an unexpected event caused those gods to scatter, his recovery potions were running low. He could only ask a few third-tier demons, who followed him to bring some before arriving at the trunk of the Fusang divine tree. Chapter 393, Killing the Demigod. The moment the red vermilion bird arrow was released, flames erupted from the arrow shaft. It was not the restrained flame from before, but a torrent of flames that seemed ready to consume everything. The trajectory of the arrow in the air left a burning afterimage. Even the surrounding eerie green light was distorted by the heat. The mountain tribe demigod had just shrunk to 10 centimeters in size. At this moment, he was trying to weave through the ribcage of a skeleton. He sensed the heat behind him, and just as he was about to accelerate, the vermilion bird arrow, like a tracking meteor, locked onto his position with precision. He barely had time to react before he felt a scorching sensation on his back. The next second, flames erupted from within him. No! A sharp scream came from that tiny body. The flames did not instantly consume him, but instead burned his demonic body bit by bit. Like a parasite, he attempted to revert to his original size to escape. However, the moment he moved, the flames surged violently, completely enveloping his form. Lin Xuan released the bowstring, watching the burning light in the air, his breath slightly quickening. The power of the sun-shooting divine bow far exceeded his expectations. After replacing the bowstring, this divine artifact seemed to truly awaken, amplifying the power of the divine arrows several times. Chapter 394, The Fall of the Werewolf. Kill. A cold glint flashed in Lin Xuan's eyes as he swung the Reaper's scythe again. The skeletal army received the order and rushed towards the injured wolf-head man. Meanwhile, the other demigods and half-beasts in the square were also drawn by this sudden change, casting astonished glances. The demigod level Dao Tai, with a goat's body and a human face, was tearing into the body of a demigod in front of it, and was momentarily stunned upon seeing the scene. Seizing the opportunity, the middle-aged man fighting the Daotai landed a punch on its belly. The Daotai howled in pain, but did not release the demigod in its mouth. Instead, it became even more frenzied in its tearing. Boom! The middle-aged man's demigod was in pain, and the attacks became more frequent. At this moment, in the square, the appearance of a million skeletal soldiers further threw the already chaotic scene into disarray. The second and third tier half-beasts noticed Lin Xuan's presence, roaring and flashing greed and killing intent in their eyes. However, Lin Xuan was not afraid at all. He coldly surveyed his surroundings. He dared to provoke even demigods. So he had only one thought in mind for these half-beasts that weren't even demigods: kill. Chapter 395, One Sun is Enough. Sensing the death of the demigod-level half-beast, the black sun circling in the sky shot a fire arrow towards Lin Xuan. The arrow moved at incredible speed, like a shooting star streaking across the sky. Lin Xuan was startled. He could feel the terrifying power contained within that arrow. This was the black sun, a divine-level attack. Lin Xuan had no time to think. He could only rely on instinct to defend. Buzz! The terrifying black flame arrow reached him in an instant. At that moment, Lin Xuan felt the threat of death. Fortunately, he was not unprepared. He quickly took out the shell that teacher Li Ming had brought before. This shell had incredible defensive power, capable of withstanding dozens of demigod-level attacks. Boom! The fire arrow struck the shell, creating a tremendous roar. The entire square seemed to tremble under this force. As the roar subsided, Lin Xuan looked at the shell in his hand, secretly astonished. Cracks had appeared on the shell. Obviously, that last strike had severely damaged it. The attack from the Black Sun was indeed terrifying. This shell probably wouldn't be able to withstand another hit from the opponent. Chapter 396, Die Together. Outside the Black Pyramid, the sounds of skeletal soldiers clashing and the roars of monsters had intertwined into a chaotic symphony. The iron blood mosquito's mouthparts pierced through a skeleton's chest cavity. But just as it was about to suck blood, it was smashed by a nearby necromancer with a bone staff. The previously encountered hundred-eyed ghost had also chased after them. The corrosive rays it shot out melted the front row skeletons. The rear row skeleton archers immediately drew their bows and retaliated, shooting bone arrows precisely into the gaps of its eyes. The walls of the pyramid visibly thinned. Hundreds of skeletons turned to dust every second. However, new skeletons continuously emerged from the frost domain, filling in the gaps. Lin Xuan stood inside the pyramid, his ears filled with the cacophony. Thump! Thump! He could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Calming his mind, Lin Xuan steadied the bow with his left hand, while his right hand brushed over the arrow feathers of the Xuanwu arrow. The cold touch instantly settled his chaotic thoughts. The black sun in the sky seemed to sense something, and its eerie glow suddenly surged. The monsters that had been scattered suddenly changed their attack rhythm, crazily charging towards the same spot on the pyramid. Crack! A fissure appeared in the wall of skeletons. A dragon-like monster seized the opportunity to stretch its claws inside. Chapter 397, The Death of Lin Xuan. Just like that, a massive explosion destroyed everything. The Mountain Sea realm was preserved and reached a cooperation agreement with our Xia kingdom. But our hero would never be seen again. Dinging! The school bell rang at Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. All right, class, it's time to end. Tomorrow is the day for this year's job transitions. I hope you all have good luck. After the teacher finished speaking, he closed the textbook and left the classroom. The students slowly walked out of the classroom, but in the corner, a girl was still looking at the hero mentioned by the teacher in the textbook, secretly saddened. Yun Yun. Let's go. The girl's friend, seeing her like this, patted her shoulder. The girl nodded, tore out the page with the hero's picture from the textbook, and then posted it on the blackboard at the back of the classroom. On it, slowly, were the words written by her classmates. There was admiration, envy, blessing, and nostalgia. The girl and her friend left the classroom. In the empty classroom, only the sunset's afterglow and the rustling of paper on the blackboard could be heard. Time flew by. And soon it was the next day. The girl successfully transitioned and became a hidden storm mage with A-level talent. The whole school congratulated her. Chapter 398, Handcrafted Planet. Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Looking at the endless void ahead, he casually swung 2 punches. 2 gusts of wind instantly swept out, forming waves of air in the darkness. Lin Xuan waved his hand slightly, and the airwaves howled as they rolled stones up and down. Then, they gathered into a ball, resembling a small tornado. This was just me casually throwing punches. If I use skills, how powerful would I be now? I'll try it out when I get out. Lin Xuan clasped his hands behind his back and floated into the air. This dark place was none other than his frost domain. Back then, when the black golden crow desperately activated the power of space and fell beside him, Lin Xuan knew that this was not something any defensive skill could evade. So, seeing that the situation was wrong, he immediately opened the frost domain. He quickly transferred Hong Ying and teacher Li Ming out of the frost domain, while he brought the golden crow and Bai Zi into the frost domain. After that, there was a tremendous explosion. Not only did it nearly kill him, but it also shattered his frost domain, turning it into endless void. However, Lin Xuan was not flustered. He had a very powerful life-saving skill called Life and Death Contract. Only those with the goal of skill intertwining with themselves have not perished. Chapter 399 Unexpected Old Acquaintance. Lin Xuan's current flight is not true flight. Instead, it is the continuous shuttling through space. This is mainly because his level is actually only 99. Name, Lin Xuan. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, LV 99, 599. Health, 237992220. Mana, 20,210. Constitution, 129. Spirit, 835. Strength, 142. Agility, 369. Skills, Summon Undead LV 10. Undead Contract LV 6, Corpse Explosion LV 7, Undead Resurrection LV 5, Grip of Death LV 5. Soul Void Talent, Life Resonance SSS, Free Attributes, 304. Skill Points, 99. Magic Cards, Myth of Inversion, Myth of Lightning Power, Myth of Lucky Revolver. Equipment, Death Scythe Ancient. Sun Shooting God Bow Ancient. The reward for killing a 5th tier deity is very generous. Not only does it provide an enormous amount of experience, directly raising him to 99 levels, but also grants an additional 60 levels of experience. This means that having completed the profession breakthrough task, he can now choose to break through 100 levels at any time and quickly raise his level directly to 160. Chapter 400 Are you Lin Summoning Medium? Lin Xuan felt a bit intrigued upon hearing about the medium for summoning ancient gods. Previously, while dealing with the Satan Society in Saipan Island, he had learned some rather secretive information from Li Ming. Among them, the medium for summoning ancient gods is a very rare item. Moreover, once used, it guarantees 100% summoning of an ancient god. However, this medium is extremely rare, and once used, it can only summon the ancient god for 10 minutes before it shatters. Looking at this, the ancient god cult seems to plan to stir up trouble in Xia country. Once the ancient god descends, Xia country will inevitably fall into chaos. This trash, the demon race, has already invaded their doorstep. Yet they still think of causing trouble. But shouldn't he, the Black Holy See, stop this? How did they manage to snatch it? Lin Xuan, riding on the ice fire demon lion, frowned slightly and fell into contemplation. However, none of this is important. What matters is that he wants this medium. No. He intends to destroy it. Snap! Lin Xuan snapped his fingers. The next moment, whether it was the puppeteer or the 3 black-robed individuals, they could no longer move forward. They attempted to fly forward, but instantly found themselves appearing behind. Attempting to fly again still resulted in the same outcome, merely spinning in place. The puppeteer looked at Lin Xuan in horror. Chapter 401 Practice. You are Lin Xuan. The paladin suddenly raised his voice, his eyes filled with disbelief beneath his helmet. A year ago, that shocking explosion caused the fall of 2 golden crows and 1 Bai. The aftermath of the deity's fall caused continuous rainfall for 3 whole months in the Mountain Sea realm, Blue Star, and even the Demon realm. That scene was like the world mourning for the deities. At that time, Lin Xuan was merely a first-tier practitioner with just over 90 levels. There seemed to be no reason for him to have survived. The mage rubbed his eyes, repeatedly scanning Lin Xuan. His face, the blue-black armor, Frostmourne. Every detail matched the archived data from the church perfectly. This is impossible, the ghost swordsman murmured. The black mist was thrown into disarray. Could it be that Shia country released false information back then? The paladin retracted his charging stance, frowning beneath his helmet. Did they intentionally hide him and let him secretly develop? Shia country really had a clever plan. The 3 exchanged glances and saw suspicion in each other's eyes. But soon, they all burst into laughter. A level 99 kid dares to stop the 3 of them, who are above level 250. That earlier spatial skill was indeed strange. But now they were on land. Chapter 402 I won't resist, you can dispose of me freely. Frost Domain, Frost Planet. Puppeteer Marty landed on an island. Her face full of shock. She felt she had discovered something terrifying. That is, this is not Earth, but some unknown planet. Because at her speed, after such a long time, she should have reached a place inhabited by humans even without returning to the black holy sea space. Yet, neither of those 2 things occurred. She had not seen a single human. In fact, whether in the ocean or on land, she had not seen a single magical beast. This is simply impossible on Blue Star. Where exactly did that kid throw me? Puppeteer Marty gritted her teeth. She now began to doubt if the boy earlier was simply unskilled with his spatial abilities. Could it be that he improperly released the skill and I fell into a spatial rift, thus arriving on an alien planet? But that shouldn't be the case. I didn't sustain any injuries, it shouldn't be a spatial rift. Moreover, the sun in the sky. Thinking of the sun, Puppeteer Marty suddenly froze. She instinctively looked up at the sky. Only then did she realize that something was off about the sun. It appeared to be half the size of Blue Star's sun. Additionally, there was a large black spot in the center. Chapter 403 Beauty Trap. Puppeteer Marty rubbed her sore backside. The skin beneath her skirt came into contact with the low temperature, making her shiver. She dared not be negligent and immediately stood up straight. Her fingers twisted together nervously at her sides. She truly admitted defeat. The Lin Xuan in front of her had an aura fluctuation that only remained at the first tier. Yet, his spatial skill made Marty's heart tighten. The entire Frost Planet's domain made her even more uneasy. Domains are always a taboo that only demigods can touch. But even those legendary demigods could never possess such a vast domain. This is an entire planet. Marty looked towards the tumultuous ocean in the distance. There were no signs of magical creatures moving on the surface of the sea. The air was filled only with coldness. There was no magic, no magical creatures. There was thin air, the environment stable, and humans could survive here. This is simply the legendary land of humans. Now that Blue Star is in chaos due to the disturbance from the demon realm, with countless magical creatures rampaging, countless humans can only live in the major cities. If one could control such a space, even if Blue Star really gets destroyed in the future, humanity can still retain the spark of life. Thinking of this, Marty's breathing quickened, and her chest rose and fell noticeably. She stared at Lin Xuan's back. Chapter 404, Returning to School with Lin Xuan's Disappearance. Marty felt her whole body go limp and collapsed onto the ground. The clothes on her back were tightly pressed against her skin, marked by the cold sweat that soaked them. The pressure brought by Lin Xuan was indescribably heavy. Every second just now, she felt as if she couldn't breathe. Now that everything was over, her tense nerves finally relaxed. The most crucial thing was that she had survived. As for the path ahead, Marty already had a clear direction in her heart. As long as Lin Xuan was willing to keep her around, there would always be a way to gain his trust. Moreover, she also had to gain Lin Xuan's trust, as this was an uninhabited planet. Lin Xuan was the god of this planet. If she could come under Lin Xuan's command, she would no longer have to live in fear on Blue Star. Whoosh! On the other side, the sound of breaking air echoed in the sky. Lin Xuan sat steadily on the broad back of the ice fire demon lion, his figure swiftly passing by. His destination was clear, it was the direction of the summer country. Not long ago, he had just dealt with 3 members of the ancient god church. Using the ability of resurrection, he obtained a lot of key information from those people's mouths. Firstly, he understood that in the eyes of others, he was already dead. Chapter 405, I'm back. The campus was very quiet, with only a few students on the road. The camphor trees by the main road showed obvious signs of new planting, with the soil still moist. The originally expansive lawn had several wide paths trampled through it. And the newly laid turf was much lighter in color than the surrounding grass. In the distance, the windows of the teaching building were half covered with temporary glass. And sunlight refracted through it, creating uneven light spots. Lin Xuan walked slowly along the main road. He could imagine the chaos and resistance that would come with war. As an expansion area of the main city, there were no walls for protection, making it difficult to hold the ground. Passing through the teaching area, the outline of the central square gradually became clear. A tall stone statue stood in the center of the square, depicting his own likeness. The statue was about 10 meters high, vividly crafted in blue-black armor, with the tip of Frostmourne pointing towards the sky. The base of the statue was surrounded by reeds, with fresh white chrysanthemums still glistening with dew. Colorful sticky notes were plastered all over the base, stacked layer upon layer with no gaps visible. Lin Xuan stepped forward and bent down to pick up a sticky note that had been blown off by the wind. Senior Lin Xuan, I'm a freshman. I applied to Mingzhu after hearing your story. You must come back alive. The handwriting was youthful, and a crooked smiley face was drawn at the end. Chapter 406, Reunion with Old Friends. As the morning sun climbed up the villa's windowsill, Lin Xuan opened his eyes. A night of sleep had completely rid him of the exhaustion from spatial travel. He snapped his fingers, and a light blue spatial ripple unfolded in front of him. Elena, dressed in her signature black maid outfit, walked out gracefully and bowed. Master, what can I do for you? Just tidy up the room. Lin Xuan replied as he got out of bed, handing over his change of clothes. It doesn't need to be too complicated, just a simple cleanup will do. Understood. Elena took the clothes and turned towards the bathroom. She was momentarily stunned when she saw the women's clothing inside, but quickly regained her composure. After Lin Xuan finished washing up and came downstairs, the aroma of food wafted through the living room. Chen Wanqiu was wearing an apron, just placing the last plate of stir-fried vegetables on the table. The millet porridge was soft and sticky, the buns were fluffy and white, and the eggs were fried with slightly crispy edges. Eat quickly, the practical class starts at 8. If we go early, we can just wait for Hong Ying and the others to finish class. Chen Wanqiu pushed the bowl and chopsticks in front of him. Lin Xuan took a bite of the bun, the warm filling spreading in his mouth. Is the course different from before? He asked casually. Chen Wanqiu nodded, her smile fading a bit. Chapter 407, Let's call it Earth. The 4 of them stood on the surface of the planet, their feet on the rough black-yellow rocky soil, which crumbled and fell apart with each step. Shen Hongying bent down to pick up a piece of broken stone, her fingertips brushing off a layer of dust before tossing it aside. She looked around, her gaze filled with exposed rock layers. In the distance, at the end of the horizon, a grey-blue outline could be seen. That was the ocean. The sea surface was calm, without a ripple. Not even a shadow of a bird. Lu Qinghan walked to a slightly higher spot, gazing at the boundless desolate scene, his lips moved. Besides stones and the sea, there was nothing else. Li Ming didn't rush to speak. He closed his eyes, and the shaman's perception spread out, like an invisible net covering the surrounding area. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes, his expression serious. This world lacked vitality. He took 2 steps forward. And the rocks beneath his feet made a slight cracking sound, without plant roots to anchor the soil, without microorganisms to decompose nutrients. Even the most basic ecological cycle was absent. Changing the subject, his tone became excited, but precisely because of this, its value was immeasurable. Blue Star was currently restrained by the demon race, and every defense had to consider the safety of the rear. With this planet, even if the situation on Blue Star was unfavorable, humanity would still have a retreat. Chapter 408, Family Let us call it Earth Star. Lin Xuan said in a flat tone, as if he were stating the most ordinary thing. Shen Hongying couldn't hold back anymore. She raised her hand to support her forehead and rolled her eyes dramatically. Lin Xuan, do you have some misunderstanding about naming? This name is too plain. You are truly hopeless at naming. She counted on her fingers, your contracted beasts, clumsy cow, tiger head monster, horse head monster, and then their fluffy sheep. Cool dragon, aren't all these names simple and crude? Now you're naming a planet, and it's still this style. Chen Wanqiu couldn't help but laugh either. She covered her mouth and said, honestly, Earth Star is worse than just calling it Earth. It sounds better than Earth Star. Was? When Lin Xuan heard the word Earth, his head nearly exploded. He had thought of that name before, but specifically changed it to Earth Star due to superstitions. He didn't expect to circle back and have it brought up by Chen Wanqiu. He frowned and waved his hand. No, it absolutely cannot be called Earth. How about we call it Ocean Blue Star instead? Just then, Li Ming spoke up. He looked at Lin Xuan, his tone steady. When you created this planet, the land ratio was low, and the ocean area was large. Chapter 409, Planet Arrangements. Time flew by quickly. 3 days later, Lin Xuan returned to Mingzhu University. Stepping into the residential area, I saw 2 wooden boxes, half the height of a person, placed at the entrance of my villa. Next to them stood a uniformed professional. Is it Mr. Lin? The uniformed professional quickly stepped forward and gave a standard military salute. These are supplies from the bird commander and the veterinary commander on the front lines of the Australian continent. Please sign for them. Additionally, there is a letter here. Lin Xuan nodded and accepted the items, and the uniformed professional hurriedly left after completing the task. The bird and veterinary commanders had known about his situation 2 days ago. However, those 2 were currently engaged in battle with the demon race on the Australian continent and couldn't break free. So, they sent a message, saying it was a gift for him. Lin Xuan opened the wooden box. Inside was a pile of magic cores and high-level monster materials. On top was a palm-sized black token. The token was engraved with the words Starry Sky, and the edges were inlaid with fine purple crystals. The letter was written on coarse paper unique to military camps, with messy handwriting that was clearly written by both of them. Brother, it's good that you're not dead. We were wrong to shout about your sacrifice everywhere, and we apologize. These magic cores and materials are all we have collected. Use them as you like. Chapter 410, Counterattack Plan. In Li Ming's small courtyard, the celadon teacup on the stone table emitted fine white steam. Lin Xuan sat on the stone bench across from him, his gaze falling on the newly sprouted green vines climbing the wooden frame in the corner of the courtyard. After taking a deep breath, he slowly said, Teacher Li, I want to talk to you about the counterattack against the demon realm. Li Ming's hand holding the teacup suddenly froze, and the steam at the rim trembled. He looked up at Lin Xuan, a hint of surprise swirling in his deep eyes, which quickly sank again. What? Do you have specific ideas? Yes. Lin Xuan nodded and waved his hand. A palm-sized silver-grey device landed in his palm, its edge gear still slightly turning, emitting an almost inaudible clicking sound. The device had a matte metallic sheen, with energy patterns etched along its edges that were finer than hair, and at its center was embedded a light blue energy crystal core, resembling a condensed starry sky. This was the invention of a top-hidden profession mechanic from the Xia Kingdom. Lin Xuan pressed a point on the side groove of the device, and the crystal core instantly lit up. This virtual projector could accurately reproduce star maps and terrain, and it could be adjusted in size and distance at will, making it much more useful than the global maps before the Great Catastrophe. Chapter 4:11 Planning time rushed by in a series of meetings, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Under Li Ming's guidance, Lin Xuan completed the connection with the decision-makers of the Xia Kingdom. The meeting place was secretive and solemn, with a stable atmosphere permeating the air. While these high-level officials might not be as dazzling as top-tier powerhouses like Li Ming and Li Jiangbai, they could quickly grasp the core amidst the intricate web of intelligence and resource lists and finalize the most beneficial plans for the public and the war situation. Relying on the strategic value of the Blue Star and the feasibility of the skeleton soldier tactics, Lin Xuan's counterattack plan was soon officially approved. Following that, the high-level officials of the Xia Kingdom took the lead with absolute responsibility, contacting decision-makers from countries around the world at the first opportunity. A multinational conference regarding the fate of all humanity began in an encrypted online channel, where representatives from various countries engaged in debates and reached consensus. 10 days later, Lin Xuan returned to Mingzhu University in Jianghai City, his eyes bloodshot and his body exhausted. The overall direction of the counterattack plan had been firmly established, and no one doubted the necessity of taking the initiative anymore. However, the specific execution time still needed to be assessed based on the progress of intelligence collection and the integration of Blue Star's military forces participating in the high-level decision-making process. Lin Xuan truly felt the complexity of global considerations and realized that he had indeed been thinking too simply. Chapter 4:12 Personnel selection. The binding force of the undead contract far exceeded that of any scroll contract. Even if Lin Xuan ordered the puppeteer Matty to self-destruct at this moment, she would execute it without hesitation. Matty lowered her head and revealed all the information she knew. She reported the names and contact details of the heads of the secret strongholds of the Black Holy See across the Xia Kingdom one by one. She did not overlook the layout of branches in other countries or the details of internal power struggles. As a core member, who frequently handled connections with the Ancient God Church, the intelligence she provided about the Ancient God Church was immensely valuable. That information was even more detailed than what Lin Xuan had learned from the 3 high-ranking members of the Ancient God Church he had previously killed. Lin Xuan noted down the key information and motioned for Matty to remain on standby in the Blue Star. With this potential hazard resolved, he could finally devote all his energy to troop gathering and planetary transformation. The spatial passage opened again, and Lin Xuan's figure appeared outside the Kong family manor in Jianghai City. The power of space was incredibly strong. This transcended ability beyond the panel. Lin Xuan had recently researched many similar techniques. If it weren't for material limitations, he could definitely build a faster spatial gate than the teleportation array. As he stepped into the manor, Lin Xuan saw a busy scene. Chapter 4:13 Transformation begins. This is a planet that belongs to me. Lin Xuan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Hong Xiaxia raised her eyebrows, her curiosity instantly replaced by shock. Li Hanyue's white skirt fluttered in the sea breeze, and the joy in her eyes crystallized into an unbelievable light. Shen Hongying had already been informed and patted the shoulders of the two, wearing a hint of pride. Don't just stand there, let me show you around. Lin Xuan turned and stepped forward. They summoned their respective mounts and began to explore the area. The higher they flew, the broader their view became. The land below stretched endlessly, with the black-yellow soil shining delicately under the sunlight, showing no signs of monster erosion. The boundless ocean spread out at the horizon, the water clear enough to see the small grains of sand beneath. Without demonic energy, the air was breathable for humans. Hong Xia took a deep breath, her eyes filled with shock. This was almost the blue star recorded in history books before the Great Catastrophe. Indeed. This wasn't a small space, it was a real planet. Li Hanyu said softly, her voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Humanity had been forced back to major cities for years by the demon race, long forgetting the taste of a carefree life. Chapter 4:14, Re-entering the Palace of Eternal Cold. The sky above the ruins of the Palace of Eternal Cold was still as clear as ever. There was no sunlight, no moonlight, yet it did not appear dark at all. The light seemed to flow from the very air, softly enveloping everything. Beneath my feet was a road of bluestone slabs, with light green moss growing in the gaps. On both sides of the road were contiguous ancient garden buildings. The white walls and dark tiles were arranged in an orderly manner, with crystal droplets hanging from the eaves. In the center of the garden was an artificial lake, its surface like a mirror. The pink lotus flowers are blooming in succession, with tiny particles of light rolling on the petals. A few golden red koi fish swim by, their scales refracting colorful shadows underwater. On the stone platform by the lake, two red-crowned cranes are gracefully bending down to drink water. Looking up, one can see an exceptionally tall sacred osmanthus tree standing in the distance. Its trunk is so thick that it requires more than 10 people to embrace it, with branches and leaves spreading out like an umbrella, shading the sky. Golden osmanthus flowers are adorned on the branches, releasing a fragrant aroma that is rich yet not overpowering, penetrating into the lungs. Suddenly, a clear sound of chopping wood comes from the direction of the sacred osmanthus tree, with a steady rhythm. It's here. Just then, a crisp female voice suddenly rings out. Lin Xuan is taken aback, and the air in front of him ripples. The figure of Chang'e gradually solidifies, standing just 3 steps away from him. Chapter 4:15, Opportunity. Lin Xuan takes the axe, feeling its solid weight. The wooden handle is polished smooth and warm, and the blade glimmers with a restrained cold light, yet it is not glaring. He mimics Wu Gang's stance, standing with his feet shoulder-width apart. In the moment he closes his eyes, the only sound left in his ears is the gentle rustle of the wind through the osmanthus tree. Wu Gang's words about blending with nature leave him momentarily perplexed. Unbidden, memories of the sensation of using space power arise in his mind. That warm yet stinging flow of energy. As soon as he thinks of it, a familiar tingling sensation appears in his palm. Stop! Wu Gang's voice comes at the right moment. Lin Xuan snaps back to reality, realizing that the axe has unconsciously been raised above his head. You are thinking of that power, not feeling the tree. Wu Gang walks beside him, pointing to the trunk of the sacred osmanthus tree. It has lived for countless years, and every grain of its texture hides the flow of qi. Following his instruction, Lin Xuan places his hand on the trunk. The rough bark's texture is felt, and the next moment, a subtle warmth seeps into his body through his palm. This warmth is entirely different from space power, gentle like the sunlight of spring. Did you feel it? Wu Gang smiles, saying that chopping wood is not about splitting logs, but following the flow of its qi. He steps back to the tree, and the angle at which the axe falls is extremely precise. Chapter 4:16, The Power of Time, the Power of Space-Time. The morning breeze of the blue sea star blows through, bringing the fresh scent of black soil and new grass. Lin Xuan stands in the clearing next to the temporary camp, where Kong Dao and Chen Qi are busy counting the supplies just transported from the Blue Star. Uncle Kong. Uncle Chen, please pause for a moment. I have 2 things to discuss with you. Lin Xuan waves his hand. The two immediately put down their tasks and walk over, with a few lifestyle professionals responsible for registration curiously looking on. Lin Xuan gets straight to the point, stating his first core plan: I intend to build a stable space gate between the Blue Sea Star and the Blue Star. Kong Dao's eyes instantly light up as he slaps his thigh. Lin, your words resonate with me. He points at the busy craftsman not far away. Every time we travel back and forth, we have to wait for you to open the passage. And the efficiency is indeed too low. Chen Qi nods in agreement. Moreover, more lifestyle professionals will be coming over. Relying on you alone is not a long-term solution. Lin Xuan smiles and continues to explain. Once the space gate is built, not only will it be convenient for people to come and go, but the transportation of goods from the Blue Star will also speed up. Large building materials and training equipment for professionals can be transported directly through the space gate. Chapter 4:17, Nanhai City. Going together to nature is no problem. Lin Xuan lightly taps the communicator with his fingertips, quickly replying to Shen Hongying's message. The Star Auction is held once every 10 years. It is the world's top auction event, without exception. This auction was originally scheduled for last year. But due to disturbances in the Mountain Sea realm and attacks from the demon race, it has been postponed for a year. The postponement has allowed for more preparation time. And the scale has expanded accordingly. Even larger families from small main cities, like Shen Hongying and Lu Qinghan, have received formal invitations this time. There are 3 days left until the auction opens. The items Lin Xuan prepared earlier have already been delivered to the organizers, so there is no rush to depart. Moreover, the auction venue is located in Nanhai City of Xia Country. The teleportation array network of the Blue Star has already covered the entire country, making travel much faster than before the Great Cataclysm. Putting down the communicator, Lin Xuan's attention returns to the faint golden aura in his palm. This is the embryonic form of the power of time he just comprehended from the sacred Osmanthus tree. He takes a red apple from the refrigerator, bites off a large half. The bite marks are clearly left on the flesh, with juice dripping down his fingers. Lin Xuan concentrates, slowly injecting the time power he has just mastered into the apple. Chapter 4:18, the auction is underway. The lights dim, and the noise in the venue suddenly quiets, as if the pause button has been pressed. Only the residual energy fluctuations in the air gently tremble with the breath of the crowd. The spotlight suddenly brightens, casting beams of light like solid objects onto the rising platforms on both sides of the auction stage. The floating dust in the light is clearly visible, causing guests to look up. Dancers in flowing gauzy skirts step forward, their skirts lifting and trailing behind them, scattering tiny light particles. This is a special effect that comes with their professional skills, making it look as if a handful of stars has been sprinkled in the air. Their dance steps perfectly match the background music, and every spin seems to trace the trajectory of energy. When their toes touch the ground, faint ripples of energy appear on the stage. In the center of the stage, a singer raises her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, and her ethereal voice instantly spreads throughout the venue. She holds a microphone embedded with a magic core, amplifying the penetrating power of her voice to the utmost. Her song contains a faint healing energy, invigorating the professionals who have been sitting for a long time. Many subconsciously straighten their backs, and the fatigue on their faces dissipates significantly. The intertwining of dance and song creates a stunning picture, eliciting bursts of applause from the audience. Chapter 4:19, Auction Plan. 250 billion. As soon as Sumai's words fall, a bidding voice rises from the VIP box area. 280 billion. Another box quickly follows up, without the slightest hesitation. The demon race is eyeing covetously. The piece of the Blue Star relies on top-tier combat power for support. The Mountain Sea realm relics that Lin Xuan brought, despite having a large number of high-level magical creatures providing resources, have also made various families see a crisis. Only by allowing the ancestors within the clan to break through to demigod status can they secure an extra layer of protection. The life water, a treasure that can directly extend lifespan, has become the assurance for the ancestors to break through. In today's situation, various families are relying on their elders. There's no other way. Even if the low-level combat power works hard, their reproductive capacity is limited. They can only hope the old folks put in more effort. The price of life water skyrockets, quickly surpassing 400 billion. Lin Xuan holds a teacup, lightly tapping the cup's wall with his fingertips, showing no intention of making a move. It's just 5 drops of life water. He doesn't take it seriously at all. His goal is the spring behind the water of life. However, the secret of his resurrection cannot be made public yet. And he cannot recklessly approach the master of the spring. A plan is forming in his mind. If the transaction price for the water of life is around 50 billion, he will bid 100 billion for subsequent longevity tools of the same kind. Chapter 420. The final auction. The last auction is far more extravagant than the previous ones. All items on the auction are rated S-level or above, and the duration of each auction has been extended to 10 minutes. Such a grand event attracts not only bidders, but also many who come to witness the circulation of top-tier resources. As every treasure here is beyond the reach of ordinary guests. When Lin Xuan and the others entered the exclusive box, the staff inside had already prepared fresh fruits and specially mixed drinks. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the seats in the venue were already packed, with even the aisles filled with professionals holding observation permits. Just as Shen Hongying settled on the sofa, the lights in the auction venue suddenly dimmed. When the spotlight came back on, the host Sumai had changed into a new outfit. The tight black and gold sequined gown accentuated her exquisite curves, and the slit of the skirt reached her thighs, shimmering as she moved, exuding even more eye-catching sexiness than before. Welcome to the final session of the Star Auction. I am Sumai. Her voice, amplified by a special microphone, resonated throughout the venue, carrying just the right amount of magnetism. Before she finished speaking, Sumai raised her hand and lightly waved. 2 floating display platforms rose from either side of the auction stage, each holding an egg-shaped object about 20 centimeters tall. Chapter 421. I give you a chance. Lin Xuan followed the attendant through the corridor, the carpet beneath his feet thick enough that he could hardly hear his footsteps. Ahead, a carved wooden door slowly opened, revealing a spacious VIP box inside. He stepped in, and the attendant quietly closed the door behind him, completely isolating them from the noise of the outside world. The box had no unnecessary decorations, just a long wooden table with 5 people seated around it. 2 elderly men occupied the main seats, their hair already grey, but their spirits high, with the uniquely gentle contours of the Xia nation's people evident in their features. They wore dark patterned tang suits, and their fingers tapped steadily on the table, indicating their long-standing positions of authority. Sitting in the 3 chairs beside the table were 3 middle-aged men. 2 of them were built like iron towers, their golden beards neatly trimmed, and their blue-grey eyes revealing a depth characteristic of Nordic people. The other man was dressed in standard cowboy attire, with spurs on his leather boots glinting and the lines on his face etched by wind and sand beneath a wide-brimmed hat. Sir, we've been waiting for you. The elderly man on the left spoke first, his voice old yet resonant. Lin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement and sat down in the empty chair, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the wood grain of the table. My surname is Lin, from the Xia nation, he said in a flat tone, offering no further introduction. Chapter 422. Transaction completed, killing intent. See Blue Star. Ju and the others stepped through the spatial door one after another, and as they steadied themselves, they collectively gasped, their expressions changing instantly. As top-tier 3rd-level professionals from Blue Star, they had seen many things, but the sight before them exceeded their understanding. Beneath their feet was fine black soil, and in the distance, there were rolling green vegetation, with no trace of magical energy in the air. This was the scene humans had dreamed of since the great disaster trapped them in the main city. Where is this? Old Kin asked first, raising his hand to press against his chest. Why is the air so thin? Torsen, however, was staring intently at Lin Xuan's back, his blue-grey eyes filled with seriousness, and his hand gripping the battle axe tightened unconsciously. No skill fluctuations. How did you do it? In Northern Europe, Even the top spatial mags would cause thunder in the sky when they released their skills, yet this young man appeared to do it as effortlessly as drinking water. Spatial skills had always been a very rare hidden profession exclusive to spatial mags on Blue Star, and their release was always accompanied by energy auras and other effects. Lin Xuan turned around, his tone casual. Spatial skills. Just familiar with it. This light-hearted tone stirred up a storm in the hearts of the 5 men. You won't die if you don't pretend. Chapter 423. Search. The sound of shattering glass on the hotel floor was deafening. Sharp screams instantly erupted from various rooms. Was there an earthquake? Nanhai City has been quite unstable lately. Guests in pajamas rushed into the corridor, many of whom had already activated basic defensive skills as professionals. Security personnel rushed in with blast shields, and the captain at the front scanned the scene with a serious expression. Upon seeing the shards of glass on the ground and the cracks in the ceiling caused by energy impacts, his pupils suddenly constricted. It's not an earthquake, he shouted. It was caused by an energy impact. This statement instantly silenced the crowd. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. The core area of the main city had strict energy prohibitions. Professionals couldn't even release attack skills, let alone gather energy fluctuations from high-level skills. Who could trigger such a strong energy impact in a top venue like the Star Hotel? Lin Xuan paid no attention to the commotion around him. His figure left a faint blue shadow in place, and the next second, he appeared in an abandoned factory on the eastern outskirts of Nanhai City. The factory was covered in dust, with rusty mechanical parts scattered everywhere. Lin Xuan's consciousness spread like a tide, thoroughly covering every corner. Chapter 424, God of Nightmares, Phobia. The delivery method will be in 3 minutes, each for 100,000 gold coins listed on the trading market. He. These people are quite clever. They noticed that the abandoned factory in the eastern outskirts was just a cover. Lin Xuan chuckled lightly, shutting off his phone, then looked in the direction Mrs. Ma had mentioned. The phone could receive a signal here, indicating that there was already a signal tower. This meant that the front was most likely a human main city, and the robbers were inside. At this moment, Kong Dao, who was beside him, added, "This isn't within Xia country's territory, it's in the territory of the Kingdom of Myanmar." He gazed at the outline of the distant valley, his eyes drifting into the depths of memories. I came here on a mission when I was young. I remember the terrain of this forest clearly. The closest main city to us should be Qinglai City. That city is quite large in the Kingdom of Myanmar, and there are at least tens of millions of professionals. Lin Xuan frowned slightly, a thought suddenly surfacing in his mind. He recalled the experience of clearing the remnants of the ancient god church not long ago. Those cultists he controlled with the necromancy skill had confessed that 60 of the area in Myanmar had been infiltrated by the church. Could this kidnapping be the work of the ancient god church? There's a possibility. Kong Dao's words confirmed his suspicion. Chapter 425, The undead surround the city. Meanwhile, on the other side, ancient god church in Qinglai City. The person in charge was seated at the head of the hall when a subordinate stumbled in, pale-faced, to report the news. Master, something bad has happened." A subordinate fell to his knees with a thud, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. A stranger suddenly burst into the dungeon, where Xia Guo's Hong Sha and Li Hanyu were being held. Then, he rescued those women. The master furrowed his brow and slammed the table, shouting, "Useless! Who was the intruder? Why didn't you stop him?" "There was no time, my lord." The subordinate's voice trembled. The man appeared for only a second before disappearing with the girls. We couldn't even see his face clearly. A monk in charge of energy monitoring quickly stepped forward to add, "Master, based on the energy residue detected in the dungeon, the intruder used a highly advanced spatial teleportation skill." Useless. A bunch of useless people. The master slammed the table and roared furiously. "You can't even keep track of a few people, what use are you to me?" I said long ago that it would be best to set up a magic suppression array to prevent anyone from using skills in the dungeon. Chapter 426, The Ancient God Appears. Hundreds of millions of skeleton soldiers surged toward Qinglai City like a black tide, their white bones reflecting a terrifying cold light under the sun. The professionals on the city walls changed their expressions drastically and rushed madly towards the city gate winch without needing orders. As the heavy iron gate slowly closed with the sound of turning gears. Inside the city lord's mansion, Wu Sen, the lord of Qinglai City in Myanmar, sat upright, his fingertips turning white from the pressure, as his usual calm was replaced by seriousness. As a country infiltrated by the ancient God Church to the extent of 60% of its power, Qinglai City had been destined to be a feeding ground for the ancient god's faith since its establishment. Wu Sen had never imagined that a mission to seek medicine for the ancient god would turn into the deadlock it was now. They were supposed to follow the ancient god's instructions to go to Nanhai City in Xiaguo, aiming for rare items at the star auction that could extend life. Besides the water of life, to successfully bid for the items, the church had prepared ample funding, and success was imperative. But who would have thought that Lin Xuan, this unpredictable young man, would appear at the auction, repeatedly acquiring all life-related items at prices far exceeding their estimates. As the task seemed to be falling through and the ancient god's wrath loomed, they were already in a state of exasperation. Chapter 427, Remove the internal threat before the external one national war token. This is a powerful item that automatically appears during a major catastrophe in Blue Star. Only countries that survive the initial phase of the catastrophe without being destroyed can possess it. In the past 500 years, the national war token has been used 10 times. Each appearance signifies a major war. Lin Xuan had just acquired it. In fact, under normal circumstances, he should hide his strength to achieve a surprise effect in future counterattacks against the demon race. However, just before heading to the city lord's mansion, Li Ming had come to his side with a message: the duel between Blue Star and the demon race would take place in a month, with 4 groups of competitions for different tiers and no restrictions below demigod level. This duel is crucial for Blue Star's counterattack plan. So the higher-ups in Xiaguo indicated that Lin Xuan could move freely. As a hero of Xiaguo and Blue Star, he should not remain anonymous upon his return. This incident with the ancient god church was just the right opportunity for Lin Xuan to declare his return to the world. Thus, Li Ming brought the national war token to Lin Xuan and said one thing: remove the internal threat before the external one. Chapter 428, A Great Nation Acts. No need for explanation. Damn it. Lin Xuan of Xiaguo. What are you doing? Qinglai City is the territory of Myanmar. You have no right to launch an attack here. You are committing a crime. A commander spoke up, his tone filled with anger and dissatisfaction. At this moment, Lin Xuan revealed his true appearance, shocking them upon arrival. However, Lin Xuan's actions were undoubtedly an infringement on Myanmar's sovereignty. Unable to stop him, they also needed to vent their anger. Yet, Lin Xuan merely glanced at them coldly and said, "This is a stronghold of the ancient god church. I am executing justice." Justice. Lin Xuan's words left the 3 commanders speechless. Lin Xuan was from Xiaguo and merely a first-tier professional, yet at this moment, as third-tier professionals and power holders, they could not refute him, because what Lin Xuan said was correct. Qinglai City is one of the strongholds of the ancient god church. And the ancient god church is a dark organization that has committed all kinds of evils, threatening human safety and disrupting world peace. Their existence has brought great disasters and threats to humanity. Lin Xuan came to challenge the authority of the ancient god church, risking his life to destroy this dark organization and maintain peace and safety for humanity. Chapter 429, What kind of monster is this? Lich. A being that exists at a higher level than ordinary undead. They are not the shambling undead puppets in the dirt, but rather higher undead creatures with simple intelligence. Boom. The walls of Qinglai City trembled. A fire mage was pierced through the chest by a lightning arrow, crashing to the battlements. The next second, his skin visibly turned deep blue. His previously vacant eyes opened again, and eerie blue flames ignited in his hollow eye sockets. Another warrior, whose face was half blown off by a rebounding fireball, had his neck bones crack as he crawled from the pile of corpses, dragging his severed right arm. Beneath his damaged armor, his deep blue skin glimmered coldly, with the same eerie blue flames dancing in his remaining eye sockets. This was yet another powerful weapon of Lin Xuan, the power of the Lich King. This power could not only transform fallen monsters, but also recruit slain professionals to his side. Architects, craftsmen, repairers. The commander on the city wall leaned out, shouting hoarsely. All building professionals, concentrate your skills to repair the durability of the city walls and gates. As soon as the order was given, the heavy oak gate of Qinglai City began to stir. Chapter 430, Unconventional Weapons. The defensive strength of Qinglai City is vastly different from that of Xiaguo's main city. The most intuitive difference is that there are more third-tier professionals than in Xiaguo. This is not because the professionals of Myanmar have stronger talents. The core reason lies in the distribution differences of underground palaces. Xiaguo is vast, with underground palaces as numerous as the hairs on an ox. The underground palace is the only passage connecting Blue Star and the demon realm, and the invasion of the demon race has never stopped. A large number of third-tier professionals were stationed at the dungeon defense line, fighting to the death against the demon race, leaving no manpower to guard the main city. In a main city of the Xia Kingdom, usually only 2 or 3 third-tier professionals are kept to maintain order, which is already the limit. In contrast, the situation in the Kingdom of Laos is completely different. This small country has a narrow territory, with only 2 dungeons remaining nationwide. Compared to the thousands of dungeons in the Xia Kingdom, it is simply a world apart. Furthermore, due to the scarcity of main cities in Laos, Qinglai City, as the core main city, naturally became a gathering place for high-tier professionals. There are a total of 6 third-tier professionals in this city. The city lord, Wu Sen, is a ghost warrior. The 2 deputy city lords are a sword spirit and a qigong master. In terms of the military, there are 2 generals, an ice mage and a demolition shooter. The last one is the president of the Qinglai City Professional Association, a holy light knight. Chapter 431, Capital Dispute. As the army commander's doubts fell, the old man raised his eyelids. He signaled to the attendant beside him to hand over a yellowed document, which was projected onto the large screen. The document contained internal photos of the base, showing a rusty nuclear bomb fixed on a special stand, with a complex magical conduction device connected beside it. In fact, early on, we humans relied on nuclear bombs to sanction those level 300 and above monsters. So, over the years, I have been working with several domestic mechanics to modify the detonation device of this nuclear bomb. Now, it can be powered by magical energy. The old man explained that as long as enough third-tier magical energy is injected, the countdown can be activated. The director of the Intelligence Bureau immediately furrowed his brows. He quickly walked to the screen and pointed to a line of small print at the end of the document. It stated that the radiation range, after detonation, would cover 100 kilometers around. Once detonated, Qinglai City would lose its protective barrier due to the national war card. All professionals in that entire city would die. Isn't that good? After all, most of the people in that city are from the ancient god church. Moreover, after releasing it, we can also claim it was to deal with the ancient god church, and that Lin Xuan was an accidental casualty. Chapter 432, Nuclear Explosion. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted at the east gate of Qinglai City. The dazzling firelight instantly engulfed half of the city wall. The shockwave, like an invisible giant hand, shattered the defensive runes on the wall. The hard granite city wall crumbled like paper. Fragments of stone, mixed with smoke and dust, soared into the sky. forming a thick grey cloud at a height of 100 meters. In the next moment, the east city gate was blown open, creating a gap several meters wide. Broken bricks rained down inside the city gate, leaving the ground uneven and pockmarked. The power of this explosion was terrifying to the extreme. The defensive supplies stored behind the city gate were instantly reduced to ashes. Even the houses on the distant streets were shaken to the point of collapse. This was not a mistake of the Qinglai city guards, but rather the handiwork of Lin Xuan. He had gathered millions of skeleton soldiers near the east gate and brazenly unleashed the corpse explosion skill. At the cost of millions of undead lives. He obtained this terrifying power capable of blowing open the main city gate. The reason he had not attacked before was not due to a lack of strength, but rather waiting for a key moment. His health points had finally reached 100 million. A year ago, when Lin Xuan was severely injured by the self-detonation aftermath of the Black Gold Crow in the Mountain and Sea Realm, he understood the importance of health point thickness. Among first-tier professionals, having health points of 10 to 20,000 is already an incredible standard. Chapter 433, The Fury of a Great Nation. The blinding white light did not last long, replaced by a mushroom cloud that shot up into the sky. The mushroom cloud was initially a scorching reddish-gold color, with waves of lava-like flames rolling at the bottom, gradually turning dark gray as it ascended. The top spread out like an umbrella, blocking out the sun and darkening half the sky. The shockwave was more destructive than light and sound. The once solid granite walls of Qinglai City crumbled like flaky pastries in the face of this force. The outer layer of stones shattered into powder first, while the inner walls twisted and deformed, collapsing in chunks. A white torrent of millions of skeleton soldiers was caught in the core area of the nuclear explosion's shockwave. The skeletons closest to the explosion point were instantly vaporized, leaving not a single bone fragment behind. Those slightly farther away had their bones softened by the high temperature, then were instantly torn apart by the shockwave, with shattered bones flying through the air like gravel caught in a fierce wind, quickly engulfed by flames. The buildings in the city stood no chance of resistance. Wooden houses ignited in flames, while brick and stone structures began to collapse from the bottom, their steel reinforcements twisting into bizarre shapes, accompanied by deafening roars as they fell. Qinglai City was no longer a city, but a fragmenting ruin. Chapter 434, Eerie Laughter. The mushroom cloud above Qinglai City had not fully dissipated when the news of the nuclear explosion swept through the Blue Star internet like a tsunami. What the hell is that? A mushroom cloud? Is it a nuclear bomb? Has the kingdom of Laos gone crazy? They actually hid such a forbidden weapon. Lin Xuan is still in Qinglai City. He went there to sweep the ancient god church, not to go to war with the kingdom of Laos. The social media platforms of the Xia kingdom instantly crashed, with the top 10 trending topics all related to the nuclear explosion and Lin Xuan. The shock of the netizens quickly turned into an overwhelming rage. Lin Xuan is a hero who won the championship for the Xia kingdom in the newborn contest. He is the fierce man who dared to venture into the mountain and sea realm alone. The kingdom of Laos is despicable to the bone, unable to stop him openly. They used a nuclear bomb to sneak attack and kill him. 500 years before the Great Cataclysm, nuclear bombs were humanity's taboo. 500 years into the Super Era, we almost forgot about this thing, yet they secretly hid it. Some dug up old news, capturing screenshots of Laos' long-standing complaints about harassment by the demon race. They previously cried that they could no longer hold the dungeon defense line. Why not use nuclear bombs? The ancient god church has almost hollowed out their country. Why not use nuclear bombs to blow up the church's strongholds? Stop washing it, this is targeted murder. They are afraid Lin Xuan would sweep away their ancient god church and cut off their support. Chapter 435, Hidden Dangers Within. The high-ranking officials of the Kingdom of Laos hovered at the periphery of the nuclear explosion, a layer of grey mist covering the visors of their protective suits. The maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. The once scorching air seemed to soften slightly, and even the oppressive feeling of radiation energy weakened. Is there no danger? A staff member asked tremulously. He raised his hand to press on the detection panel of his protective suit. And the readings showed that the radiation intensity in the current area was rapidly declining. Wu Deng frowned, staring at the flames below, his breathing slightly hurried inside the visor. The phantom at the center of the flames was still changing, sometimes blurry and sometimes clear, making it impossible to see its exact shape. Could it be that the energy from the nuclear explosion has been exhausted? The army commander rubbed his hands, his tone tentative. Maybe Lin Xuan really died. And the laughter earlier was an illusion caused by energy disturbance. The director of the Intelligence Bureau immediately agreed. This made many people breathe a sigh of relief. Should we get a little closer to take a look? Someone cautiously suggested. No. What if it's a trick? The elderly man in the wheelchair immediately opposed. His bony fingers gripping the armrest tightly. But if we don't confirm Lin Xuan's life or death, how can we return with peace of mind? The army commander retorted. His words struck a chord with everyone present. Chapter 436, The Ancient God Manifested. The moment the black wings flapped, the air around Lin Xuan trembled. The radiation, dust that had been spreading in the nuclear explosion area, was instantly sucked into the air currents created by the wings, forming swirling grey-black vortices. The mounts of the high-ranking officials from the country of Myanmar collectively emitted terrified whinnies, their limbs going limp as they fell. These flying creatures, enhanced by magical power, had lost even the courage to stand in the face of divine power. Wu Deng gripped the reins of his mount tightly, his knuckles turning white from exertion. As the Prime Minister of a country, he was somewhat losing his composure at this moment. But he couldn't afford to care about that anymore. Because Lin Xuan was really not dead. If he wasn't dead, then today's situation was serious. If Lin Xuan had died, they could publicly claim it was to eradicate the ancient god church, and that Lin Xuan was an accidental casualty, unaware of his presence here. But now, Lin Xuan was alive. Not only alive, but he had also caught them in the act. Weren't you dead? The army commander's voice trembled uncontrollably. His gaze swept over the wings behind Lin Xuan and quickly moved away, as if looking a moment longer would burn him. The old man sitting in the wheelchair, floating in mid-air, trembled in fear. Impossible. Chapter 437, Restraint. As the words divine body left his mouth, the air around Fubert began to twist. Countless faces of people in pain and despair appeared on the surface of its formless body, each telling a story of being devoured. The vitality divinity of Bai Zi and the destructive divinity of the black gold crow could actually coexist within you. Fubert's voice sounded like countless steel needles scraping together. Such a perfect vessel was extremely rare even in the age of the gods. The black wings behind Lin Xuan suddenly shook, instantly stirring up two energy whirlwinds around him. He could clearly sense the evil aura emanating from the other party. It was pure mental pollution. His panel was going crazy with alarms. Ding! You are under mental attack by the god of nightmares, Fubert. Judging. Judgment failed. You are immune to some physical and mental anomalies. Ding! You are under mental attack by the god of nightmares, Fubert. Judging. Judgment failed. You are immune. He. What a perfect vessel. The god of nightmares, Fubert, let out a strange laugh, and its body suddenly split into dozens of tentacles, weaving into a massive black net in midair. In the next moment, Lin Xuan realized that the space around him had been sealed off. Chapter 438, The Fall of the Ancient God. Purple thunder and a golden giant palm arrived simultaneously. The air was compressed by two completely different energies, producing an unbearable explosive sound. Fubert's reaction was incredibly swift, splitting off several tentacles to weave a shield in front of itself. The thunder struck the shield first, the purifying energy corroding the tentacles like strong acid. Black liquid dripping through the shield's gaps and dissipating into black smoke in the air. The golden giant palm followed closely, crashing down with the force to crush mountains and split stones at the same spot. With a crisp crack, the tentacle-woven shield shattered. And the residual energy surged toward Fubear's main body like a tide. A piercing scream came from Fubear's mouth as its body was hurled by the energy, crashing against the spatial barrier at the edge of the domain, leaving behind a shocking scar. Li Ming's figure leaped out from the ruins, his shaman staff waving continuously, forming runes imbued with purifying power in the air, binding toward Fubear like chains. I didn't expect there to be a rat hiding in the dark. Fubear wiped the liquid off its body, furious red light swirling in its eye sockets. It suddenly contracted the domain. The spatial barrier that originally enveloped the entire Qinglei city instantly shrank, trapping Lin Xuan and Li Ming within a 100-meter range. Chapter 439, 3-Day Rapid Passage to Myanmar. The figure of the god of nightmares, Fubear, completely vanished. On the blue sea star, those who had fallen into slumber due to the curse of the ancient gods all trembled their eyelashes in unison. The women who had been asleep due to the ancient god's curse on the blue sea star woke up one after another, seeing Lin Xuan return safely. They all gathered around him, their words filled with genuine gratitude. Chen Wanxue broke the warm atmosphere with a smile, suggesting, "Everyone just woke up, I'm sure you're all hungry. I'll go prepare some barbecue, let's taste the delicacies of this new world." Lin Xuan smiled and patted his cousin Xu Yunyun's shoulder. "It's good that everyone is awake. Let's go eat something." Chen Wanxiu had already set up a grill in the open space outside the wooden house. Skews of exotic beast meat unique to the blue sea star sizzling on it, oil dripping and hissing on the charcoal. The aroma spread out, dispelling the lingering tension. Everyone gathered around the grill. Guo Miao Miao snatched a golden brown skewer, took a big bite, and mumbled, "Sister Wanxiu's cooking is the best." There was nothing to eat in the dream. Chen Wanxiu smiled and handed over the sauce. "Eat slowly, there's plenty more." Lin Xuan looked at the bustling figures before him and then at the distant mountains of the blue sea star. The sky here was clearer than that of Blue Star, and the air was filled with pure energy. It was the new world he had created with his own hands. Chapter 440, You in Taiyu country have no choice. The shadows on the horizon grew closer, and the patterns on the flags became clearer in the wind. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened. Li Ming's hand holding the shaman staff also paused for a moment. Zhao Shanhe, who was beside Lin Xuan, directly pressed his hand on the grip of his gun. The army of Taiyu country. Without needing to guess, they instantly understood what was happening. It turned out that Taiyu country had intervened at this moment. The army of Xia country had just pushed Myanmar to the brink, and this neighboring country was eager to get a piece of the pie. The army of Taiyu country advanced steadily, but halted 3 kilometers away from Lin Xuan and the others. A dense formation of soldiers stood in ranks, their black armor gleaming coldly in the sunlight, roughly estimated to be over 200,000. These were not the ordinary practitioners hastily assembled in Qinglei City. Those who entered the regular army were all elite individuals filtered through layers of selection, especially for a medium-sized country like Taiyu with limited resources. The selection of soldiers was extremely stringent to ensure stable development. In front of the formation, 2 figures rode on enormous mounts, slowly approaching. These mounts were not ordinary horses, but massive elephant-like magical beasts, with limbs as sturdy as stone pillars, their skin a deep grey, surrounded by writhing orange-red flames. Chapter 441, The 6 Great Alliances. The news of Xia country's 3-day rapid passage to Myanmar swept across all major global online platforms like a hurricane carrying thunder, overwhelming the encrypted communication channels of various countries' high-ranking officials, the sound of urgent keyboard tapping filling the air. How is this possible? No matter how weak Laos is, it still has 3 fully staffed third-tier professional legions led by strong leaders, along with secret support from the ancient god church. The speed of Xia country's advance has already exceeded the scope of conventional military operations, almost like pushing through an uninhabited territory. The key figure is Lin Xuan. He survived the nuclear explosion and seems to have made a breakthrough in strength, which is Xia country's greatest confidence. After the initial shock, Doubts began to surface from small and medium-sized countries and some neutral media. Xia country's actions are too overbearing, Laos is still a sovereign nation. And it's unacceptable to just take over, relying on the backing of gods and demigods to intervene in the affairs of neighboring countries. What difference does this have from previous imperialism? How can surrounding small countries position themselves? Should they all give up their sovereignty and become vassals of Xia country? These doubts were quickly drowned out by voices from Xia country and countries that had experienced painful lessons. Chapter 442, A Bountiful Harvest. As soon as the news of the establishment of the Blue Star Alliance spread globally, Lin Xuan was already busy. His goal was clear: to root out all the members of the ancient God Church and the Dark Church hidden in the shadows one by one. The situation within Xia country had previously been relatively stable. Border checks and internal inspections had never relaxed. It was not easy for the ancient God Church and the Dark Church to take root in Xia country. The real trouble came during the last full-scale invasion of the Demon Clan. At that time, the Demon Clan had two gods supporting them, and Blue Star was in chaos. Those two dark forces took the opportunity to secretly establish many hidden bases throughout Xia country. This was also the reason Lin Xuan encountered members of the ancient God Church chasing a puppet master when he first returned to Xia country after his resurrection. Later, Lin Xuan transformed the puppet master into an undead puppet master. The puppet master revealed all the known locations of the bases, and Xia country was able to eliminate many of them based on the clues. However, there were always some bases that reacted quickly upon realizing something was wrong. They immediately packed up and fled to neighboring countries around Xia country. Now that global forces were integrating, those neighboring countries also fell under the jurisdiction of the Xia country alliance, making it possible to clean up all these fish that slipped through the net. Lin Xuan directly used the undead resurrection skill to kill the captured dark cultists, and then resurrect them, making them lead the way to find their accomplices. Chapter 443. Creating a new world. There are 10 days left until the competition between Blue Star and the Demon Realm. The global professional competition finals will be held during this period. The event will last 3 days, with the venue set in the city of Muhe in the Chariot Kingdom on the European continent. Lin Xuan had long planned to attend. In his backpack, he stored 2 special items. One was a fragmented map recording the information of the Supreme cards. The other was an ancient-looking key to King Arthur's treasury, according to the precise perception of the treasure mouse. These 2 items were not only related to the Supreme cards, but also clearly pointed to the Ace of Spades among them. Furthermore, their connection was not far from Muhe City. Both items were obtained from the realistic mechanical replica of the puppet master he killed previously. Lin Xuan had been busy and almost forgot about this matter. Now, taking advantage of this free time, he naturally prioritized it, as it concerned a supreme card. If obtained, it would definitely lead to a significant increase in power. With that thought in mind, Lin Xuan no longer delayed and turned to enter the Sea Blue Star. The first thing he needed to find was the puppet master left in the Sea Blue Star. As soon as he stepped into the base area of the Sea Blue Star, Lin Xuan felt a rush of vitality. The wind carried the fragrance of vegetation. No longer the dry atmosphere mixed with void dust that it once had. Chapter 444, The Alps. After the establishment of the Blue Star Alliance, the greatest convenience is the innovation of cross-regional transportation. The teleportation arrays in the main cities of each country are fully connected, increasing efficiency several times compared to before. Lin Xuan, along with Shen Hongying, Xu Yunyun, and others, stepped into the teleportation array of Xia country's main city. In a flash of light, they arrived at Muhe City in the Chariot Kingdom on the European continent. As soon as the teleportation array stabilized, a cacophony of sounds rushed towards them. The teleportation square in Muhe City was even wider than that of Xia country, surrounded by stone pillars entwined with glowing magical vines. The air was filled with the aroma of baked bread and the distinctive scent of magical potions, with various languages intermingling in conversation. Stepping out of the teleportation hall, the sense of liveliness intensified. The buildings lining the streets were plastered with promotional posters for the Global Professional Competition Finals. The posters featured core players from various major teams. Some standing proudly with swords, others shining with staves, all in bright and eye-catching colors. People dressed in various professional outfits moved about. The crisp sounds of armor clashing and the humming of staff energy resonating throughout. Berserkers carrying massive axes walked alongside mags in robes, while assassins with daggers at their waists nimbly maneuvered through the crowd. The participating teams had finally gathered, totaling 8, all top-tier forces from various alliances. Chapter 445. Arrival at the destination. Lin Xuan did not discuss his intentions with his cousin and Hong Ying. This matter concerned the Supreme Card and must be approached cautiously. Today, the quarterfinals of the Muhe City event would be held at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He planned to check the Alps after lunch. With spatial power at his disposal, he should not encounter any major dangers. Moreover, he still had the little golden crow. If Chen Wanxiu and the others were in danger, he could use the teleportation ability to return to the hotel. Just as he was pondering, there was a knock at the door. It was Chen Wanxiu and Hong Ying returning. The group had several bulging cloth bags in hand, their faces full of smiles. "Brother, look at what good things we brought." Xu Yunyun rushed into the room first, placing the cloth bag on the table. Inside were hairbands adorned with magical glimmers, and metal badges engraved with the emblem of the Chariot Kingdom. Shen Hongying then took out several jars of exquisitely packaged ointment, claiming it was a local specialty healing potion. This ointment was very helpful for recovering from hidden injuries after battles for professionals. She handed the ointment to Lin Xuan with a serious tone. Chen Wanxiu followed behind, holding a small wooden box. This is the most famous handmade chocolate from Muhe City, made with magical spring water. Chapter 446. The King's Treasury. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xuan activated the Summon Undead skill. Crack! 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 Light grey energy ripples spread across the snow. Countless bony claws emerged from beneath the snow. In the blink of an eye, more than 2,000 skeleton soldiers instantly took shape, their stark white bones standing out in the snow. Following that, Lin Xuan's thoughts moved again, triggering the newly learned skill. Light purple, pale green, deep blue, and other colored energies intertwined, condensing behind the skeleton soldiers. 512 ghostly forms appeared, surrounded by thin energy halos. This is his newly acquired skill, Summon Spirit. Lin Xuan just unlocked a new skill slot at level 90. Since he hasn't encountered any suitable skills to steal, he decisively decided to learn it. At level 1, Summon Spirit can only summon one ordinary spirit. Unlike the initial ordinary skeleton soldiers that have no skills, ordinary spirits come with the basic skill Soul Fire attack. For each level the skill is upgraded, the number of summons doubles. Lin Xuan directly used his accumulated skill points to max out Summon Spirit to level 10. Currently, the skill is in the Breaking Extreme stage. Once the Breaking Extremes task is completed, special spirits like Scream, Wail, Flame, and Swamp, which are unlocked at level 5, will be available. Chapter 447. The Vault Guard. A limitless level dungeon, at the highest difficulty, Apocalypse level. If an ordinary person entered, they would probably turn around and look for a way to escape. Because limitless means that the monsters appearing in the dungeon are of the same lowest level as the intruding professionals. Moreover, the attributes are completely equal. This means that Lin Xuan's mental attribute has already exceeded 1,000 points. The monsters that are about to appear will have base attributes reaching this level. And this is just the minimum standard. The more terrifying aspect of the limitless level is that there is no upper limit to the monster's level. Once the challenge begins, monsters may even appear that are 100 or 200 levels higher than him. This kind of dungeon is no longer a domain that elite teams can touch. Even if the world's top professional players team up, they must proceed cautiously. A small mistake could lead to total annihilation. After all, monster attributes are generated entirely based on the challenges. Once there is a flaw in team coordination, being killed by monsters can happen in an instant. Yes, it is the monsters that can kill the professionals in an instant. However, Lin Xuan showed no signs of fear. His health points had already surpassed 100 million. He also has a blood gourd with a capacity of 100 billion, ready to replenish massive amounts of health at any time. Not to mention the skeletal soldiers and spirits forming a legion of the undead around him. Chapter 448. The Round Table Knights. As Lin Xuan stepped into the corridor, the torches on both sides of the wall automatically ignited. The orange flames lit up the path ahead, and also illuminated the markings on the rooms on either side. The door on the left is engraved with an open book, indicating the royal study. The door on the right is engraved with a round-bellied potion bottle, indicating the royal apothecary. Unlike the tightly closed doors in the palace, these two doors are slightly ajar. Before Lin Xuan could get close, a wisp of light blue mist floated out from the gap of the study door. The mist coalesced into a semi-transparent humanoid outline at the entrance, surrounded by flickering ghostly pages, obscuring its features. Almost simultaneously, a puffing sound came from behind the apothecary door. A crooked figure squeezed out, entirely grey-brown, with white fungal frills on top. It resembled a mutated mushroom, with short, thick limbs, yet moved very agilely. Lin Xuan didn't use a detection skill and casually named them Book Spirit and Mushroom Man. As soon as he finished speaking, the Book Spirit launched an attack. It raised its ethereal arm, and countless glowing characters flew out from its body. The characters combined in midair to form sharp rune blades, shooting towards the skeletal soldiers in front of Lin Xuan. The rune blades had strong penetration power, instantly slicing through a group of skeletal soldiers. Bone fragments flew everywhere, and dozens of skeletal soldiers disintegrated on the spot. Chapter 449. Goblins. The Round Table Knights do not refer to a specific knight. This title represents a group, a core combat organization personally established by King Arthur, named because its members often fought together and always sat around a large round table during discussions. The size of this organization is not fixed. At its peak, the number of members reached over 150. Among them, the most well-known and strongest in combat are the 12 core knights. Lin Xuan looked at the 12 small doors that rotated out from the wall, his gaze gradually sharpening. Clop, clop, clop. The clear sound of hooves came from behind the door, steady in rhythm and carrying an undeniable authority. The next second, 12 figures riding warhorses slowly emerged from within the doors. The knights were clad in bright silver armor, with tightly interlocked armor plates that shimmered faintly with magical luster, providing complete protection. Some held long spears over 10 feet long, their tips gleaming coldly. Some carried broadswords, with the hilts inlaid with unknown gemstones. And others tucked a kite shield under their arms, the shield face engraved with a lion emblem. Even their warhorses wore specially crafted lightweight armor, with protective gear on their heads, revealing only a pair of battle-hungry eyes. The 12 knights fanned out in a formation, slowly approaching the center of the hall. Chapter 450. The Red Dragon. These goblins, short and stout like dwarfs from Western legends, had pointed ears and wrinkled skin. Their short, thick limbs contained astonishing explosive power, and they either gripped barrels of ale or carried money bags. Lin Xuan admitted he had a slight collecting hobby. Whether it was vintage wine in the cellar or rare gold coins in the treasury, he didn't want to miss any of it. He ordered Irina to increase firepower and end the battle quickly, his voice crisp and decisive. Irina waved her staff lightly, and several thick beams of flame shot directly at the goblins in the front. The little dragon man wielded nunchaku, breathing fire as he fought, and the scorching airflow instantly singed the goblins' hair. The skeletal soldiers roared and charged, colliding their bone blades with the goblins' short axes. The sounds of metal clashing and bones shattering mixed together. Although these goblins were short, their strength was astonishing. With one swing of their axes, They could crack the skeletal soldiers' bone shields, or even directly sever their bone blades. Their attack speed was also not slow, creating a tight defensive formation with their short axes. But this little threat posed no pressure to Lin Xuan. With a thought, 2 waves of summoning light burst forth in succession. More skeletal soldiers emerged from the ground, and the spirit soul fire attacks rained down like a dense arrow storm. Chapter 451, The Lake Fairy, The Sword in the Stone. In mid-air, Lin Xuan, with wings fluttering gently on his back, looked at the surrounding scene in amazement. The originally deep cave was completely exposed to view. The edges of the cave entrance were still dropping fragments of stone. The magnificent palace he had entered before was entirely embedded within a mountain. This was a snow mountain. However, it was entirely different from the Alps that Lin Xuan passed through when entering the dungeon. The snow mountain was quite small, just enough to accommodate the previous palace. Of course, what Lin Xuan found amazing was the surrounding scenery. At the foot of the snow mountain, there was no extended snow field, but rather a direct connection to sprawling green grasslands. The grass was fresh and gently swayed in the breeze. At the end of the grassy area, to the right front, was a lake that resembled a mirror. The surface of the lake was calm and undisturbed, perfectly reflecting the light blue sky above. Lin Xuan felt the faint heat coming from the mountain beneath his feet, and suddenly thought that the name Snow Mountain was not quite fitting. Calling it volcano would be more accurate. Over there. The little paw of the treasure mouse pressed down on his shoulder with excitement. Lin Xuan followed its pointed direction, and his gaze precisely locked onto the edge of the lake. There, a faint black halo was flickering.